80% unanswered here on the third hill for Cinta Negra.
And where is the pressure? You're probably asking yourself, where is the pressure? Well, Bullets just picked up a double kill. Oh, the Guardian! Double muerte!
Tapping, he wants a few more kills to his name. Can't do it with the battle rifle, we'll do it with the plasma nade, we'll do it with the second as well. It's an easy double.
Gonna be able to close it out in the end. And whoa, what? What? The timing of those kills. And it looks like we have a 50-50 tie, which I have not seen. You're going to see smiles there on Leah's face and Elio's face.
Situation, but look at Johan. He's got sword out. You can tell from the observer, but it doesn't matter. Drift hits the shot.
Double sack, one shot, double sack. Steps. Vamos a tener cama, No lo quemé, ahí está el camo, no lo quemé. Eres una verga, cabrón.
Just has to try and stay alive here, but Timbers are really successfully cleaning up these one-shots and catching the Heatwave player unaware. It will be a triple kill.
Completo ahora, Pelo que lo tiene en su poder. Dime qué está pasando, gaviotas, dime si soy...
Johan now moves in again, he's got the shot, he's got the double.
Johan! Just in the nick of time, even might end it.
Pequeño Pendaño se va a llevar uno con temible espaldazo, le acomoda la asiática, se termina llevando una doble baja, va por la tercera, dámela, ahí está la tercera baja, Corona, a una de celebrar con toda su gente y público que el día de hoy se dio la cita aquí en el City Banamex, tenemos campeón, es Pittsburgh Knight, señores, es Peca el que se lo lleva, es José Francisco de Tapping Buttons, conocido John Alex como Pelu, Acend Pulido como Atzo, Irving Misael como Drift.
You ready for a speed round with Halo lore?
Round 2.
Yeah.
I guess.
Which species created the Halo rings?
The Forerunners.
Which generation of Spartans is Master Chief?
Spartan 2s.
What is the name of the central intelligence that controls the Flood?
Gravemind.
Which Forerunner installation was most of Halo 3 set on?
The Ark.
Which weapon was used to kill Miranda Keys in Halo 3?
The Spiker.
Which weapon was used to kill Guilty Spark in Halo 3?
Spartan Laser.
What gas do the grunts breathe?
Methane.
Which city was the Earth portion of Halo 2 set in?
Earth portion of Halo 2. New Mombasa. Yep.
Those are all my questions, man. Thank you very much.
Sweet. We done?
Yeah.
Awesome.
The lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. Now, can you put this in use? Grenadine applying pressure right to the spawners. Oh, this is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could just incredible. He misses the beat down, he snaps off. Oh my God! Wobbling them wings, it's an overkill. Normal gets the sword now as a reward.
The HCS Orlando Major is presented by AMD, Astro Gaming, Dolby, the Marines, and Zowie.
Hello, Halo fans, and welcome back to another day in Florida, but more importantly, another day at the HCS Orlando Major. Day 2 brings us tight-knit matchups and series that are going to have you on the edge of your seat. But to walk us through everything on your screens today, I have some absolute experts on Halo Infinite, their analysis, their casting. You could call them all-rounders, to be perfectly honest, and I'm up here just to basically lead the way, ask them the right questions, and hopefully get the right answers for you guys at home. I got Clutch, Onset, and Brav with me, and gents, I cannot believe Day 2 is already here, because Day 2 for me is super exciting. We start to see the championship bracket start to take form. We know kind of where teams are at, what they're kind of doing here as well, and what they're capable of. But Clutch, what an incredible Day 1 and some big upsets and honestly some big matchups we saw too.
Yeah, we learned a lot in Day 1. FaZe is here to play. G1 looks great on LAN, and there's a lot of teams that have questions still moving forward, need to find some rhythm here in Day 2 in order to make it to Day 3, in order to make this tournament a little bit more interesting. But I mean, hats off to the teams that came out yesterday, showed out. And for G1 and FaZe, I mean, to start the tournament the way that they did, even though FaZe lost to Optic, proving that they can push the series that far, that they can have the lead in Game 5, that shows me everything I need to know about those guys.
I'll tell you what, let's talk about it. Optic FaZe, what a match that was. I promised some bangers on the board, and my goodness, did we deliver yesterday. FaZe really going toe-to-toe with Optic. Might have shocked a few people, but I think now that FaZe kind of have some structure to the team, they have roles on board, but they're also able to do what they do best, and we saw that with Renegade, we saw that with the likes of King Nick as well coming forward on set. What did you make of this?
Very impressive performance from FaZe. I think they'll be a bit heartbroken they didn't manage to take the series, such as the attitude of these players. They're here to win. I think we heard it from Renegade, the United Grunt Classic, saying, you know, this is only one step forward. We're here to win. We're not here to just take part. So it was a great series, and the one thing that I took out of this was Optic won that Game 5, right? It's been the curse of Optic so far this season. Yes, it's only pool play, but if you can win a big Game 5 against a team like FaZe, it's going to set you up beautifully for the rest of the tournament.
You're right. It has been the curse. That has been the big question mark for this Optic roster. They've done it early on in Day 1, so my goodness me, if you're not an Optic fan, then you're going to be shaking just a little bit heading into the rest of this weekend. But talking about Optic, I want to know real quick, in terms of the stats, Formal yesterday for me was a superstar. I mean, you see Lucid dropping the highest KD in the lobby, but Formal with 58 assists to his name in that game, but also holding a 1.03 KD. What does that tell you about this guy and what he can do here?
I mean, it's crazy. I think a few of the times, Mark, you and I were looking at the stats, he had double the assists of anyone on the opposing team. Can you imagine playing against a player on the other side is doubling anyone else on your team? You're playing against a fifth player. Formal is doing double the work in the assist category. It's absolutely nuts.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. And honestly, I'm really excited to see what this team brings to the table today. But another team I think that has shocked the world is United and their game yesterday against Cloud9. My goodness me, a 3-1 victory over C9. Who would have thought it? United coming out really, really hot. And there was question marks, right? About Snipedown coming in. How would this team look? How would they form with such little time? But Clutch, my goodness me, they did it.
Unbelievable performance from United. Just when you count these guys out, you can always count on them to create the upset, to reinvigorate their careers, right? I mean, Snipedown, everybody has talks about what status he is right now in his career. Well, Snipedown came out and played absolutely phenomenal. I think that was the best Snipedown I've seen as of yet in Halo Infinite. He gave this team so much slaying power yesterday, but it really was everyone on this team clicking on all cylinders. Ryan New, Brain, Suspector, everyone stepped up. Beating Cloud9 is no easy task, and United have proven that they are well deserved in the conversation for a title. in this event.
You're right, it's no easy task, especially in this final game. About 4 minutes in to this live fire Strongholds. United turned things around. They were 18 to 167 down, and then their comeback run. Bravo, I mean, have you seen anything like this on a main stage? I mean, it's just absolutely insane.
This was crazy. This might be my favorite series in Halo Infinite play so far. I got to talk to Snipedown and Suspector this morning as well. They had to win that game twice. They're down by 150 points. They have to win that comeback and then win the game as well. It was all because of this play from Rain here. This is their game winner.
This play here was nuts. I mean, in this situation, you know you can't afford to miss. It's as simple as that. If he hits these shots, which is exactly what Rain does, United close out, and you can see how much it meant to them as well. You saw the reaction of Snipedown, but Rain just did so much work there. That first body shot, it might just be a body shot, but that stopped everything for Cloud9. Yep. They weren't able to push, and from there, they take home that win.
And this is a guy that doesn't get a lot of respect on the scene. He's been doing this for a little bit now throughout Halo 5. So many memorable plays on my point of view from Rain. How many times was his team the underdog in a series, and then he picks up the S7, he goes to work, and all of a sudden Ryan and Rain create another upset. No surprise there. As soon as Rain gets in that position top tower, he takes over, he gets United that win, and I love the fact that they didn't have to go to game 5. We talked about that yesterday, Andy, where everyone in the room thought that this series was, oh no, United, the classic, you go up 2-0, you lose game 3, Cloud9 gains some confidence. They shut it down. They closed the door on that series before going to game 5, because I think if that series goes game 5, Cloud9 had that confidence to close the door on it. United lose all the momentum, but I mean, that's what United does best. They win the games you don't expect them to, and when that's a quality of your team, you become so dangerous to the rest of the bracket.
Yeah, that thing had a C9 reverse sweep written all over it. I think you and I in the caster booth were thinking the same thing. I mean, how many times this season have we seen Snipedown on the receiving end of a game 5 loss, right? He played a great series otherwise, but this now Snipedown on United, things are a little bit different now. And I also talked to them this morning. I was like, hey, one team's going to go home with pretty disappointed, and one team's going to go home with their heads held high tonight. United is riding high. They're going to be looking good today.
Things are a bit different, but something else is hitting different, and that's the prize pool in Orlando. My goodness me, is this not absolutely insane? $350,000 on the line. That's a lot of money to be taking home. And I'll bet you right now, a lot of our teams who are in pool play, and they're pretty solid right now for Worlds, you know, they're top 12. Hey, look, they've already done it. This is what their sights are set on. That and pride, making sure they are the team, they are the favorites heading into Worlds. Now, you guys are probably wondering at home where you guys can catch all of the action. Well, we have 4 different streams, and we're going to be streaming all of the gameplay for you guys today. Of course, A and B casted, C and D just gameplay only, but it's to make sure you guys can catch all of your favorite teams. Now, if you do decide to tune in, which I don't know why you wouldn't, get all the tabs open, folks, because we do have Twitch drops for you. Diamond Weapon Charm, of course, available all weekend. Gladiator's Edge Sidekick. We also have our grand finals drop, Gladiator's Edge Commando. I've got to say, I'm getting all the tabs open. These are absolutely stunning, as well as our co-streamers. We have our Ordnance Disposal, the nameplate and emblem, as well as the HCS launch coating. Now, all of the action will be coming your way, but what is it, Lottie, you may ask? Well, we got FaZe Clan versus fnatic coming up first in Pool A as we close things out in the pools. Optic Gaming versus fnatic after that one. And then winners quarterfinals is coming your way, including elimination round 3, which, folks, by the way, that is a Worlds qualifying round. That is a very, very big matchup, so you will not want to miss that, as well as a winners semi-finals. So there's a lot of action to be played, but elimination round 3 is definitely where my sights are kind of set, because Worlds is everything right now. This event is jam-packed with so many possibilities for these teams. The prize pool, the pride, but that qualification to Worlds is huge. Let's take a look at the pools, because this is where it all happens, right? We still have storylines to fill in here. We still need to know where teams are at coming through into the open bracket. And we've had some open bracket teams already making a bit of noise. I want to know from you, Clutch, what you were expecting out of some of our pool play and the open bracket teams coming in.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to seeing what pool fnatic would get in, because I think this fnatic team is dangerous, and it's kind of unfortunate because fnatic ends up in FaZe and Optic Gaming's pool, and that's a stacked pool of death, even more so now that they have the likes of fnatic. They may be able to catch an Optic Gaming or a FaZe sleeping, but you have to think third at best for them. I mean, you got to go against Acend as well, and that's tough because that's such a difficult match against a great team. And now fnatic or Acend are going to be one of the 4 seeds coming out of the pool, meaning for top 12, you're going to play a damn good team.
Yeah, you definitely are. And I got to say, in terms of some good teams coming in, especially in the open bracket. You're looking at some of the teams like TSS. Super CC from TSS yesterday actually set the highest kill record in map 1 of the tournament, beating Royal 2's 44 yesterday. He had 54 kills. So we have some individual talent here.
What was the game
on Oddball.
54.
I feel like someone should pick up the ball.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same. Yeah.
We're getting 100 points before I get 54 kills.
Yeah.
So we do, of course, have some really, really individually skilled kind of people here on these rosters looking to make some noise. Who do you think is the most dangerous right now on set?
It's a very, very tough ask. I would have said before the pools were kind of drawn and where people ended up fnatic, because I think they'd looked really good coming into this event, not just online, but also, you know, in the United Grunt Classic, they looked like they had some pretty good games and pretty good series as well. They fought their way through that open bracket. Unfortunately, like Wes said, they've just got unfortunate with where they ended up in the pools, right? Because that is, looking at it before that pool got underway, that was the pool of death. So Fnatic got some work to do, and the good thing is for them, we get to see them do it.
Yeah. Indeed, and just one quick thing as well, we're talking about how good European Halo is right now as well, and just a note, that elimination round 3, we potentially have a setup for 3 of our European teams to be in elimination round 3, respectively, fighting for a chance for all 3 of them to also qualify for Worlds. So there's a lot on the line here, and Europe, they need to show up right now because there is something around that corner, and it is Worlds qualification. So really exciting stuff across the board. I bet you feel quite proud right now.
Yeah, of course. So we've got to see them at Worlds first. I've been there too many times. I've been stung too many times by these European teams, but I think Acend have had a pretty good start to today. They beat Fnatic, and I'm pretty sure that Na'Vi won their first series today against TSS as well. So I think both of them looking pretty strong. I think both of them are focused as well after day number 1. I was speaking to Jimbo and Coach Wonderboy from Na'Vi, and they seem pretty locked in and ready for the action.
They do indeed. Well, we need to talk about our first matchup of the day, and that is going to be FaZe versus, oh wait, hold on. Is it FaZe versus Fnatic? Yes, it is. It is FaZe versus Fnatic. I don't know what I was thinking there. But, okay, a big matchup here for Fnatic for sure. After watching FaZe and what they managed to do yesterday, that is going to be absolutely massive for them. What do they need to do here in order to try and kind of convince you that they are one to go toe-to-toe with these guys?
It's going to be tough. You can't find yourself in individual battles consistently against the members of FaZe. That's where FaZe is going to shine all day, every day against this series and against this team. So if you're Fnatic, I'm saying 80% or more of the power-ups, power weapons, scavenging, you got to get the job done. Give yourself those situational advantages, and that teamwork has to come through. Efficiency and objective is a big thing. You are not going to be able to overslay a team like FaZe very often, so you need to be efficient with your kills in these objective game types as well.
I think you got to win game 1. Simple as that. You ain't winning the series if you don't win game 1. If you're Fnatic here, if you can steal away game number 1, knowing that Slayer is there and another one at the end of the series, there's a chance. But game 1 for me is so vital for them, especially maybe with the opportunity to catch FaZe. Still waking up maybe a little bit in the morning, not quite on their P's and Q's. It is a massive opportunity.
I think it's also a pacing and a routing thing, right? If they can play this game at 110% speed the entire series and also take some maybe nerdy, non-traditional routes, kind of tick FaZe off a bit, that's probably how they're going to get under the skin. But I agree with Mark, game 1's going to be key.
Yeah, game 1 is definitely going to be key. And look, they've had some decent results so far in terms of their play yesterday. 3-0 against Chiefs, that's a pretty big statement. But then when it came to Acend, 3-1 unfortunately lost. So what does that kind of tell you about this team right now and how ready they are to take on a Titan like FaZe who, let's be honest, they're catching some fire right now?
I mean, the good thing is they've played some good teams. They've had a lot of practice throughout the day yesterday in order to get through that open bracket, so they've got reps on land. That's important. But in order to take down FaZe, you're going to have to play at the highest level you can possibly play at, and I'll be honest, we need to see some inconsistency out of FaZe for that upset to really happen.
Totally.
That is a question mark, though. Is FaZe going to consistently be able to play at the level that they did yesterday? If they are, they're going to find themselves potentially competing for the finals. If they're not, they could slip up and lose to a team as talented as Fnatic.
Yeah, indeed. In terms of FaZe, how are you feeling about how they are playing? I think they had a fantastic game against Optic, but was that how they want to play? Did they change things up to try and meet Optic and their kind of level of teamwork here? Are FaZe adaptable?
I think FaZe are adaptable, and I think that FaZe were, like I said earlier, disappointed with how that series ended up. There is so much to like about this new FaZe lineup, and it's amazing how much can change by just replacing one player. The chemistry all of a sudden is there, right? Nick enables the rest of this team to do what what they do best. You know, you've heard Spartan talking about Nick, what he thinks of him. He believes in King Nick's supremacy, as he always talks about. I've seen the meme 1,000 times from Tyler, but it just also creates space for the likes of Renegade. He puts himself in position for falcated to clean up that damage. He is a vital cog to this FaZe lineup, and I love watching them play at the moment.
Indeed, and talking about falcated, we need to talk about him a little bit more because he is our USMC service record. And this guy, I kind of gave him some love yesterday and called him a little bit overlooked, to be honest, because, you know, I think there's a lot of noise in some of the kind of rosters that he's on, but what an incredible player. What does he bring to this table?
I mean, just absolute consistency is what I think falcated is best at, right? When I think of falcated gameplay or his point of view, he never misses. He gets the kills he should. He's a difficult kill, and he's consistently filling in the gaps for his team. A very aggressive player in gunfights. Loves to take him. If he finds himself in one-on-ones, typically falcated is going to come out on top.
He is. He can do it, all of it. I've seen him being like a main slayer at times. The support is there. I think the brain power is there for sure. He knows exactly what he needs to do on the map. I don't think you want to ever count him out on set.
When I think of falcated, I just think this man's got a gunny. Like, it's what, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, you just don't want to see falcated as the player who comes around the corner when he's got first shot advantage, because he's gonna for you.
Yes.
Like, it is kind of almost gives me that Roy vibe, right? I don't see falcated losing those fights very often. He is just a menace in those 1v1s.
He certainly is a menace, that is for sure. What are we making also of Spartan at the moment? Obviously, Spartan, I think, has kind of taken a step back as the main slayer, and he's kind of filling in a little bit of a different role here. We saw Renegade popping off yesterday. Spartan, in terms of his stats, weren't the normal stats we would see out of Spartan this season. So what do you make of that transition for him, Brav?
Yeah, I think all we need to see from Spartan is just consistency, right? Because Spartan tends to be, over the years, a little bit of an up and down player, right? Both emotionally and in-game in terms of numbers. If Spartan can just find that consistency that he has found in the past, I think they'll do pretty well. But Clutch, I know you're thinking about some Spartan thoughts as well.
Absolutely. I think I wanted to talk about this. I think FaZe looked good against Optic, and I do not think Spartan played the best Spartan.
He said it himself.
He said it himself on
right
Twitter.
away after the series. He tweeted, "I was not playing my best."
I didn't even see that tweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, hey, Spartan not taking over the game. FaZe still having a lot of success against Optic. When Spartan starts to get in a groove and picks it up, which you know he eventually will this weekend, this FaZe roster could be winning this whole thing. I love the idea of Spartan getting it going and finding his rhythm, because if he plays a little bit better, they beat Optic Gaming yesterday.
Yep.
Well, I'll tell you what, he has a chance to redeem himself right now for his own personal sake, but I've got to say, lights out gameplay from this FaZe roster yesterday. Can they do the same to fnatic? We're heading over to our casters. It's Sherzi and Gaskin. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, welcome along. We've got FaZe up against fnatic. This one could be for a chance at second place and indeed a ticket to Worlds, but is this one just about FaZe keeping their tools sharp?
Yeah, I think FaZe is going to be looking at this one as a must-win, but also pretty much a guaranteed win with how confident they've been playing. But I'm sure fnatic will be set out to try and change that narrative, because you've got to look at what fnatic have done coming through that open bracket. So much confidence flowing through them. Sure, they had that disappointing loss to Acend off stream, but now is your chance to make up for that against one of the biggest and best teams in the game.
Let's take a look at the series layout then. Game 1 is going to be Strongholds Recharge, Live Fire Slayer Game 2, and Catalyst CTF. And then if we need them, we'll go a little bit further into the distance. But Recharge Strongholds Game 1, Dan, talk about the chances of these two teams.
I think Recharge Strongholds is going to be a really good game type here for FaZe. We saw Spartan get a 2.80 KD yesterday on this very game type against Acend. He was playing nuts, so keep an eye on Spartan. I'm sure he's going to be doing exactly the same, getting that shock rifle, getting in the face here of fnatic. On the side of fnatic though, I want to see what Skeptify can do. He has been the man to watch for fnatic for so long. Now is your time to shine.
All eyes on Skeptify and all eyes on this man, Spartan. Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway.
And already you can see Spartan looking to try and make a quick flank through gold so he can get into a nice position to get those angles so he can do the damage. And he's already responding to those cooldowns.
Spartan in pipes then. Slays come here and there. 2 go down for FaZe. Skeptify got control of A. Slides out. Will try and live the fight another day. Has done so successfully. Just going to give up A for the meantime.
Camouflage full suppressed. And you've always got a lot of responsibility on your shoulders when you do have that camo. Are you going to go for a quick capture, which is what he's gone for? Or do you go for a quick aggressive push to try and make yourself work? But unfortunately, in the end, he only is able to do a little bit of damage, and you can argue could have done better with that camo.
The desk are calling for some consistency from Spartan, but one man that's always been consistent is Renegade.
Renegade is an incredibly consistent player, and he's had, you know, a very difficult time leaving Cloud9, trying to find his place on a team, trying to find a team that he thinks is worthy of winning a world championship, because that's where Renegade wants to be. But what we saw yesterday for FaZe Clan is they look like they are not so far from that. An incredibly close series against Optic Gaming, but now they need to put it into fruition here. They need to make sure they're playing at their very best and beating teams like fnatic.
Score currently sitting at 22-0. Fnatic have had a very good start after a bitter disappointment, a bitter loss to Acend. They're looking to bounce back here against one of the best teams in the land.
And it's not easy. You look at the pool that they got part of. If you lose to Acend, suddenly you've got Fnatic and then you've got Optic Gaming. But to start with, I mean, A, B, and C in control. Fnatic are scoring. FaZe are somewhat struggling, it would seem, in these early moments. And I believe it's because Fnatic are keeping this quite fast-paced. FaZe have not been able to reset ever since that starting strategy.
FaZe unable to find the rhythm. Spartan backing down, 2 members of Fnatic to contend with. The last 2 standing, it would seem, 4 alive here. A and C in control, and FaZe will secure their first points of the game.
But now they've got control. Is this going to be a different matter? Are Fnatic going to have a successful attempt of being able to break the setup of FaZe? Renegade has the camouflage. He has a lot to work with. And, of course, he's got the communication from the rest of the team. There's a lot of responsibility for Suppressed with that shock rifle, I tell you.
On board with Spartan then. Eyes firmly set on B, helping his teammate here. Secures 1, make it 2 for Spartan. And if they can get him cooking and ahead of steam, FaZe will be up for a big surprise and perhaps a win that many of us expect.
It is a good push from Spartan, but again, he wanted to get away, he wanted to get around that corner. They're really trying to take this shock rifle off of Suppressed, and it's understandable because he can do so much damage from a distance. He can be the one to create that opening, but he finally goes down, and that is going to be bad news for Fnatic, because he was going to be the reason why maybe something could happen as Renegade picks up a big double.
And just like that, that lead that Fnatic had surmounted has been completely evaporated. And potential triple cap on the cards here is 65-54, and now FaZe are starting to find that rhythm.
This is the difference. This is the difference from a okay setup to a very strong and incredible setup now from FaZe. Fnatic off spawn, they are struggling to find any sort of room to actually break in here.
Renegade has won tournaments at Halo Infinite before. Now he would love to carry FaZe to their very first of the season. They've still got 2 strongholds here, A and B. They're losing C, but they will continue to score and they continue the pressure.
It means Fnatic have to go one of 2 routes, right? They can go through control, which is what they're aiming to do at the moment, or they can try and face Renegade. Try and take down the very core of this team with that shock rifle, but it's not going to be an easy task. And Renegade is manipulating the map very successfully to try and keep away from them.
2 down for Fnatic, make it 3. Killing spree for Renegade. We talk about big game players, and he's certainly one of them.
He is one of the biggest game players, and I think that this FaZe Clan roster, they needed that big game player, someone to really generate that extra bit of excitement for these other 3. And as FaZe Clan go further and further into this tournament, they are going to look more and more like potential winners, it has to be said. They have to overcome teams like Fnatic, and it looked a little bit worrying to begin with, but now we're starting to see what FaZe are capable of and what they did yesterday as well.
King Nick, last man standing, the latest addition to the team. He really is in the engine room, making this team tick. They seem a different beast ever since he's joined the squad.
At the moment, he's really just trying to escape everyone else with this shock rifle as well, and not well, it's as easy as that. 1, 2, 3, and the shock rifle goes through me. Now 148-71. Suddenly, Fnatic, they really need a strong setup similar to what they had at the start of the game.
148-73 then. FaZe Clan control A and B. Fnatic looking to influence that here and now. Over towards batteries, trying to get control of B, but Sparty slid in there and cleaned out the riffraff, but Arctic will take him down. But the damage has been done here. FaZe Clan are just heading into the clouds now as 3 go down for Fnatic once more.
Maybe a lot of pressure on Arctic as well. A new pickup for Fnatic. There's a lot of talk about who would they be picking up. What were the changes that was going to happen for this roster? They've been through so many different iterations, have Fnatic. It seems like they finally found something that is worth it, worth driving towards that World Championship. That's where they want to be. Top 12 is their aim, but if they are going to get there at the moment, they've got to try and do something here against FaZe.
A baptism of fire for Fnatic as they enter into the group of death. FaZe in there, Acend, the European champions, Optic, excuse me, champions elect for many people. They're expecting them to go on and win this competition. With A and B still in control, still continuing to score, Fnatic, this game is just starting to slip through their fingers.
I think Fnatic, realistically, they know it's going to be the elimination bracket where they start their championship run and the teams that they're going to be facing up against. But it's about where you land in that elimination bracket from Paul, as King Nick is still tearing through with his shock rifle.
The run finally comes to an end. Zero has the camouflage. They're trying to secure B. Success on this occasion. Two members of FaZe set up over towards bottom control. Two members in defending A. It's going to be an AC split here, but the Slay is starting to go in favor of Fnatic. It's all about whether they can hold C, and it looks as though they've just lost it in the meantime.
You can see in the player cam there as well, Neighbor, the coach. Everyone knows the name, and I'm sure he's going to be bringing a lot of experience, veteranship to this roster. He's been there, he's done it. He can explain all of the things that they need to do in those moments. But can they actually come back into this game now? This is a long road, 280 to 91. You need one of those setups where you can get a trip cap and then go back to the double cap, back to the triple cap again. And you're constantly putting your opposition team on the spawn side.
This hold has got to be strong. 2 down for FaZe, but also 2 for Fnatic. These next slays so important. 1 has gone in favor of the boys in red. Spartan then. He's going to secure A for his team. They're losing C, but happy to give it up to control B.
That's good rotations from Fnatic, recognizing A was definitely going down, but unfortunately they can't hold on to B. They were hoping off spawn they would be able to quickly kind of dive into B and contest it, but they weren't quite quick enough, and that means FaZe, they're going to be ticking up once more.
20 points is all that's required now for FaZe to close out game 1. Can Fnatic throw one more spanner in the works?
It's going to have to be a pretty big spanner. Because unfortunately, FaZe Clan have got this one locked down at the moment. You can see they're trying to make a push over towards A, but in the kill feed, you'll see plenty of trades going in favor of FaZe Clan, and those points, they are ticking up to 250.
Well, spanner or no spanner, shovel was required. They got nothing. Game 1. Go with the FaZe.
It was comfortable. It looked a little bit shaky to begin with, but it's exactly what the doctor ordered from FaZe. Get the job done. Get the first map on the board. Get rid of any sort of confidence that Fnatic may have had coming from that open bracket. And now FaZe will look to try and cruise through this series. As for Fnatic, plenty to learn from that one. They did things right, but then they did things wrong. And the things that went wrong, unfortunately, just meant that they couldn't really break those setups. They were trying to separate themselves a little bit too much with their pushes. But that's because they were forced to by a very solid FaZe Clan.
Talking about things that went right, looking across the board, the Slays very even on the side of FaZe. 15 apiece for Spartan, Renegade, and King Nick, respectively. And Falcade picking up 13. They're all singing from the same hymn sheet here.
I think that's what you've got to love about this FaZe roster, is everyone is playing a part, everyone is playing a role. They're not set to different structures of playing in a certain way. But it was King Nick who led the charge when it came to damage. And Renegade, I mean, we talk about him being that main slayer, that main guy who's going to be getting those kills, the least amount of damage, but he didn't have to do the damage. Everyone else was doing the work for him at times. He was kind of watching on with shock rifle at certain points in the game. But a very impressive first game for FaZe, and I think when you're a FaZe fan and you're going into a series like this, you kind of bite your nails a little bit in those opening moments against a team like Fnatic, but once you do start to get points on the board, you get control, you know full well what's going to happen.
And there was some nervy moments at the start of that game. Fnatic did get 50, 60, 70 points without reply, but then FaZe took over and Fnatic couldn't find a road back into the game.
And I think sometimes that can be a case of you haven't scrimmed this team that much, you're not sure what their starting strategy is going to be, you don't necessarily know how to answer their initial setup, but we saw what happened once FaZe got that break. Game 2 is going to be Slayer live fire, and if we learned anything from Game 1, you've got to keep those kind of precision sniper weapons away from FaZe Clan, otherwise they are going to be ripping heads.
You highlighted before the game, Renegade is a player that you really like. You talked about Septify. Did you see enough from Septify in that game to say there's some hope in this series?
It's tough because when you look in the early stages, I would say yes, they showed plenty of encouraging things that you could say going into a Slayer, they were winning individual fights. But are those individual fights going to be as reoccurring, happening enough to suggest they can actually get 50 kills would be my big question, because FaZe seem to be better at setting up, FaZe seem to be better at rotating around the map, but Fnatic can win those battles. They just need to keep the power weapons away from FaZe Clan here, and Septify maybe is going to be one of the main reasons for that.
Are Fnatic going to be able to find their way back into the series? If they're going to do so, it has to be here. This is their best chance.
Got to focus on that overshield all game long as well. You can't afford for it to just be a casting thought on the side. I spoke about Skeptify. I said you've got to keep those power weapons away, but unfortunately he just backs himself into a corner. And now this is exactly what you don't want to happen. You don't want Spartan getting this sniper rifle.
Wig wobbler in hands then. Eyes trained on overshield. Skeptify can almost smell the danger. Spidey senses are tingling. And you can see why. He doesn't even need to fire the second shot. It was surgical.
Knows exactly where to aim, where to have that reticle waiting. And it means that Renegade is rewarded with an overshield. And if there's the one man you don't want to be facing with extra shields, it's probably the one on your screen. He's going to be getting aggressive now, because not only has he got the overshield, he's also got the heat wave.
Cooks Arctic to the core. Fnatic are on the menu now. They need to find a way, they need to find an answer to this pressure, because they're going straight into the slaughterhouse.
Just keep an eye on how quickly FaZe collapse on their enemies. As soon as they have any sort of indication or of where people are, they very quickly will push, will take the numbers advantage and make sure they swoop up those kills as early as possible. They want a big gap to do FaZe. They want to ensure they can get a 5 to 6 kill lead in these early stages so they can constantly just play off of that.
There is a bit of breathing space. There is 4 kills. The clean wipe separating the two teams right now. FaZe Clan undoubtedly have had the better of it. Spartan had that sniper rifle, was able to find the face of 2. And if he's starting to hit his shots, he can be the real difference maker for this team. He can be that X factor.
I am curious to see just how FaZe are feeling about this one. Are they going to be het up? Are they going to be chilled? I guess an Astro listening with FaZe would be perfect right about now.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go green.
Yo, I'm gonna go bottom mid of pillars with the scatter.
Okay.
He's got next one, going to nest.
Yeah, and pillars.
Do nest.
Find pillars fast as I can. Find pillars fast as I can.
Shot the very nice. Shot on pillars. Fire.
Shot pillars. Shot pillars, guys. Alright, I'm living.
Yeah, you're gonna die.
Come here, guys. Wait, Don, I'm coming, bro.
He's right.
Come you down.
He's weak, Don. He's weak, then. Yeah, scatter. 3 bullets. 2 bullets.
Watch out, Red.
A5 mid.
One bottom mid. One out bottom mid.
A5 got me.
2 there, bottom mid. Flying at you.
Get up. Yeah, I'm getting the fuck out. They're chasing me.
Coming here, bro. I'm coming here. I'm back green here. I'm stuck back green, bro.
Probably going to bottom mid.
A5 right now.
Going to bottom mid.
Okay, I'm baiting. I'm grading.
I got bottom mid.
I'm baiting green.
We're gonna some pillars. Alright.
Back green on you guys.
Every still.
Got him. My fault.
Alright, get her.
Plat, nice. Good shot.
Hey, but.
Don't live, bro. I'm coming.
Tell me have shots.
Alright,
He's at me for some reason.
One shot. Nice. Good shit. I gotta live. Tower.
They're trying to nade it back.
Oh, pillars, I think, as well.
We should play up.
Yeah, nice. That's our...
Communication is so important. We know how Spartan likes to get loud when he hits shots, but there's a different side of him here. I'm seeing cool, calm, collected. It's measured. Their call-outs are clean. They're concise. And that is why we're seeing them pull away here with a significant lead.
Yeah, I think this is a chilled approach for FaZe Clan. There's no need to be kind of screaming at one another at the moment. Just focus on what's in front of you, get that W, and start to think about opponents that maybe are going to be those who you're contesting for top 4, top 3, and who knows, maybe even a championship with the way we saw FaZe playing yesterday. Fnatic is merely, for them anyway, a team they should be sweeping aside, but if Fnatic are going to make a difference here, if they are going to try and change the narration of that story, they need some sort of significant amount of kills to really make some sort of comeback, otherwise they're going to be stuck behind for quite some time.
This Fnatic roster has great potential. They landed in a pool full of monsters. FaZe Clan going down to Optic Gaming in a game 5 yesterday. They're looking to right some wrongs, looking to tighten up the ship, and they're looking damn good right now.
6 kills the difference. Overshield coming up once more. Suppress might have snuck in, and he does. This could be important. This could be that moment for Fnatic to really make a difference, but you've got to lead the charge if you've got the overshield, and the teammates have to be confident in your ability as well.
Has to be perfect here. They've lost the first kill though. Septify goes down. 2 members of Fnatic, and the overshield's almost being completely evaporated. Spartan fancies the fight. It's a 1v1, and the overshield is good for nothing.
Absolutely schmelted. And then cleaned up afterwards. And it comes to nothing really. The work they put in to try and grab that OV, it's still a 6-kill difference. It's still close enough, mind, that it is not out of the realms of possibility of a comeback for Fnatic. FaZe have to be careful. They need to be making sure they're still watching each other's backs.
No value from the overshield then. Renegade, top middle now. Eyes set on tower. He might have just bitten off more than he can chew. Somehow gets away. His teammates are there around him to support. Spartan and Falcated lock in too. Arctic tries to answer back and respond with the heat wave. Too much distance between them now, and a killjoy after Arctic was on a killing spree.
Great movement there from Renegade as well, just making sure he was hard to find, hard to hit, and in the end he gets behind enemy lines and cleans up that final kill. And all the while in that passage of play, it's an 11 kill difference now. 9 kills required for FaZe to make it 2-0 in this series. And unless we see maybe another overshield going in favor of Fnatic that really swings things, I think we're starting to look more likely that it will be 2-0.
It's a long road back here in this layer. Indeed, it's possibly the series. If Fnatic do not get their act together quick. 8 kills remaining, make it 7. And Septify and Arctic are in the respawn screen.
There's that overshield. Anyone? No. It's going to be easy for FaZe, and that probably just secures this game comfortably. No one to really contest the overshield. Spartan's also got a sniper rifle to work with as well. He's going to have some fun.
Backs away this time. Body shot didn't connect. Spike grenades hitting him after a very long time. Those spikers followed him all the way home. 6 kills required though for FaZe Clan to secure game 2.
Trying to make an angle at the moment is Spartan. Fnatic have done very well to at least deplete that overshield just by kind of cowering away a little bit, biding their time. They are sticking together to try and work with something, but unfortunately it's probably a thing they should have considered at the start of this game. Might just be a little bit too late with the holding hand system.
Body system not working here. Suppressed down to no shields. Down to no lives, it would seem. One more kill and FaZe Clan will double their series lead here. And there it is. Game 2 secured, it's in the books. FaZe Clan make easy and light work of Fnatic.
There's no real other way to put it, is there, unfortunately? It was easy, it was light work. There was no real challenge from the boys in orange and black. They didn't really have anything to go off at the start of the game like they did recharge Strongholds either. There is a clear golfing class difference between these two teams. To be expected, I guess, when you look at what Fnatic have done and they've come out of the open bracket, whereas FaZe are arguably one of our top 4 teams at this tournament. Is there a saving grace for Fnatic when you look at that series layout would be my question, but we'll have a look at it later as we look at the stats right now. Renegade with 14 kills. He had a field day. And even though King Nick has got 14 deaths, I think he was just playing hide and seek. He was trying to find those Fnatic members who were hiding around the corners, were trying to escape those kills.
There was a guy in the crowd there with a sword. I don't know if we can get security to take care of him. That has been GA'd. I don't know how you got that past. We'll have to get that taken care of. One thing I do know is FaZe taking care of business here.
I think that's what's impressive about this FaZe roster is they are all business. They're not laughing, they're not joking, they're not playing stupidly, they're playing smart. They want to get this job done, and they are clinical at the moment. You saw it with how they were prioritizing the overshield, with how they were playing around areas of the map to secure the sniper rifle as well. Even just simple things, picking up the repulsor so you have a way of getting out of a fight. Everything was on point here for FaZe.
FaZe have clocked in. They're going to work, and the shift is going pretty well here. On the cusp of a clean sweep of Fnatic, the open team hoping to come in here and just upset the status quo, but it's not gone their way.
There he is, it's GA, get it out of here, come on! Not allowed, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. He's got a mangler as well, I did see it in his back pocket.
No doubt about it.
The cheek of it. Catalyst capture the flag is going to be game number 3 then. And usually this is where I'd be like, you know, it's one of the newer game types. Yeah. Maybe Fnatic have a chance here. FaZe looked incredible on Catalyst capture the flag against Acend yesterday. And I do think they're going to try and wrap this one in emphatic fashion. But, and there will always be a but, Fnatic have always got that chance to try and come out the blocks hot like they did in that recharge game. If they can get one early cap, try and put FaZe kind of against the wall a little bit, maybe, just maybe, we can have a series on our hands.
So for Fnatic, is this just a case of trying to make this next game as ugly as possible, as scrap fest?
You make it as close to a Halloween movie as you can at this point. You want FaZe to feel uncomfortable. Don't allow them to have that structure. Tell you what, maybe just pick up the sword. It might help out. No, don't do that. I didn't mean it.
Take it back.
This is going to be FaZe trying to finish things off quickly. Watch out for a lot of flag pulls for them just trying to get this job done as fast as possible. FaZe want to just chill out now and think about their next game in the winners bracket.
on board with Falcate, then Lottie call him underrated, undervalued, but has he finally got himself a roster that can contend and win championships? With the current form they're in, who could bet against them?
Falcated is such a phenomenal player, and I think that those around him know what he's capable of, and those against him feel what he's capable of. And with this roster, the 4 that we see in front of us, at the start of Halo Infinite, you might have looked at it and thought, is that going to work? But boy, oh boy, have we realized this tournament, it definitely does. And they are going to disrupt everything that you may have thought is going to be comfortable for the likes of Optic Gaming, the likes of Sentinels in Cloud9 at this event.
Falcate has just walked onto Fnatic's flag. Barely had to shoot his gun in anger. Zero goes down. Septify. He's going to be the next point of contact here. He's got the skewer. He needs to hit the shot. Will not do so. Will try and scamper away. But no. He's cleaned up. And Arctic is the next one that can feel the wrath and is desperately trying to scamper away. But Fnatic has got the ball. They're on their heels here.
Very much just retreating into their base as their flag is currently being run. This is perfect play from FaZe. They pull the flag, they fight with the flag, and then Falcated is able to just force them back so that it is a comfortable cap and no one is going to be in your own base trying to fight you. That's one of the most difficult things about Catalyst Capture the Flag usually.
Playing Capture the Flag here, and I'll tell you something, it looks as though Fnatic want to be waving a white one, because the things we've just seen, we've seen Falcate hounding the members of Fnatic. They didn't want to fight, they didn't want to smoke.
It is very hard as a player when you come into these games, when you come into these series as the underdog and you get smashed around in the first 2, of not just thinking, okay, this is going to be a 3-0, let's just get it over with. It's always going to be there in the back of your mind. You've got to just try and dig deep, find something else, and sometimes you need one player to have that pop-off moment, a big double, a big triple, so you can get loud and you can find some momentum once more.
They need momentum. They need confidence. And it hasn't come in the first 2 games of the series. Can things change here as Falcate makes sure they will not be getting confidence from him? That much is for sure. Arctic caught unawares, that's 3, and Falcate is just having his way with them.
Just look how confident Falcated is walking around the map right now. It looks like he owns the place. He's got a deposit down, he's got a loan, it doesn't matter, he owns it and he's going to work with it as well. He doesn't even worry at the moment where his teammates are. He's trusting them that much that they will support him when he needs. And he is just going to bide his time and take individual fights when they come.
You talk about having a deposit down. He's the landlord of Catalyst right now, it would seem. And the price of rent seems to be your life. That's inflation nowadays.
Terrible times here on Catalyst. The rent is very dear, but Fnatic, they're having to pay the price as FaZe just seem to be comfortably walking around, walking into the base and leaving with the flag uncontested each time. Either this is down to one of 2 things. They are timing it perfectly by countering Fnatic's rotations, or it's just because they're outslaying them so hard, Fnatic don't really have a choice off of spawn.
This is so controlled, so measured. Fnatic are frantically trying to make a difference here, desperately trying to make the plays, but it's 3-0 in very little time at all.
Again, it's measured here from Spartan, even though only 1 member was left. Oh, blimey, okay, I wasn't expecting that one. I said 1 member was left, it was suppressed, but he has an extra little bit of power that makes him maybe just more than 1 person. 1 man and a skewer. That's a book I can see Richie Hines writing, but now he is going to be on a tear, and this is what I was talking about. You need someone to be doing something like this to give confidence to the team.
Can they secure the overshield? They've got the flag. Will their attentions turn towards it? King Nick making it really difficult though. He's cut away the numbers and Renegade's got that overshield. And no doubt he's going to have a massive influence on this next series of play.
Genuinely watching this game, it feels like I'm watching 4 versus 3 at times with how comfortable it looks for FaZe and the way they're running around the map. They've got the overshield, which sometimes is like having an extra player, but no contest from Fnatic. Unfortunately, on the kill feed, you can see 2 more members of Fnatic go down, make it a 3rd. The 4th is just another spawner, so this is going to be 4-0 for FaZe. Easy as you like.
Dominant. Absolutely clinical. FaZe clan are in no mood to give away games here.
And I wonder whether that is because of yesterday, how close they were to beating Optic Gaming and just how much that pissed them off. Are they going to go into the rest of this tournament now saying, we need to be better, we need to clutch up, we need to be more clinical, we can't afford to make mistakes, otherwise we will not win this tournament. We need to see this same kind of desire, passion, and structure out of FaZe for the rest of this tournament if they are going to win.
Was that Optic series just the fuel that they needed to drive them on here? Renegade with the flag in his hands once more, and he could be about to close out not only this game, but this series. He's just fumbled it at the last possible moment.
Now Renegade is just styling, trying to put on a show for everyone. The victory lap has already begun. And fnatic are probably just saying, just put that 5th flag in. Come on, let's get it over with. Let's maybe start playing against teams a similar caliber to us. Because even though I have so much respect for this fnatic roster, and especially what they've done throughout Open Bracket, it is clear FaZe are just one step above right now.
The cream has well and truly risen to the top here. And FaZe trying to prove they're one of the top dogs. Spartan running this flag once more, and it could be the last.
He's a little bit worried someone might be behind him. Their flag is also out at the moment, so FaZe have to think about this one. Overshield's going to be up, and Spartan's got the grapple, so he could very easily grab that one if he wants to. But with teammates going down, he needs to be finishing off those one-shots.
2 members in his sights of fnatic. Overshield's been popped. No, it hasn't. It's gone down. It's still bottom middle. But all the slaves are going against fnatic once more. King Nick getting the return here, and the overshield if he chooses to pick it up.
It is going to be a return for a return, so the game will last a little bit longer. And I guess, where do we think fnatic can end up? Can they get top 12? Can they get that world spot? Remember, FaZe, by winning this series, guarantee themselves a world spot at the very least. They'll be top 2 in their pool. As for fnatic, they will drop down into the elimination bracket. And that will mean they are going to have to face some very hot teams coming through elimination round 1. That they'll have to beat to try and get to top 12 themselves to secure that spot in Worlds.
fnatic had to run the gauntlet yesterday, all the way through the open bracket. But they have found FaZe Clan are a totally different beast. As Spartan goes down just at the final yards, and they're going to get a flag pull of their own, and Falcate recognizing that one's already gone.
There's still a little bit of life yet in fnatic, it would seem. They're not just allowing this one to go easily as a 5-0. They want to get one on the board at the very least. A consolation flag it may be, but it can still be a little bit of a confidence builder going into their next series a little bit later on. If you can say you got a couple of flags here against FaZe Clan, think about what you could do against an open team or another team that's in that elimination bracket. There we go. fnatic will put one on the board.
One secured, but is it to be little more than a consolation? As now FaZe and indeed Spartan start to move one more flag. The Slaves have got in their favor this time. 2 down, Jazero and Suppress have got to wait and hope and pray that their teammates can make an influence on the other side of the map. It's going to be Arctic who's made a difference here and stopped the flag in its tracks.
He does stop it, but he was the last point of defense. He was the last remaining player. Surely, as a member of FaZe, to just put this one home and make this 5-1 and make this a 3-0 sweep. It's going to be King Nick who picks it up off the back of the double kill. FaZe Clan make it 3-0. That was clinical.
FaZe Clan, cold-blooded killers here it would seem. Did not take it easy on the open team. They put them to the sword.
Always very difficult as the open team coming into a pool like this, having to play a team of this caliber, really. And perhaps before the tournament, when you look at what seeds you'd be potentially playing against if you were to come into a pool like this, you might think you have a chance, but FaZe are outplaying their current seed by far. You've got to think before this tournament, you go back to KC, you go back to Rally, FaZe were finishing top 8 at best. They weren't even pushing themselves into that top 6, that top 4 that really the organization deserves. We finally have a roster that really is shining here for FaZe Clan, and I'm sure fans around the world are going to be delighted.
Could we be looking at championship contenders here? With the way they handled that team with relative ease, and looking at the stats, Renegade, 21 kills, it jumps off the page.
Similar to how he played against Acend yesterday on Catalyst Capture the Flag, Renegade ran the show when it came to kills. But you have to look at what was happening around him, how Falcated was playing, how Falcated had so much confidence to just maneuver his way around the map, fearless at all times. And I think that would be a good way to describe that Series 4 phase, is they were fearless.
And unlike before when Renegade had even kills with the rest of his team but significantly less damage, this time he made sure he was far more effective on the map, and You speak about King Nick, you speak about how important he is to the team and how he's made them tick. But now all of a sudden, Renegade has that freedom that he needs. Confirmation then of how the series went. 250 to 108, Strongholds recharge, live fire Slayer, 50-37, and a 5-0 on capture the flag. A clean sweep, dominant.
5-1. Give them a flag at least. Come on, they fought so hard for it.
Oh,
it's one of those things. But now for Fnatic, it means they've lost to Acend, they've lost to FaZe. Likelihood the best they're going to finish in their pool is going to be 4th, so it's going to be a tough game. They would face someone who finished 3rd in their pool a little bit later, yada yada. As for FaZe, now they can watch on and see, well, how do Optic do here against Fnatic? There's still a tiny little hope that maybe things can change at the top, but Optic and FaZe are going to be your 2 teams realistically going through, have their Worlds qualification from this pool. I think that's what we all expected from this pool, and both teams have looked very impressive.
Well, FaZe have all but secured their ticket to Worlds. It's over to Lottie and the boys to break this one down.
Thank you so much, Shaz and Gaskin. And I said good morning earlier. I meant good afternoon, but I'm still waking up. I'm awake now.
Hey, first series of the day is always good morning. I don't care what time
It is true, right? It is true. But I tell you what, I have been woken up by the beast that is FaZe. That might have been the fastest series I've ever seen. I literally blinked and game 1 was over. I was like, hold on a second. I didn't even get a chance to get backstage and start watching it. I mean, what an incredible, incredible showing from FaZe. They are not slowing down anytime soon. And Clutch, my biggest question right now, when we look at a series like that, it is quick, it is over, Fnatic barely got a chance to breathe. What are the main differences here from these 2 teams? Because this is where you start to really see the different tier levels of Halo players and Halo rosters.
How much time do you got? Because if we're talking about the differences between these 2 teams, it's a long list of things. This
a lot longer than the series.
So good at just about everything in this series. I mean, the setups, the strategy, the individual skill, you name it, they played perfect to a T. And that's no disrespect to Fnatic, but they are continuously able to showcase that they are a world-class team, that they are very capable of going deep into this tournament, finding themselves champions, and it's play like that that will consistently be able to perform at that high level to find yourself such easy wins, and especially not to slip up along the way.
What I'm most upset about is that was supposed to be my lunch break.
Yeah,
and it was so fast I didn't get a chance.
Through a sandwich.
It was such a fast series, such a fast win from FaZe. I didn't get a chance to have lunch.
I know. I was watching and I was thinking, hold on a second. This is going to be over faster than you can chew that 1 bite that you took backstage. So
that was it.
It really was game over. We talked a little bit about Spartan before we headed into that series. What did you make of the gameplay on set from Spartan? You know, he wasn't happy with how he performed yesterday. You see him bouncing back this morning, a little bit more liveliness from this guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lovely series for him to feel comfortable in, right? Just to find that flow a little bit more, just to hit the shots you would expect him to hit. And Spartan, like Wes says, he's gonna at some point hit his stride. And you want it to be ideally on a Sunday, right? When the matches are their biggest and when the money is on the line. So I've got no worries about how Spartan's gonna play. I think yesterday was a bit up and down, but he knows what he's got to do on this lineup, and he played extremely well in that series too.
Very much so. There's nothing more to say about it, really, other than that was lights out, and I'm excited for more FaZe later on. So incredible job from both of our teams. Commiserations to Fnatic, of course, but don't worry, they'll be coming up very shortly. I have a funny feeling about that. Let's take a look at the pools right now to see exactly where we stand. We are coming to the end of pool play very soon, so let's see all the scores on the boards. You can see Pool A and Pool B are pretty much good to go in terms of our top couple of teams, but we do have Quadrnt actually trying to duke their way out against Oxygen Esports. And I did actually manage to hear that Quadrnt actually took a little bit of an L on their second map. It's 1-1, but apparently they were up a significant amount in the Slayer. What is going on, Quadrnt?
It's like I said, as soon as I start believing, I always know in the back of my head there's always going to be a little
twist.
To
bite you.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Quadrnt should take that serious. I'd be very surprised if we don't see Quadrnt ended up in second place in that pool overall. But if they don't win that series, that pool gets blown completely open again. So keep your eyes on Pool B. That is a very interesting one to watch for sure.
It is very interesting indeed. Clutch, you got any kind of thoughts, feelings about the pools right now as we are kind of drawing to a close very shortly?
No, I think we just got to focus on Acend and getting the job done against Fnatic. That's a big series for them. Coming out third in your pool is so important because, I mean, the strength of schedule you're going to have in that elimination bracket is going to be so much easier. Qualifying for Worlds is going to be so much easier if you are that third seed. If you're a fourth seed, you're going to have to play one of the third seeds for a top 12 spot, and that's where the talent's going to be. You're going to have to play an Acend or a Native Red or somebody like that, a Quadrnt, potentially, in order to get to Worlds, and that is a terrifying thought for a lot of these teams that have expectations to be at that World Championship.
I gotta say, there's a lot of terrifying thoughts going around as of late, especially in this Orlando Major, just in terms of how incredible our teams really are. It can be a toss-up at times. I'm excited to see who's going to be winning that one. But, folks, I'll be real with you. I did get a little bit confused earlier on about our match, and that's because we do have fnatic trying to bounce back once again on the main stage very shortly, but they're going up against Optic Gaming. This is going to be a huge test for these guys. So I'll tell you what, I'm excited to catch all of the action, but as you just saw on the main stage, FaZe were on fire yesterday, and today fnatic just fanned the flames, but we have another series to look forward to. Optic versus fnatic coming up right after the break.
The lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. Then can he finish the Renegade applying pressure right to the spawners. Oh, this is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets can just hold it. He misses the beat down, he snaps up. Wobbling them wings into the overkill.
Formal gets the sword now as a reward.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where batteries run down and get charged up again. Because now, Lovesac Sactionals can be upgraded with Stealth Tech and immersive surround sound by Harman Kardon hidden inside. Upgradable, washable, and guaranteed for life. Don't just hear it, feel it at a Lovesac showroom near you.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Orlando Major. You can see that Florida is looking pretty good, but it's looking even better inside here, the Orange County Convention Center. My goodness me, we have a crowd, we have tons of different stalls, the energy is just absolutely pumping, and I'm so excited because we have some epic matches coming our way on the main stage. You can see it setting up right now for our next one. Optic versus fnatic. fnatic have another chance to take a bite of this one. But I'll tell you what, biting into a green wall has never been pleasant, I don't think.
No.
It's a pretty difficult one to bite, I gotta say. But Gaskin, Jersey, Bravo, lovely to have you on the desk. Especially you two boys. I do love you though, Bravo. You're fantastic.
You know what, I'll just...
Yeah, honestly,
Yeah,
you can go eat your lunch. No.
No, after this, for sure.
But we did have you guys casting that last match, FaZe versus fnatic. And I kind of want to, talk about the matchup we have because this is going to be hard. fnatic just taking a heartbreaking loss, but Optic Gaming looking to capitalize on that kind of head that fnatic are kind of looking at the floor right now with. But, looking at Optic Gaming first and foremost, they're looking at this like, okay, this is kind of a bit of a walk in the park. We saw what FaZe can do to them. What can we do?
Yeah, they will be maybe looking at it as a little bit of a walk in the park, but at the same time, they need to be as business-minded as FaZe were. They need to take this seriously. They need to go for a 3-0. They need to be playing at the same kind of pace and speed that we saw FaZe, because you've got to match the other teams at your kind of standard, right? You've got to be setting the example. Otherwise, if you show any sort of weakness, that's when other teams start to really be keeping a keen eye on you throughout that tournament, thinking, oh, okay, well, if they're dropping a game here, maybe we can take that game from them. Yeah, very much so. And I got to say, yesterday, Optic won a game 5 against FaZe, something that we've been wanting on LAN from these guys for a while now. But not only did they beat the roster, they actually did it in an unseemingly winnable manner, which was in that Slayer when Renegade was popping off. They had a significant lead in that final Slayer, and suddenly Optic managed to control the madness, turn it around in their favor. Jersey, talk about those moments and really, for you, why this team are so good right now.
Yeah, well, there's been doubt, hasn't there, in the game 5 situations, whether this Optic team can actually clutch up and ice up, and for the first time in a long time, you've actually seen them do it against another top roster. This FaZe team is not to be trifled with. They're a real problem for any of these top teams, so for Optic to be able to overcome that hurdle is a big, big thing for them.
A really, really big thing. I'll tell you what, though, we have a little extra special graphic for everyone. We have a head-to-head, but it's not the normal head-to-head that we would usually have. It's actually for the same teammates. We have Lucid versus Trippy here, and that's because obviously Lucid, the known main Slayer, and in terms of what he can do for this squad is just unbelievable. He hits his shots, but he does it in the most flashy way possible. But someone who's also joining that kind of caliber of team player is Trippy. He's been insane. He is, his gameplay, you can't honestly deny how good this guy has gotten, the growth he's had this season. I mean,
we've been talking about it ever since really as we approached Anaheim. It felt like Trippy is getting better and better. And if you keep an eye on his Twitter as well, this man is dedicated to excellence, right? In and out of the game in terms of fitness, nutrition. This man is dialed and his gameplay is right there with it. It feels like he has gotten better and better. And it's crazy to call him the most improved because oftentimes that can indicate that someone maybe came from a place of lesser skill or an earlier start. That's not the case. Trippy just keeps getting better and better as the season goes on. I think he's a big reason why Optic has also looked better and better.
Indeed, and in terms of getting better, what has he done? What is the conversion for Trippy as a player? His stats are obviously out there, but what is it about him that's really bringing that star quality to the squad?
I think that Trippy is very aware of where he needs to be on the map and what he needs to be doing to help the rest of the team. He's very unselfish. I think that you need players like that, and he's constantly looking to improve in those areas as well. Constantly thinking about, all right, what can I do different that, it's gonna break the meta? How can I be in maybe some angles that people aren't expecting? How can I surprise others, but also be supporting my team at the same time? Trippy's always trying to think outside of the box. I think that's what makes him so impressive.
Indeed, I also think the fact that this team are able to juggle power weapons to one another with absolute ease, there is no issue of trust there whatsoever. We see oftentimes Trippy has just suddenly got a double kill with the sniper on lifeline. You're like, hold on a second, wait, I thought Formal just had it. It's like, no, just getting tossed off to the teammate, no worries at all. And, that's pretty exceptional in itself. So I think having such powerhouses on this Optic roster who know what they want to do shows it's really hard to try and combat.
Yeah, I think the chemistry in this team has just gone from strength to strength. They could have very easily made changes when things weren't going their way. When they got that loss, that heartbreaking loss to Sentinels in Kansas City, they could have had a knee-jerk reaction and went off and made a team change, but they stuck to it. And now we're seeing that they're starting to reap the rewards. 2 online tournament victories, but now it's the question mark of can they do it on LAN and can they do it when it matters most?
Indeed, can they do it when it matters most? Well, this is just a stepping stone in that direction. But on the other side, somebody who's trying to take that path away is definitely fnatic. And I got to say, even though they did lose and fall short to FaZe earlier on, this is, you know, still in for them. Like, they're not going to have their heads down that much, right, Rob? They're going to be looking at this like, okay, this is a challenge, but we need to step it up right now. We've had a bit of a warm-up. What can we do against Optic?
Yeah, I think hopefully you look at that match that they had against FaZe, and they need to look at that. Actually, both of these really has nothing to lose, right? Bring what you have to the table just because you're playing up against the world's best, and still in pool play here, everything to play for. I do think, though, that there's a real threat to my lunch once again. If we see a fast 3-0 from Optic Gaming, I still might not be able to have lunch.
I think the expectation on this roster is that they were going to come in here and it was going to be pretty tough for them to get any sort of result. They're playing against the European champions and 2 of the top teams, 2 of the top rosters. I think I'm sort of disappointed in this team because way back when the game started, we talked to one of the head guys of fnatic, and they spoke about how they didn't pick up the now Acend team because they didn't want to be a big fish in a little pond. But now they find themselves, you know, surrounded by beasts, and they're just, you know, they're prey here in these series. And I really feel like they need to put together some sort of form, get something working, because I don't want to be coming in here and saying I think this team's going to be a 3-0. I want fnatic to be able to be competitive.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that, to be honest. And what is it that they need to do? What do they have to switch up here? You know, we saw a flag going in on Catalyst CTF earlier on. Hey, we love that. We love a little bit of a bounce back. But, you know, what led to that flag? Were they doing something right? Was it more on the side of FaZe, just kind of, you know, not really kind of caring at that point?
I mean, actually, Renegade tried to do some grapple play with the flag, and in the end, he didn't get it across. 3 of them died, and then they got a counter cap because of it.
So he was having fun.
FaZe did try and style on them a little bit, and maybe they just let the ball drop ever so slightly. But, you know, I don't want to take too much away from fnatic. We still have to focus on how impressive their open bracket run has been.
Yes.
They've beaten teams that would have loved to be in this position and be in pool play. I think the key thing is keeping this roster, trying to solidify that top 12 this tournament so you get your place in Worlds, and then practice in the weeks to come so that you can actually be a genuine threat when the World Championships come around, not just a team that people are looking at as a stepping stone, like you say.
Indeed. And what do you want them to practice on? You know, you've seen them right now against FaZe, who also are slightly under practice when you consider what they've been through and picking up at all sorts of different things and team changes. So in terms of fnatic, you know, what are the big things here?
It's their ability to break setups. That's where they really struggled. You saw that in the early stages of Recharge Strongholds in the previous series. They did all right in the early stages when they had the kills, when they had the setup, they were doing okay. But as soon as they lost that setup, they couldn't break through FaZe whatsoever. They didn't really have, you know, the plays in the playbook, as it were. They were trying to do things separately. They need to be doing things as a unit. And that just comes with practice. That just comes with chemistry sometimes.
I think what they were doing was handing the initiative over to these bigger teams, almost like the expectation on them is to lose. So they were letting the other teams dictate the pace, letting them be the ones that were aggressive at all times. And I think what they need to do is be a little bit more confident. They're just 4 more players across the screen from you. They die in the same amount of shots, so start playing your own game.
Yeah. I also think, especially when you look at the caliber and the speed of the players on fnatic, these players know how to play this game fast, right?
Absolutely.
They can be obnoxious. They can take Ryan Noob-esque routes. They can get, as we hope to see them do against FaZe Clan, get under your skin a bit. I don't think we're seeing them play with that confidence that Sergi mentioned. Maybe they can find it, though, in this series.
In terms of confidence, that's one thing, but teamwork is another, and we know that Optic's teamwork is honestly some of the best that we have in the season. When it comes to this teamwork and how fnatic are going to have to try and combat that, do you think they have what it takes to be able to be that tight-knit, that close unit with all the trust in the world going up against, you know, a powerhouse like Green Wall?
I think it's going to take someone saying similar things to that Andy's just said. Someone needs to be, and it's going to be Neighbor, right? He's going to be coaching them, saying, why are we playing scared? Why are we fearing those 4 players that are across from us? Instead, let's play with the confidence we have in online games previously. Let's pretend we're the better team here. Because otherwise, if you start thinking about, oh, well, I'm going against this player, he's the best in the world, maybe I shouldn't take this fight. Believe in yourself. Believe in your team. I think it is so much about belief with this squad that they've just really got to focus on that for this next series.
Okay, and talk about focusing. I kind of want to know from your opinions, you know, who can we focus on fnatic? Who needs to either step up? Who needs to have a great game? Is there an X factor here?
I think Super CC has to be that player for them to drag them forward. I think he was very, very quiet in that FaZe game, almost anonymous. I think he's a player that needs to step up big for them here.
Okay, Super CC, I love that. And on the side of Optic, who needs to really start just getting it together, bro? My goodness me, we waited so long for some of these players to just play the best damn Halo ever. So who really needs to start to perform here?
Start to perform? I don't know. I think we saw some of the best out of Optic Gaming last night, so it's hard for me to say who needs to start to step up. I guess if I'd have to say one thing about Optic Gaming that is my top of mind for me over the course of the weekend is Lucid essentially goes like 22-9 every game, and they're doing really well. I want this Optic Gaming team to be in a place where they don't need Lucid to go 22-9 every game, right? And keep in mind, all the other players are having great stats as well. He's not the only one on an island having great games. They're all firing on all cylinders, but I would love to see, and I think a lot of the Green Wall fans would love to see a world where Optic Gaming is not reliant on Lucid. I don't think the players are, but I think they need to get, if they want to get to World Championship form, I think we need to see a world where any of them can pop off.
I agree, and I think we're seeing that with Trippy kind of stepping up as well and kind of meet the same stats as Lucid, and we see it pretty much with every single player. And by the way, chat, don't worry, it's called a joke. It's sarcasm. Yeah, anyway, whatever. But we're going to actually jump into a little bit of action while we're waiting for things to get ready on the main stage, and it is that Quadrnt versus Oxygen Esports, and the fact that it is now going the opposite way of what I honestly would have thought here. Oxygen up 2-1 in the series. Gaskin, let's get this TriCast started.
I mean, this is a huge shame if Quadrnt were to throw this one away. They were second in their pool. All they have to do is beat Oxygen, and they are guaranteed a place at the World Championships.
I would like to go on record as to apologize, as I said, Super CC. I don't know, just want to let everybody know I'm an idiot, and it's actually suppressed that I wanted to have a good series. But yeah,
okay.
Different players actually. Yeah, starting with S, I'm just an idiot, and letters and stuff sort of confuse me. But having a look at this series, Quadrnt need to bounce back here because they're losing 2-1 in the series, and they want to have a bigger and better run. This is one of the open teams, of course.
I was hearing that Quadrnt were up in a Slayer as well in game 2 by 10 kills, and they threw it away. Oxygen were able to come back into the mix.
There's been a lot of that in the open pit. You might have also heard Shopify Rebellion up, I think, 30-17 in their game 5. They ended up losing 45-44, so lots of big Slayer comebacks coming in already in day number 2.
Shad then, can he be the difference maker for his team? They're ahead here. They're trying to push this one to a game 5. Quadrnt have done all of the hard work already in this pool. To let it slip here would be criminal.
And of course, it wouldn't mean they are definitely not going to finish top 2 if they were to lose this series. It would just mean that they have to hope results go their way elsewhere, right? And that's when you start to think about tiebreakers and all of that nonsense. You've got to get it done here. If you are Quadrnt, you've got to make sure you're winning these kind of games. Sure, if you go to a game 5, it's going to be a little bit nervy, but you've just got to now try and focus on what you're good at. And Quadrnt are good at playing a fast-paced style, and they need to do that here on King of the Hill.
It's important that Quadrnt are in control of their own fate and their own destiny. They lose this series here, you don't want to be relying on other teams to do you a favor. And they have to step up here against Oxygen, and Chick is trying to do that right here, right now, as he descends on this hill. But it's going to be 2-2, and all of a sudden, maybe nerves will start to creep in for Quadrnt.
Talk about superstars. Chick right now 17-9 in this game. Take a look at the stats on the rest of the board. No one else really even near what he's doing in this game. And 2-2 though. He's going to need to dig deep if he wants to get his team through this one.
What can Collect do though? Throwing a few grenades up. Nothing connects this time. SLG's at the respawn screen. Urix. Eyes trained, but Collect hitting those shots that he needs to, and rockets are about to pop up also.
Collect is so good, and I think Oxygen will be counting their lucky stars that they did pick up this man. And I tell you what, having him on this roster has made Oxygen look so good. But now we've got this game, it's 2-2, it's the bottom middle hill. So many times on Streets King of the Hill, this bottom middle hill just becomes a, oh well, let's just try and delay it. Let's get extra time, let's try and win this game just off the clock. But when you're tied 2-2, suddenly this bottom hill could be the winning hill.
The bottom middle mosh pit. Who's going to come out on top? Nemesis picked up 2 kills in the feed here. Chick and Urix, the last 2 on their team, standing. Urix has gotten 1. That's going to be so important. He's done that all tournament long. When they're down in numbers, he's made sure they level it out.
And it's not just Quadrnt's fate that rides on this series as well. You've got to imagine if they win this, they secure their world spot. That means that you're also going to probably guarantee another world spot for another European team through play-ins. The likes of Na'Vi will be looking at this. The likes of J-Lings will be looking at this saying, well, if Quadrnt have already guaranteed it, that means we have an extra chance through play-ins just based off our performance at this tournament.
I think there's currently potentially 6. If everything works out the way that Europe wants it, 6 European teams could actually make it to Worlds.
A lot of teams still in the running. A lot of Destiny still to be decided here. A lot of Halo to be played. Nemesis with the Bulldog, looking to be a thorn, looking to throw the spanner in the works here. And Rain on the Quadrnt parade.
If you're Chick, I mean, now you're 21-11 double positive. You're wondering how on earth is his game tied 2-2 with the numbers that he's putting up. So far, some good pressure, and Oxygen, look at this last hill, slowly inching up.
And it's SLG your eyes have to turn to. The big game player. He has not shown up here. Perhaps they thought this series was going to be a little bit easier. And Nemesis,
oh boy,
puts 2 in the grave. Collect will put the 3rd one in. And now Oxygen are very, very close to securing their 3rd hill.
Yeah, that was temporarily 4 dead there for Quadrnt, and they're not going to be able to stop this one. Oxygen find themselves 1 point away from beating Quadrnt and giving themselves such a good chance of finishing 2nd in this group and potentially getting that world spot. How incredible would that be? An open run to a world spot.
Unbelievable here. That was 2 dead off of the rotation as well for the side of Quadrnt, as those kills will be traded out. 55 seconds on the game clock. Keep in mind that clock will freeze every time the hill's occupied.
Shad has just stepped out, and that's good news for Oxygen, as it will eat away at that clock. Not a lot left, as Bravo says. They've got to keep men, got to keep bodies in the hill. Collect, trying to be a bastion, trying to defend it. 3 go down for Oxygen. Is this the opportunity for Quadrnt then?
It has to be. This is where we need to see them step up. I spoke about it yesterday on the Bravo stream when Quadrnt were playing. I always hear excuses from some of these European teams. It comes down to these final moments. You can't afford to let them slip. Otherwise, it's going to be yet another series where you're kicking yourself, saying, I wish we'd done this, I wish we'd done that. Get this point on the board, take it at 3-3.
The tale as old as time with Europe.
Oh,
they get themselves so close, but they're so far. There's always excuses to be made. They're 3 dead here. There's only 40 seconds remaining.
That's 4 dead. Look at the timing. They knew they had the time. It was a perfectly calculated push coming out of Tram. They really took their time. They took the B-stairs routes and into tires, and they will now gain control, and they're scoring once again.
Yeah, Oxygen choosing to score, not choosing to play time. They want to get this done. They want their 4th point. They're not saying, let's just slay. They feel like they can actually do this with this setup right here, right now.
Will it be high risk? But will it bear reward? Will it have some fruit at the end of it? They've still got full control. And Quadrnt are 3 dead here. Chick and SLG have got to have an influence if they're going to stop this hill. But Collect's keeping them at arm's length with that Stalker rifle.
They have one last push here, do Quadrnt, otherwise Oxygen are going to take this series. They are going to have one last chance, they are going to push in, but the final point ticks over, and Oxygen Esports have taken down Quadrnt to give themselves a chance of top 2 in this pool, and potentially a world's spot.
Wow.
That is honestly insane to me. I am quite shocked about that, to be perfectly honest with you, in terms of Quadrnt. A very strange kind of downtrend after that first map, obviously choking a little bit in that Slayer and suddenly, you know, snowballing out of control there. But Oxygen just showing up when it matters most. And I really do think that addition of Collect is really what has been rebounding this team forward.
And suddenly that's all eyes on Native Red, who have been given a lifeline to potentially get a world spot as well, depending on what would happen in the result between them and Oxygen. Excuse me if I'm wrong, I don't think they've played each other yet. They may be playing later, they may have already played when I was casting the other game. But this group has suddenly just got blown wide open by that result, and Quadrnt and the rest of Europe are going to be kicking themselves.
I mean, look at what that result does, right? With a win there, Quadrnt goes 3-1, and then you have Oxygen going 1-2. Instead, Quadrnt's now 2-2, and Oxygen's 2-1. Like you said, blew the group wide open.
And quickly, before we head into this next bit of action we have on our screens, Oxygen, they actually will go up against Optic if Optic do manage to win this series in the winners' quarters. So that's going to be a very tall order indeed. But we've got G2 Esports versus TSS, and it's 2-0 in this series, and we're on Catalyst CTF.
It's all going according to plan here for G2. 2-0 up in the game, 2 up in the series. TSS just don't seem to have enough here to stop the pressure that G2 have been putting down. A triple kill for Sab. It doesn't stop there. TSS have gotten themselves back into the game though, 2-1, an opportunity.
The victory here will guarantee G2's spot as top 2 as well. When they looked at this group, they had Na'Vi in there, and maybe with the lack of practice that G2 have had coming into the event, they might have been a little bit nervous about those games, but they have shown up here on LAN. They have made sure they've won the games that they are supposed to, and I think second place is going to be more than enough for them. They will be chuffed with that they can go into that winner's bracket, that they will guarantee their world spot. Because when you think of Barcode being added to the squad, the hardships they've had with the lack of practice, it would have just been about getting top 12 for this roster.
Great move from Sab there to grapple right in. He's going to fly right in the back of the base as well. And I got to say, it is amazing to have the HCS Red Zone here at the desk as always. Big shout out to the entire HCS broadcast team, everyone at Esports Engine for giving us an opportunity to catch matches all across the venue while we wait for the main stage to get started. It's pretty fantastic to have non-stop Halo on your screens.
Gaskin highlighted Barcode The stats on the board, 12, 4, and 4. He is having an influence after having some passport issues, spending 3 months without practice, without being able to play with his team. And they have come out swinging in pool play. And none more so than him. Sab, already seen what he could do for the team. 2-1 the score remains, but now time will start to play a factor. 3 minutes on the clock.
I really do think that G2 are going to be one of those rosters that will shake things up when Worlds comes around, because they may not have the practice at this event, but you better believe they can have practice when it comes to Worlds.
Absolutely, and I think a lot of people were not expecting them to get that top 6 at the Super. They did secure that. See if they can build off the momentum of that. Would be pretty big in their trip to Worlds.
Acend went in that momentous run through the open bracket. Now we would love to upset some of the top teams. It hasn't gone according to plan thus far. Still time to change that narrative though. A couple of shots down from him. Got 2 members of G2 in his sights. Gilkey, back base. Not going to be able to survive though. His straight stick as he drops down straight into the crosshairs, and Ace puts him away.
2:15 left on the clock here. 2 dead for G2 as well. Still a pretty close game here. TSS could certainly try to send this series a distance, but it sounds like we're going to get more on that. If you want to catch the end of that, of course, you go to Stream C, but I think we're getting ready for some main stage stuff here, Lot.
I think we are. I think we're just about ready to go, making sure everything is set up, good to go for all of the players as well. But we do have, of course, Optic versus Fnatic happening on the main stage, on the main stream. I'm very excited about this one. I kind of want to see what Fnatic still have left in the tank. And Optic, where they're feeling right now, going up against Fnatic, how is the start of their day 2 going to go? We'll find out very shortly. We're going to head on over to our casters. We got Walshy and Golden Boy on the mics. Make some noise, people.
Yeah, make some noise. You serious? Thank you.
They're like, we heard her. We just don't want to make noise for you too.
Yeah, it's like, come on,
get them riled up.
Make me feel good. Make me feel all warm and fuzzy in my tum-tum. Anyway, all right, well, we got ourselves Optic versus Fnatic. And, you know, Dave, we just saw the FaZe game, and I think Gaskin brought up something very poignant on the desk. He's very good at that. It's a word that was in the back of my head this whole time. I looked up Webster's.
He was like, real quick for all of us. Never mind, I won't bring it in.
X. Anyway, but what he said was, for this game, you really have to see how Optic do versus FaZe. Because look, Fnatic, this is a new squad. Obviously, these players have played together in different games in the past. They have a lot of experience with one another. But this is going to be a tough game for Fnatic, no doubt about it. But for Optic, it's about how good you're going to look, especially after that banger of a matchup that they had against FaZe yesterday.
Yeah, generally, like we always look at those score lines, and we've said before, there's a big difference between winning something 3-0 and like dominating 3-0.
Exactly.
And how, what's the differential in those objectives, in those Slayer games. And that really is what Optic would like to do to set the tone for today.
Yeah, but on the flip side, if you're Fnatic, you have one of the greatest opportunities of all time. If you are able to catch a sleeping dog in Optic Gaming off guard here and walk away with a win.
Yeah.
How huge that would be.
I mean, Fnatic got thrown in the gauntlet. All these open bracket teams are just thrown right in this gauntlet against these top dual play or pro teams, and they play them back to back to back. So if anything that Fnatic has going for them right now is they're warm. They know what it's like to play with stakes on the line. They've played a couple matches already today, and they're going to play just more and more. And so they are ready to go, whereas no matter what you do on the Optic side, you can't replicate a tournament match. You can go back there and scrim all you want in the pro lounge, but you cannot replicate stakes on the line.
Yeah, but even with that great start from Fnatic, it is going to be a ball grab by Optic, as well as the overshield for Trippy to boot here. So no one really going to be looking to get involved in this fight here with Trippy. And if anything, it seems like Fnatic are going to try and see if they can handle business on other sides of the map. But Trippy knows this, and this is a great read to just come across, help out his teammate at tower. He'll be able to clean up some press rather easily, or he'll have the help to be able to take this fight as well. Arctic goes down. That's a double kill for Trippy. Of course, he's taking every single nade that the UNSC can throw at him here, but so far, so good for Optic's member as he challenges back tower. Another clean kill for him there as well.
And I loved how he just slid right through that grenade and said, I don't care if I have a sliver of OS right now. I know I can take this hit and just get this finish from the kill. He realized that his sliver of OS was going to disappear shortly anyways.
Now, here's an interesting thing, right? And this was something Bravo had noticed on the desk that is another great point here is how do you break this setup, especially when you have Formal with a heat wave and a sniper. I mean, he's just got all the toys available to him, and he gets a pretty no-scope on Jazero there. Try again, buddy.
Ooh. Just great slays, great rotation there from Optic, doing everything right. Any single time the Fnatic members were pressuring the ball, they brought up towards tower, and just like that, not even just checking these corners. I feel like all these members on Fnatic right now are kind of in like these do or die scenarios. They either challenge a fight and they feel like they can win that, so they'll go for it, or if they feel like they can't get it, they're kind of just like, all right, I'll go focus on something else. I felt like you noticed that when Trippy had the overshield. Nobody's willing to lay down those shots and force a fight on Trippy. Instead, they were just all in runaway mode.
Yeah, they were just looking to handle business on other sides of the map because they know that that is essentially, that at the very least could be their particular win condition here. But with Optic getting yet another overshield and just this insane map control, it's very hard to break this, Dave.
So impressive with that ball rotation as well. They moved off a tower, got the overshield, and said, all right, we likely can't hold tower and this overshield area, and they just bring the ball with them over towards tunnel or towards overshield side and rotate it all the way to garage.
Yeah, and then they also have that option to dump it off to the side of B if they want. But, I mean, with the way that Optic are playing here, I think they're just more than happy with Fnatic just kind of hitting their heads against the wall here. That wall, of course, is going to be formal. He's been crushing it this game so far at 9-2 as far as kills and deaths are concerned. Make that 3, kind of curse. I'm sorry, Matt. But doesn't matter, though, because they'll play that ball. They dump it over to the side, and the onus is going to be on Fnatic again to have to try and just get a setup going here when they've struggled.
Yeah, they finally got some slays, but they still don't have this ball in a safe location. And just like that, oh my God, Lucid reads the scenario, sends that grenade back and gets the kill on Arctic.
If he got away with that one, that would have been like a crime somewhere in some country. That was just not even fair. That being said, though, ball's going to be out in no man's land. Chizero, he's got to handle business down low. You know exactly where the player's going to be located in garage window. Continue to linger about. And I like kind of what I'm seeing here. They're just waiting. They're kind of waiting for Fnatic to make this move.
Yeah, what Optic does in a scenario like this is they go for one of two plays. They bait the ball and go for that kill, or if they realize the ball carrier grabs it and not quite in vision, they instantly take over a powerful position and secure a kill elsewhere while they have a numbers advantage.
So far, it is so good. 89-14. Trippy's going to bring this one down low. He got the call that the rotation was happening over toward B side, and he got teammates to be able to get those kills. You only need a few more points remaining here. Oh, from out of nowhere, though, Chizero manages to stop him, but he's going to be a little weakened out of this one. And you also got another overshield pickup for Optic. You simply cannot hope to win these rounds if you're not picking up those power items. So much that Fnatic have to worry about with the slays from Optic Gaming, with the power items from Optic Gaming. Only 5 seconds remaining. APG has all the shields he could need, and that is going to be a round for the green ball.
Pillar in front of you, APG.
He didn't need it.
You didn't even need it. Could just looked him dead in the eyes and said, shoot me. I don't care.
That actually would have been the Giga Chad play right there.
I would have done something like that.
Just look him right in the eyes.
At least I'd like to think I would have done something like that back in the day.
Yeah, you probably would have. All right, well, we're back at it again here. Similar start, but unfortunately for Fnatic, not the same result. They started off in the first round actually quite strong, getting a few frags early on. But this time around, it is going to be Optic Gaming who gets the better of them, Dave.
Yeah, and one thing that's really impressive about Optic, as we've talked time and time again, is how well they are rotating that ball. So actually, I want to go to Astro listening with Optic and hear how they're communicating.
Pretty hard. Two guys on dummies, 2 good dummies.
Nice shit, Tommy.
And Ana's right?
Cuts. Top center.
Back A. Absolute on me. Absolute back A. Absolute back A. 2 dead.
He's dead. 3 dead.
Last guy in A.
Yeah, he's just window. Sitting here.
Pushing him. We're pushing him as well. Try not to die to him.
Shot. Don't die. We're all gonna be cuts and shit. I spawn nets.
Yeah. Just push out.
Alright.
We can get a lot of time
behind
here.
these guys. I'm behind one.
Yeah. They're coming, it looks like a west maybe?
Tires and
top center. You're gonna be top center.
Top center.
Nice.
Top center. 2 more tires, top center. Let's do.
They're going dice, I think.
One's doing nest bridge.
We still have guys. We still have snipe. Try and live.
Top nest.
Yeah, looking at Joey. Yo, move that ball.
Joey's on it, Matt. Yep.
Absolutely. Here, no, pillars.
Yo, it's, one guy.
There's absolute.
2 dead.
One shot sneaky. One shot
coming
sneaky.
to you.
Sneaky.
Nice, 3 dead. Where's that guy?
I'm gonna push down.
Behind me.
Hear that?
Good eyes.
You're good.
One shot.
Nice.
Oh, God, Nate got me, wow.
Oh, good.
Both are down there, too.
Yeah, they're gonna be nest bridge. Yo, pillars.
We're trying to see. Yeah, went back bottom center.
And nest, top nest.
Might be able to go back in garage and spawn here.
Yeah.
We're rotating ball to garage. We're rotating ball.
Time close.
We got
Play bottom mid, Joey.
Yeah. Sneaky. Got him.
Nice, but 3 and 3.
Play bottom. Yep.
Oh, what's in 10? You went 8 plat maybe?
Hey, but.
Oh, bottom.
Very weak bottom. Dead, nice. At this point, you're on.
Bottom mid.
All right, back to get OS. We
one guy's screen. One shot pit. He went back to A plat. He went back to A plat.
tires.
Nice, Matt.
I'm the last guy.
Looking. He might whip on center. We're not sure. No, he cuts. Nice shot, Matt.
Nice. One more bottom mid still. So
I'm watching big door. I'm watching big door.
yeah, I'm big door with you. Matt, you can try and go there.
The calm in the calls from Optic. They even made a call at one point. I think Lucid even said they're getting desperate, and you can see that, right? Really, a lot of solo pushes, kind of putting it like lemmings, right? As they just keep going, banging their head against the brick wall. That's Optic.
Yeah, every single time you heard on the Optic comp where they were going with the ball, when they had confidence that they could scrap up a large chunk of time, you hear Lunchbox calling out, you hear Lucid calling out, and you just notice they're always a step ahead. They knew that they were, for example, when they had the ball over at green, they saw those players at Nest. They can't clear that out. They got ready to rotate garage and realized, all right, can't hold the garage. Let's go back towards bottom center. They always felt like they knew where the next step was with the ball. It wasn't just bring the ball here, hold static, and hold your ground. It's bring the ball here, what's next step?
All right, but starting to get fnatic, putting some points on the board. Granted, that ball is going to be out in the middle, wide open territory once again. Arctic has to go and help out his teammate here, but he manages to do so. Has a few that he has to worry about by tower. As soon as he pokes his head, though, he's going to be met by a sniper shot from Formal. 76-14. It has been a bit of a bloodbath for fnatic here, so they need to find something, and they have to find it now, but they have to break this setup. And as Formal continues to linger up top tower, he's got eyes all over the map. Ball player's going to be tucked away in the corner there as well. Jazero, good try, my friend. You couldn't quite get through the hole, but that's basically going to wrap it up.
Pretty much. I mean, this setup from Optic on Oddball, they just have so many perfect pieces. They have an anchor holding down next to the ball, and then they have people on the perimeter like Lucid just slaying people from the sides and back.
Bro, my guy just hit a casual no-scope to end the game. That's actually, like, kind of offensive. That's nuts. Wow. Well, Optic continue their reign of terror here. fnatic kind of having to deal with this gauntlet. This is rough, man. You know, you get out of already what was a very grueling and hyper-competitive open bracket, and then it's like, oh, hey, by the way, you got 3 games to play. You got Optic, Acend, and fnatic. Good luck, my friend.
Congratulations, you won. What'd you win? Well, first off, you get pain from FaZe, pain from Optic, pain from all these top rosters.
Here's a bucket for your tears, you know? It's a bit of a rough one, without a doubt. Of course, you know, and this isn't really to knock down the fnatic guys, because I think the world of all these players. They're fantastic. They've been in the scene for a while now. They've been putting in a lot of work, and this is a relatively new roster, right? This company, a lot of pieces kind of been put together in different areas, right? Like Super CC was part of the team at one point, right? They've made changes here and there, but you know, you're going up against a team that's being predicted to win this event.
Yeah, it's more so highlighting just the delta between these top few teams within the HCS and the rest. And you know, basically this fnatic roster, you put them against any of those teams in open, as they've shown. They've won all the way through. They've gotten here. They're one of the best open teams here. They play any other team online, they're just going to crush them. It's just when you go against a squad like Optic, it's so tough. And right there was that time we saw from Trippy just charging back and forth. And there, over and over again, I kept highlighting how Trippy, it felt like these players from fnatic were just going for an all or nothing. They're like, all right, I better get a ninja on Trippy, or I'm not going to just lay down some shots.
Yeah, it was like, if you have to make hero plays, good lord, that play was nasty. If you have to make hero plays,
he blinked. That's all he reacted to that. He's like blinked. He's like, all right, I guess I'll
yeah, see, I do that, and I'm like yelling, I'm screaming, I'm getting like really obnoxious, you know. My wife has to complain because I'm just yelling out loud. Lucid does it. It's just another day in the office for him. But we have Slayer on Aquarius coming up next. Slayer games could be the game modes where you get, you know, maybe a little squirrely, maybe you get a little opportunity to try and steal a game in a BO5, especially against a squad like Optic potentially.
Historically, Slayers have been the game that you can steal from top teams. You just don't have as much room for error in a Slayer. When a roster like fnatic goes on a spree, Optic can't just fully always bring that back. You know, it's just too tough. You always are marching towards that end line in Slayer, whereas something like Flag, something like Oddball, you can always get a perfect setup and close out the game.
Exactly. And it was a note that the desk had made, right, about how does fnatic look to break these setups from Optic, from FaZe, and that was the struggle that they had there. This time around, though, it's just you and your BR, maybe a few tricks up your sleeve. Let's see what they're able to do as we're on board with APG right out of the gate. And this is already going to look good for Optic as they manage to pick up 2 players. That's going to be 3 players down. Where's the last one to suppress? Is going to have to just hide in the corner. Uh-oh. APG did manage to sniff him out over there. They also do pick themselves up the camouflage, which is going to be a real tough one to get out of this yellow fridge, Dave, especially with camo lurking above.
Yeah, and Trippy's playing this camo well. He realized that he doesn't need to be sneaky. They already have them cornered. At this point, it's just lay down damage and just put on that squeeze on them in the fridge.
Yeah, that's it. Works out for them. Even though he is going to trade out of that one, he's more than okay with that scenario, given the scoreline as it is. But fnatic have managed to find some success with a few frags early on here. It's going to be actually a pretty big fight that's happening over toward yellow util. That is going to force fnatic to have to back away. But that's a big kill just to take that player off that position.
Great kill, and for the first time in this game here on Aquarius, you're actually seeing fnatic in stronger positions. At the very get-go of this game, they all were charging low. You saw them bomb there, you saw them bomb car. Here, they're actually staying up high on flag, up on pink. Even though they're cleared out in that situation, we are seeing fnatic hold better positions, and the scoreline is closing because of it.
Yeah, can we even just talk about that play right there as well? Like, Formal's on the prowl on the flank, right? But Trippy, what he's doing is just staying alive in the corner, forcing the attention to him. 2 players from fnatic, enough damage is done, you get yourself a double kill out of that. Those 2 kills right there pretty much keep this lead going for Optic Gaming, and they're starting to get a few frags, but I think that's one of the things that if fnatic want to try and win this series, they have to wrap up those pesky players faster if they want to prevent that flanking player from causing problems.
That's a really good highlight, GB. When we looked at someone like Trippy, granted he had overshield, we were talking about live fire, but he did not hesitate to charge right through a grenade to finish that kill. It's just an instant switch. They go right there, they finish the kills when they feel like they're within reach.
I wonder if we can get a stat of how many times Optic have managed to gain control of power items in this game, or in this series, because I feel like this has just been purely Optic the entire time. But they do get only 1 kill out of that, so it's not the end of the world. If anything, they are getting a few members of Optic down, but you'd like to see fnatic be able to contend for those power items.
Yeah, to my recollection, I know we saw at least 3 overshields go in the hands of Optic. I don't know if we saw any, maybe 1 in the hands of fnatic, but I can't even be certain over there on live fire.
Tough one there for Jazero. I think he was hoping that thruster would have bailed him out just a little bit so that he could have repositioned and get the frags. It does work out in his favor. Meanwhile, Formal's going to have to deal with Sizzle 6 over here. He's going to get ticked down, has to run away from this, but there goes that thruster again, getting him out of dodge when he needed it most here.
But making it such a tough kill, and all that pressure across the map. You saw those bullets from fnatic flying all the way from top center into the yellow base, trying to finish off Formal.
And even in that instance there, Formal, he takes a peek. He looks on. Might get back right here, though. Okay, never mind.
He just, his spidey sense. You have a spidey sense in this game where it's like, all right, there's not enough going on here. And where are these people lurking about? Just because you don't have enough information from your teammates across the map to know that there's 3 or 4 somewhere else, you're like, all right, these players, they're too good. They're going to have more presence across the map. Where is it?
Yeah, and also just the way that, you know, you're getting shots being put. Formal's okay disengaging because he's made that call to the player. If no one's around him to help him out, he'll go ahead and worry about cleaning it up, right? But he at least gets 2 shots down on any target that he finds. And that's something that all of Optic FaZe, like a lot of these top teams do incredibly well. They're just constantly shooting for one another, and they're okay disengaging and rather than going straight for the kill.
Yeah, that's also a theme that we've seen throughout this match. I mean, I hate to keep harping on those plays when Trippy had OS, but every single member of fnatic was either going for a grenade or some sort of ninja or melee, rather than just laying in a couple shots. Having the trust of your teammates that you can lay in some damage and it will get taken advantage of throughout the course of the match is key.
Trippy's gonna get another camo here. I think he's more than okay with the Heatwave camo combination. Players from fnatic going to be tucked away in the back of the base. You got APG in position as well. Trippy's going to be the one to make the play here any minute now, and that is going to be when APG goes in for the strike.
Yeah.
Actually, they're going to force him out of the yellow util position, but hey, it still stands, right? He's still able to get the kill with the Heatwave. They actually did a good job of just sniffing out where APG was and then trying to push that area and kind of nullifying, or you would think he would nullify it, but it does not work out that way. And instead, Trippy's just going to continue to link in yellow util, and he will get himself a double for his efforts.
Didn't even require that thrust to get out of melee range, just so well positioned, and he's gonna even just wait right here. I thought he was to wait for those sizzles, but instead decided to take up a low ground and leave those dynamo grenades for his teammate.
They're really just hurting fnatic exactly where they want him to go. and then Trippy just comes up from the flank, or sometimes it'll be Formal on the flank, right? Like, he's got the call. He knows exactly where that player is, and they have the reads, right? That's going to be the onus on Fnatic to have to try and figure out how to break this. This game has been at one point close. It's been tied. It's been won within 1 or 2 kills. Fnatic have the ability to do it, but the problem is Optic are just in full control.
Look at this just constant rotation here from Fnatic versus Trippy. Trippy is doing such a quick job of clearing out corners, clearing out rooms, but still making his way quickly across the map. There's so many other times where a top player here would get left behind. They would still be over in yellow base, trying to check it out, make sure that someone's still not lurking behind.
They know exactly where these players are. That's going to be kill number 38. The spawns are coming up now toward Yellow Bridge. Trippy on the prowl, trying to use that long-range heat wave, though. Doesn't quite get the shot, but it's all right, though. Squad members are there to back him up. And yet another power item grabbed here for Optic.
Yeah, taking a quick look at the stats thus far, just completely shutting down Jazero and Arctic from kills-wise, but you kind of see a story across the assists and kills. Arctic and Jazero clearly laying down some shots for Suppressed and Septify to finish off, whereas Suppressed and Septify, you know, maybe not return the favor.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate situation for them. I'm sure they'd obviously like to just have a few more kills in the kill column. But it's not really much you can do when Optic are literally just pushing you around the map wherever you want, getting trades. They're up by 12. This is not looking good here, Dave.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go to a listen at some point later with them, and we're just gonna hear from Septify and Suppressed calling across the map like, hey, APG over there, full shield. Lucian over there, full shield. Yeah. Whereas then Arctic and Jazero calling out, one shot, got over there.
Yeah, there's not really much you can do. Oh my God. How is he so good with that commando? It bothers me. It actually offends me so much here. And a double kill for Trippy as well. It's going to be kill number 48. 2 more remaining. You got Arctic as well as Septify tucked away in the corner. Formal's got 1 in his tracks. That's actually going to be a trade out kill. Septify going to be surrounded by 2 members of Optic. Trippy with the final. And it's business as usual for the Green Wall. Optic get that Slayer game, the game mode that you were hoping that Fnatic would be able to squeak away. Doesn't quite work out that way.
Yeah, that was you know, a good chance for them to get back in the series and try to get some momentum rolling, but it's really tough. Optic are playing so strong today already. You would hope that after their little reset, after going to sleep on Friday night, maybe they woke up on the wrong side of the bed or something going on, but no, Optic means business today.
Maybe Formal got the runs, you know, or maybe Lucid woke up, he didn't have good sleep. You know,
that's what you're hoping for.
You're
going to bed praying.
That's what I used to do when I competed.
Dear God, please let my opponents
poisoned
all get terrible sleep. I hope they get a bad breakfast. Yeah. I hope.
Yeah, I just poisoned all my opponents. That's what I did. But not like, you know, in a murderous way, you know.
No. I mean, like, how do you distribute enough? Because I mean, like, all the teams that you're playing in earlier.
Yeah, on all the L's that I held. You would think it would have worked out, but it just did not, Dave. It just did not. But look at the stats here. And the way it's all shaken out, Trippy had one hell of a Slayer. Just really felt like you were literally seeing it happen where Trippy's moving around the map. He's just looking for someone for his heat wave to shoot. That's all he wants, right? And he wasn't finding it because Fnatic just kept moving around the map, and they were running right into the loving hands of the rest of Optic. That was just, that was a rough one for sure for Fnatic.
Yeah, and you had to wonder if that was a strategy on Fnatic's side, just understanding where Trippy was or were coming from and didn't want to engage him, or if their idea was just, hey, let's run as a pack together, because I would expect a squad like Fnatic to, you know, traverse across the map in packs, but also have somebody sit back to lay down some crossfire, because they just continuously put themselves in one area of the map where they don't have additional angles.
Yeah, it's very true. It was clinical by Optic Gaming. But now coming up next, we got Recharge, King of the Hill. You know, I would love to give you guys the fairy tale narrative, this is possible, this is doable, but you know, Fnatic have been on that stage for a while now, and they've gotten a few beatings, so they're going to need to dig deep if they want to find this victory here, Dave.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing those moments. They can hang and they can take out some of these players one-on-one without a doubt, but it just, when it comes down to overall damage, overall teamwork, Optic are just outplaying them at every turn.
Yeah, that's right, folks. Could Fnatic do it? Let's go ahead and find out as we jump into the action and we look at the perspective once again of APG. And a strong start out of the gate here is going to let net actually a few kills for Optic, as well as Fnatic each side. Not quite getting what they want out of this already out of the gate here, but it seems like for Optic, it's just going to be a touch better because they have APG in a bit of a strong position there. Just look at that. As soon as they know a player's weak, they're jumping right at it, Dave.
I like that corner right there, just buying so much time. And yeah, made Arctic reveal himself, trying to push on over, but there's a couple kills on the board for Optic, a little bit of time on the board for Optic, and Formal's going to take his time, try to get this power position, and get some plays. And he sees,
look at that
he sees
info.
it and he likes it.
Look at that info. He's going to just pop around the corner. Okay, I was really hoping he was going to go and give him an old Spartan handshake. You know, just give him the old back whack. Formal's just dancing around this corner here. Oh, the nade did not get him. That's actually going to... Okay, well, never mind. I was going to be like, oh, that actually is pretty sick, but no, never mind. It did not work out the way that we would have hoped in that particular engagement here. That being said, though, a couple players are going to be surrounded inside a tower. Very well done, though, by Arctic to just stay alive here. Now he's got to go help out his teammate, Septify. Septify's dangerously low, and Arctic was kind of just waiting for this player to reveal himself. He does manage to get the mark, though.
And you got to wonder, is that one of those times where it's, you know, waiting too much for these players to make mistakes in Optic versus running in, sprinting in, securing the kill.
Yeah. You'd be hard-pressed to see Optic make mistakes in those situations, and there goes the remote detonation as well.
That's the second one I've seen, at least in the kill feed, so far throughout this game. One thing else to keep in mind there, that is a tricky scenario over at Turbine like that. When you have your teammates, what I call like that ring around the rosy scenario, it's like, all right, how do I support them and how do I help put this person down? You need to understand the situation. If your teammate has the advantage, you go for the cutoff in that scenario. If your teammate is at the disadvantage, you try to meet up with your teammate and then take their place and lead away for them. And what a sick triple there from Zero.
All right, yeah, and I agree, Dave. Like, you know, there's just a lot of, I think what we're seeing here and what we're getting a lot of is that Fnatic have really, you know, they know that they're playing against some real strong BRs on the other side, and they have to try and find their wins where they can. Triple kills like that maybe could be the thing, that the catalyst that begins a bit more confidence in this game. They have the skill. We've noticed it so many times at this point now.
Yeah, impressive individual plays can start to close that gap where sometimes you're being outshone through teamwork or overall strategy, but you need to, you know, like I said, it reduces that gap. It doesn't fully close the gap.
This also is another important hill here, even though this is the first one, obviously, but, you know, to be able to win out one of these neutral hills like this would be so pivotal for Fnatic, and they have made significant progress on this. They also have the shock rifle to boot. Maybe they can put this to good use here. Doesn't get the lineup shot, but could actually get the challenge, and does manage to get the kill against Lucid, but so much time being put on that fight, he ends up dying.
Yeah, those 7 neutral hills, it's very important to win those, but also anytime both your teams have committed a lot of time and resources, it can be incredibly deflating the opponents to take that hill, because Fnatic are so close to close this one out, but Optic could still squeak this away and kind of suck that life out of them.
Yeah, and with kills like that from Formal, it could very well be a possibility. The damage is being done up on high, though. It is going to get recaptured. Lucid's around it, and that is just heartbreaking for Fnatic. But Optic, they'll get the first point on the board here in that middle hill, and they'll also have positioning here at the long haul.
Look at that overall awareness, too, from Lucid, whether you heard that as a call out towards Glass or just realizing after his thousands of games of Halo, just understanding that somebody's likely going to be challenging from Glass. You know, Fnatic, even though they couldn't contest the very end of that last hill, the next spot they're going for is Glass.
Fnatic needing to handle the players that are in the front lines here. You got one sneaking around the steps. Good use of the repulsor just to try and minimize the damage that is being done. And again, he's just, you know, kind of throwing him off. I mean, that was, yeah, I believe that was Arctic who ended up, you know, dying in that whole exchange, right? That repulsor just completely disoriented him, and he could not regain his footing here. This has been an entire time Fnatic have been at the yellow side of the map. They have not been able to cross into long haul at all.
No, and that's the surprising part because it's such a strong position. And look at those great peak shots, still shut down by Suppressed, but too little too late. Every single time it feels like Fnatic gets a kill, instantly answered. So that's such a tough position to be in because slaves honestly aren't that bad in favor of Optic. When I do some quick math there, when I look on the kill feed, it's actually 34 kills for Optic, 33 kills for Fnatic. But looking at the objective scoreline, doesn't tell that story.
Nope, not at all. Point of the game is to get on that hill, get control of it, and Fnatic have been doing it, or at the very least at the beginning of the game, but that long haul control, which is completely dominated by Optic, with the shock rifle waiting here by the Mangler. There's not really much progress that can be made. It's a tough hill to break, Dave.
Yeah, it absolutely is. One thing we did earlier on the live fire is we went to listen with Optic to understand how they were communicating, how they were set up for the next objective, and where they rotate the ball. I actually want to go to a Fnatic Astro listen to hear how they're coordinating, whether they're just calling out things where players are at, or if they're actually coordinating as a team to set up around the objective. So let's go to a Fnatic Astro listening.
Yo, sup? I hear camo. I'm just trying to live here.
No, batteries pushing up.
That's tower 2. My player left on.
Alright,
that's fine. Alright,
yeah, Nano tower 1. I'm not too sure.
C-plant, guys.
One shot.
How many CG?
Look at CKJ. And stacks my flag, man.
I hear stacks.
APG's weak here with camo. He's gonna be my pump. I'm dead. Yeah, I'm trying to finesse as long as I can.
Upper one shot.
Trying to help you, Jay. Let's push together. He's silo right now.
Come silent. Through here?
Yeah, it's there.
Through here?
C-start, sniping.
They're all weak. There's two silo and one sneaky one shot.
Top red.
Yeah. Maybe top red.
Last still.
Up this for you.
Well, you know, you kind of had it was a bit calm on that listening for sure, but I think that kind of just tells you exactly where the heads of Fnatic are at right now. This is a tough game, and they know it.
It is incredibly difficult. I mean, you heard a lot of calls where players were at, and you did hear them coordinate saying that they want to get towards top red in different areas, but ultimately, I felt like when we listened to an Optic listening versus a Fnatic listening, you saw how Optic was kind of, well, more so planning one step ahead.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it seemed like we lost Formal there in that game, but it is going to be 3-0 on the scoreline, so don't fret. We'll be back in the game relatively soon. But that being said, though, yeah, it was a little rough, right, for Fnatic. You can definitely tell that they're making the call-outs. They're trying to do these things, but it's just so tough when you have Optic every single corner, everywhere you look. They're like literally staring right at you. It's uncomfortable.
Well, it's also difficult, too, because even to go even in slays with a roster like Optic, that's a massive feat. So they were able to do that, but it felt like every single time Fnatic was trading or going ahead in slays, Optic were still walking with the objective. Like, they were kind of going even in kills in that long haul / gold area, but that whole time, like, Optic are fighting from the hill as they are doing those engagements, and that's the difference maker. That's the difference between, like, these top pros and the rest.
Yeah, well, you know, I actually did get word, though, that we are going to be jumping into another game while we wait for the restart here. It's G1 versus Oxygen, which is a game that, and we just came in a round ending. Hey, look at that.
Well, good. We got round 2 coming right up.
You know what it is? It's round 2. It's just Dave really wanted to get his point across, you know?
I did.
So we were waiting for a little while for him to wrap it up. I got the call in like at least 5 minutes ago.
I mean, if we were at the, you know, is it the Emmys, the Grammys, where they play music off?
Yeah, they play music. I should.
They play that like 10 times every single time I'm doing a cast. Like, all right, wrap it up. Get your point across,
But Dave, you're so insightful.
And I'm like,
so insightful.
And that's at the end of 2007. And going into 2008, Golden Boy.
And the instas. Anywho, though, let's look and take stock of where we are right now. Of course, you're checking out the matches, I believe. Yeah, this is going to be on the Delta stream, so you can actually catch this without commentary. So if you want to load it up yourself and give it a whirl, you can check that out over there. But for right now, though, this is an important game because if Oxygen win this, I mean, that's it. Like, they secure this because they beat Native.
Yeah. Oxygen would end up, what, 3-1 or 4-0 then? No, yeah, I think they would end up 3-1 because they ended up losing to Native, is what I believe. So.
Oh yeah, sorry, you're right. They didn't beat Native. Native beat them. Yeah, my bad.
You know, a big twist. I think the way you and I broke this one down earlier, GB, is that if Oxygen take 2 games, I believe they secure second spot in pool, if we understand the tiebreaker correctly. But
yeah.
Don't quote us on this.
I mean, look, I ain't an admin and I never will be. But I was told that the winner of this game will receive top seed in, or winner of this series, excuse me, will receive the top seed in Pool D, which is massive. This is a huge game that we're watching here. But G1, man, have been on a tear this tournament. I had them as my dark horse, and I really think that this could very well be the event that G1 just comes into their own.
It was difficult for me because counterintuitively, I put them within my top 4 despite not seeing the full-on LAN results just yet. Whereas so far throughout this event, they've shown up, they've done well. So we're gonna have to see if they continue to keep that up. But one thing that I had the pleasure of doing last night was I got to talk to Predevinator a little bit.
Oh, nice.
I was over watching some of the open bracket matches, and he was just saying that a lot of these teams inside pool play, they'll set their sights just on one roster. So someone like NATO, they solely focused on G1 and did not really study Quadrnt. And G1 were like, hey, we need to take everyone serious. They're all top threats, so you're not going to catch G1 sleeping during this match. They're treating each match as if they could lose it.
Yeah, well, it seems as if for right now, this matchup is going to go firmly to G1. Oxygen need to find a way to make the break happen, but if there's anyone that could, it could be Triton and the boys here. Oxygen have had one heck of a run in the open bracket. Of course, you can catch the rest of the action without commentary over at HCS_Blue right on Twitch. So go ahead, have a good time. I think we are going to be jumping into the remainder of our matchup. So as soon as we're good to go there, we're going to be jumping into that. But yeah, dude, it has been a great tournament for G1 so far, and they have a lot to be proud of. That team's been putting in so much work. It's just been impressive to see the org get behind the team like that, but also the way that the players are invested. Gotta love it, man.
Yeah, no, they are grinding. They're not taking this opportunity for granted, and they will continue that out on the D stream. But here we are back into map number 3, which is going to be Recharge, King of the Hill.
And Optic only need 1. That's it. That's wrong. That says Slayer. I'm almost certain that that's not what we're doing. But if we are, hey, that's pretty dope. I'm okay with that.
No worries, yeah. It's not Slayer. We're jumping back into the King of the Hill. And yes, like you said, Optic just need 1 to... We'll get the TO to confirm that, but Optic need 1. Whereas fnatic, they need to get on a strong start and close this out because they need to get 4 in a row.
But you know, there's an interesting situation that happens here, right? fnatic saw the opening strat for Optic, and you know, even though yes, you can get the info and Optic still get the control, I wanted to say that maybe they could have found a semblance of hope here, because this was the hill that they were the most competitive on at the start of the game. And yes, it is the middle hill. It is one of the most scrappy, dangerous hills in the game.
That's so
that was a nasty
play. So smart. Does not take any of those shots and just has this person completely confused. That entire time just barely like. Oh my God! The thing that most blew my mind there about Trippy is he kind of waited. Yeah, he waited almost till like a grenade explosion happened and just played that, and just that person's mind was like, oh, someone got hit by this grenade. They're gonna be over here in Mangler Pit.
Yep. Wow, that was a really just cheeky play there. But that being said, Optic with half of the control already on this hill. Now it's gonna be fnatic's turn. Good push, good pressure, but it does not work out. And you can see the look on Suppressed face when that happened. He was definitely shocked that that did not work out the way that he hoped it would. Formal, though, should be able to get possession of this one relatively easy. And he's also got that gorgeous nade that is just going to conveniently bounce right at Jazero's feet. And yeah, this is, at this point now, you got fnatic just kind of scraping by, looking to see if they can just put a body on the hill.
Yeah, fnatic's about to go 4 down for a moment. Even though Jazero has the height advantage, he does not have the number advantage, and that's one of the things you need, those multiple angles here to get them out of the bomb center hill. Optic closing out that hill, and I believe that is game. There it is.
There it is. I think Formal just wants to keep going, but I don't blame him.
Formal's like, I know the stats and how to record the end of this thing. They're not gonna exclude that one death or such.
He needs it. He needs the stats so he can hold it over Lucid. But yeah, a very clean game from Optic. fnatic, unfortunately for them, they were just thrown right into the fire that was that pool. Was that pool A? Oh, goodness. That is just a difficult one to fight in. Credit to fnatic for giving it their best shot, but yeah, they had to run the gauntlet this morning.
Yeah, they have gotten thrown right into the fire, and, you know, they still have some tournament ahead of them, so I think that we're going to see them, like we said, once again, get back into the bracket. They're going to take it game by game. They're no stranger to something like this, as they played through the open bracket to get here. Even getting through the open bracket is just a feat. And getting through the top of the open bracket, it's just incredible. We've already been seeing some of these teams obviously do some work in there, especially someone like Oxygen over there in Pool D. Stream D. me right now, but I don't remember exactly.
Yeah. I believe that is that's Pool B, Group B. Yeah, and I couldn't agree more. I think that this was very clearly just been an event where, you see the top performers doing what we expect them to do, but we're also getting some very interesting stories that's happening with a lot of these other teams here. And I did get word that Ask and you shall receive. Dave, you want to commentate some more?
I would love to.
Let's
get going.
That'd be great, right?
We've had.
I only get like one chance to do this dang thing, so I might as well do it.
Maybe we do have it written in our contracts. I know I didn't read my contract super closely, but maybe we have to do 5 games every single series we do. And so the first couple matches yesterday were all 5 games.
Yeah, that's right. That's what it is. So 2 games and then we're out. That's basically it. No, but I wanted to check out this matchup because this is an extremely important match here, and you can see tied up. Both sides managed to succeed in getting a round win here on Oddball. We're still in the same game that we were when we checked them out before. Let's see now how both of these squads are going to try to get the better of each other here, because right now it's going to be G1 with that lead.
Yeah, Boo did such a great job dealing damage there, allowing his teammates to get over and get towards top tower. That's going to be a double Devonator, and this is now going to be a 3v2. Ball over on the plat, and Swish is going to take it and scrap up some time.
Big time here for Swish. Dev also got himself the sniper, looking for a couple no-scopes, but 2 players actually are going to challenge him out of that one. Triton's going to get that gun alongside Nemesis here. Bohm's also got himself the heat wave. This is a pretty decent position here for Oxygen to be in. And look at that, the disengage, realizing it's not worth it. He's got a teammate to potentially clean that up, and there comes Collect. That is what Optic was doing so well, and you're seeing Oxygen do it here too.
Yeah, doing such a good job knowing the times you need to stay alive and the times that you should challenge and try to trade out your kills, and Nemesis eventually getting out of there. But here comes the push there from G1, Boo and Squall, the last 2 alive. So they're kind of going on their own at this point. They're saying, all right, we don't have numbers. Let's both take some sneakier flank routes.
Nemesis right now with that ball, trying to bring this one back. As he has control, he's got teammates up ahead, but 3 players looking to push over here by dummy side. Nemesis needs to win this in a big BR battle. Won there by Nemesis. He's also going to go and help out his teammate Collect too, but the overshield is up though. Triton might be able to grab it potentially, and a big win there for Triton. That's actually going to net the overshield there potentially for Oxygen.
Yeah, Oxygen should still be able to get the OS, I believe. And there it is, pushing up. Bohm and crew gonna clean them out of Garage. And this is gonna be some nice time on the board for Oxygen. Look at them right now. They started this setup at the 41-point mark. Let's see how much time they're able to scrap up with this Garage setup.
Yeah, and I think they're gonna get a decent amount. Smart idea though, to bring the rotation, bring the ball over to green, but I think an even better read by G1, the speed of which off spawn. If anything, I would have liked Oxygen to start moving that ball as soon as they won that fight, because now they're gonna have to deal with another attack here from G1.
Yeah, they have 3 options to push out from Garage, and that's either somehow rotate it over through Overshield, rotate it through green, or go through the tunnels. They eventually tried through tunnels, but it was not that successful. I mean, we did see 17 points come out of Oxygen right there, but for a full Garage setup, when they had full control, you want to get more than that.
They're gonna need to push this one. Of course, there could be a Squall play ball potentially here. And did he get it? They actually are going to get that play ball.
Great play ball, but Oxygen have all 4 alive. They're going to look for these spawns from G1, and they get to rotate this ball wherever they would like. A little surprising they're not on the ball right away, and here comes some individual fights. Devonator takes out Bomex, takes out Collect, and now has the overshield almost in his hands.
That was startling. I actually thought that could have been a perfect position for Oxygen, but now you only have a few more seconds remaining. You got to make the push happen right here, right now. Boo-Boo-Doo-Boo's going to be lurking around the pillar, and that is going to do it. G1 are going to win that first game here in this grueling BO5, because you know this one could potentially go the distance, Dave.
Yeah, it absolutely could, especially how evenly matched they looked. I mean, you got to consider that was a mistake in some way, shape, or form from Oxygen. They had them all dead. They didn't know which way they wanted to grab the ball. Sure, there's some confusion knowing if they're going to set up for sniper, set up for overshield, grab the ball. They need to figure out which direction they're heading and just commit.
Yeah, like so many times you see that indecision is going to be the thing that will ruin you. And yeah, sure, we have the X-ray vision, we can see everything, we know where the pushes are going to be coming from and stuff. But sometimes, I hate to say this, even when you watch some of our top teams play, like they know, they have the confidence because either, you know, they know where they got the kills, they know where they're positioning themselves, and they already have that idea. They already know where the push is going to come from. And I just think that for Oxygen, that's going to be something that they go look back on the VOD and be like, man, we could tighten this up next time, and they certainly will.
Yeah, they absolutely will. They'll study and figure out what went wrong there, because sometimes it's whether it's the wrong team direction, or other times you truly can chalk it up to the other team clutching it up. At some point, you're just like, well, look at Devonair made this great play, got a back smack, or got this 4-shot, like that broke the play.
Yeah, indeed it did. But Dave, always a pleasure, my friend. But that is going to do it for us here. Unfortunately, for our contract, we couldn't get the 5th game in there, but you know, I mean, it's all right. Checks in the mail.
Always next year.
We'll have to find them. It's perfectly fine. Lottie, take it away.
You know, it's unfair to make the elderly work overtime, but we do it from time to time here. I can see Golden Boy in the background right now. He's got roasted.
I think he's limping off the stage.
Don't get too angry.
Back on him.
You'll get a hernia.
No, you did a great job, fellas. A great job. Look, oh dear, they're walking sticks. They just put them away. But I got to say, the main stage action was absolutely incredible from Optic's side, of course. I mean, that first one, live fire Oddball. Formal was out of control, 24-9, I believe. I mean, he was just popping off. And I think as well, Gaskin, you said, heading into the weekend, live fire has actually done the reverse for Optic and become their worst map. So when they are having a field day on the main stage, map 1, and it's live fire, and they're playing like that, it's bad news from here, isn't it, for the opposition?
It is. I mean, especially for the teams who are just kind of like a little bit lower down in the pecking order, you are really going to struggle against an Optic who is playing in this way. So much confidence with the way they were maneuvering around the map, excuse me. That one was difficult to play 3 times quickly. But honestly, there's just so much confidence. It looked like they were playing matchmaking at times, almost like they were stat padding at other times, if I'm honest.
Yeah, and I think, you know, just getting kind of, you know, some of the reps under their belts, and I think Lucid, what he was doing, Formal, I could hear the oohs and ahs in the crowd, and that's just confidence building for this team, just being able to get their shots in, line it up, the feeling, that kind of, you know, we talk about how it feels to kind of shoot a weapon on Halo Infinite, the speed that, you know, getting that ping on the headshot, it's everything. So that confidence is just pushing through.
It is, and it's terrifying, right? Because these players are good enough. If you look at the 4 players in Optic Gaming, but when you also add in an amazing crowd here in Orlando going nuts every single time they hit a shot, like you say, Lottie, that is just going to give them even more confidence, and they're going to look even stronger as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, they looked absolutely insane. What did you make of it overall, Sherzy, with both of our teams?
I think Optic were in full control. They never seemed to need to get out of second gear. I think for Fnatic, it's just one of those things where you get the reps in, you play against some of the best teams, you go to the drawing board and you try and make some improvements. But for Optic, I think they've seen how FaZe played against them and they thought, right, they won 3-0, let's win this 3.5-0, because every single game was dominant, nothing was close. I think Fnatic, again, it's just one of those ones where you go back and you try and look where the mistakes were, and I think they can maybe steady the ship later in the tournament.
I think it's just, you know, something like that, watching it happen, it's kind of looking a bit like getting bullied on main stage, right? Especially with Aquarius Slayer. You know, Optic and Fnatic were looking pretty toe-to-toe right at the beginning. Fnatic were keeping up with them. The second Optic bullied them out of power weapons, power-ups, it's game over. The lead just completely snowballed out of control. I think that's the big difference between some of our Titans right now and some of the kind of the teams that are looking to have their come up still. But we need to jump into some more action while we are waiting for our next main stage match. We're going to head back into G1 versus Oxygen Esports. This is a big one for both of our teams, I believe, Gaskin, because we're looking at a little bit of a tie in the pool, so we need to know who's going to have the edge at the end of this match.
Yeah, if we saw G1 win this, it would put Oxygen, Quadrnt, and Native Red on a 3-way tie, which then I think admins will correct me if I'm wrong. It then goes to map records and map percentage. It's yada yada. And it depends how many games Oxygen can get off of G1 here. They need to get a couple of maps. I believe if they were to get 2 maps, that would be enough to take them through as top 2 in this pool. Otherwise, it would be Native Red who would actually sneak through in 2nd place.
And for G1, what you have one team looking and rooting on for Oxygen here, and that's going to be Quadrnt, because if this game goes to G1, then Acend will be playing Quadrnt in the elimination bracket, and that is one team they will desperately trying to avoid.
Well, looking at this game, 24-16 in the early stages, and G1 do have the lead again. An 8-kill difference is quite a commanding one indeed. However, we have already seen Oxygen come back against Quadrnt in one of the earlier series in a Slayer. So definitely possible for them to still get back into things here.
Yeah, going to be tough, especially the way G1 has looked, not just this week, but also in the weeks leading up to this event. I think this team knows exactly what they did at the Super, maybe a big moment for them in the year, able to collect that second place, and also, of course, secure the second seed here. The question is, where does their season go here in the final stretch?
I think also looking right now at some of the stats, I mean, Boo Boo Doo 8-2, and you look across the stats on the side of Oxygen Esports struggling to keep up with stats like that, and if Boo Boo keeps pushing this out of control, 9-3 currently right now, then this could be game over pretty quickly.
And I'm excited to see what happens with G1 going through the rest of this tournament, because I don't feel like they've been truly tested so far. They come in, remember, as second seed, and they played, what, Oxygen, Quadrnt, Native Red, and Sinternegra. I do think that we need to see them against Optic, we need to see them against Sentinels, United, Cloud9, to see where G1 are truly on LAN. Remember, they had amazing performances in online competition, but what will they really look like here in Orlando?
That's the thing as well, and typically they played against Native Red, who were the former KCP top 6 team at Kansas City, but they weren't the same outfit that we've seen. They hadn't got the practice, they missed out on so many reps, so G1 is starting to see if they can put it up and can they test the likes of Optic and FaZe, and I think the way they have been playing, I'm seeing all the right signs.
I think for anyone who missed also the G1 run during the Super, just to give you context of what we're talking about, able to pull off an unbelievable comeback win to close out the series against Cloud9. Of course, a team that has never placed outside of the top 2 on LAN. It was quite a statement, but the question is now, can they repeat here in Orlando?
Well, score here currently sitting at 39-30. G1 doing all the right things in this Slayer, looking to double their series lead. Boo Boo Doo Boo being a big factor and a big part of why they're seeing so much success. He's going to hit the respawn screen though, and Boan with the camouflage. This one needs to be big.
Oh, nice little work there. Thrust back right away to catch him off guard, and also stays alive as long as he can with the camo, but finally he's flushed out there and will be taken down.
Swallow, he goes down. 3 members up for G1 to try and fight back the full 4 of Oxygen Esports. This game could be potentially getting a little bit closer now, getting a little bit hairy. 6 kills required for G1, 8 the difference between these 2 teams now. Oxygen Esports have lost 2 members in the process and in that gunfight. What can Squall do though? Now towards bottom engine, moving towards the flag. Hasn't got the help from his teammates just yet. You can see the outline of switch, and here comes the support. Here comes the cavalry. The push comes through. Triton gets the first pick, but here comes the sizzle sticks.
I mean, if this game is getting hairy, Oxygen Esports need to get the wax out and rip it off immediately, because they can't allow G1 to continue getting these kills after kills and just trading out. Otherwise, it very quickly will get to that 50 mark. You need to hold a setup here. You need to be kind of holding hands at times as well, but unfortunately it's not happening for them. G1 are still finding slays.
48-40 then, on board with Boo Boo Doo Boo. 1 more kill required, and it might come here. It could be collect the next victim, as he manages just to stay alive for a moment. Boo Boo Doo Boo falls. That next kill not coming too quickly. They finally get their hands on it. They double their series lead. G1 looking very good.
They are looking very good indeed. I've got a couple of questions just based on what I saw right at the end there. You know, you see a lot of teams kind of turning up a little bit, slowing the pace down when it is getting out of control. Say they have, you know, that 10-kill lead, and then the opposition are like, right, what do we need to do? You know, it might be 47, only 3 kills to separate the end of that game. I didn't see that slowing down for Oxygen. They were kind of pushing everything and anything, and it was like, well, you literally only have a 2-death room here, and that's really, really difficult. So what are the big differences that you see from some of our top teams and how they handle really kind of prickly end-of-game slayers?
I think it's just having that patience to think about a calculated kind of structure about your team. Like, are you going to actually go for a setup? Something we saw Optic do yesterday on Aquarius Slayer, for example, was they set up around P. We don't see teams play in a way like that on Aquarius Slayer. They kind of either run for pushes, they try and collapse on other teams, they try and match them in the middle of the map. They literally waited around P, all 4 of them, for the other team to come towards them. And that's just something, thinking outside of the box, that I think some of the top teams do, recognizing what other teams are good at and where you can try and take things away from them.
This is something we've seen from Quadrnt actually early on. We were criticizing that in Kansas City, the meta was play fast, always push the pace, but now we're seeing some of those top teams stagger the pace when they need to, really control it and dictate it. And that's some of those bottom teams are still maybe playing that older meta. They think they have to play lightning fast all the time, but that is when the big teams are setting those traps and punishing you.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to dictate the pace right now. I'm going to put us into some more action, folks. We've got United versus Falling Esports also happening on another station elsewhere in this massive arena here in Orange County Convention Center. United currently up 2-0 in the series, and we're in the beginning of this King of the Hill recharge.
It looks like Falling Esports will be falling to a 4th place finish in this
Ooh.
group.
Oh my gosh.
They lost their games earlier to United. They're playing now, so they lost against Cloud9 and they lost against J-Lings already. So they did beat Space Station. They did get 1 victory on the board, but it will be a 4th place finish for them. That will mean they will start in losers bracket round 2 rather than the losers bracket round 3 where they could have done.
Oh, they are just trying to keep their guns warm then if their fate has already been decided. Karma with the shock rifle. Do his confidence the world look good if he can start finding some headshots. Lining up snipe down. That one will connect with the body, not the face this time. It's a couple of pixels off. Opting now to back down. They have kept this first hill pretty close.
Take a look now. As you say, one of the slower bottom mids that we've seen, to be honest. It's been crazy how fast some of these teams at the high level have been playing that bottom mid hill. We saw a great game from Cloud9 yesterday, doubling up on that hill. We'll see what Suspector could do here with the shock now.
And you speak of Suspector, a lot of history, a little rivalry in this game as well. Kratos on that other team. Yep. I know there was a lot of bad blood between these two guys. They were really good friends, teaming for a long time, and now they are separated. But it looks like Suspector maybe will get the last laugh in this one. 2-0 up at the moment, and they are very close to securing the first point here in this game.
All 4 dead for a moment for Falling Esports. Now Kratos would have loved to enter into pools and just upset some of the top teams. It's not gone his way this time around. That elimination bracket run will have to continue after this, but on board with Snipe down. He's fitting this team like a glove. The pacing seems to be fitting him now. A lot more comfortable hitting those shots. Some of his stats have been really, really impressive.
Yeah, I actually caught Snipe Down and Suspector this morning talking to them about the series yesterday and just how big that was for them to close out the evening in the way they did. But we also talked about their ability to break setups and talking about how that's something they've been really working on is the breaking of the setups. If they can nail that, they can hold setups just fine. But if they can nail that this event, they've got a very good chance of placing not just in the top 3, but maybe even taking the event.
I think one of the biggest question marks looming over this event was E-United. How are they going to play? How are they going to perform? Will this team actually gel together? The fact they did it so quickly against Cloud9 screams how impressive that actually is and how dangerous this squad is going to be at upsetting that kind of top 4 area, if not further, with how they played on that day. I think Wes said it best. If you can beat Cloud9, you can beat anyone.
Wes doesn't often say things at best, but sure, I'll give it to him this time. But things have been a little bit more comfortable as we've been flapping our gums. United have taken a 1-0 lead here. Bottom middle hill finally secured for them their 2-0 series lead to boot. What can Hadev do though? 1v1 with Rain, not a lot. He was already down to no shields.
Speaking of Rain, look at this guy's stats in this game. He's, wait a minute, a triple as well will bring him to 12 and 7 with 8 assists. Big numbers out of Rain.
It was Burns we were speaking to just the other day, and he was saying, hey, keep an eye on Rain at this tournament. He's been playing so well online leading up to this event. He is not missing at the moment. He's put so much hard work in to make sure he is at the right level, and you can see it happening right in front of our very eyes.
I think they recognize that the Grunt Classic was not the best showing, the best display of their skills and ability, but they've come to land here and have shown up in a big way. Expectation of them was a little bit lower. Their stock was on decline, but they've managed to turn it around here, and they're a whole different beast here come land.
Moments ago, I thought we were going to see Suspector hit the double mine the gap, fakey 360 no-scope there. Almost did it to him, but in the end, it gets taken down just before his second repulse recharge. But here's Kratos now trying to make a mid-game effort. He's got 3 teammates down and just trying to go hero mode and takes down Suspector in the end, but control will still be in the hands of E-United.
Time here is starting to be a factor. E-United 1-0 to the good, snipe down with the camouflage with 53 seconds on the clock. Although E-United have decided just to stack the pads.
One of the weirdest games I've seen, really, of King of the Hill, joining this late with such little time available, and it's only 1-0.
This could be the first time this has ever happened, this scoreline to be shown, and certainly on an HCS stream.
And if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Ryanu, right? He's the kind of player who loves stuff like this, thinking outside of the box, making sure you get 1 point, and then just playing Slays, really using that clock to your advantage.
One man who's been showing up in the Slays category, 14, 9, and 6 for Snipe Down on your screens here and now. Now, he would love to have hit the ground running, and he's done that in pool play. Already getting that huge upset over C9. who have looked a shadow of themselves heading into this competition. And United were in the right place at the right time to capitalize and to punish that team who perhaps underestimated them and at their own peril.
Well, interesting finish here, though, at the end. I mean, take a look at this. 18 seconds left, and you're having kills being traded out, but 3 dead for Falling Esports might spell the end of this one.
Yeah, that was their opportunity. They had to get in, they had to hold it, and the structure had to be there. This is their last push now, and they are spawning in the right place, but you gotta get in, boys.
Three men in the attic.
Suspector shoot him in the back, and nobody's turning around. That's why he's giving a little bit of extra love there. Surprising to see 4 dead for Falling Esports, and what a way to finish for United. That'll be the series.
Well, well, well. United have just gotten a member in. It looks so Snipe down, just playing with them there. Steps into the hill.
Look at that.
Does a little tip-tap-toe.
Oh boy, that is a little bit of trolling there at the end of the game from the side of United.
I hope the camera stays on this one. Interesting to see if there's a handshake between Spectre and Kratos.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure Kratos is going to be very happy about that.
I don't think Kratos would want to shake anyone's hand personally, but you know, that's different. We'll see whether perhaps he can go along that side. But they will find themselves dropping into that elimination bracket. And unfortunately, it's not the run they would have expected.
Well, we do see the end of the pool play run for one of the best in the game, the GOAT and Kratos. He will tumble. No handshake.
Suspector hasn't even got up.
Suspector was not quick to jump off of that side of the stage and exchange the handshakes. The only one not to do so. Not saying, but just saying.
There really is some bad blood, and that might have been what led the characteristics we saw in that last bit of King of the Hill there. And yes, it really was that story we were talking about. You know, it's to get that one hill, that's it, slay out, because the scoreboard definitely suggested that was what was going on. I mean, nobody went positive on the side of Falling Esports there whatsoever. The slays were coming through there for United as well. So they're feeling pretty good day 2. They're pretty happy. They're having fun. I mean, that kind of level of confidence, I think, is totally right, considering what they managed to do yesterday to Cloud9. How are you feeling about United right now?
You know, I think I will eat my words a little bit. I think I was questioning United and their capabilities coming into it after seeing their performance in the Grand Classic, as was everyone else, because it was such a shock to see how poor they performed. But I think what is incredible is how hard they've worked to go from that really low point to now how high they are. But it's about carrying that now into the winners bracket. You need to get a result against one of the biggest and best teams if you can push yourselves back into that top 4 where United rightfully should be. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, that's where they finished in the tournament so far. If they want to stay at that point, they've got to take down a giant.
Super interesting as well to see the relationship between Kratos and Spectre deteriorate there. I mean, I remember once upon a time when they were playing on XSEC, Kratos said that he was the best teammate he had, and Spectre was one of the best players in the game, and all of a sudden that friendship's fallen off a cliff.
And sometimes, you know, that happens with video games and teams especially. I mean, it goes a little bit further than friendship. You make some of your best friends through video games, but it's very difficult when you have to make that decision about, are you going to make that team change? Is that player good enough? Are they going to offer what I want? And unfortunately, you see friendships break up because of that as well. It's sad to see, but at the same time, it makes some pretty cool storylines.
I know. Gotta say, I love the storylines. I love the drama. But I tell you what, talking about friends, we have many friends in this room right now, including many booths, many different things on for sale, and including Gamers Outreach. They're also joining us here in Orlando. And actually, Guy Blaze, he actually caught up with Gamers Outreach earlier on to find out what's in store here in Florida.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here in HCS Orlando. I'm at the Gamers Outreach booth, where Gamers Outreach helping hospitalized kids everywhere through the power of play. And man, we got some awesome things over here. I'm with my main man, Zach. Tell me a little bit about Gamers Outreach and how you doing?
Yeah, so I'm doing great. We're hanging out at HCS Orlando with our favorite HCS grassroots creators, and we'll be live all weekend in support of Gamers Outreach, and we got some raffles going on. Swing by the booth and see what's up.
All right, you heard it right there. Swing by the booth, learn a little bit more about Gamers Outreach, and even if you aren't in the venue, go ahead and check out their favorite streams on Twitch, all right? We'll see you guys later.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Thank you so much, Gamers Outreach. Make sure you do check them out in the arena, out of the arena. But what's happening on screen right now is G1 versus Oxygen Esports. We've already seen a couple of these games happening. We're at map 3 right now, and we're back to recharge King of the Hill.
Well, it's time to see if G1 can close this one out. Get rid of the riffraff that's been Oxygen Esports and come in here and upset the apple cart just a little bit. Already defeating Quadrnt 1-0 up here in the King of the Hill. G1 already starting off hot.
Are we going to see something similar to what United just put on display? You get that first, and then you just set up around the hill, make the other team work hard. We haven't seen too many teams try that kind of strategy, and perhaps it is down to just how long it takes you to get that first hill. But Oxygen are the first team who will get in, and now they have the chance to really set up and try and secure a point here.
And look at Bomir, 12-6 already in this game, and after losing that first point, he's probably wondering what is going on in this game. If I'm double positive here, that we did not get that first point, but still a lot of good numbers on the board on their side.
We've seen a similar story with Chick in the game against Oxygen Esports,
Yeah,
where you said he's double positive, but somehow finds himself on the receiving end of a defeat. So difficult for him. Bohem, shots going down at the Squall, who ultimately decides to back down and stay alive, and that might have been the clever decision here, as he can now engage with his teammates.
And talking about clever decisions, one that I'm actually questioning right now from Oxygen is Collect and the pickup here, because it's not often you see Collect not really performing to the Collect standard we've seen before. And actually, in terms of the entire weekend so far, he's actually got the lowest KD on his team with a 0.86. What's going on there?
I think sometimes you will see that from a new player trying to fit into a new squad and not necessarily knowing where their play style is and not necessarily being able to play the way you want to play. But that being said, it still does surprise me, because I do hold Collect in a very high regard and think he is a fantastic addition to this Oxygen roster. But it looks like Oxygen are going to fall to the same fate that other teams have in this group and go down against a very talented G1 roster.
Yeah, I think KD alone can also be tough, right? It's hard to, without seeing each individual game, right? There could have been a lot of examples of game-saving plays that won't show up in the KD, right? We think of Penguin yesterday as it goes 2-0, by the way, in favor of G1 off that second hill. You think of Penguin yesterday, I mean, I've never seen a player that's like 2, 15, and 9 or whatever his numbers were in that game. And sometimes you do have the KD telling a certain story, so it's hard to tell without the full picture of what Collect's done this weekend, but certainly goes without saying he certainly like a better result in this series so far.
I think with Penguin, I was actually looking at the stats actually yesterday as well, and it was interesting to see that. I think I discussed it with you in the green room, is the damage difference that Penguin had. It really suggested that he really put on more of a supporting role, which he does anyway with his team, but to try and get the job done as much as possible and really give as much power across the board and support for his team, that's kind of what the story told me in terms of numbers.
Yeah.
I gave Collect the nickname of Soul Collector at one point. He was playing for SSG. He seemed to be slaying everything that moved at one point in time. But it's interesting to note that he's currently involved in 12 gun engagements already that have seen success as Oxygen Esports claw their way right back into this thing just to make it a little bit spicy. It is, I think, about Collect trying to find his feet on this roster.
On the flip side, G1, I think, have definitely found their feet. They were already making really good kind of waves through the HCS previously, even before Boo Boo Doo Boo, when Tony Two-Tone was on the roster, but ever since they've had the addition of Boo Boo, it seems like they were kind of a new fire was lit underneath them. They became a really different side, and they had so much momentum going through these online tournaments. Is it been, or has it been too long from one LAN to another for G1 to find that momentum and carry it through to this LAN? Is going to be the real question that will only be answered once we get into the winner's bracket. But right now they still have a 2-1 lead, but Oxygen are doing what they can to try and tie it up.
Yeah, that was a fresh 4 dead for Oxygen as well. Can Collect hold the head glitch? Let's see what he can do here. Tags up Boo Boo just a bit. Second ones will not connect, but it's a nice use of the peak up against Squall. They might be able to lock this one down, tie the game up. 3 dead again.
Back up in the rights and wrongs in the kill column. Shot rifle can definitely do the job, but just as we say that, curse to the commentator, he goes down 8-15. Disruptor in hand here, just frying him up, taking his shields away, making him a much softer target, and Triton soars out. Boom! His latest victim, double kill for Boo Boo Doo Boo as he shocks the spine and tingles them up just a little touch, but all of a sudden Oxygen Esports, who are only a sliver away from tying up this game, G1 take control.
Could call this man the electrician. He comes in with the disruptor, just shocks out the hill, then grabs the shock itself, and totally wipes out that control bottom end of the tunnel.
It's interesting because the electricians I've worked with do very much not what I asked them to do and never really do the job.
They're terrible, they're crap.
They are indeed, but what Boo Boo did really well there is obviously give them the numbers advantage to be able to take that power up with absolute ease, and that's just going to solidify them heading into this bottom hill here even further. Oh, wow.
Collect just saving himself the embarrassment of falling into the drink, but it wasn't for long. He got the shock rifle in the exact same spot and ended up with the same fate. This time it wasn't Boo Boo Doo Boo put him away though. Triton's in the hill, they're desperately scrambling, trying to get to the hill, but it is a desperation at this point.
Honestly, Boo Boo and the way he is constantly picking players out of this hill for fun is making it so frustrating for Oxygen, and it's another player who goes swimming.
Splish splash, insert water droplets. Sound right here. Triton goes down, Switch will put him in the grave. Nemesis down too, thank you so much, Andy. That's exactly what we need. Nemesis down to no shields, trying to be an influence on this hill. Pre-Devonair willing to give it up just a touch. They're still fighting here, tooth and nail. this hill in blue pipes.
Look at this bait and switch, constantly back and forth to do as much damage, then back out, get those shields, and then suddenly you're back in the hill, and you're very close to securing your 3rd point. And G1,
man.
they ripped that one away from Oxygen.
Heartbreaker. Oxygen thought they had that one, and they had back-to-back 4 deads. It looked like the repulsor tunnel hill was going to be theirs, but G1 reminds them just how much of a force they are in this series. Now 3-1 lead, 1:13 left on the clock.
Just how many resources did Oxygen invest into that hill then?
Yeah.
Will that just take the wind out of their sails? They were so close, but G1 fighting on the back foot, fighting bottom of the whirlpool, excuse me, puts the shots down, they bait and switch perfectly, and it's like they knew exactly how much time they needed, exactly how much time they had to make that play, and they do so successfully.
Oh my God, look, just flying in. Eventually 1 kill will be traded out, but huge work there just to collapse completely on the bottom of the elevator. Great work from G1. Let's see what Triton can do.
Camouflage. What can he do though? Shock rifle is required. Punch a hole. Pre-Devinator, first shot whiffs. Second one, he has a lot more time. Locks and loads. Puts him away. Teammates are falling around. G1 down to last member Squally surviving. Oxygen Esports need this hill, but time is going to be very much against them. Only 33 seconds remaining.
Yeah, if United can hold on to a 1-0 lead for 2 minutes, or however stupidly long it was, you'd imagine G1 should be able to hold on to a 2-point lead for just 33 seconds. But Oxygen are doing well to stay in the hill at the moment. A lot of that down to Triton and how he's manipulating his way around Whirlpool. But finally he gets taken out. It's a 2 versus 2, but that clock is ticking down.
24 seconds in closing. 4v3 on the map. Oxygen Esports had the numbers advantage for a moment, but no longer. Squally ensures the trades come through. Oxygen Esports, it's collect last man standing, all 4 dead now. 15 seconds left to get a foot in the hill.
You got to say, like you said, after that first one, let that one go. It might have taken the wind out of the sails. Now as the clock ticks down here, 6 seconds left.
5 seconds remaining. Can they get a foot in? Triton's fighting tooth and nail. He has not done enough though. Player top elevator will not get there in time. And it's going to be G1 who win the series after getting them all 4 dead. Clinical, surgical at times.
It really was indeed. I've got to say, G1 just playing absolutely lights out. Robbo, from what you saw there in the gameplay, what is really bouncing G1 up against that competition? What makes him so much better than what we saw there for Oxygen?
I mean, in that game specifically, we're using the whole sandbox. When you have a player who's on the sneaky, just disrupting the entire hill, then can fly in like Boo Boo does and then hit the shock kills, it feels like they were using repulsors, shock, disruptor just a lot more effectively. And even when there was only 1 player alive, that player was getting the damage that they needed to play off the back of that to continue to rally in the slaying department. And they made quick work of their opponents.
I really did indeed. And talking about Boo Boo, I want to highlight this guy a little bit more because he really has been that catalyst for G1. He really has been that difference maker. He's come on board, but not only is he hitting his shots and being the player you want to see from Boo Boo, but he's done something for that chemistry, for this team's dynamic. What do you think he's really kind of bringing to this squad in particular?
I think that Boo Boo bringing himself and the way he wants to play. I don't think he was able to play in the manner that he would love to in a game of Halo Infinite. Not because the other teammates weren't letting him, but just because sometimes that happens with playstyles. They clash a little bit. You maybe have to try and do something a little bit different when it comes to playing with certain other players. But I think now with this group, he has been let free to roam however he wants, and boy, is it impressive to watch.
Yeah. It's crazy how sometimes the pieces of the puzzle just don't come together. You see Snipe down, he has to leave FaZe to see some success. He does it with United. You see Bound having to move to Cloud9, he's seen some success, albeit it hasn't been the perfect fit. You have to replace Renegade, who, listen, these players are so important. They have to try and fit into a play style. There's a role that is created for them. And although Booba Dooba didn't have what he needed at FaZe, he is sure as well found it at G1.
Well, you know what? I could talk about Boo Boo all day long, but we want to hear from the man himself, and our team did manage to catch up with Boo Boo earlier on to find out how he's feeling about Orlando and also this big change to G1.
My name is Jesse Mulder, also known as Boo Boo Doo Boo, and I play for G1. So going into free agency, I was hit up by a lot of different rosters and orgs, and it was honestly like one of the most overwhelming parts of my career. So I ran games with a couple different rosters, and playing with G1, like these 3 guys, and then linking back up with like my former teammate Pre-Devinator after like 6 years. Like Devin is always like a teammate that I wanted to run it back with. Just like after having success with him like way back at the beginning of my career, I haven't been on the team with him since. So once like the opportunity arose, I knew teaming with other people that play for the win and do OBJ, it just lets me get creative and like just focus on playing my own game and like taking my own time to you know, make plays that I know I can make as a player. I don't know, I feel like we're still the underdogs. Like, coming to this event, it feels like nothing really changed. Like, even placing so well at the Super, I love being the underdog, honestly. It's a good feeling, so I'm excited about it.
Incredible stuff, and this young gentleman has such an incredible story. I remember actually interviewing him for the first time ever at Seattle at Worlds 2018. That was my breakthrough in Halo, and it was an absolute pleasure to talk to him. He loved talking about Halo, about what he wants to accomplish, and that fire, I think, has just grown ever so stronger. Bravo, what are some of your favorite Boo Boo memories?
Actually, I have a lot of great Boo Boo memories. One of my favorite recent Boo Boo memories, which was something I learned recently, I was interviewing someone for a Halo-related project, and they were like, you know, I actually met Boo Boo Doo Boo in Halo 4 matchmaking. He was grinding ranked, and he was the nicest guy ever. He hadn't yet made a name for himself, and he's like, I ran games for 6 hours with Boo Boo Doo Boo, and it turns out that he becomes one of the best players to ever play the game. So I think that tells you a lot about Boo Boo's character, right? That's what he had been doing, talking about 10 years ago now, just grinding ranked, just being a super chill guy, and it's paid off for him. I think he's built quite a career for himself.
I have memories of Boo Boo, you know, dominating Halo 5 with Splice and just being like incredible, but I also have a very distinct memory in my brain of him on FaZe. I think it was at Rally, after FaZe got knocked out, backstage, playing matchmaking after they got knocked out. That will forever live in my brain of just like that hard work, that dedication of, I'm so annoyed that my team's been knocked out that I am going to grind matchmaking while I'm still at the event.
Yeah, and just to paint that picture, right, there's 16 stations back there, and they were completely unoccupied, and Boo Boo Doo Boo sitting at one of 16 stations. For me too, that is cemented in my brain. Yeah.
I mean, what does that tell you, Shows, about the mentality of this player? Something like that, just knowing that they just want to put a little bit of extra work in when something hasn't gone their way. I mean, that's huge.
He's a mentality monster, is what it tells me. I think he's not willing to leave anything on the table. If he takes a defeat, he wants to learn exactly why, and he has the mentality of a champion. That's what it tells me, and that's exactly what he's bringing to this G1 team, who perhaps were in that top 12 realm and things weren't going their way. They tried it with Tony Two-Turn. Listen, they've seen some moderate success, and no disrespect to Tony Two-Turn, but Boo Boo Doo Boo is a totally different class of player, and he's really elevated this roster.
He really has indeed. Well, it's time to elevate some of the scores right now and look at the pools to see the updates coming on through, because we have had a few teams having to really battle it out. You see Pool B. We've talked about Pool B for the past 2 days non-stop, and look why, because it is so tightly knit. What do you make of some of the results coming across there? Any surprises?
Well, I think the fact that you've got a three-way tie in Pool B is your biggest surprise. So it's going to come down to that map record, because Oxygen beat Quadrnt, Quadrnt beat Native Red, but Native Red beat Oxygen. It's absolutely mad. It's always a possibility of happening, but we very rarely see it actually coming into fruition. Elsewhere, I think eUnited beating Cloud9 was the biggest kind of maybe surprises of this tournament so far, and we'll have to see really whether Cloud9 can bounce back on that one, Lottie.
Yeah, that one's definitely going to be one to watch out for, and I think Cloud9, it was a bit shocking to a lot of people there, Gaskin, because I don't think they were expecting not just only the result against United, but the fashion that it was actually produced in, and I think that's the biggest takeaway. What are Cloud9 working on right now, do you think, behind the scenes, based on the end of that series?
I don't think Cloud9 will be, you know, too angry about it. I think that they would have learned a lesson. They know full well their bracket is going to be a lot harder now coming into it, but at least they guaranteed top 2. At least they're going to have guaranteed World Championships. But I think if they look at that FaZe game, if they look at that game, excuse me, I think they're going to say against the United, we were a little bit slow. We didn't come out of the blocks quick enough. Maybe they underestimated them. They can't afford to do that against anyone else.
They certainly cannot. Well, I tell you what, it is time now to not talk about the gameplay just for 1 minute. We're going to give you guys a quick break because it has been intense up here. But I am very happy to welcome on the desk our Halo Esports and viewership lead for Microsoft and 343. We got Tashi up here. What's up, my dude?
Hello.
So
Thanks
good to see you. Obviously, of course, I love having you on the desk. Now, Tashi, I have heard from a little birdie that HCS and partner teams are actually going to be collaborating to bring some pretty sweet merchandise to everyone. So talk to me about what's been going on behind the scenes with this. What can you bring? We always love to hear the inside scoop from you.
Absolutely, yeah. So we have been working hard really throughout the year to expand the team partnership program. You know, it's really important to us that our partner teams are taken care of and they have good opportunities in the Halo ecosystem to invest and flourish and grow. So we work with our consumer products team to do something they've actually never done before, which was offer the partner teams their own chance to collab with Halo and create a new merch line. So 4 of the teams have jumped on it and taken advantage of it. So we're gonna reveal all that today. They're gonna be leading up to the Halo World Championship. So you'll see some really cool stuff. And yeah, we're just excited to support all of the different teams, starting with the United. So they had a really cool design aesthetic here. We gave them the creative freedom. So you can see they're kind of celebrating the grunts once again. They had the Grunt Classic, and now the theme of this is, you know, what would happen if a grunt was just having the best day ever? And so you can see they're hanging out with the Spartan. I think it's really cute and awesome, and that's going to be dropping on October 6th, so pretty cool there.
That's actually amazing. I'm going to say, I have such a love-hate relationship with grunts because I think they're the cutest things ever, and every time I see them, I'm like, I just don't want to hurt you, but I know I have to because you will start hurting me too. So it's just such a love-hate relationship, but I love the fact that I do get to have that fantasy now with the United merch of having a best friend that is a grunt. I mean, who wouldn't want that?
It's because they're running at you with plasma grenades.
I know.
Like, ah! You just don't really know what to do. It's
true.
terrifying. You have to make sure you shoot them, but apparently you can be friends with them as well, so that's nice.
What else have you got for us, Tashi?
So Space Station is next. So Space Station have some of the best merch, period. They've got their booth here, of course. This is a really cool collab that you're seeing here. So yeah, just a Spartan hanging out in space as you would. There's actually, so each of the ones that we're showing here, we're just showing one item. There's actually more in the line. So there's a few different that you're gonna be seeing. So Space Station has, you know, just a really cool vibe. I love, you know, that's a total mood for their shirt. So that's gonna be dropping next October 10th. So they go in sequential order. So E United will come first, and then Space Station later. And yeah, so as the kind of month progresses, you'll see more and more merch drop. So I love the Space Station one. My wallet's going to be hurting. I'm going to have to buy all of the pieces.
Yeah, it's clean. As is all Space Station gear, way too clean.
Yeah, it's definitely clean. That gives me kind of like Lonely Spartan vibes, you know what I mean? It's just like, I don't need anyone else.
Yeah.
I'm just on my own, queuing up in the lobbies and just getting in there on the action.
Or it's like when Dave Walsh is still working outside a restaurant and he sat down on his laptop somehow. That's exactly how he looks like. It's crazy.
It is, yeah.
I love that. Well, we've seen 2 teams. Have you got any more for us?
Yes, 2 more. So FaZe is next. So FaZe, of course, have awesome merch, and this is no different. So really love what they've done here with the Spartan design here, you know, bringing in all their colors. Also really like what they did with the different iconography. So you can see there in the sleeve, they've got the HCS pennant. And then on the back, of course, the Halo O with the FaZe logo. Tough to beat. Love this shirt here. That's going to be dropping October 13th. Oh, and the other thing I mentioned, so these are going to be available online, and you can see the links there to buy them, and the teams are all promoted and stuff. But if you're at the World Championship, all of these will be available to purchase there too. So if you've got your tickets booked, you know, no worries, you can purchase them at the World Championship. And last one up we've got is Sentinels, and this one is really exciting too. So they have an awesome design team. They put together some just really creative. I love how they've merged their logo with the actual energy sword that you can see there. And what's cool is we have some of them actually here in
we actually have some in person.
These are not my size, but maybe Dan, you know, maybe these will fit you. I don't know. You might be the better model here.
You heard it here first.
Yeah, you can see the. Actually, you should go talk to them. Maybe they'll just give it to you.
I hope so.
Yeah, so you can see here the Sentinels kind of logo front and center, and then on the back you can see they've merged their logo with the sword.
The energy sword. Okay.
Super smart.
Yeah, it's cool.
And I'll give a little bit of a tease. A lot of the teams building these cool designs, they're also thinking, hey, you know what, this would look kind of cool in game. So they're already starting to think about next year what that stuff could look like. And then they have another shirt. As I said, they have multiple items for each of the teams. So this one is super clean as well. So you can see on the front, it's got the Sentinels logo with the HCS and the different modes. And then on the back, Hail to the Kings with the different game modes.
Clean, yeah.
So
for the emblems as well, which is really cool
pretty
too.
Awesome.
Yeah, love all of that, Tashi. That's absolutely incredible. I got to say, I love, you know, what you guys are doing to try and kind of bring a little bit more as well to the community. They can start rooting for their favorite teams in game and now out of game too, with incredible HCS collaborations. So absolutely amazing. And I've got to say, I'm very impressed with how teams and their creative designs have come forward and put their own spin on it. Because, you know, sometimes it's hard to be original, but I've got to say, every single one we've seen so far has been unique, to say the least. So that's absolutely amazing. I am definitely going to be broke by the end of Worlds. That's safe to say, so that's great. But I'm going to be making some definite adaptations to my wardrobe to make sure there's a large amount of room in there for all of those, which is absolutely amazing. Did you like them, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, I won't be broke. I'm going to ask for free from everyone. I will be as nice as I can. I'll be on my knees groveling, I'm sure, hoping that I can get one Sentinel start first, because that one's already there. Yeah, I think I'll look great. I'm a great model, you know? As Tashi said, I'm a right size. There we go. No one knows.
No one had
See
a
how
clue.
it happens?
No one had a clue.
He's
Yeah.
good. He's good at that.
Oh.
And there it goes.
Nothing happened over here, folks. Nothing happened at all. But we have a lot coming up next. Tashi, it's been an absolute pleasure as always, because we love the spoilers. We love to know what's coming up. So thank you so much for delivering the goods as usual. I hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend. And folks, we're heading to a quick break, but when we come back, we have another matchup, and you'll be very pleased to know that Optic will be taking the stage once again, but they're going to be going up against the open bracket beasts. Oxygen Esports coming up right after the break.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where batteries run down and get charged up again. Because now, Lovesac Sactionals can be upgraded with Stealth Tech. And immersive surround sound by Harman Kardon hidden inside. Upgradable, washable, and guaranteed for life. Don't just hear it, feel it at a Lovesac showroom near you.
The lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. Now can you put this in use? Renegade applying pressure right to the spawners. Oh, this is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could just interesting. He misses the beat down, he snaps off.
Wobbling them wigs is an overkill.
Normal gets the sword now as a reward.
So God, I'll be back.
My name is Adam Gray. I play for Cloud9, and my gamer tag is Bound. Since joining the Cloud9 team, I know everyone gives them the rap of being a super quick team, super fast team. But ever since I've joined Cloud9, I've actually learned to slow my gameplay down and just try to be more methodical and think more. So, yeah, I know people say they're super fast and my playstyle would fit, but I've actually had to learn a lot since joining Cloud9. Oh yeah, they 100% have a chip on their shoulder. I mean, it's interesting because they're also kind of a little offended by it all, I feel like, because, all it was is one replacement. It's not like it was 2 people or just one guy. So I feel like they definitely think in their back of their minds a little bit what people still don't think we're good enough. They think Renegade carried us. So I think they definitely think that a little bit, but I think they're prepared and I think they're ready. I think it's same old to them.
Well, welcome back, folks, to the HCS Orlando Major, and things are getting a little bit spicy in this room right now because we are pushing on through pool play. We're into the championship bracket, and this is absolutely massive. This is where it is make or break for a lot of these teams. And if you break, go to the elimination bracket, and it can be pretty tough from there on out. Gaskin, how are you feeling about heading into yet another championship bracket?
Optic Gaming championship bracket, winners bracket, they're always up there, aren't they? But then it's the latter stages. Are they going to be dropping down? You'd imagine it should be a shoo-in, a quarterfinal for Optic Gaming and how they've been playing so far. But there's always that worry, there's always that scratch on your head of, can they continue that dominance from pool play into the championship bracket, into that winners bracket? I'd say yes, because they have been pretty incredible from what I've seen.
Well, Optic Gaming, it's going to be business as usual for them, but for Auction Esports, who were one of the open teams to come in here and upset all the teams and somehow manage to secure us that spot and steal it away from Quadrnt, I think for them, they'll think to themselves, listen, we weren't expected to be here. This is a free hit for us.
Yeah, I've got to say, when it comes to the championship bracket for me, I think the pressure's just on. And Walshy, in your time, in your experience, I'm not going to call you old while you're up here on my desk, but
I will.
In your experience,
What'd you say?
you're an absolute legend, and it's great to get, kind of what you've experienced in your time. What is the big differences for you from a mentality point of view as a player from pool play heading into that bracket?
Yeah, I mean, your back's against the wall. You really have no more room for error. For us, I actually had shifts earlier in my career towards later in the career. Earlier on, I was like, we have to win by these massive margins, or this is the team we're going to roll through. And then later in my career, I was like, you don't over or underestimate anyone. You go into each match, you're happy about the wins, but you treat each and every engagement as if you're playing the grand finals.
Yeah, you do indeed. And I've got to say as well, in terms of the bracket and upsets that can potentially come through here, and I think this is where it happens. This is where the biggest upsets can be made, because some of your favorite teams getting pushed down to the elimination bracket, it's really difficult because you get to that grand final spot once again. You need to reset a bracket on that main stage. The pressure is on there. But let's actually take a peek at it right now and see the winners bracket, see the easier ride through if you do manage to make it. As you can see, our quarterfinals are just about getting set up. Optic Gaming versus Oxygen Esports. E United is waiting for their matchup, as well as Cloud9 and FaZe Clan versus G1. My goodness me, I am very excited about FaZe Clan versus G1. What are you thinking when you stare at that matchup?
Oh man, that's so juicy, isn't it? We've been saying we want to see G1 tested in this tournament. They haven't really had a true test thus far. Well, FaZe Clan is definitely going to be a true test. I could argue that is 2 teams fighting for top 3, if not even top 2. I tell you what, I think both of them could even win a tournament. That's how well both of them look so far.
I don't think any one of them, whether it be FaZe or G1, is looking at that and they're happy with the way this is shaking out, where they have to play arguably one of the top 4 teams. I think they would have preferred to be playing against the likes of an Auction Esports who have gone on a momentous run. But like Dan says, this is going to see if G1 have got the bottle.
We certainly will indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, we've got to flip the script a little bit right now and talk about a different winners quarterfinal, and that's going to be Optic versus Oxygen. And that's going to be a bit of a clash on the main stage. Two greens happening up there. One slightly stronger than the other one so far, and that is going to be Optic Gaming. And Walshy, I haven't actually got a chance to talk to you about Optic yet and how they've been performing. So what are your thoughts coming into this one?
I mean, they look incredibly strong. I would compare this to their last match they had. They just took on fnatic. fnatic, I would say, is similar in skill to Oxygen. I would say Oxygen is a better team right now than fnatic based on how I've been seeing them perform today. But overall, we saw what Optic did against fnatic. It was a complete one-sided series.
It was indeed. And when it comes to individual players as well, Walshy, you know, we have so many to choose from on this roster, right? But who's really been kind of catching your eye as of yet so far this weekend?
I mean, every single time it's so easy to say Lucid, but when I did see Formal performing on live fire there, he was making some incredible snipe plays. He's just not missing. So I'm still gonna go with my original answer, Lucid, but either way, Formal was catching my eye today.
I think for me, it has to be APG. I think as a player who has improved the most, people were questioning his spot once upon a time when it was Ola or him to be dropped. I think he is playing some of the greatest Halo he's ever played, and he is integral to everything this team do. He is so underappreciated on this squad by the fans that look in. They always seem to think he's the reason why they lose games. And I tell you for a fact, some of the things he does, he creates opportunities for this team, and that is why you see Lucid be able to play the way he is. That's why he has this free roam on the map, is because APG, he doesn't just do that. It's lazy to say he just does the dirty work. He does far more than that. He creates lanes and he creates opportunities.
Too late to change my answer? No, I like Jersey's answer a lot better. He had a much more defense.
That's okay. You can go back. I think the beauty of this team as well, Gaskin, is the fact that it can be honestly any single one of these players on any given day, or honestly any given map. And I think it does kind of take turns like that. And I think that's what makes Optic so scary. You just don't know who it's going to be to pop off at whatever time. And I think the synergy of this team right now is going to be very, very difficult to beat. But what do you make right now of the overall composure? We've seen them win a Game 5. That's a pretty big step in the right direction.
Yeah, because I think one of the biggest critiques we had of Optic Gaming was that Game 5 clutch factor against some of the biggest and best, like losing to Sentinels, for example. Are they going to be able to have the bottle to beat some of the biggest and best teams? Well, doing it against FaZe is definitely showing us, okay, Optic are really here to play at this tournament, and they are definitely set out to win a championship.
I'll tell you what, the other shade of green on the other side of the stage hopefully is going to turn another shade of red with embarrassment against this Optic Gaming roster. What can they do to stop that from happening, do you think, Shaz?
Well, I think something that Oxygen Esports have already done is just completely squash all of the teams in their group. I think we were not expecting them to come in and cause the upsets they did. We were expecting them to come in and just be, you know, fourth seed in the pool. And what they've come in here is to make the pun. They've cut off the oxygen supply to the likes of Quadrnt, who had the opportunities to go and secure their second place, secure Worlds. And right here and right now, Quadrnt came unstuck against an Oxygen Esports team who perhaps were undervalued and underappreciated, and because of that, we see Quadrnt tumble out. And I think Optic Gaming, if they do not take this squad seriously, they could be in for a bit of a game.
Can we also talk about the fact Oxygen are here means they have guaranteed their spot at Worlds as well? From the open bracket, unbelievable. They've been able to pinch that one away from Quadrnt and Native Gaming Red. I think they're going to be so ecstatic to be on that main stage. But now this is the time where you say, okay, look, we have made Worlds. Let's calm down a little bit. Let's focus on the task at hand. Let's give Optic Gaming the best that we've got. Let's not be pushovers. Let's not just get 3-0'd on main stage. Let's actually show that we can take games off the best teams in this tournament.
Couldn't agree more. I think this is a confidence builder, right? Heading into Worlds, the bigger picture later on. And I think, honestly, they can listen to what is being said about the series, you know, right? Like, what do we need to improve on? What weren't we so good at? What were we amazing at? Lots of takeaways, I think, from this series for Oxygen Esports in particular. But I think also when it comes to some of the individuals here, we kind of also talked about Collect a little bit, what he's looking like on this roster, what his role's going to be. His KD hasn't been that fantastic as of late, but you know, what is he going to be delivering later on, do you think? Do you think he needs to be a little bit more comfortable here?
I think it's all about him trying to find his feet, isn't it? He has to try and see what exact role he is expected to do. I think he's a very, very late pickup. Collect didn't think he was going to be on a team this tournament. He was wishing everybody else, he was wishing all his competition the best luck. He said he wasn't going to be competing here or indeed at Worlds. Now all of a sudden, he's not only competing here, but he's managed to punch his ticket to Worlds. So I think fantastic performance out of him to be able to get himself on this roster and prove his worth. I think it could have very easily went away from him and he could have been looking at a season 2. But I think Collect has already achieved, I think it's objective complete for this entire squad, but the job's not done just yet.
Now, Walshy, what advice would you be giving this Oxygen roster heading into this one against Optic, the favorites to win the tournament?
I mean, they got nothing to lose. It really is. They're in a situation where don't be afraid, don't be passive, don't play in a situation where you're expecting Optic to make mistakes. Go and play your game plan. You got to test it on LAN so many times throughout the open bracket, so many times throughout pool play. You've shown that you can beat some of these top squads. The fact that they took out like Quadrnt, they're just playing incredible.
I think Walshy makes a great point. I think what we're seeing Oxygen Esports here is perhaps playing on house money. They've already exceeded expectations. It's just about, you can lose this series, but how do you lose them? Do you learn things? Because you're going to be playing against these teams as the tournament progresses. So I want to see how good Oxygen Esports can be against those top dogs.
Well, I'll tell you what, the stage, the room is green, and green means go. So I'm going to go to our casters right now to get this one underway. I've got Bravo and Onset on the mics. Gents, take it away.
Thank you very much, Lottie. And it's time for us to get into the winners bracket. It seems like we've had 1,000 pool play games over the last couple of days.
It's been a lot
but
of pool
finally, we're getting into the bracket now. And what a game we have in front of us. A very interesting game.
Yeah.
Because you have Optic, who have looked absolutely unstoppable at times throughout the last couple of days. And on the other side, you have what can only be described as a surprise package in Oxygen Esports.
I mean, a Cinderella story, a heroic run for them so far. You just heard about them talking about it on the desk. When we saw Oxygen Esports, we were like, wait a minute, this is a winner's bracket quarterfinal? You heard correct. Oxygen has upset Quadrnt. They've upset Native Red, and now they need to take on Optic Gaming here in the winner's bracket.
And the biggest test of them all stands in front of them right now. Not only do they have to play against 4 players who have looked at the top of their game, they've also got the green wall in the crowd as well behind them. It's going to be a tough ask for Oxygen Esports, but they've been on the road to victory so far this tournament. Let's start off with some Collect.
Wait, hold the phone. Hold the phone. Looks like a false start here on the main stage. Collect was leaning forward. He was ready to go. I was ready to go. Well, I was ready to go too.
I'm just going to say to everyone
I think our
home,
crowd in Orlando was ready to go.
Yeah, there's no way I'm doing an intro better than that for the series when it starts back up again. I'm sorry.
You'll have to take the one you got.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe we can just record that one and play it again.
Play it again.
The series gets underway. But I mean, yeah, welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. We got a little bit ahead of ourselves, but it does give us a little bit more chance to talk about the journey that Oxygen have been on, because we were kind of walking out the venue yesterday, and we were walking past the open stations. We were like, oh, I haven't seen a pair like this in years. Like the amount of big teams that were going up against each other, the amount of talent, the amount of, we call it the passion pit for a reason, right? We could hear the passion coming out of those areas and from those stations. It was a little bit of a throwback.
It was absolutely incredible what we saw. I mean, every single match in the pit had a huge crowd around it. And honestly, even going to events in 2006, 2007, 2008, it wasn't always the case that every single match had an enormous crowd around it. But that's what it was like last night, and that's where these teams have fought through. Oxygen Esports going to be very happy the fact they've earned themselves a spot here on the main stage. As we said, we looked at the brackets and we had to look, and of course the 3-way tiebreak in Pool B has earned them this spot here in the winner's quarters.
Yeah, not just getting out of the open bracket either, like you say, it's also somehow fighting and clawing their way out of that pool, which was so fiercely contested. I'm pretty sure it was decided on map count by the end of it, how they actually find themselves in this position. But I mean, it does give us a chance to kind of highlight Oxygen a little bit more. A week or two ago, one of their players was going, don't think I'm going to be at Orlando, don't think I'm going to be at Worlds, and now Collect, not only has he found a team, he's going to Worlds.
I mean, absolutely, what a run here over the past 36 or so hours for Collect, right? You get on site in Orlando, you wonder how this event's going to go. Fast forward 36 hours later, you're just as happy as the Chief on your screen, as he's secured his spot in Worlds. Chief's locked in, ready to go here, just as excited as we are on the main stage. But Collect already, as we said, achieved job number 1. Get to Worlds. Now he has an opportunity on the main stage to maybe even put up an impressive performance yet again.
And what a brave decision from Oxygen as well, to make the team change, right? To see the Collective saying, hey, I'm available here. I've shown what I can do in some of the pro series. I'm shown that I have a huge amount of individual ability and kind of raw skill. And they've made it work. 4 players coming together, fighting through that open bracket and having the success they would have wanted to. And like Shazzy said on the desk, right, achieving that main goal, the first goal, which is getting to Worlds. But it also gives us a little chance here to talk about the green wall. Optic Gaming. Everything they would have wanted on day number 1, looking extremely strong. The Game 5 win against FaZe, we've highlighted for numerous reasons, but today it almost feels like they've looked even better.
They have, and they continue to look better, as you say, and that's when Optic gets really scary, right? I think we talked about a little bit of the Optic kryptonite over the course of the season, right? Working through a little bit of things with chemistry with their original roster, not closing out Game 5s and Game 7 Slayers.
However, it looks like each of those has been worked on in a major way, and now they're looking better than ever.
Yeah, it's really interesting as well. I actually sat down with Alumni, who's the manager of Optic at Halo, and he was kind of having a little chat. And he was saying, there's a mental checklist we're trying to get through in day 1, day 2. Little things we're trying to make sure that we get completed so we set ourselves up in the best way for when we get into this championship bracket. And he's saying so far, those boxes have been ticked. They're staying inside of this little bubble as well. He said they don't want to get too vocal about things. They don't want to start trash talking people. They are completely, utterly focused on their own game. And one thing I love seeing is they're smiling about it as well.
Smiles on the faces there. We saw it yesterday as well across Lucid and Formal's faces, just smiles before the match. You know that they're in good spirits, they got the right energy, and they're locked in, ready to go here in day number 2.
Well, I can always back on the crowd to give me a little bit of energy to get back into this series. Thank you very much, Orlando, as Optic Gaming now look to solidify their place in the next round of this winner's bracket, but standing in their way is going to be Oxygen Esports. Like you mentioned, the Cinderella story. The question is, can they keep it going?
That's right. Does it end here? Where does their winner's bracket run go? If you're on the side of Optic Gaming, you want to make sure it ends right here and right now. Map number 1 is going to be Recharge Oddball.
Good news, everybody. The game is live, and we are going to stay on the POV of Collect to start this one off. 3 players flying through tower from Optic Gaming. Collect doing a pretty good job just to survive it.
Like we said, can you imagine 1 week ago, as the Optic Gaming chant already erupts in the arena?
It's loud in here.
1 week ago, not sure if you'd be at this event. Now, fast forward to right now, you've already qualified for the World Championships, and you're playing up against one of the best teams in the world on the main stage.
Now, this man on your screen has been doing some disgusting things to Spartans in the last couple of days. He has been hitting snipes, he has been hitting multi-kills, and he is looking, as he would say himself, final. This is Formal. He's looking like he's playing some of his best Halo of the year.
The teamwork there as they go a 3-man collapse on the head of top tower. That'll actually be 3 dead, though, for Optic Gaming. Trippy, the last player alive momentarily.
Bomex has managed to scoop that ball up as well, but Trippy cuts him down on the pass. But just as Trippy manages to hit that headshot, he's taken down himself. It's a head-for-head across the map, and it looks like Oxygen Esports have got a pretty decent setup here around players.
Presumably Triton will drop and rotate this. Yeah, he wants to be able to make sure he's using that shock. Triton, of course, coming from a previous Complexity roster where they found a good bit of success, but now hoping to find even more on the side of Oxygen.
It looks like Optic have managed to get a couple of picks here, so now Triton's going to feel the pressure. Instead, he's going to grab that ball away. He's going to maybe try and throw this one out and think about picking up a kill on his way to the grave. Trippy takes a little bit of damage. Lucid will collect that shock rifle, but he's just going to pass it off and play a little bit of a baton change here with his teammate. It's going to be Trippy now who has the shock.
Gotta say, great play from Triton right there to use the entire sandbox. Grapples that ball away and actually double rotates it all the way back to bottom middle wall, hitting a little bit of shock damage to allow for his team to capitalize on that damage as well. The game will stay here early on, 8-1.
The confidence coming in here from Trippy. He knows he's got Formal alongside him. Bomex picks up one, but Bome, you're in the dirt, my friend. Great teamwork there. A 2-for-0 trade in the favor of Optic Gaming. 3-4 for Oxygen. Shock in the hands of Trippy. More importantly, ball is in the hands of Formal.
Oh my God, Trippy there. You saw he thought about grappling the ball. Instead, the communication must have come in. Instead, that he was going to play shock, and he plays it well on the Mangler door. That will give them now the advantage here. Optic Gaming 17-8.
Slender lead for them. Even though they do have the shock rifle and the ball, Nemesis has managed to pick up the camouflage now, so he has the opportunity to get that pick to break the setup here. Optic trying to hold down this gold area. Play up in the attic. They've got a couple of players who are kind of playing nice and close and tight to that ball. Formal's trying to sniff out this camo player, and Formal sniffs him out.
Wow, look at the pre-nades coming in from Optic Gaming. The way that they took down that camo was by pre-nading the glass ledge repeatedly, and in doing so, take Nem's camo all the way down. Formal answers back, shuts down the camo.
What a catch that was, by the way. Tried to throw that ball out for the play ball. An Optic player picked it up, and now Optic just working so well together. Every time damage is done, it's converted into a kill, almost at a click of a finger.
Sometimes it takes a few minutes for Optic to find stride in a game like this, but they really have wasted no time. Down by a few points early on, they've now essentially gone on a 50-point unanswered run.
Pipe setup once again looking strong here for Optic. Triton's going to be the player trying to burst through on those red stairs. However, Lucid trying to keep his teammate alive once more. It's a pretty good job of getting the trade. There is still another player hanging around here on Elevator. That's going to be Bomex, and look at Lucid. Just been a nuisance. He's saying, Bome, you've got to go forward. We've got the oddball.
Just like you said, taking his time. Knows that the advantage is going to be in his favor. They will eventually trade, but that's a fine trade for Lucid to take. 2 dead for Optic at the moment.
Yeah, you're taking a player down in elevator there from the opposition. Not only are you stopping that push, but you're creating so much room for your teammates to hold that on ball. Formal, little killing spree, but that'll be finally ended. Oxygen Esports look like they have a momentary hold, but even with Tryon alive here, he's got so much responsibility. He knows multiple Optic players are going to be flooding. Trippy's going to be the first person through pipes.
Yeah, good movement from Triton there to fly in and avoid the green gun from Formal. That allows him to do a lot of damage up here at top tower and a little bit more time on the board. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Oxygen still forced to play the ball off of Formal's damage, though. That's how devastating this guy can be.
Pipe's going to pick up another. Trippy back into the pipes. Trippy doubling the dosage of what we saw a few moments ago. He cleans those pipes out. Always a good idea to do that, especially early in the morning. And at 84 points and rising, Optic now just 15 away from closing out rain number 1.
Yeah, you got to think this might be a little bit of a rotate as well, all the way to top elevator. Look at the time on the clock. Nobody's really in position. This should be the round. Yeah,
nice little rotate here. He collects pretty much the only player who can do anything, but as last player alive here, he's just going to have to play a little bit of chase here. Trippy's not going to give him the opportunity, and Optic Gaming with an extremely solid and impressive round number 1, are up by 1.
Yeah, very, very nice work from Optic Gaming. And sometimes, as we said, they have a slower round number 1. Not the case here. Really firing on all cylinders after being down by about 10 points. They did not look back. They closed that one out early, and now they're going to make sure to close this one out in 2 rounds if they have their way.
I find it fascinating with the way that Optic are playing at the moment. It's almost as if we're just taking turns to talk about one player going off. It's not just one player carrying a team. We've talked about APG, Formal, Lucid. It's Trippy in this game who's leading the kills, 11 to his name.
See what Collect can do here. 2 dead for Optic, so certainly an opportunity and an opening for them to capitalize. But when players like Lucid are getting away with things like this, that's how hard it is to take down players on Optic Gaming.
How just a double kill there and survivability coming in from Lucid means that now Collect has to completely change his plan to go back to his teammates. Optic looking to hold this Oddball around elevator at the moment as Collect grabs that shock rifle. Let's see how Optic hold this one. Let's jump into an Astro listening.
Bottom tower, two guys grapple, Brad. Need their weak bone. Need here. I need help, guys.
One of us dead, 3
rotating, better rotating. So one more.
Main pit, I think.
Yeah, he's going bottom elevator now. Yeah, right below you.
I'm up in got a shock, yeah, a shock.
This is a shock. Trying to get to you. I'm coming. He's like on the stairs, bro.
That
shock.
Get that shock.
Yeah, bottom tower.
And it's punching C-plat. T-boxes weak bones.
T-boxes, nice. Ball maybe.
Right play, that'd be kill. Nice shot. Bolter. I'm trying to get the goal. Fast.
Yep, nice damage.
They're in goal back.
I'm pushing out tower.
He get gold, that's the only guy, yeah.
He's on it. Top tower, he's here.
Grapple. Nice timing. 1 dead, guys. We have a pick.
Battery, grapple.
1, 2 dead.
T-boxes. Yeah, I'm living right now.
Joey's got bow.
Bottom tower.
He's not pushing you, Joey.
Tower.
Just stay down if you can, Joey. Nice shot. 2 dead. They're spawning right now.
3 dead.
There should be C-plat area.
No, let's play for this game, man.
Yeah, it's coming in 5. It's coming in 5.
Yeah, yep.
Oh, bottom mid, I came on. That was like,
top tower. Yeah, 2 guys tower.
Mid jump. We just need to make this camo. Yeah.
Bottom mid, Mangler pushing me.
Bottom tower, careful. Alright, 2 is dead.
On camo.
Okay, just be ready to play that, Joey.
Fight together, Joey. Fight together.
Got one. Oh, you, Joey.
Absolute.
Nice job.
Neither and gold. That
was 2 dead. Tommy trying to look ball. They're on ball.
Dude, bottom tower came out.
One's the only guy in gold for a second. They might spawn there.
Yeah. Yep, he's still there.
Yeah, I can push gold. As we jump back into the game here, Optic have a 42 to 33 point lead. However, you can see the Oxygen are making some plays, but a couple of things you noticed in that listening.
Yeah, definitely a much closer round here. I mean, it goes without saying. Look at the scoreboard here. It's a very different round number 2 for Oxygen Esports, but I think one thing that Oxygen needs to be careful of is even when they get 3 dead, Formal, the last player alive, is still forcing the play ball. And even when you have what feels like such good control, one player from Optic is still sneaking through.
Yeah, look at the damage that APG has just done. He's taken 3 players' shields down, and now he's moving in to finish off the kill that he started. Nemesis, only player alive here for Oxygen Esports. A great break of the setup here for Optic Gaming. Now they have one of their own, and they've got Formal with that shock rifle.
Oh gosh, Formal in the pipes with the shock rifle. That's who done it, and he does it again. Picks up another one. 2 dead. Tries to connect with Collect in the back of the elevator. That one won't go, but it will still lead to more points on the board for Optic. 3 dead for Oxygen. Oh, you can run, but you can't hide. Formal out with another perfect kill.
Formal really is looking like a man on a mission here in Orlando. He's hitting pretty much everything in those clutch moments. 62 to 39. It's another one for Formal. 5 in a row for him. Bomex, don't show you're going to go to the death screen.
Oh boy, of course he picks up another one there. That's back-to-back death for Bohm at the hands of Formal. It's just a respawn simulator for these guys.
Remote detonation, the only thing that can slow him down at the moment. As Oxygen Esports look to break this setup once more, trying maybe even to sneak to the top red here. APG's going to take shots, but once again, there's the help. Trippy gets taken down, APG as well. So it looks like Oxygen just with a little bit of superior teamwork momentarily. But again, here comes the Optic Cavalry.
Oh, it's a strong push here from Optic to answer back. It was a great push initially from Oxygen, but the two-man push through the pipes for Optic is going to allow for a big rotate. And Formal says, I'm out of here, suckers. He rotates the ball all the way to C-flat.
And all of this space was created by Lucid there, right? Just holding up those two players, engaging with both of them. But now Formal's got a 1v1, so when it's Nemesis on the other end of it, Nemesis will win that one. So an opportunity here for Oxygen to get some control, maybe look at a play ball, or maybe look to take out these final players from Optic.
Nem, by the way, we got to point out, he's 18 and 14 right now. Great numbers in this game so far, but only 14 points to go for Optic to close out the game.
Looks like Optic have won those trades inside a tower as well, and Lucid, he's just seen the player running down by that repulsor tunnel. He's going to try and milk this one. 97, 98, can't quite get that 98. The ball gets picked up by Collect as well.
What's Collect going to do here though? 2v2, this is a big play. He needs to make sure he plays the ball if it gets too dangerous.
Formal comes in, no Formal, he's going to pick up the final kill. And with that, the final seconds as well. Optic Gaming with a 2-0 victory here on Recharge Oddball. Up one in the series here in our winners quarterfinals.
All around a great #1 from Optic Gaming as they close that one out in 2 rounds. And to be honest, Acend, I think they're picking up where they left off in this tournament so far. They're looking good.
Yeah, I mean, you look at every single player in the lobby on Optic Gaming. Everyone's doing their job perfectly. It's very difficult to kind of highlight one player being brilliant because everyone is doing what you want to see them doing. It's like the machine is fully oiled, the cogs are all working together, and they're just steaming forward at the moment.
Absolutely a well-oiled machine indeed. 200 to 63 in that first game. Take a look at some of the highlight stats. Of course, it's Formal. He goes 21 and 12 in that game #1.
And has most assists in the game as well. And I'm pretty sure he had a decent amount of ball time alongside it. The man, like I mentioned, there's just something about him when I look at him on that main stage over the last couple of days. Just pure focus. Yep. I think he realized, he said it himself, you know, KC wasn't his best showing. You know, he was checked out a little bit after that play. We've kind of mentioned it enough now, but he looks like he's here. And he looks like he wants to perform in a way that takes Optic further in a tournament than they've ever been.
Yeah, and I have to say, moments of greatness from the side of Oxygen, right? They had several opportunities to get something like a 3 dead, even a few 4 deads, but it felt like no matter how much control they got, all it took was a single Optic Gaming push to break apart the new Oxygen setup.
Yeah, one thing I love about Optic as well is once the damage is done, they kind of run shoulder to shoulder, right? It makes it so difficult if you're that solo player. Even if both players are half shields, you're not going to take both of them down. It's very unlikely you're going to take one of them down if they're both firing their guns in the way that they want to. So it looks like Oxygen just struggling to deal with those kind of flood of players, especially through those pipes area. Optic seem to have their game plan down to a T, as now we move over to game #2, which is going to be Slayer on Streets.
Yeah, it's a clean 2-0 win there in Oddball Recharge for the side of the green wall. Up next, going to Slayer Streets, and we'll see what they might be able to do here. If game 1 was any indication, though, Optic is leaving no room for Oxygen to play high-speed Halo, right? Optic shutting them down at every turn.
They certainly are, and what's been impressive with the Optic Gaming members on this Streets map as well is every single time they seem to have a Stalker in their hands. It's not a case of just doing damage. I'm seeing 3-shot, 3-shot, 3-shot. That's how good these guys are looking individually at the moment. So for Oxygen Esports, this is a map that they could get back into the series, but sandbox control is vital for them to do so. And I'm not just talking about getting the weapons, they've got to keep them out of the hands of Optic, and they've got to put them to use as well.
Right, as we get ready to get into this game #2, let's not forget Oxygen has earned this spot, right? They have upset team after team to find themselves in the winners quarterfinals. Can they dig deep here on the main stage? Can they show up in a big way to maybe take game #2 from Optic Gaming?
Game #2 being a Slayer as well always gives the underdog that little bit of hope. If you win this one, you know you've only got to steal one of the next 2 games, and you've got another Slayer to maybe cause that upset, but at the moment, that looks a long way away. Collect, though, with a great start. He's going to pick up those rockets.
A little bit of snag there, and to be honest, it's a rare moment where you actually see Lucid the first to fall on Optic Gaming. That will, as you say, give a little bit of a rocket grab here, an opportunity for Oxygen Esports, and the game surprisingly slows down. Optic does not want to be on the receiving end of these rockets, trying to bait these out if they can.
I was about to say, how well did Optic bait rockets yesterday? It seems they know positions they want to play where they can get away, whether it's with a thrust or not, or maybe it's just a bit of a bad rocket coming in from Collect. You don't have to bait it if he's just going to waste it.
They just forced the panic there. That rocket there sent all the way into the back of the cafe. It will not connect, and Optic going to be happy with that, even though they lost the first death. And the Rockets, they have the lead here. It will be tied once again, 4-4, make it 5-4. Lucid will, after that first death, redeem himself and give himself a little bit of a lead.
That was 3 dead there for Oxygen Esports as well, and now you can see Lucid already looking for a pressure on, but some good shots coming in from Bomex. They're just going to slow things down a little bit. Trippy was the furthest player off for Optic Gaming, and he got taken down. So now you're seeing that tightness here from Optic once more, making sure they're playing shoulder to shoulder, and Bomex has got no chance to get 2 Optic players.
Wow, this is great here from Lucid. Look at all the, oh my God, and a stick as well. Clip that. Unbelievable sequence there to pick up the kill on Tires, to stay alive, take no damage from the Collect battle, and then loop back on the driveway kill, pick up another one Red Room, and then get the death stick. The man is putting on a clinic. They're now up 10-7.
I love how Lucid does it as well. It always looks like it's disrespectful. It's like, how dare you try and kill me? You know what? I've got no shield, you're coming with me. It really does look like that. And speaking of this Stalker rifle, I don't just say things for a reason, for no reason, excuse me. I mean, Formal there just clipping that headshot, and with the way that he's been shooting today with sniper rifle, any precision weapon, it wouldn't surprise me to be saying this guy got 3'd a few more times.
And it feels like over the course of the season, right? Every single Optic Gaming player, as Formal tries to stay alive, Collect gets a kill from the dumpster and manages to stay alive as well, but that will open up and pave the way for a Lucid rocket grab as he heads to back A.
Looks like he knows that Triton's trying to sneak behind him on tower as well. Nemesis with the damage from that grenade. I think they know where Lucid is. He tries to thread the needle, can't quite get the damage, but now he knows where the final 2 players are. Boom, you're dead. Formal comes in. Nemesis, you're dead. 4 dead. Here for Oxygen Esports, 19-10. And it looks like Optic are starting to run away with this.
And look at the way that Optic Gaming can hold down the gas pedal at a moment like this, and contrast this with the opening moments where they lost the first death. And the Rockets, they can slow the game down to a complete halt. It's complete game management from Optic Gaming once again. They're up 20-10.
Look at the way that Lucid's playing this as well. He's just waiting for damage to come in before he makes his move. Then he's just being annoying. He's getting damage down himself, and that is another 4 dead for Oxygen and Esports. That is the perfect push from Optic.
This is Optic's world, and we're just living in it. 23-10 now as they have commanding control of this game, and it feels like dictating it at every single turn.
Oxygen Esports just being picked off one by one at the moment. 2 more going to the bank here for Optic Gaming. As Lucid just still showing composure, not getting over aggressive, just making sure he's doing his job, holding down both the mid lane and this pink lane as well. But Trippy's in the feed, and look what he's got. Gets a Stalker rifle, double kill to go alongside it. Collect's going to challenge, but haven't seen this man shoot today. I don't think that's a wise idea.
Imagine peeking out maybe your living room on a Monday morning, and it's just Trippy coming down your driveway with a Stalker rifle, just beaming you every single shot.
Close the curtains.
Not a comfortable place to be. 27-12 now, as it feels like this game is just an opportunity for everyone on Optic to pop off yet again.
Oh, this is what I'm talking
don't go
about.
Outside, it is not safe.
Trippy now. It's almost as if he's going to surprise this player as well. He thinks he's got the Stalker, he's got the Bulldog as well. Formal there to keep Trippy alive. Trippy currently sat at 9 kills and 1 death. I think scary is the right word.
Honey, Trippy's outside again. Just got the Stalker rifle. Lock the doors. It's not safe. 33-16. Optic Gaming really starting to pop off. Trippy's 10-1.
Fortunately here for Oxygen, Trippy's run out of ammo with that Stalker. Bohm has the rockets though. But Trippy has the Bulldog. If Oxygen want any hope of getting back into this game, it needs to be 2 kills from 2 at a minimum from this rocket. Bohm has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders here, but with Triton going down, it just means there's more likely that he's going to get sniffed out. He finds 1 kill, but can he stay alive long enough to use the second? No, he can't.
Nice little bank nade from APG from the L to take out the player just below Tires there. 2 will fall though for Optic Gaming, so a little bit of moment slow down. Oh God, Trippy's got the Stalker rifle again. Call the police.
One thing I love about North America is the free refills. I didn't realize it applied to Stalker rifles as well, but it seems like Trippy's certainly taking advantage of that. Did he just stick him? No.
Almost. Lots of damage though going down on B in the end. It's a successful push for Oxygen. They're down by 15 at this point in the game and trying to string something together, but you have to wonder, is it too little too late as the arcade music just blares to our ears for a split second? If Nemesis wants to hear footsteps, he's going to have to back away from that.
I feel like that's the exact sound that Trippy walking up a driveway would be accompanied by.
Out of a horror film, without a doubt. 38-20 now. Triton alive in red room here. He has the Stalker in hand. Let's see what he might be able to do.
Got a couple of thrusts as well. APG is going to have a little poke and a prod. Goes for the stick, but the sandbox, the difference between the two there. Lucid, he's got a Sentinel beam, and all of a sudden, Oxygen Esports starting to just put a couple of kills together without response. However, just as I finish the sentence, Optic makes sure that's a 2-for-1 trade instead of a 2-for-0.
And you have to think with the run that Optic Gaming just put on at 39-22, this is all but over. A team like Optic does not lose games like this. Rocket's popping up right now.
Yeah, this could be it. If Optic get hold of this rocket launcher, then this will be the final stretch, so to speak. But Oxygen making a good push here, and APG is now last player alive. So it looks like Oxygen should be able to get these rockets, but Formal gets a pick. APG is going to be challenging, and APG finds himself the victim of the double kill. But at 27-42, I can tell you that there's a comeback opportunity for Oxygen. But I've got to say, I might be lying.
It would be nothing short of a miracle. You have to wonder, maybe Oxygen just choosing a little bit too late to get their act together in this game, because right now this is a great sequence from them, but the scoreline has really gotten out of hand.
Just too much to do at this stage of the game. Formal again, just putting himself in a great position to clean up damage. He's currently got 12 kills to his name as well. And when everyone on your team is positive, except for Lucid, usually gonna have a pretty good time here.
It's interesting because we talked about it on the desk earlier, right? They cannot be dependent on Lucid. Everyone on this team has been playing great, but so often Lucid is going 20-9 in games that they win. This is a great example of what this entire Optic roster could do, and all of them firing on all cylinders, only 4 kills to go.
This is Optic sharing the responsibility of the game. It just looks so much more comfortable for everybody at the moment. Everyone playing for that win, everybody playing to go up 2 in the series. It's 2 more kills to go here for Optic. Nemesis goes down, it's now just the 1, and unfortunately Boom is the victim of APG. Optic Gaming up by 2. 1 more game to go for them to progress in the winner's bracket.
Crowd in Orlando likes it here. The Green Wall fans happy to see a 50-32 dominant Game 2 win. Just 2 kills shy of a steak dinner. But to be honest, if this day goes the same way as yesterday, Optic might still be having steak by the end of the night. Optic Gaming leads the series 2-0.
Let's take a look at some of the stats from that game as well. We did mention them just at the end before we close things out, or should I say the Optic closed things out in that Street Slayer. Optic Formal Matt, otherwise known as Formal. 13 kills to his name, just the 8 deaths, but I'm looking down at Trippy because we saw him with that Stalker rifle causing some problems, to say the least.
14-4. Absolutely wild numbers. Take a look at the damage as well across the board. Trippy leading in the damage category with that 38-30 in the end, and only 26.99 damage taken.
Yeah, when I was looking at Trippy's stats sort of halfway through that game, I was like, I had to double check the deaths. I was like, 1?
Yeah, it was 1.
It's like 1?
10-1, only 1 away from a 10-0 run there. Regardless, he doesn't care. 50-32 is your final score. Let's take a look at some of the highlights.
I mean, off the break here.
This is the sequence. Look at this from Lucid. It's almost unfair. He doesn't take damage in tires. Then he goes to kill Bohm here. Great push. Of course, guess what he does here? Doesn't matter if you're pushing him. He somehow, are you kidding me, gets a stick off in the last possible frame.
Super impressive stuff again from Lucid. That's the difference, right? A lot of players would have been happy to get that first kill, but he somehow turns it into a 2-for-1 as he goes down to the grave. And this was the Trippy show for a little bit. That Stalker rifle just causing so much damage. And there's a couple of weapons that we know online are very strong, but trust me, here in the LAN environment on LAN, that Stalker, the Bulldog, and the Heatwave, it's kind of like their effects are kind of multiplied. They are just so strong. And Trippy was giving us a great example of that.
Green Wall building a series layout here, brick by brick. 2 of the bricks are down. They're looking for the 3rd on King of the Hill live fire. As we talked about, historically one of their best maps over the past few weeks, especially last weekend's United tournament, is actually their weakest map. We'll see if they can close the series out here. If the first 2 games have been any indicator, they are looking to make quick work of Oxygen Esports and advance on in the winner's bracket.
Well, let's see if Optic can close it out in 3 and keep that momentum going, or if Oxygen are going to have something to say about this. Sniper rifle on the map, put a little bit of a smile on my face when I saw that we had live fire as our game number 3, because Formal, we saw him top tower yesterday, we saw what he could do. The question is, can Matthew Piper do it once more?
Starting things off here with Formal. He flies out right away, wastes no time, gets the first kill, almost like he's predicting it like clockwork. Picks up the 2nd kill as well. When you have Formal opening up games like that with doubles, it's going to make quick work of the opponent.
APG cleaning up Bomex as well. That was every player on Oxygen Esports down in pretty quick succession. So now you're going to see attention turning towards that hill, you would imagine, for Optic Gaming, but also eyes on the overshield. A lot to work with off the rip here on Live Viking of the Hill.
Absolutely. Lucid with the sniper rifle. That's never good if you're on the opposite side of the stage. Actually, it's quite terrifying. Let's see if he can do it against Collective. Of course he does. Hits the shot when he gets the call. And now just chasing down Prey. Let's start things off early with an Optic Gaming Astro listener.
I'm going big door. I'm going big door right now.
One shot pillar door.
And dummy time you again, Matt. Again.
Yep.
Yeah, that's you.
Mid,
I got time, Matt.
Ami has sniper in garage.
Are you going?
I'm watching your nest bridge. I'm watching nest bridge. I think Ami, Brad. Ami, A. One shot. One shot.
Nice shot, Tommy. We got a pick here. Let's get all this in.
Behind me, guys. Behind me. Yeah. Behind me. Green. Back green. Back green. Just kill me.
All right, you last guy.
They have sniper. They have sniper.
I'll go. Just live up here.
Nice shot.
Heat wave was up, baby.
I
got phone calls. And hill sniping.
Yo, I got shots. Nowhere.
Remember, they were
Heat wave. Yeah, they have heat wave.
Yo, on me already. A plat. I hear him. Just sitting like Mangler or something.
We're playing A. I'm going small tunnel.
Yeah, I'm gonna go pillar door, guys.
We probably got one hit on this hill.
Yo, buy me an A.
Let me take your journey.
Nice, we got a pick here. Let's focus on hill.
Pillars.
Sniping in hill.
Okay, so we need to get probably 2 down, 2 on 2.
Yeah, I'm coming. Absolutely. Thanks.
Let's
go.
Get up.
He's half.
All you, Tommy, all you.
Oh, that's Brad.
Yeah, I'm on it.
5 seconds for it.
Dummies. I can't go for it.
Pillars, sir.
We probably just need to give this hill.
Go A flat right now?
That's on me.
Cuts. Two guys.
Play over together.
Come in.
Yeah, play for them. Two one shots cuts. Absolute cuts, 2 of them. It's one bullet.
Nice.
Going for it.
Yep. Yeah, they're good.
They're gonna have it.
Well, as the Astro listening ends, maybe Oxygen Esports series begins, because they've managed to get that first hill on the board, and somewhat surprising considering that off the break there, Optic managed to get the overshield. They had the sniper rifle, they had everything they needed, but they just couldn't link those pieces together.
Yeah, it felt like they had all the tools to play with, like you say, everything they needed, but in the end, it's Oxygen Esports with a great first point. We've been praising Optic all series long, but Oxygen showing up in a big way here. We'll see if they can keep this running.
Lucid jumps back up the chimney, decides to come back down again. The reverse Santa Claus followed by the standard Santa Claus to get back on the map. But now though, look at Oxygen once more. They're halfway to capping this second hill. However, they have lost 3 players in the process of this Optic push. So Bomex is last alive. Now has to do a little bit of work. He's trying to just survive bottom middle, but look at this. Trippy's already sniffed him out. The first spawner is already the first in the death screen.
Good damage, and Trippy adds on to that damage. Great job by Optic Gaming to sniff out that last player bottom middle. Trippy must have gotten a call out because he came around that corner with the heat wave primed. And it looked like it was going to be a second Oxygen point, but now Optic will take the lead on the second hill.
Optic take the lead, but it's very, very slender. Lucid has a little bit of snipe to work with. Still has a repulsor chasing down that kill bottom middle. Now Optic have the setup. They have complete control of the tower and this C plat. So anyone who makes a move from Oxygen Esports, you would imagine that Optic will have a line of sight. Try and challenges. He gets bodied, and Trippy immediately cleans it up.
Great work there from Lucid as well to send any projectiles that were flying into Cuts right back. Ooh, he wanted the fadeaway jumper. Lucid staying alive here. A little bit of screen watching coming in from him as well.
OS coming up as well. Nemesis gets bodied. Oh my god! Half shields! And he takes 2 bodies with him. I mean, Lucid doing so much damage, realizing it was his responsibility to make sure that OS becomes Optics.
He also gets the overshield himself as well. Does pop it there. Apologies, a little bit of an animation glitch as we're tied 1-1 off of a great response from Optic Gaming. You just saw Lucid didn't leave C plat until he was sure that that battle was won, and then he brings himself out here to overshield. Almost picks it up single-handedly based on those 2 body shots.
Yeah, great stuff here from Lucid. Just not the timing of it to get the overshield and keep Oxygen off. That means that by pushing forward, he transitions the spawns from Oxygen as far away from where that next hill is going. He almost won the rotation single-handedly there. Lucid, excuse me, for Optic Gaming. Oxygen now trying to fight their way back into Garage, but look at who's holding them. It's APG, and he's heating things up with the wave.
The keeper up for the gates. APG with the heat wave in hand. You're not coming through the garage door, that's for sure. Nothing safe. Trippy's in the driveway with the stalker. APG's guarding the garage door. Your whole house is on lockdown. And Optic Gaming now heating up in this game again. They're going to look to go up 2-1 and continue scoring.
Optic Security Services looking extremely strong in this game now as they are locking down this house hill. Garage is all theirs at the moment, and it looks like at the moment Oxygen have kind of given up on this hill. They maybe have time for one more push, but it looks like they're going to turn their attention maybe towards the OS side, or maybe just trying to get a couple of picks to have a bit more freedom. Moment's going to be challenging, but APG once again just holding down this big door. And this is what APG does. Multiple targets, a lot of damage done.
So they get one kill here. Really, they just want to get a little bit of map control, but it's a great trade coming in for Optic, of course, as that second point on A does go to Optic. No time for Oxygen to mount the push. And off of the late push, they actually go 2 down, which is going to spell even more control for Optic Gaming yet again.
Yeah, it looks like Oxygen were trying to formulate a push. Unfortunately, it just took too many seconds to get all the pieces going together, and Optic don't need to be given a few seconds to convert the hill and take advantage of the space you give them. Now they're inside of that next hill as well. A killing spree here for APG, but Trippy now finds himself last alive. But once again, it's a killing spree for Trippy. Vomex will clean him up finally, and now you have Oxygen sat inside of that hill and Collect with the sniper. I tell you what, this man is pretty fun to watch for this.
Yeah, let's see what he can do here. Gonna try to stay alive with his teammates and watch scoreboard for just a moment. Also watching sandbags. They want to try to get the opening pick here if they can. They'll continue scoring if they do.
Triton's just going to get melted here.
God.
Collect backing all the way up to tower. Looks like the other Oxygen players are trying to lock down top mid and make a move on that A plant. There's a nice body shot. Former will escape with his life, though. Oxygen now maybe thinking about transitioning into this hill. Repulse up here from Collect into the heavens. The Oxygen sometimes gets a little bit thin up there, but APG is going to keep him on his toes and bring him back down to earth.
Look at them shutting down Collect. He has no sight lines, nowhere to go, just absolutely being harassed by the BRs of Optic Gaming. One last repulse. Wait a second. As he gets a nice little fadeaway onto Formal. Finally gets away, but it might be the end of the story. No. Help comes in from Boom to keep him alive. And they still are trying to tie the game up here 2-2.
Fiercely contested hill, this one. Trippy. With that heat wave, he gets taken down as well, but this is getting very, very close, this hill. You can see pretty much tied up. APG is going to be there inside of the hill. He slides just out at the right time as the help arrives. Again, the baiting and switching inside and around that hill from Optic. Perfect. Collect had nothing that he could do in that situation.
Yeah, really good timing. A great run from Collect, it must be said, on your screen there, but Optic Gaming making sure to eventually shut it down. The boom block doesn't come in from Lucid, so he'll have to wait a moment before re-engaging as well.
Optic look like they've got control of this hill, and they do score that third point, so now it's just one more point to go here for Optic to close out the series 3-0. Collective Bone with a couple of kills, but this top middle hill, with Lucid sat up on that top tower, it might be another Optic one pretty soon.
With a 3-1 lead here, nice little two-man push there on the dummy ramp from Oxygen Esports. That will lead to 2 dead for Optic Gaming, but regardless of that push, you have to think 3-1 here with 1:45 left on the top middle hill. This is quite an ask for the side of Oxygen Esports.
Time is certainly going to be a factor as well, even though Optic are kind of trapped here and Collect is having a little bit of a feast with that overshield and heat wave. They've got to pretty much be perfect on this hill, but they're doing a damn good job of it right now. 1:45 left on that game clock. Of course, it's going to stop every time that there is a player inside of that hill. But they're already just over halfway to collecting this point, and then we go back to the start. We go back to that first hill. And that's what we're going to see if Oxygen have got a little bit more to say in this series.
Oh boy, look at APG. Wow. With the reverse Santa Claus of his own, he comes right back up. 3 dead for Oxygen. Look at the numbers that you're seeing on screen. Lucid, by the way, 17 and 10 with 13 assists as well.
Look at APG as well. He's just on the hunt at the moment. Collect will not go down. Nemesis is going to be there to help him out. But all players from Oxygen Esports spawning away from the hill towards that back green area. That's where you want them spawning, as far away as possible, fighting uphill. You have all the angles, you can have all the fun, and Optic, they're looking to do it now, but Oxygen keep fighting here, and you have to give them some credit. They will not let this one go.
Certainly, it's been a great run from them in this game, and certainly their best performance of the series so far. Lucid just putting together every piece of the puzzle. The crowd in Orlando loves it.
He's looking for that sniper rifle as well. The only problem is he's going to be a little bit disappointed because I think it went off the map. Or
maybe with the bathwater situation.
Yeah. It was a difficult situation to watch for sure. But Optic at the moment look like they're just burning a bit of time. You can see nobody has to desperate to get inside of that hill. They can kind of let Oxygen make the plays every single time that no one's in that hill, and Oxygen have to force their way towards it. Not only are Optic ready, but more time goes off the board, and Optic move closer and closer to that 3-0.
Shots here coming in from the side of Oxygen. 2 dead for Optic Gaming here. Got a green wall chant in the room as well on the home stretch for Optic Gaming.
Well, Oxygen are inside of the hill for now, but Formal has decided that maybe he wants to say something about that, but the back smack comes in. Trippy trying to survive. He manages to do so. The cavalry arrives once again here for Optic as they try and force Oxygen out of that hill. And it looks like Optic now, as time starts to dissipate in front of the eyes of the Oxygen Esports fans, are getting closer and closer to closing this one out.
Trippy had no business winning those battles, and now Optic's gonna collapse on top middle as well. But moments away, should be 3-2, yes, 30 seconds left on the clock. Oxygen needs to make sure to get this hill to tie it.
This is always the worry for me in King of the Hill when people try to play time. Yes, it looks like there's not a lot left. It's only 25 seconds, but if you're in that hill, it's not gonna move. So there's almost, you've gotta look at it as there's 45, 1 minute where you could be outside of it. Try and send one player off the back of the map. Lucid now bottom middle, finds himself as only one of 2 players alive here for Optic. And Oxygen are back into this game.
This is a very, very different game number 3 here. Down to the wire, 24 seconds left, and Oxygen still scoring and still has a minor man advantage off the respawn.
The question is, will there be an overshield in play here in the next few moments for Optic to try and make a break on this hill? Or maybe they're just going to try and brute force this. It's 2 for 2 on the map. As Optic have one player come off the respawn. Nemesis gets forward by Formal. A perfect shot's coming in from him, and once again in those cold moments of the game, in the deep waters, Formal's looking like the player to watch.
Look at this, he's also going to pick up that kill. Nice work once again, just guarding the garage door to get for Oxygen. Time will tick down. That is it. Optic Gaming will close out the series 3-0, and the Green Wall here in Orlando is happy about the result.
I wouldn't just say happy, I'd say ecstatic. I think they believe that maybe Orlando is the place where Optic will finally get the monkey off their back and pick up that trophy. A long way to go, of course, but Optic are clicking at the moment. The confidence is flowing, and it is showing in the results that we're seeing.
And even though we're just in the quarterfinals here, keep in mind, Optic is playing like a championship team, right? They are making sure that they are dotting their I's, crossing their T's. And this early in the winner's bracket, putting together perfect gameplay performances, leaving no stone unturned. They will continue on in the winner's bracket.
They will, and the next round is going to be massive for them because you're going to have one of the big boys to go up against. So Optic have done the job so far today, and not only done it, but done it with merit, without doubt. Every single player has had moments, not only in this series, but today and yesterday, where it looks like there isn't a weak link for now. A huge amount of commiserations to Oxygen Esports. They'll fall down to that elimination bracket, but they gave it everything in that last game, and you can see why they've fought their way through that open bracket and found themselves in nice position.
Look at the assist category. In a game that's only 3-2, look at the assists from Optic Gaming. 15 from Formal, 16 from Lucid, 17 from APG. Compare that with what you see on the side of Oxygen, and you could just tell that this team, Optic Gaming, they are shooting together. The damage will also reflect that as well.
Yeah, huge amount of damage coming in. Lucid leading the line, as you will see on live fire a lot of the time, controlling those power weapons. Formal right up there as well, and that's the perfect at the end of the game from Formal. 1, 2, 3, 4 just completely opens things up. Make sure that there's no extra pressure needed to be felt by Optic Gaming. They close things out, and that's what you need to see from them.
A lot of big wins there at the end of the game from the side of Optic Gaming. As we take a look at the final brick of the green wall that has been constructed here in the winners quarterfinals, 2-0 in Oddball Recharge, 50-32 in Slayer Streets, and a nice clean 3-2 King of the Hill live fire win. The closest game of the series, certainly, but still a game that Optic Gaming controlled all the way through.
Yeah, remind me never to have you do construction work, by the way, because 3 bricks is not a wall, man. That's just like a triangle. Like that thing's not staying up.
That thing looks pretty strong to me, and I think a lot of these people in Orlando would like to have a word with you, so I'm not going to be fighting the green wall anytime soon.
That's a good point. I've seen some of the energy that's out there at the moment, and every single time the Optic step on that stage, they're certainly being fueled by the Optic fans who have stood behind us at the moment. There's a long way to go, of course, for us to really see what they're made of. They've got those big matches ahead of them, of course, but at the moment, Optic arguably looking like one of the strongest.
I mean, they do, and I think by this point, sometimes you've seen some 3-1s for Optic. If we look at previous tournaments, right, maybe they won a tournament early on, a series 3-1, maybe a Slayer didn't go their way. That's not happening this event. So far for Optic fans, they look good.
Well, Optic fans, we've got a little bit of a treat for you as well. We do have an interview down on the main stage. Blaze is down there with a couple of the Optic boys.
Thank you so much, Acend and Bravo. Orlando, give it up for Optic Gaming as they come out on top, but not only coming out victorious, they also qualify for Worlds as well. Lucid, how does that feel for you, being able to go to Worlds this year with this team?
Feels great. I mean, we're back to it. Another Worlds, so
There we go.
Next.
Yes, sir.
And so now here, it was a quick series, 3-0. How are y'all feeling today as you guys are about to enter that championship bracket and try to come away with this first major win entering this event?
Yeah, I mean, this bracket so far, it's been clean sweeps. Just looking forward to the rest of the weekend. Not much really else to it. We're trying to, keep the discipline going. We're not trying to get too ahead of ourselves and hype ourselves up too much. We're here to have some fun, but play some great Halo.
There you go, play some great Halo. And pass the mic on over to Matt as we talk about some great Halo. You know, you guys have been playing a fantastic event. My first time talking to you. How you feeling this weekend so far?
I always love playing in Orlando. Orlando's always been a great crowd, so I appreciate the hell out of you guys. It's been good so far, so let's keep it up. We're good. It's good Halo.
All right, man. Any last words you want to give to these fans out here? We heard the green wall chants. We heard the drums going out there.
It makes a difference, guys. It really does. So thank you guys so much, and we'll be here the rest of the weekend, hopefully have you guys. So thanks, guys.
All right, thank you so much. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. It is always so good to hear from the Green Wall themselves on the stage, the interviews. But I've got to say, the crowd is superb. You guys have been turning up for your team this weekend so far, and you're gonna have to get a bit louder as we go through the bracket as well. But you know, it means a lot to them. You can tell, you know, when you're on that main stage, you're playing, and you're playing for that home crowd as well that have come all this way to see you guys perform. You know, Formal said it makes a massive, massive difference. So, you know, the cheers and everything, Gaskin, it's gonna light a fire for them.
I mean, you saw the wry smile on his face when the chant started to happen and the whooping and the cheering. Like, it must be an incredible feeling for them to have such amazing support here in the arena. But as you said, that support is going to have to get louder, because there's also going to be other big teams that are going to be playing. You're going to have your FaZe fans, your Cloud9 fans, your Sentinels fans all coming in trying to scream louder than you as well.
I think it's 4 players in a team. You have the coach, that's 5 players, but I think the Green Wall can be that 6th man to really roar these boys on to their first championship, their first LAN championship, that is.
Indeed, and I gotta say, Green Wall fans, they hit different, but so do the players. My goodness me, they hit you where it matters most, and that of course is in the series. Now, what a lights out performance from Optic we saw. And look, I could go on about how amazing this team are in both of the first 2 maps, but I want to spend a little bit of time here on Live King of the Hill 3-2. The fact that Oxygen kind of managed to get 2 hills against them speaks volumes. I mean, Colette finally showing up, breathing some life into the team. I think I would go as far as saying that's what happens when you get a superstar in the right path, doing what he can do best, and it really does allow room and the kind of comfort to be able to try and answer back things.
And I think this is just the beginning of what we may see from Oxygen Esports, not just from this tournament, but at Worlds as well. Remember, they've got their place at the World Championships now. They are a newly formed team with Collect, and if this is just the beginning, think of how high that ceiling is, what Collect can add, what he can kind of teach the rest of them, but also what they can teach him. And if that 4 becomes built, if that chemistry starts to work, they are going to be a real threat going into Worlds.
I really think that series, particularly that game 3, was a real confidence booster for them, because they finally showed signs of life in the series. The first 2 games didn't go their way at all. I think Optic really dictated the pace, but in that game 3, they very nearly sneaked out the win, and they looked damn good.
They did indeed. Walshy, quickly, just before we close out our thoughts and feelings on the series we just saw, Optic obviously looking really, really good. It did get to that game 3. What was going through your head there when you saw Oxygen start to answer back?
Oh, yeah, it's just tough, because I mean, at one point you got to give credit where it's due. Collect was stepping up. Oxygen as a whole were playing so well. But we're seeing this interesting play in King of the Hill, where as soon as a team decides to stop going for the hill and start to just run out the timer, it almost consistently backfires. And I'm not sure exactly what that is, whether it's the team mindset, whether they're playing slightly differently, or the other team, you know, kicks into gear. But it's happened quite consistently throughout all these matches. Team tries to drain the clock, and they get punished for it.
Yeah, it can happen to the best of the very best. But I'm excited to see where both of these teams end up going into the latest stages of today. And talking of them, let's look at the championship bracket itself. Here's the winners bracket. Optic Gaming 3-0, Oxygen Esports heading into our semi-final. They're looking for that clean journey into the grand final to be able to have that up on the series there in that best of 7 later on. And then we have G2 Esports versus E United in our quarterfinal, Sentinels versus Cloud9, and FaZe Clan versus G G1, which is currently happening over on the B stream, and that has been lights out as well. I've been hearing the whooping and the cheering from our casters, the screaming happening. It's actually 1-1, so Gaskin, a match as close as that, I mean, it's worth definitely opening a tab for.
Yeah, that's definitely one you need to be watching. Go and check it out, because that is really going to kind of dictate the pace of what this bracket is going to look like. Are FaZe going to carry on looking as strong as they did, or can G1 hold up to the seed that they had arriving into this tournament? Remember, they were second seed. They need to be beating teams like FaZe if they want to hold on to it.
They do need to indeed. Now we are into the elimination bracket. I'm definitely looking at Elim round 3, like I said earlier on today. Elim round 3 is a world's qualifying round. We do find all 4 of the European teams in this elimination round 3. Jersey, what is that telling you right now in terms of what is on the line here for Europe?
Well, I'm just really happy that all 4 European teams have somehow managed to dodge one another, and we have an opportunity for 4 more European teams to join us on the world stage. I think I was kind of worried that Quadrnt and Acend might get mashed up and we might lose one of them, but I'm really happy to see that the bracket has favored them. I'm really hoping that EU can push forward now.
Me too. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to push forward in the broadcast as well, Shurs. We actually have another match coming up for you very, very shortly on the main stage. We have 2 Titans that are going to be duking it out very shortly. And as you can see right down there in the lower third, we've got Sentinels versus Cloud9. And on the main stage, we've got that KC Grand Finals rematch. And both teams want this win more than anything. Who's going to come up clutch? We'll find out right after the break.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
The lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. Then can you finish it? Yes! Remedy applying pressure right to the spawners. This is a pivotal moment in this game, and the
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis, always faithful, always Marine.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where batteries run down and get charged up again. Because now, Lovesac Sactionals can be upgraded with Stealth Tech. And immersive surround sound by Harman Kardon hidden inside. Upgradable, washable, and guaranteed for life. Don't just hear it, feel it at a Lovesac showroom near you.
My name is Tony Campbell, my gamer tag is Lethal, and I'm on Sentinels. I've pretty much won at least somewhat in every single Halo I played. You know, Reach, H3, back in like 2019 throwback stuff, H2A, Halo 5. A lot of the new breed, new players, they all just slide around and fly around and stuff, so that's all like the Frosties and Renegades and stuff. That's the new wave. Honestly, no, I just look at them and I'm just like the old man yelling from my lawn. I'm just like, slow down, kids. Why are you sliding around like this? Like, it's just unnecessary. I would say in the GOAT category and like the top 25 and like what people think, I think the last list was just a scam. I should have been first to begin with. I don't get it. So Tom, if you see this, I'll send you my address. You can ship over whatever they sent you for first or something. I don't know, because all the top 25 players, we got a little plaque thing. If you got something special, send it to me.
Well, welcome back, folks, to the HCS Orlando Major. You just heard from Lethal, from Sentinels. Great to catch up with such an incredibly historic, legendary player like him. He's been around for such a long time. And Golden Boy, if you know anything about Lethal, it's that he turns up when it matters most, and he is such an exceptional talent. What are some of your favorite Lethal memories?
Oh, man. Well, actually, I have a pretty good one. It was Gamers Forgiven, as a matter of fact, and some guy's car broke down. It has nothing to do with Halo. And then for some reason, TJ just seemed to have, he had the spark plugs in his car, and he went and he, you know, hooked the guy up, and then the guy did, after he did everything, the guy looked at him and was like, wait a minute, you're Lethal, right? And he was like, yeah, no big deal. And they just walked away. And so that's my TJ memory.
I think, honestly, that mentality from TJ is exactly what makes him Lethal on the main stage. You have your TJ, and then you have your Lethal, and they merge perfectly. And I think that kind of not becoming complacent, not having an ego, I think it feeds into really, really well in terms of what he can do on a map, because he's just so relaxed and he just gets the job done.
Talented, handsome, the man's the full package, I'll tell you that. And I will never doubt that man again. He really shut me up in Kansas City. I thought his spot was up for grabs, and he really showed me in Championship Sunday that he could turn out, and he's still one of the best players in the game. So shout out to TJ for being, continuing to be one of the best players out there.
Big shout out. And of course, we got Sentinels versus Cloud9 on the main stage, and I've got to say, this is going to be a massive match. And I think for both of these teams here, they want this win more than anything. I said that before the break, and that's because they need to prove to themselves, I think, and to the fans out there, that they have what it takes to make a clean run into that grand finals. And this is going to be a true test. Looking at Sentinels, looking at this roster and what they've managed to accomplish so far, Walshy, can they do this based on this pairing?
Yeah, I feel like Sentinels are walking the favorite into this series. You got to take into account Cloud9, they lost the series in pool play. We always highlight how Sentinels get better and better throughout the weekend, especially on Sunday. So I do not expect them to slouch whatsoever throughout this match. There's no way they're overlooking someone like Cloud9. They want to continue to solidify their spot above them.
Yeah, I think Walshy makes a good point that they're walking their way through the championship bracket, I think as long as they're not sleepwalking, they should be fine. I think United already beat Cloud9. There's already a blueprint of how you do it and how you can rattle these players. I think there's one thing we can talk about is the fact that if Cloud9 can somehow beat Sentinels, then everybody forgets about the United performance. It doesn't matter. So I think Sentinels have to keep their eye on the prize with Cloud9. Although they're not the team we've seen that won 2 championships, they're still a threat.
They certainly are still a threat. Now, let's move on to Cloud9 and Golden Boy. I want to get your take on this because the last time these two matched up, it was in the grand finals and it was a sweep. It was a very unfortunate situation for Cloud9. They just couldn't find their feet. Then we kind of see a similar type of sweep coming through from United versus Cloud9 coming into yesterday. So what does that kind of tell you about this team and where they're at post KC and pushing forward in this event?
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, I think that after that United loss, you definitely are rattled, right, if you're C9. They have a lot of talent on this squad, though, right? You look at Bound and what he brings to the team. He's filling big shoes here because filling the shoes of Renegade ain't going to be easy at all. But Bound is one of those guys that he has the ability. His movement is unbelievable. The guy's awareness in game is absurd. The question for me and for a lot of people in this event has been, is he bringing the same level of effectiveness that Renegade brought?
Indeed, and talking about Bound, he's on your screen, but I'll tell you what, he's our AMD power performance as well. This guy is an insane player and has been so big for Cloud9. The pickup was huge, and yesterday as well, he was actually the only player to go positive in their series against United. C9 were, quite frankly, outslayed. Hopefully he can change some tides here for the rest of his team and some more support is brought in. But Shozy, what do you make of Bound overall?
I think yesterday they were outslayed, outmatched, outgunned, but he was the only player who performed to the level that we expected of this Cloud9 roster. I think he's sitting alongside 3 champions and they really seem to be a shadow of themselves yesterday. So I expect the rest of them players to pick up their game around him, because it's very well and easy for us to say, oh, well, Bound's not filling the role that Renegade did, but the rest of the teammates have been letting the side down here.
Yeah, and the one thing that we've highlighted with Bound so many times is, what's his consistency looking like? Is he playing at a high level of performance, then dropping down? But based on that breakdown of the stats we saw right there, it looked pretty consistent to me. He had 16.4 kills in one series, 16 kills in another series, and around 4,600 damage in both those series. So it's like, all right, he's put up around the exact same numbers in all these other series. He's got the consistency down.
Yeah, very, very consistent. It's just the rest of the team now coming together and bringing that teamwork forward, especially going up against Titans like Sentinels, like United, etc. Let's take a look right now to head-to-head, but not players. We're looking at some of the stats in terms of game type records here for both of the teams. And as you can see, things really kind of lay in the path of King of the Hill here, especially when you're looking at Sentinels. They did drop King of the Hill yesterday to Na'Vi, and King of the Hill has been a tiny bit of a struggle for this team, I think, in terms of the bigger Titans. And Shozy, what are you going to read into this? I believe it's actually map 3 we'll see King of the Hill.
Well, I think the thing is here is that Na'Vi haven't been the strongest outfit as of late, and I think if they're taking a game off Sentinels, and listen, I think I spoke to PJ Snakebite before the tournament. He said that there's 7-8 teams that can cause anybody problems here, and Na'Vi can definitely upset you on their day, but I think that's something that Cloud9 can now exploit, is that game 3. That could be a big swing game.
Yeah, and also another thing to note too is that you get with Sentinels kind of a slower start, right? And that was one of the reasons why they lost that game against Na'Vi yesterday. It was the first match for Sentinels. They played Na'Vi first thing, and then Na'Vi were able to catch them off guard. Sentinels do have a tendency to start slow. I think C9 can exploit that in the early game, and then maybe even find that success in King of the Hill. It's going to be really tough, because I do think Sentinels are playing some damn good Halo right now, but it is going to be quite the challenge in that first matchup, without a doubt.
I can agree with you more. I think there are definite areas for both sides of this kind of spectrum here to be able to capitalize on in this series layout. But I'll tell you what, we'll find out exactly how it goes down, because the action is about to unfold on the main stage. We're heading on over to our casters.
My eyes!
Can I just say, your shirts, they are looking absolutely insane. I love it.
Good God almighty.
But also on point for the duo, it's Goofy and Clutch.
Thank you so much, Lottie and Clutch. What a series we have in front of us right now. The grand finals from Kansas City. We got Sentinels taking on Cloud9. I am so excited for this matchup. Cloud9 obviously having a bit of a rougher start than we'd expected in their pools. Not even getting first place, dropping down to E United, whereas Sentinels undefeated so far.
Yeah, everybody wake up. This is a banger of a series. Let's see it. Like you said, the grand finals of Kansas City meeting in winners bracket round 1. That's almost unheard of, but because Cloud9 slips up, they lose to E United in pools. They give themselves a much more difficult road here today on Saturday. The winners bracket starts off. It's Sentinels versus Cloud9. Recharge Oddball is going to be game 1 of our series.
And I'm looking for the matchup on your screen right now. Royal 2 on the Sentinel side going up against Bound on Cloud9.
Woo!
2 very vital players, 2 key pieces to their squad as we start this game 1 off. Recharge Oddball with Royal 2.
I just say 1.57. That's incredible if he's able to keep up that kind of slaying prowess. On board with Royal 2, picks up the perfect shots onto a kill. All 4 down, Cloud9 go, and Sentinels find themselves with ball in hand in the first setup of the game.
You gotta be careful if you are Cloud9, like the boys on the desk were saying. Sentinels actually known to start off a bit slow, but right now it's going so well for them. 4 down right off the start, they got some ball time.
When it rains, it pours, and when Royal 2 gets heating up, the score line's gonna result in the same. Sentinels starting to break away with this one, 20 points. On the board, that ball over in blue though, and Royal 2, he's made his way over towards the shock rifle. Away from the ball setup maybe, but how much chaos can he create? He goes down, and Cloud9 do a phenomenal job to weather the storm of the first setup of Sentinels. They actually get the ball back blue, and it does look like Eco is shocked now. He's gonna have an opportunity to create an opening for Cloud9.
You got Eco Smith on your screen with the shock rifle by trying to find a player, and Pipes gets back smacked by Royal 2, and that's a player you do not want to see have the shock rifle if you're on Cloud9, because he's known to split some wigs.
Eco, you gotta check your corners there. Royal 2 hiding, able to get that back smack, and because of it creates an opportunity now for Sentinels. Frosty picks up a double kill in the kill feed, and that usually means good things to happen for Sentinels, but the last 2 members being a nuisance. Royal 2 gets taken down, so a great job once again by Cloud9. Down men in the fight, down numbers to get kills.
Frosty on your screen now. Commando in his back pocket, ball in his hands, gets sniped by Stellar. That shock rifle causing all kinds of problems for both teams right now as Penguin moves in with that double kill. Shock rifle in the hands of Penguin, trying to set his team up for success as Eco picks up the ball. They're in danger though in this turbine. Both players down some shields.
Yeah, but look at this. The rest of the map is prioritizing the camouflage that just spawned, and in the meantime, Penguin finds himself a headshot. The ball rotates to Pipes, and Cloud9 starting to catch up. All of a sudden, Penguin starts hitting a couple of shots. Cloud9 fans starting to feel some momentum, and right now, this setup's gonna be very difficult to break. Penguin does go down, but it looks like Cloud9's still in a favorable position to take the lead.
2 players on each side go down, make that 3 for Cloud9 as all 4 alive for Sentinels. Cloud9, unfortunate time for those deaths right there. Snakebite able to grapple the ball to Turbine, grapple his way out of harm's way, and grapple his way once again, getting out of Turbine with the oddball. Snakebite making it look easy.
What in the world? Somehow, some way that works out for Snakebite. Such a difficult kill on the map, and now with ball over at Elevator, this is a setup. Great shots from Snakebite as well. Unfortunately, just too many members of Cloud9 to try and deal with there, and Sentinels' setup is broken once again, so let's credit Cloud9 to continuously breaking the setup so far in game 1.
Hopping on board with Lethal. Things are all tied up here in round number 1 of game number 1 as Lethal bouncing that grenade, top elevator spots, Bound has that head glitch, but Royal 2 able to come in and clean up that kill. Lethal does go down. 3 members fall for Sentinels, but Royal 2, last player alive, goes for the ball. Not sure if this will work out in his favor, and it does as he strong sides out of there.
What a selfless play by Royal 2. Not something you can typically say about Royal 2's gameplay, I feel like a lot of the time. He gets that ball over to Elevator, but look, this is exactly what Cloud9 want. Multiple members are over towards the elevator, but Lethal's broken the seal to the setup once again. Finds himself a nice back smack, Bound to no shield. The ball gets played by the middle again, and I mean, what a chaotic start to this series we already have. Neither team really being able to hold a setup, and that's significant credit to both teams playing aggressively when given the opportunity.
Couple members for both sides go down. Lethal spots the player control, gonna try to make sure Bound goes down, but Bound is a very hard kill time and time again, making his opponents look silly as Lethal not able to get the kill on Bound.
And those staying alive like that is so big for Bound. Right now they have to figure out a way to stay alive. Multiple players, no shield, Snakebite can't find either. And all of a sudden, Cloud9 starting to stay alive, starting to use some teamwork we haven't seen from them yet. And this is a phenomenal way to respond to Sentinels' early lead. They now have the lead and are starting to slay with an opportunity of a setup of their own.
Back and forth, a fight for control. Neither team able to solidify a long chunk of time, just trying to scrap away. But as I say that, Cloud9 putting up some points on the board. 53 and counting to 32. Royal 2's gonna need to make something happen here. Pipes gets spotted. running towards batteries, able to get a kill in that attic before going down.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the rest of Sentinels not able to get the kills. Cloud9 able to find the slice they need. Penguin knocks down the last player in Frosty. That's going to be a complete reset. And with that ball being all the way in the elevator, this is going to be a nice 30-second lead already for Cloud9. And Sentinels have one last chance to break this setup in round 1.
A minute and 33 on the game clock. Of course, that timer does not go down when the ball is in possession as the trade comes in for Lethal. Eco, gets a kill of his own 3. Make that 4 down for Sentinels, and this is all Cloud9 in round number 1.
Bound's gonna pick up this ball, push this point to the 80-point mark here. 50-point lead now for Cloud9. It's been all C9 in the second half of this first round. And although the slays are about even, you can see how efficient Cloud9 have made their setups work here in round 1.
8 more seconds to go as Bound trying to close out this round. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, round number 1 to Cloud9.
What a phenomenal round 1, and they needed that, especially after the series from United yesterday. You have to think, what can Cloud9 do in order to get some momentum? Well, coming out as hot as they just did, winning round 1 in Oddball is going to give everyone on that side of the stage so much confidence for the rest of this series.
Lethal trying to turn things around for the Sentinels side. Unfortunately for him, he goes down. Make that 3 players down for Sentinels. Royal2 last one alive once again in a very similar position. We saw him last time. Good shots. Taking down Stellar there, trying to get away. Unfortunately, Royal2 has other plans.
We talked about it before the series. Stellar had a 1.00 KD ratio coming in to this series against Sentinels so far throughout the tournament. What, 15, 6, and 10? Stellar's upgraded his performance. You know he's capable of it. If he can play at that level all series long, Cloud9 have a great chance to create this upset.
About a minute into the second round, neither team able to get the ball out of that batteries area. All players just fighting for control, and that's what you got to do before you can get the ball on recharge. 3 members fall for each side. Penguin versus Snakebite, one-on-one. Penguin able to put some pressure on Snakebite so that he can get the ball out of there, but no, Snakebite takes him down.
What a great play from Snakebite. Doesn't have the positioning, doesn't have the damage output, but he repositions, he outplays Penguin from that point, able to deny any significant ball time going into their hands, because Penguin was about to get a setup going of his own.
After losing that round 1, I want to hop on over to a Sentinels Astro, listening to hear what the comms are like. You know they're still feeling good, but they got to turn things around to want to win game 1.
They're going to be long. Watch pipes. I'm going to pipes. I have nades. Yeah, I'm here. Yo, I'm spawning glue. I'm going to fight. I'm here. One turbine. Camera 120. What side? Left. You go in triangle. You're triangle 2 pipes. Can you throw a ball? There's 3. 1 and 2 on A, guys. Cam on 10, guys. Cam on 10. Pipes. Hey, you guys here on cam, right? 5 seconds. One seal off, big one to beat. He's going to be pipe turn brown. I'm trying to help you. Cam was up. Nice. Nice go, TJ. I'm going to shoot 2 top goal, guys. Ball guy, one other. Hold the ball in. Yeah, we have pushing ball guy. Yeah, get ready. Bound me on ball. And they're killing me from turbine. He's Neil, CJ. Nice. Top gold, Stellar. Stellar might come. 2 golden pipes. Careful, guys. He's command him. Matt, go for kills. I'll get ball. Top gold enemy, Stellar. The bridge coming. I'm on it. I'm on it. I got ball. Yeah, can we kill this guy? BR? Yo, bottom A. I'm looking. He's getting kill me. Take one. One in bank. Triple turbine. Turbine. Hard death. One canvas one bound. One in turbine. One in needles. I'm going for this kill. One in needles. 3 death. I got ball. Where am I going? Where you guys spawn? So let's respawn. In turbine. Oh, they're ball's moving here. They're mid-map, guys. They're mid-map. One in C-stairs, Kevin. There's one mid-map. One in triple. One in single box as well. One in triple still. Ballage at the sniper. Throw ball. Yeah. Stellar shot, guys. Stellar shot. Yeah, turbine half and mid-range 2 on BR. 2 on BR. I can cheap on BR. Bound is weak. There's 2 there. Bound is last 2. Bound is a weak guy. The other one's full. I'm on bottom blue. Yeah, good play. Down, there might be. Yo, top BR, big one. Nice, guys. One more back. Top BR, shock, repulsor. All play, guys? Yeah, ball play. Okay, top BR. I can top BR. Yeah, one's pipes right now. Peter, just shoot down. I'll go down. One's out. Guys, got one. Where's pipes, right? You know? I don't know. Let's fight this guy. I'm grappling. Grapple ball. Neils. The last 2. No, I'm gonna die. Where they going? Pipes half. There's a guy back in. Go pipes to me, guys. Turbine on that. Nice, good ball. Come go right away. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, stay you guys spawn. Yeah, I'm gonna have shots. Yeah, I'm BR. Yo, R2 doing nothing bound. And ballage me. Kill these guys. Kill these guys.
clear and concise comms out of the Sentinel side, specifically Frosty and Snakebite really kind of being those vocal leaders on their team. We saw Royal 2 single-handedly wipe out that Cloud9 roster earlier in Turbine.
The entire team to stick to do it. And Royal 2 starting to slice, starting to give Sentinels the light they need to push this to a round 3. A phenomenal listen-in from a very locked-in Sentinels roster. It's a one-on-one currently, but Lethal, he has the advantage. He has the oddball. He's starting to rack up a ton of time here, and with 40 points to his name, Lethal's going to throw that to his teammates. You can't play it any better, and look at Sentinels. They're going to get slayed out here in the back of blue, but as long as they play the ball, the job is done.
Big turnaround from that round number 1 for Sentinel, 67-24 as Snakebite goes down. Taking a look at the scoreboard really quick, I want to call out Stellar for a stellar performance so far in game number 1, 26 and 16. He is really leading the charge for the boys on Cloud9. I want to see more out of that for Stellar. We know the dominance that everyone on this Cloud9 roster have, but especially Stellar.
Frosty gets the better of him there, though, and that creates a 2-man advantage momentarily for Sentinels. The ball not able to be capitalized on right now. You can tell Sentinels want to get this thing to long haul, move it over to blue, and Frosty, you might need to go help Lethal because this rotation's not going to be free as Penguin and the rest of Cloud9 are pushing from that pipes area. They're losing teammates left and right. But if Frosty can get a kill, he can make things interesting, and Frosty gets 2 with the stick. Incredible by him. That's opened up the door for Royal 2.
Frosty with 2, Royal 2 gets 1 of his own, but Eco is there to try to weather the storm. Lethal needs to get this cleanup quick, and he does. 1 member down for each side, but what a play there for Sentinels.
What an incredible play. And they somehow, in a 2v4 situation, are able to fend off, buy some time for Lethal to get there. Lethal gets there to find the 4th kill. The ball gets played, but 80-24 FaZe. This round, it's an absolute slaughter in the favor of Sentinels. They respawned so well after that first round, and moments away from pushing this to a round 3 here in game 1.
And knowing the history between these 2 rosters, we knew it was going to be back and forth. We knew it was going to be a tug of war. The question is, who's going to come out on top as Frosty clicks in that camo, gets taken down by Stellar. 2 members fall for Sentinels. Stellar trying to stay alive, gets the body onto Royal 2, gets the cleanup via bound, and only 48 seconds before this goes to a round 3.
48 seconds. The clock does stop when the ball is picked up, so bound, you need to make your way into a safe location. You can stop this clock from moving. Not in only that, but you need points right now. Slay's continuing to go in Cloud9's favor, but they have so much work to do if they want to try and make a comeback here.
Essentially perfect Halo is what we're going to need to see as 2 members in control take down bound and clutch. This could be the nail in the coffin for round number 2. As Sentinels and the boys are holding it down here in control. 2 more seconds, and there you have it. We're going to a round 3.
All right, round 3 it is. They're going to decide it, going the distance in game 1 here. Cloud9 versus Sentinels, like you said, Faisal, it was never going to be simple. It was never going to be straightforward. It was never going to be a blowout between these 2. And Stellar, he's got 30 to his name, but needs to figure out a way to continue to push on, to continue to have success, because Cloud9 need a much stronger performance here in round 3 than what we just saw in round 2, and Sentinels are starting to win off the break, and you have to think, if another setup from Sentinels gets put in, this could be bad news for Cloud9 as far as momentum is concerned.
Penguin with camouflage trying to stay alive. Easy kill onto Snakebite, full shields, picks up the repulsor as well. Spots Lethal for the double kill. Eco gets 1 of his own, so 3 fresh dead for Sentinels, allowing Cloud9 the opportunity to roam the map, get some control, and stay alive with this camo grapple. Good job out of Penguin.
Great plays out of Penguin to get in a position where you can get this ball safely into pipes without having to even slay the likes of Sentinels. Now Sentinels are going to have to break this pipe setup here, and Penguin has 1 grapple left to play around. His teammates are picking up kills, and that's going to do it. They get the slays, all 4 dead for Sentinels. Cloud9 are going to have the first setup of the game, but I'm pretty sure Penguin just got killed by his own ball carrier there, and that's going to make the setup a little bit weaker.
Are you joking me? Did Penguin just get meleeed by his teammate? Because 4 members were down for Sentinels. Not sure how Penguin officially went down. I think it was somewhat of a betrayal, but Eco on your screen takes down Lethal. One member down for Sentinels, 2 for Cloud9, but ball is not picked up by either team. It's been played towards the batteries.
And you gotta wonder how much is that going to affect in this game, because that was just 3 down for Cloud9, because guess what? Penguin's not there to help you keep your setup and fend off the respawners of Sentinels. So a massive, massive team kill on the side of Cloud9 ruins their setup. They do still have a 20-point lead here. As the game continues to go on, Camo is respawning. Cloud9, wow. I mean, they're still in the lead, but you gotta wonder what that does to them, potentially, if they are to lose this game.
Couldn't ask for a much better start. If you're Cloud9, Stellar playing his life so well right here, patiently getting the kills bottom middle, allowing his teammate to get the camo instead. That's Eco.
Stay alive if you're Eco here. They know Royal 2's in pipe somewhere. He just took down Bound, and Eco knows he's got to sniff him out, take him down, because that's the most important player on the map with shock rifle in hand. He grapples back up. Eco sits still. A patient play from Eco is rewarded. At least you got the shock out of Royal 2's hands. Unfortunately, you know the damage Lethal can do. The double comes through. A Wise back down.
Oh my God!
Lethal is back with the vengeance. A triple kill from Lethal, and Sentinels will now have map control. And if they can get this ball safely, they can tie this game up.
Lethal putting on a show, rotating ball into Turbine. Snakebite there to pick up the relay, picks up the ball now, needs to get some time on the board as 38 seconds already for Cloud9 in this game number 1. Once again, Stellar leading the charge with 35 kills. Eco takes down Snakebite, ball back in the hands of C9.
So although we saw fantastic kills coming from Sentinels, fantastic map control, no ball time really on their side throughout that process. No one really there to be efficient with the kills Lethal was able to provide, and because of it now, Cloud9 were able to respawn, break the setup. They have a setup of their own, and now Sentinels being forced to do the same. They do so successfully. 3 go down for Cloud9, and now Sentinels have an elevator setup because Cloud9 was not able to play that ball into a neutral position, and this is the first real opportunity we've seen from them here in round 3.
There is a player on Cloud9 flanking from that blue side. Not sure if Lethal knows. He does not. That's Bound with the flank. Takes down Lethal. Spots Royal 2, who does play the ball, but Bound, great flank out of him, allowing his team to find some openings, but not able to get that kill.
He's just going to leave him. He says, absolutely not. That's too difficult. Eco finishes it off. I like this play by Bound, though. You're going to give your teammates spawns over towards pipes if you continue to maneuver over towards that way. There is a battle for camo going down, and Eco gets the better of Lethal there with a little bit of help from his friend Penguin, but there's 2 more members of Sentinels going for that camouflage. They're going to eventually take down Eco, but it's just World 2 left on the map, and the ball is in Cloud9's hand. They're continuing to build a lead.
Bound knows there's a couple players on elevator. Easy kill onto Lethal right there, thanks to that nade shot. Trying to stay alive. We know how sneaky he can be, but Royal 2 sniffs him out, takes him down, looking for the double kill onto Eco in pipes. Stellar, Eco, Frosty, all in that pipes area, but Frosty goes down. Penguin does as well. Now Royal 2 trying to get the stick, ends up getting the trade for the double kill.
Yeah, the issue is all these plays are great for Sentinels, but in the meantime, Cloud9 significantly continuing to build up that ball time, has a 40-point lead. And now Sentinels need to figure out a way to hold a setup for several rounds of slays of Cloud9. And unfortunately, Cloud9's not giving them that opening. They are taking round 3 in their control. They are pushing the pace on Sentinels. And look at this. 2 players trap back elevator. Stellar wants the kill.
Oh my God, Stellar with the no-scope on the Snakebite. This kid is on fire right now. 40 kills for Stellar, and he's only getting started. Picks up Lethal as well. 79-31 with only 1 minute and 27 seconds in game time until Cloud9 takes a 1-0 series lead.
Well, that 1.00 Stellar had yesterday and all day, a Friday through full play, throw that in the garbage. Stellar on Saturday is a different beast. 42-26. Taking over game 1 for Cloud9.
And Clutch, I'll say this, if this is the Stellar we're gonna see for the rest of the weekend, then I'm really scared if I'm the competition, because a Stellar dropping 40 on your head is not something you want to see if you're on the other side. This kid is absolutely one of the best players in the game. Lethal now spots a player, batteries with camo. He needs to focus on staying alive.
Gotta get your shield back if you're Lethal. Does just that. Gets a lot of information on multiple players. Great trigger discipline. Now he has a decision to make. The grenade is going to make the opening pick even easier. And now he's got The forces of Cloud9 distracted. They know he's in Turbine. Where's the rest of Sentinels? They need to collapse on these last two players. Get the ball in the pipes. And for God's sake, get a setup because there's 30 seconds left and you're down 40.
Big plays out of Lethal there. The catalyst for his team staying alive, using the repulsors, and valuing his life enough to get this setup in pipes. This might be the last chance for Sentinels to come back in this game.
They gotta get this kill on the Stellar, and they have to push through pipes. Unfortunately, Stellar's not going down easy. He knows the situation. He actually gets a kill, and the pressure from Cloud9 proves to be too strong once again. The setup is broken, and now 15 seconds is all Cloud9 need to buy in order to win game one.
Oh! Stellar with the double kill, no scope once again. 45 kills for this man, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Game number one with Stellar at the forefront. Cloud9 take a surprising 1-0 series lead. Surprising in my opinion, Clutch. I don't know, because this Sentinels team is one of the favorites this weekend.
And let's talk about what that does for Cloud9 in this series, in this tournament. We talked about it coming into the series, Faisal, that Cloud9, they just didn't look the same without Renegade so far. They just, you had to start questioning them after losing to E United yesterday in pool play. How good are they? Are they a top 6 team here? Can they actually win this tournament? Coming out with a stellar performance in game one here in this series. 45 kills from the individual. And I mean, look at the rest, 37 and 35 for Bound. We got to talk about the entire team, because you don't win a game of Oddball by yourself, but all of those slays certainly help.
Hey, that was a stellar show. That's all I know. And if this series is going to be anything like that game number one, we are in for a treat. Cloud9 taking on Sentinels, the grand finals match from our last HCS Major in Kansas City. And what a treat we have here looking at the scoreboard. Let's talk about the damage. Clutch, obviously Stellar with the 45-piece extra crispy, but his teammates, all three players on Cloud9 breaking that 10K threshold in damage. And wow, what a performance all around.
And round one and round two, they respectively win in the dominant forms of Sentinels and Cloud9, but I mean, in that round three, it was really all Cloud9 dictating the pace, pushing their advantages, finding the slays they need, and their teamwork really showed up there, right? That was the big difference for me, as Cloud9 started to stay alive in situations they shouldn't stay alive in. And when players like Bound are creating havoc, and even though they're one shot, they're making you spend so much time trying to finish that one-shot kill. He buys so much time for the likes of Stellar, Eco, and Penguin to do what they do best, and that's take over situational Halo.
Back and forth we saw in game one. That lethal triple was disgusting. Stellar no-scope for a treat as well, and just a bunch of good plays from both sides in this game one, and I cannot wait for this game two Slayer. Now, if I'm Sentinels, Clutch, if you're Sentinels now going into this game two, obviously you've been here, you've done that, you're world champions. Are you good? No worries. You still have dropped one game one, going to game two. How you feeling?
You're good. You're the reigning champs. You've been here. You've done that. You've been here for about 15 years doing it. Oddball's not your strong suit if you're Sentinels. They're not a very efficient Oddball team, and especially on recharge. History shows it. I think you wipe that one away. You refocus. You reprioritize these next 50 kills, because you're going to want them on your side. And roll two, he showed you some light. Lethal showed you a highlight clip, and if anything, I think Frosty and Statebite are going to have something to say about staying in this series. So as we reprioritize our focus to Street Slayer, let's see what Sentinels can show us to stay in this series. Maybe get ourselves to a game 4, potentially a game 5.
Look at the player matchup here on your screen. Royal 2 versus Eco. Slayer KD for Royal 2, almost a 2. Yeah. KD, what a beast. And Eco, of course, the IGL.
Damage from Eco.
The IGL for Cloud9. I'm excited to watch this game number 2 Street Slayer.
Let's hop on board with Stellar. Why not? He's probably going to kill something. Chances are.
Rockets in the hands of Frosty, but he did go down. So those rockets are currently down by Stellar. Let's see if he can find them. Not able to. Instead, choosing to get out of harm's way. 4-1 early lead for Cloud9. A good start. And you got to be careful in Halo Infinite Team Slayers, specifically on this map as well. The snowball effect can be very dangerous. If you go down 4 dead, the spawn kill can be deadly.
Yeah, it didn't look like Cloud9 was in a great position to capitalize there on that push, but they did it. 8-3. Now the lead. A great job to flip the map now, and this is a very difficult spot for Sentinels. Although Frosty does have that stalker rifle, they are stuck in the back of Tram and not a lot of space to play around.
Found with the flank, picks up one, picks up two, nice double kill, gets the stalker rifle looking for the triple! Oh! Perfect shots out of bound for the triple kill on Lethal.
Rookie of the year, they're saying about this kid, but doesn't have that memorable moment for us just yet at a tournament. Is this the tournament he's gonna do it? We said he needed experience. Well, he's got a couple of lands under his belt now, and wouldn't it be something for Bound to take this whole weekend right now, starting to heat up, starting to find targets left, right, center, taking him down as he goes down finally, but a 6-1 and 2 start for Bound, give Cloud9 the early lead.
And very crucial double kill out of Royal 2. When you need him most, he is there to make the play, make that 3 kills now in a row for Royal 2. And that could have been very dangerous if Royal 2 didn't just make that play, because it was turning into a bit of a wide gap in this game too early on.
And that was his first 4 kills of the game right there, so massive job by Royal 2 to get it impactful now, starting to pick up an assist, picking up a kill, trying to wait for Rockets, but he's got hell of pressure on him. Killing spree, double kill, a phenomenal job by Royal 2 to try and set up for these Rockets.
Cannot explain how important that killing spree was for Sentinels. Even still down by 7, Cloud9 foot on the throat after a game 1 win. They want to extend the series 2-0, 21-13. The Cloud9 roster is absolutely rolling right now.
And Penguin got Rockets. This is a massive opportunity to push this lead into an unapproachable situation for Sentinels. All of a sudden, the pressure starting to add up, and now with power weapons in hand, the Bulldog being used, the Rockets being used, Stellar's got the thrust. He's able to relocate, help keep Penguin alive, allow Penguin to get a couple of kills. The sandwich is coming through. They flip the map once again, and look at Sentinel stuck in the back of Tram again, but look at the score, FaZe, 27-15. It's all of a sudden a 12-kill lead.
This looks like a whole different Cloud9 that we saw yesterday. Clutch, we listened to Sentinels comms in game number 1. Let's go into an Astro listen-in with Cloud9 in game number 2.
Going Chinese A bottom mid.
Yeah, they're aiming.
Just keep playing slow, keep playing slow, we're up 10.
I spawned red, I spawned red. Two cafe, they're trying to push me out. I can maybe come help you.
Two shot, one shot tires, one shot
PD, one shot PD with Shotty. Back PD, one shot.
I'm going.
One shot, back PD still. Yeah, back PD, 2 on me, guys.
That's all you, dude.
He's on the heaven jump,
I hear you, Looking.
Coming, PD weak.
Lethal's weak.
They didn't kill me, I think, guys.
Alright.
Take your time. This is good, Dan. This is good. Everyone chill. Bound, don't take too much damage here. Heaven, one shot.
On the middle, ATM weak. ATM weak.
I can look at jump up. I can look at jump up.
To benches.
One shot, Dan. Inside PD? Inside PD or no?
Back PD.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah, I'm flanking.
One shot.
I hear you.
Let's go top tower, right?
Nice,
No, they're spawning red. They're spawning red.
No, he's weak on benches. Weak. He's really weak.
One shot arcade. He's there.
Watching that.
Come B, I'm coming.
One shot driveway, lethal. Nice fight.
What? One shot B6.
Blue.
Weak on rockets.
They got it. One shot benches.
My wasting.
Dead end, one shot.
Get that? Ruby?
One shot dead end. One shot in PD.
Dead end.
Look around, Zane.
Where boys?
On me, cafe.
With rockets.
Rockets.
Nice shit. Nice fucking shit.
They have one more. On shotty, going ATM.
Yo, back right, one shot. Back right, one shot, top C. Raiden, don't throw too many nades. There's two in C. They don't know you're there. Guy on balcony. Guy going trash. Can we kill trash?
Yeah, jumping with you up here.
Double, nice. Spawn, on shotty.
Nice. He's back here.
Yo, C stairs in PD. Okay, I'm drawing trash.
Top heaven.
One shot trash,
You have PD.
Ivy. I'm coming.
Just kill me. Front C. He's
no, go front. Yep, trash.
Front trash, one shot, guys.
Okay.
And I ducked benches.
Jump be trash now, Zane. Nice.
One shot, bottom C. Bottom C going disruptor. He's jumping chop trash. He jumped chop trash and got coming front C.
Driver, weak. Ice cream, weak.
Red room. Yeah, red room. Focus this guy.
Red room.
Disruptor.
Disruptor.
This guy P, I think, Kevin.
Red room, one shot, me guys.
He's behind you guys.
One shot, red room.
Where?
Driveway and red room.
Benches, bottom mid. Looking at you, Raiden. Arcade, Frosty. Arcade player. One shot dead end.
Impressive comms out of Cloud9. Teamwork at an all-time high, and they're feeling good, up by 8 kills, looking to extend the series.
How about the coordination, the double jump from 2 players in the commando, in the trash as they call it, and they get the jump on Sentinels. They extend their lead now. It's 8, 41-33. They're starting to push it. Sentinels are doing a great job fighting from such a massive deficit that they allowed themselves to build here, but it's just too little too late. You have to think Cloud9 are going to be able to close this one out. Bound has got to be the player to talk about so far here in game 2 because he gave his team everything they needed to get that early lead.
5 kills left to go for Cloud9. Penguin leading the charge, 15 kills and 10 assists. Bound picks up a kill on the Frosty. Great job by him. Now challenges Snakebite, knowing that his teammate's in for help, and Snakebite not able to get the kill on the Bound, but Lethal luckily there to help him out. Now Penguin once again continuing his run in this impressive game number 2.
Eco's got the rockets. He wants to end this one here and now. You know Snakebite's here. That's going to be 49. 50's back PD. Goodbye. And all of a sudden, Cloud9 up 2-0 on Sentinels. What was a question of these guys' caliber of play this weekend is starting to be the exact chip on their shoulders they needed to show the world they are once again capable of the best Halo in the world.
Impressive performances, game 1 and game 2. If you'd have told me Cloud9 would be up 2-0 in this series, I wouldn't have believed you, but they are showing us why they are a team to consider winning the entire event. Now looking at the scoreboard.
Look at Penguin. 16, 7, and 11, are you kidding me? A guy that, I mean, when we watched the games yesterday against the United, I said, that's not the Penguin I know. Well, guess what? Penguin must have heard me. 16, 7, that's a most, least, most. You give me that, we're gonna get a win every single time from Penguin, and what a phenomenal performance statistically he was able to put on in that game too. It was all Cloud9 though. Let's talk about it. The aggression, their ability to flip the map perfectly, the bait and switches, the control of the power weapons, everything got checked off the list in game 2 for these guys. And that's why they find themselves up 2-0 on the reigning Kansas City LAN champions.
And really, Clutch, it started at the beginning of the game, right? We saw Cloud9 go up 4-1 off the break. We saw them extend that to an 8-3, I believe it was. And they just kept continuing the momentum kill after a kill. We saw Royal 2 there, bottom middle, get a series of kills that I thought would help close the gap. But Cloud9 didn't let that stop them. They kept excelling. They kept picking and choosing their battles. And we saw the listen. We heard the listening. We saw the teamwork. And Cloud9 is playing fantastic.
Yeah, that communication was unreal from Cloud9. That's not, like, honestly, that's not the Cloud9 that I would really think of when I expect to go to a listen. And these guys are locked in. They feel like underdogs in this series, and Cloud9 responds so well to being that underdog here. And now we switch our focus over to Livefire Slayer for Livefire King of the Hill for game 3. And Sentinels, it's winner's bracket. You're down 2-0. What an early trip to the elimination bracket this could be for these guys. They qualified for Worlds, of course, but that's not their expectation for the event. They expect to be in the winner's bracket finals, for God's sake. But in order to do so, they're going to have to reverse sweep Cloud9 in this series. It starts with a game 3, but someone's got to make a play to get the ball rolling, FaZe, because plays are being made on the other side of the stage right now.
Plays are being made indeed. Let's hop right into it with Frosty on Sentinels, moving over towards dummies with Snakebite trying to get some kills early, but no, Eco has other plans, takes him down, and Snakebite goes down as well. So good start once again for Cloud9.
Let's see how it plays out. So often does one team favor the power up, one team favors the hill, and it usually benefits the team that goes for the hill. No one quite prioritizing that hill as of yet, and although Overshield's delayed the battle inside house, it's a trade. 3 go down for Cloud9. Overshield's gonna go to the Sentinels, it does appear, and no hill time as of yet. So even though Cloud9 won the initial fight, Sentinels were able to recover, get that Overshield. We'll see what they can do with it here.
Snakebite spots the player, stellar, nice body shot. Able to get that kill cleaned up. Now spots 2 players towards top mid. Eco able to get out of harm's way, and Snakebite opting to stay back towards Hill. Gonna rotate towards Nest here with the sniper up spots. Penguin, nice snipe onto Penguin.
It's been too quiet of a series for the Bite. Let's see what he has in store. Overshield and snipe. Everything to his disposal here. Tons of information, great damage, but nobody capitalizing on it yet. And you lose your hill player, and all of a sudden Snakebite blinks. All 3 members of Sentinels will go down, and it's a good job by him to stay alive and just keep some map control, but that's a phenomenal job by Cloud9 to break that setup.
Good play out of Snakebite, understanding that he was the last player alive, rotating out of tower towards top middle, but unfortunately still getting chased from that tower area. Trying to go for the trade, Bound doesn't allow it, gets a double kill, finally goes down. Now Stellar picks one up as well. That's 3 dead for Sentinels. Leave the last player alive, bottom nest.
This is a big one.
Stellar now opting to choose to leave that fight as Lethal does get cleaned up by Bound. Power up will be spawning any second now. Stellar trying to stay alive.
Does a great job to stay alive here. Several members of Sentinels focus on Stellar. Unfortunately, can't take him down. And that's as soon as Overshield spawning. I don't believe it's been activated. It's got to be down on the ground, I think, right now. And Stellar trying to get the kills instead of going for it. Misses the opportunity to take down Royal 2, and Royal 2 seizes that opportunity to successfully acquire this Overshield. And now Overshield Heatwave. Sentinels have to make the play to get this first point, and Royal 2 has that in his hands.
Royal 2 with Overshield is a scary sight. Gets a double kill, trying to find Eco for the triple. Gets 3. Killing spree for him. Heatwave still in his back pocket. Royal 2 now moving towards Nest.
Great job to stay alive there. Just allow your teammates to do their part. This hill almost done by Sentinels. You're going to see Royal 2 try to make his way towards this second hill spawn. That's going to be tower, but he wants to make sure that this is solidified. The point goes through, and now Sentinels finally have the lead in a game in this series, and we'll see how they're able to play around that lead now.
3 down for Sentinels, 2 for Cloud9. Bound hops in the hill.
Nobody's home.
Getting a lot of pressure with that sniper rifle, ultimately ends up falling. Ego now top tower, trying to stay alive. No Snakebites in the corner, and Snakebite wins that engagement. 3 down for Cloud9.
3 go down for Cloud9. Bound misses every shot with the 7, and that usually means your setup not gonna last too long as Sentinels break that tower setup. And it's been a phenomenal start for Royal 2 as we step back and take a look at the stats just momentarily. 12, 3, and 4 for Royal 2 to start this one off. I said plays were being made on the other side of the stage. Royal 2 must have heard me, and he started making plays here to get his team back into this series.
Snakebite doing such a good job holding the tower. Unfortunately, catches them melee and gets grenaded, so not the best way to go down. He was in a great position with the sniper rifle on top tower control, but Stellar on your screen now, trying to get some kills of his own with his Heatwave. Does a good job putting damage on that player towards Hill. And just very important, playing very sneaky, and unfortunately for him, gets melted by 2 players of Sentinels.
Yeah, Stellar played that so well to stay alive so many times, but it does not matter. Sentinels still come through. 4 down for Cloud9, and Sentinels are almost going to be guaranteed this second point. A 2 for 1 for Frosty. Both get picked up by Snakebite, and let's see a 2-0 lead here in Game 3 for Sentinels.
A nice 2-for-1 body shot out of Frosty, and like you said, clutch 2-0 lead in this game number 3. This could be the start of a crazy comeback if you're Sentinels and they're doing everything right. Frosty with the Heatwave and the sniper rifle gets another 2. Was that a second 2-for-1? But either way, he gets the kill, gets the assist, and Frosty is rolling.
No ammo in either weapon. I think he's done his damage with each one of them at this point. And remember, this is the same snipe that Bound lost. He missed a couple of shots, and it falls into the hands of Sentinels. You make a mistake like that, you pay for it dearly. So many of those snipe bullets doing so much damage. It's allowed this 2-0 lead, but what was once an opportunity for a 3-point lead, it looks like Sentinels' setup is going to be pretty weak now that Cloud9 have been able to find some slays. Cloud9 need this 3rd point phase because it's not often you see a team come back from a 3-0 deficit.
No, that will be really hard to do if you're Cloud9, but as we say that, I mean, Sentinel still has control. They have a lot of the meter filled in this third hill, excuse me, as Penguin on your screen trying to help his team secure, put some points on the board, and this is a good opportunity for Cloud9, trying to get this Overshield as well as Frosty and the boys and Sentinels are making their way over.
Overshield's coming up, decisions have to be made. The Cloud9 try and go for it, or do they try to score the point? They have to come back in this game, but their decisions are being cut too thin. Speaking of being cut, all 4 members of Cloud9 go down. They have too many priorities to try and focus on there, and because of it,
Nobody has teamwork. Frosty gets the overshield. Everybody goes down, and Sentinels are going to score this third point as well.
Overshield and Heatwave spot 3 players of Cloud9. Very bad timing as that overshield gets melted, but good job at least getting the trade on the Penguins.
And honestly, getting that overshield just removes a win condition from Cloud9, right? They need these power-ups to come back. They need the snipe, the overshield, the opportunity, the time on the clock. In all honesty, in order to get back into this one, and Sentinel's starting to remove each one of those from the equation.
Great shots with the commando out of Snakebite. Stellar takes him down though as a 3-0 lead in this game number 3. Now if there was ever going to be a reverse sweep, it's going to start this way or out of pure domination in game number 3.
Let's not talk about it yet. Let's let this game in. But you have to be right? If you don't close the door on the Sentinels team, how long do they stay in the series? The question has to be asked. And we saw what Lethal was able to do with the shock rifle. We've seen what he's been able to do with the S7 throughout his career. What can he give us to put a punctuation on this game 3 to show us that Sentinels are here to play?
Barely missing that shot on the Penguin. Opting to leave that engagement, tries to fight Bound instead with some teamwork. Stellar and Bound both there. He's gonna run into 2 players, takes down Bound, gets taken down, loses that sniper.
Snipes down, but Stellar knows time is crucial. Time is the only thing that you need to make sure you prioritize here. 1:52 on the clock, you're down 3 points. You need that clock frozen. You need to cap detail almost flawlessly in order to secure an opportunity to get back into this one, and Overshield comes up at the perfect time for Sentinels to break the push. Cloud9 go down, and this is going to be an all-she-wrote situation. Frosty has Overshield snipe in hand and an opportunity to close the door and push this series to a game 4.
Barely missing those shots. Frosty, commando and snipe, nice job cleaning up Bound right there. Almost has the game in completely over here for Sentinels, and that's gonna do it. Game number 3 goes in the favor of Sentinels as they stay alive in this series.
Calm, cool, collected. And game 4 is already on their minds. Move on, boys, because we want this series as fans of the game to go to game 5, I'm sure, and Cloud9. That would have been a big one to win, but unfortunately, I mean, you just give up too much of the power on the map, right? How many times did we see Overshield, Snipe, and Frosty, and Snakebite's hands, and Lethal's hands? And the amount of 2-for-1s, I mean, that was absolutely insane. The damage done with those power-ups and power weapons was the true difference maker here in Game 3.
Looking at the scoreboard, Royal 2 definitely standing out, 22 and 12, and that's what we expect to see out of Royal 2. Arguably the best Slayer in the HCS. This guy has been doing it for as long as I can remember, and what a time to have a performance like that backs against the wall.
Look at Frosty's damage though. Might not have the kills, but that damage stat is everything to tell you that Frosty's starting to heat up in the series, starting to lay his mark on it, and we talked about it. The plays needed to be made on that side of the stage. It's been a very quiet day for Sentinel so far throughout this series, outside of a couple shock rifle kills, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. You need a big game, and big-time players, they make big-time plays in big-time games, and that's exactly what Royal 2 gives you there alongside Frosty for Sentinels.
And this game number 3 was all Sentinels. They never really were not in the driver's seat, right, Clutch? It felt like they were getting all the overshields, they were using teamwork, they were rotating on point, they were using the sniper rifle to its fullest potential, and players like Frosty are not the players you want to be going up against when they're catching fire, and Royal 2 as well, dropping 22 kills, and absolutely dominating performance for Sentinels in Game 3.
Yeah, I think they had every single overshield in that game, if I can recall. I don't remember a single time Cloud9 was able to capitalize on a power-up, and that's, you give up that many power-ups, power weapons to an enemy team, you can almost guarantee a loss, but a loss of that magnitude, what is that going to do to the confidence of the boys over on the right side of the stage here? You got to regroup, you got to figure out a way to close this series out, because, I mean, let's not go down too far the road, but Sentinels in a Game 5, those guys, they have the best stats in the history of Halo players as far as a Game 5 is concerned. They do not lose Game 5s, Game 11s, and Cloud9 know that stat, so they want to close it out here on the Catalyst CTF.
The newest map on the HCS circuit. Catalyst capture the flag. Game number 4, starting things off with Snakebite. Couple members fall early for Sentinels, leaving Snakebite and Lethal to try to work together, but Lethal falls as well. So does Snakebite. So good start for Cloud9 here in game number 4 as Bound knows that he has the advantage here, but Frosty shuts that down and does not let him get a flag run.
What a big kill from Frosty to just weather the storm, but in the meantime, the rest of Cloud9, they're here. They have Overshield. Eco's getting a double kill, and not only that, this flag, it's on the move.
Great plays out of Eco, utilizing that overshield, getting 2, and now flag is on the move. Clutch, let's see if Eco can get this one home. Hasn't taken too much damage as the overshield still has a sliver there, and this could be a quick 1-0 lead for Cloud9.
Yeah, you see 2 kills going Cloud9's favor. That's massive because the overextenders, they've been cut off, they've been cut down. And Cloud9 jump out to an early lead here on Catalyst CTF. A cap in the first minute is massive to regain control of the series.
Textbook execution, a great opening start for Cloud9, and Eco is keeping the train going. 3-0 for Eco, and he is already back in the Sentinels base.
Yeah, like clockwork, they got the flag on the move once again. Able to take down Lethal across the map, and Roll 2 does a great job to stay alive to back Eco down there, but great damage from Eco, and someone's got to focus on Eco on the side of Sentinel. Snakebite's going to do it himself, but it's bot time for Penguin to stop this flag from getting any further.
Penguin gets that kill on the Frosty, but gets taken down. Lethal now trying to get the touch, able to do so. Good job out of Lethal. The selfless player, Sentinels, is so lucky to have a player like Lethal, always there to fill in the gaps, always there to make the plays that need to be made, and Lethal able to get that flag to his base, but it's not going to be easy to get the cap.
Yeah, lucky to have arguably the greatest Halo player of all time on your team for sure. Lethal gets that flag touch, keeps it alive, and I love this play by him. He knows we got to get some kills to weather the storm that Cloud9's about to throw. I believe Bound may have just gotten overshield as we switch to his point of view. Lethal's got his hands full. You need to chip away at this overshield and make sure that you keep this at a 1-0 game because Bound wants this return in a 2-0 lead.
I couldn't agree more, but you gotta be very careful if you're Sentinels, but that was a big kill onto Bound as 3 members fall for Cloud9. Penguin last one alive.
Massive kills by Lethal and Snakebite there. They win a 2v3 to keep the flag alive, to get rid of Overshield, and a phenomenal defensive stand from Sentinels keeps this at a 1-0 scoreline as flag stalemate, but still Cloud9 look to be aggressive.
Yeah, honestly, fortunate there for Cloud9 going 3 down and not losing that flag, not allowing Sentinels to get the return. And Penguin, big shout out to him for getting that detonation off onto Lethal and stopping the push.
Who's going to win this flag stalemate is the biggest question of the series because likely the team that wins it gets a second flag on the move. And if it's Sentinels, it's a 2-cap swing. Is it going to be a potential 3-0 lead for Cloud9? Jesus, Penguin the skewer across the map. Puts them on a kebab, says goodbye, Roll 2. And the battle for this flag standoff, as long as it goes, it makes the outcome of it even more important because you will have less time on the clock to deal with the consequences of losing this one.
And once again, momentarily, Cloud9 went down 3-0, but it's just the positioning is all that matters when you go down, right? Yeah. So Sentinels, if they're not pushed up far enough, obviously 3 down won't make much of a difference as Eco and the boys of Cloud9 are holding that flag all the way in the back of their base. This is a stalemate if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, Lethal, he doesn't expect Bound to be there. He gets taken down. A good trade by Snakebite there. As Snakebite picks up a double. 3 go down, and it's up to Penguin now. He's not near the flag either, so he's expecting respawners as the overshield is the focus for everyone on the map. Snakebite gets the overshield. He allows World 2 to pick up the kill, and it's a 4v3 situation for Sentinels to try and get this return. Overshield in the hands of Snakebite. He gets melted.
God. Amazing job by Cloud9 using that teamwork, using those headies on that main ramp. It's absolutely melting Snakebite with the overshield. But as I say that, Clutch, the flag is in danger. Cloud9 not able to get a touch, and Frosty trying to hop on the return. He does it! He gets the return. Frosty making big-time plays, and now it's all tied up.
Yeah, but look at this. There's more members of Sentinels in the base, so it's tied up, but Sentinels could potentially get a flag on the move. They do kill Lethal. That was the last player for Sentinels in the base. So we're not going to see a double cap situation, but Sentinels do a phenomenal job to win the standoff, put that overshield to execution, and although Snakebite got melted, the prioritization onto Snakebite is what allowed Frosty to get those kills.
unfortunate grenade kill takes down Eco. 3 members go down though for Sentinels, all spawning in the back of their base. They know exactly where Cloud9 is pushing from, and because of that, both Bound and Stellar eat a grenade and get taken down with not much issue. 2 members down for Sentinels, but 3 for Cloud9.
Yeah, last play last Eco, Snakebite knows where he is, but Eco has the damage advantage on him. Eco's still trying to be aggressive by himself, maybe a little bit of an overextension. They're gonna reset the map here as Cloud9 spawning back at their base. Sentinels are gonna have an opportunity to be aggressive here, and we'll see how strong Cloud9's defense is.
Snakebite with the commando. It's a scary sight.
Yeah.
I know my commando doesn't look like that. It's like he has no recoil.
We need to check his control.
Nice shots there on the Eco. On the Cloud9 flag takes him down. That's 4 dead for Cloud9, and now Snakebite should have a free opportunity to get this flag all the way across the map. Choosing to run it with the grapple, not able to execute though, and that could be costly.
But he's got the overshield, so maybe it works out. He's getting melted though. Jesus Christ, he gets melted. A phenomenal attempt at what would have been a very fast flag run from Snakebite, but the mechanics, he trips up at the last second. The flag doesn't go with him. That overshield does get removed, but that flag still stands in front of Cloud9's base.
Flag does end up getting returned. Frosty on the spikes here, trying to stay alive, doing a good job being that aggressor, being that entry fragger, and trying to get some kills for his team to start pushing. Gets one on Eco, does a nice double back, and able to stay alive, milking his life, but then Penguin finally takes him down.
I mean, even though he goes down there, just pay attention to how long it takes them to kill him. That's so big. If you're able to do that consistently, you just create windows of opportunity for your teammates. Frosty showing you how to stay alive best.
We're seeing Cloud9 play a bit of that defense role, right? We're seeing Penguin just chill in the back of his base, make sure no members of Sentinels are just sneaking through, put down good shots, and able to clean up Lethal across the map. Didn't expect to see that kill.
There's something to say about Penguin's prioritization on the opposite side of the map at all times. It's like he has so much presence on the map when he's able to do that kind of damage from that range.
A do-it-all type of player. Penguin is so fast and efficient. That's the type of gameplay I love to see. Always doing whatever it takes to get the job done. Unfortunately, takes some heavy grenade damage and gets taken down. 2 members fall for Cloud9. This once again could be an opportunity for Sentinels.
Snakebite sees his flag is pulled, and his response is go to the other team's base, overextend, get their flag on the move. But we're going to see them. Can they get it safely into that hallway is the issue. It's so difficult to turn that corner. And Lethal, the last guy alive, he's got flag in hand, but he's got so much pressure on him. Eco in the kill feed takes him down, and it's a matter of can Cloud9 get this return?
And there you have it, 2-1 as Cloud9 takes the lead. If they win this game, they win the series and knock down Sentinels into the lower bracket. But of course, we got a lot of game left. There's 3 minutes and 45 seconds still left in game time.
And Overshield is up right now. Who's going to get it? It looks like Cloud9 has a ton of map control right now. Bound needs to win this one-on-one. He does so against Snakebite. A big 1v1 by Bound should allow Cloud9 to get this Overshield.
Every Overshield I feel like we've seen this game has been absolutely shredded. So let's see if Bound can change the status quo there for the Overshield here. So far, not taking any damage and saying, why not move back to my base and make sure I can clean it out.
Notice the defensive play by Bound. They want to make sure that there's nobody from Sentinels getting a flag pull here. 3 minutes on the clock, and a defensive mindset is what we're seeing from Cloud9.
Wow.
There goes the Overshield.
There goes the Overshield as Frosty's gonna hit the shot. If you show him even a window of opportunity, you know he's gonna take it. Still alive there with a skewer, but Bound ends up trading that kill. I thought he would get the advantage, but no, Penguin last one for Cloud9.
So you wonder if a defensive mindset is gonna hurt Cloud9. So often do we see teams on their back feet get taken advantage of. They give up map control space, a lot of things that you use to your advantage, and now this flag is on the move. Snakebite with the mechanics of a Greek god as he grapples back. He keeps that flag on the move. The kill comes through, and now Snakebite is moments away of tying this one up.
Oh, the flag not capped just yet. 2 members for Sentinels are down, but there it is. It goes down, so 2-2 all tied up in game number 4. Stellar trying to get this kill on the Lethal, catching some grenade damage, able to stay alive, picks up oil 2. And Wes, I want to go back to your statement from earlier. I couldn't agree more. I think the overly defensive play style there for Cloud9 ended up biting them there.
Well, now Cloud9 has to be aggressive. They are in the face of Sentinels. They are shortly going to pull a flag, and Overshield is up. If they can acquire this Overshield while running this flag, they're almost going to guarantee themselves the cap, you'd have to think. Val's got a lot of opportunity in front of it, but it is Eco that ends up with that Overshield. The flag no longer on the move, however. As Sentinels do fend off their base, but let's see what Eco has to say about that.
Good shots under Frosty, keeping him back, but all the players in Sentinels are on such important positions at the back of their base, having so much cover that Eco not able to do any damage. Even fortunately gets a kill, because that could have been an Overshield absolutely wasted.
A phenomenal defensive stand, keep this game, and these flags standing still at 2. A minute and 15 on the clock. You can almost guarantee the next cap will decide the winner. Will we see a game 5? Will this one go to Cloud9 in a 3-1 fashion? The next minute will decide it.
Great play there out of Penguin, staying alive until the last minute, dropping down and getting that kill on to Frosty, now grappling his way over, trying to spot this player. I believe that's Snakebite running around towards the spikes, ring around the rosy for Penguin, not able to spot him, but Bound able to do him a favor and clean up that kill.
All right, you get the kill on a Snakebite, you get some map control, and here comes Cloud9. Lethal gets taken down. Great teamwork out of Bound and Penguin. Focus on the Frosty. Great shots, but can't quite finish the kill. Don't worry, Bound's got your back, but a third player from Sentinels in Rule 2 shows up. In the meantime, Eco on the flank. As all members of the map are focused on this side of the map, you're seeing the last player alive at Snakebite, who spawned back there, trying to weather the storm and just buy time for Sentinels respawning.
And that's just such a perfect play for Snakebite. You're the last guy alive, you're hiding in the back of your flag, your teammates get spawned ahead of you, and you get the pinch opportunity. Great play out of Snakebite.
Roll 2, trying to be aggressive. Bound and Eco take him down. They're gonna have an opportunity in overtime. It's gonna be settled as we're gonna have a reset here. Sentinels do everything to keep their winner's bracket hopes and dreams alive here in Orlando, and Cloud9 looking to end this one a little bit early for the fans around the world, but the pressure has never been bigger.
Next flag cap wins the game as we are officially into overtime, starting things off with Bound.
Nobody's statistically really stepping up so far in this game. You wonder if someone's going to make a play here, significantly step up their performance. And Penguin finding a double kill in the kill feed is exactly what I'm talking about. I was going to say a great trade from Bound, as Snakebite gets the better of him, stays alive, and now Eco forced to come back to his base and play defense, is able to clear it out. Cloud9 look to be aggressive from this point on.
Eco is playing his life top mid, not wanting to push past his door, knowing that it could be a death trap if you go on that top mid bridge, instead opting to back down, push shots into Lethal. Just once again playing a bit defensively, making sure no players from Sentinels can sneak into their base.
Wait a minute, there is a player in his base. I don't think he saw him. I think there's a player near his flag, actually. They may have been able to find the kill. All right, flag's clear. Appreciate you for checking that, Eco. Bound's gonna spawn back there, and look how defensive they're starting to play. We saw how they were punished in regulation when they played defensive. Is this gonna be how Sentinels get the advantage off of a defensive-minded Cloud9 here in these ending moments?
Eco and Bound now finally being the aggressors here, moving into the Sentinels base. Let's see if they can work together and stay alive, try to keep their shields as much as possible and get a flag pull. And often we see both flags being pulled at the same time, and that's exactly what we're witnessing right here. The counter pull is coming out of Sentinels as Eco and Cloud9 are moving this flag. Sentinels actually not able to move that Cloud9 flag out of their base, so I spoke too soon. This could be the opportunity for Cloud9 to end this game and end this series. Eco punches in the flag in overtime, and Cloud9 take down Sentinels in the winner's bracket. The reigning champ from Kansas City has just been knocked down 3-1 after Cloud9 plays some dominant Halo.
Cloud9 are back, no renegade, no problem, and they are bound to the winner's bracket semifinals.
What a performance out of Cloud9, and And we saw them play defensively clutch there at the end of regulation in Game 4, and it cost them the cap up to Sentinels, who ended up sending it to overtime, but they learned from their mistakes. We saw Bound and Eco beat the aggressors, play that two-man game in the Sentinels base, and they executed to a T. They ran that flag, and they never looked back.
I'm going to tell you something that happened off camera that actually ended the game for Cloud9. Both flags get pulled. Stellar was waiting for an overextension. He gets the kill immediately onto the pull, and because of it, that flag from the Sentinels pulled, it doesn't go anywhere. It stays in Cloud9's face. They get an easy return. They have that numbers advantage with the flag on the move, and the second Bound is able to take down Roll 2. That solidified the game for me. And as we take a look at the stats, I mean, Penguin, what a performance all series long from him, and what a much needed performance he was able to give Cloud9 here today.
Yeah, we talked about him in that Game 4, that absolutely do-it-all type of player, and he is doing it all right here. Yeah. 26 kills for Penguin, and Cloud9 has got to be feeling fantastic after a rough day number 1, losing to the boys of United, coming in on Saturday, day 2, and knocking down Sentinels into the elimination bracket. Looking at the series layout here, we started things off with that Game 1 recharge win, and they dominated on Street Slayer. I was thinking, are we going to see a sweep here? But of course, we got Sentinels on the other side. That wasn't about to happen, so they dominated Game 3, but ultimately, Cloud9 come out champions.
The disrespect put on Cloud9 coming into this event, they heard it, they felt it. The chip on their shoulder, it was big. These guys needed a win like this to get the ball rolling, to get some momentum, to know that, hey, online, that's not our thing. The last 5 months, we know we're not the best at that. But when it comes to big moments at lands, Stellar, Penguin, Eco, those guys step up, and you can best believe the Rookie of the Year, Bound, was going to step up and put on a performance for everyone to be on notice.
And we're just getting things started here at HCS Orlando, but for now, we have Blaze on the main stage with an interview with Bound and Stellar, and for Goofy and Clutch, that's going to do it. Blaze, take it away.
Thank you so much, Goofy and Wes. Orlando, give it up for Cloud9 as they progress on through the championship bracket. I got the rookie Bound and the silent assassin Stellar here on the stage. Now Bound, let's hop right into the map number 4, okay? What was the hardest part about closing that out against those guys?
Honestly, the hardest part about playing those guys is just closing them out and just like breaking them down. You know, they're such a good team. They've been together for 6 years, probably the greatest Halo team of all time. So just putting those guys out is just probably the toughest of the toughest when it comes to teams, so.
Yeah, now let's talk about the pressure of playing those guys. Now, you're the new guy on Cloud9, okay, taking Renegade's spot. You know, it was a lot of eyes on you guys coming in this tournament. Wasn't looking the best in pool play, but how are you feeling after that win and your team going forward here?
I mean, when it comes to this team, their confidence is roof no matter what. They don't scram very often as much as other teams, so that's a natural-born confidence that these guys have.
Okay.
And, you know, rubs off on me a little bit, so just the confidence alone just prevails us, no matter the loss.
No matter the loss, okay. Now pass the mic on over to a natural-born Slayer, all right? We got Stellar in the building. That fantastic map, you dropped 42 for the dub, 45 for the dub. Tell me, what was going through your mind in bringing out this win for your team?
Going through my mind, just winning the game and doing whatever it takes and trying to be the best teammate I can be.
There you go. Now, talk to me about your teammate here, Bound here, in a new look Cloud9. How are you feeling with the change-up?
Feeling pretty confident. Bound's one of the best players in the game, and I mean, we just have to keep playing together and take it day by day, match by match, and I think we're only going to get better and better, so.
All right, day by day for Cloud9. Any last shout-outs you want to give to this awesome crowd who hasn't stopped cheering for you?
Shout out to all the C9 fans and my mom. I love you. And
shout out my mom. Shout out Katie. Thanks for being here, guys.
Shout out to the moms out there, and give it up for Cloud9 one more time. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. I gotta say, the time taken to provide the chemistry for this team is definitely paying off. And wow, what an incredible showing from Cloud9. And I gotta say, a close-ish series, honestly, when you actually break it down. The 3-1 looks dominant, but when you get into the fine lines of things, it was a bit of a different story. Golden Boy, what's your first initial thoughts after that one?
Well, I mean, you know, first and foremost, you gotta give a lot of love to Stellar. That oddball performance from him was out of this world. My guy was out there fragging like a pro, okay? He is, but you know, it was just a wild game from him. It was really just evident that C9 had just such presence with the shock rifle control. There was really just nothing that Sentinels could do to try and break that, which I thought was quite fascinating because when you look over to King of the Hill, Sentinels had these setups that C9 simply just could not figure out how to break. So I think, Jersey, that was by far one of the strangest parts of this series, was seeing how well C9 controlled, but then also sometimes they kind of gave it up to Sen.
We called upon some of the big game players, found what had earlier on in the tournament been playing very, very well up to that point, and we called upon the champions, the two-time champions already. So we talked about Eco, talked about Penguin and Stellar. Game 1, Game 4, it was all Penguin, it was a Penguin show. Game 2, you already talked about it, dropping 45 kills. What a performance. It was Stellar with a hard R, it has to be said. Unbelievable performance out of him. And I think going forward, they limped through yesterday. They lost to United, but we spoke about how if they win this series, none of that matters because now they have the top seed going forward and they're on a run, and I'm not going to be betting against them.
No, I think they learned a lot from that United series, right? And, you know, they brought a lot back. I'm seeing a completely different roster from the one that I saw yesterday taking the main stage. Walshy, what did Cloud9 have right now that they didn't maybe have yesterday?
That's a really good question because obviously they're trying their hardest in pool play. They're not just trying to give up a match against, you know, these other top squads, but it just felt like they were doing everything right. When I was watching like Bound's POV on Streets, you see those moments where he actually slows it down and then does a great quick push with the rest of his team, where it's this interesting dynamic. It's a really tough thing to balance when you're an aggressive, quick player like Blound. You have to learn, like, all right, well, I can't sit back the whole time, but then you also can't just charge in every single time.
There was a funny moment in the listening. I think it was Hoax who was telling him, he was like, Bound, chill, don't push, don't take too much damage. Because they know that is like their win condition, right? But you get a player like Bound in a position like that to be such a threat, especially on those flanks, like what he was doing on Streets, that right there, I think, just spoke volumes to how this team, they have found it. They have found the thing that can get them to the promised land. They just need to hone it down. And as Seller said, they're going to have to take it day by day.
You talk about the pacing and maybe being able to change it up. We've seen in that game 4, it looked as though they were trying to hold what they had. They tried to play defensive. They turtled up a little bit and invited the pressure on from Sentinels. But I'm glad to see that not only did it go to overtime, you see, it's obviously next cap wins, but it was next mistake loses, it has to be said. And it was Cloud9 who made sure that in those clutch moments, they were the ones that came out on top. And I think Frosty, a couple of times on occasion on that map in particular, he was guilty of being isolated, he was guilty of being the first pick, and it really handed the initiative over to Cloud9.
It certainly did indeed. There were many openings there, and Cloud9, they capitalized on every single mistake, and that is what you want from your top teams. Let's take a look at the brackets though right now and see all of the scores filled in. We've got our winners bracket on the screen for you guys. As you can see, Optic already in that semi-final position, as well as Cloud9 and FaZe Clan. That FaZe Clan versus G1 matchup ended 3-1, so a very, very clean score from FaZe. I'm sure it was a hard-fought series though, but very nice. And 3-1 apiece here for Cloud9 as well versus Sentinels, which will bump Sentinels down into the elimination bracket. Let's see where they're going to be faring here and who they might be up against. We do have Sentinels in elimination round 4 currently. We have a Lim round 3 playing out very shortly as well. I'm really excited about that one. Obviously, the winners, the winners from elimination round 3, that is going to be a qualification round for Worlds.
Looking over at the winners bracket with E United up against G2, if I can squint really, really well, I can see E United are 1-0 up against G2 at the moment. Game 2 is well underway. It looks as though it's very evenly matched over that side. So if you want to tune into that and see what's about, head over to the B stream. That's exactly where you'll find that action.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're actually going to be jumping into a Quadrnt versus Team War match right now, because the winner of that will play Acend. Now, if Quadrnt do manage to do this, it is 1-1 currently in the series, then they will be facing their nemesis from Europe, and it will be Acend for that qualification to Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a real pivotal matchup here, right? And for Team War, a big opportunity, not just for the 4 players, but also for the org coming back into Halo with a very competitive roster. And anytime I get to see Rami and Hysteria do their thing, I'm always happy about that. But as it stands right now, this is going to be War with the lead, 70-39.
Looking at a Team War, it looks like a bunch of leftovers from different teams. And you've got Rami, formerly of SSG, Hysteria of Complexity, Envor, fnatic, and Tony Two-Turn of G1. They've all come together to try and cause the upset in Quadrnt. This is the circumstances that they've put themselves in because they lost to Oxygen earlier on. And now it's going to be Europe versus Europe, but they have to get through Team War first. And it looks as though they're giving them a very good game here.
And I mean, as a European fan, you actually look at that bracket and you're not disappointed overall. You look at so many different opportunities for these EU teams to secure and solidify their world's slots.
Yeah, exactly. This is a big opportunity for Quadrnt, but you know, I just want to be able to give that, you know, give that shout out to War here, because what a story that would be, especially considering that if they win this, then they have an opportunity to take on Acend, and then they can actually qualify for the dang thing. So that would be awesome to watch, but equally as awesome as watching Quadrnt just try and rally themselves back into this game. Some big kills happening, 3 down just a little while ago here as War is going to be off the respawn now. SLG with control of the Oddball. He knows that the pressure is going to be coming from the tower side, but they're picking up these slays where they need them. This is going to be where he probably will determine whether or not he wants to dump this off, depending on how his teammates support him here.
Look go down for Team War. Quadrnt 4 up at the moment, Walsh.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it looks like after those slays, so Quadrnt in a comfortable spot at the moment. They just have to trade these out, but unfortunately, they only have room for one more error, because if they don't get that play ball and War grabs it up, it's gonna be easy to scrap up 5 seconds. There goes the play ball. Let's see who sets up for this one.
Yeah, this is it, and actually Ramy's gonna be in a position here to move forward and grab it, though. He's got his teammate alongside him, Tony two-turn. He's gonna grab the ball, 4 seconds remaining here, going for that first round win, and there they have it. They lock it in. Big win there for War, and we'll see how Quadrnt are going to respond going into that next half, Shirts.
And for Quadrnt heads down now, is this going to be a similar tale as what they had against Oxygen? They start off slow and they're getting punished now by one of the open bracket teams who came in on the elimination side. Our Quadrnt spirits down as the wind being taken out of their sails, and our Team War about to capitalize.
Looking at the start though, the slays are being traded out. That goes down 2 for Quadrnt. Ramy, the only member down on War. And we're gonna have to see where that sniper ended up. I didn't really see who was able to secure that, because that could really tell a tale of who's gonna get this next setup.
Yeah, and I actually really did like that start from Quadrnt there. They had spread their numbers effectively, but War, man, those VRs are just simply not missing. Unfortunately for SLG, he's gonna miss with that snipe, and it's gonna give it over to Tony two-turn. 4 players down now for Quadrnt. He got the ball as well. You taking a tower side jersey. This is the optimal position to have the objective as well as his power weapon.
It's time to set up, and it's time to hide behind those sandbags and hold what you have. 13 seconds and climbing here. And Quadrnt have to try and break this setup. This next kill is going to be so important. 2 have gone in favor of Quadrnt here. Make it 3 dead as Team War. Ramy last man standing, setup broken wide open.
Broken up, but not even just that, no play ball. They lose a sniper. You do not want only 16 points when you have that massive of an advantage over on the tower side. I don't know exactly what I'd quantify that as, but ultimately, even if things fall apart, you need that play ball. You can ask Clutch about it.
Can't believe.
No.
I would say, why is Wales catching strays, but he's catching direct shots. That's exactly what that was. That setup was made of glass. Team War have got to do better, and Quadrnt doing a much better job of it here. They've amounted 20 seconds now. They've got the opening pick as well.
And this is where I'm a little concerned, right, for Team War, because as you had mentioned, this is a bit of a hodgepodge roster, right? Leftovers from a bunch of different teams coming in to this lineup, whereas Quadrnt have been in the trenches with one another for a very long time. We've seen this squad grow throughout the HCS. So really, for Quadrnt, you're looking at this, and I mean, I have to say, like, the way that Team War even playing Quadrnt here is very impressive, but it comes down to those holds. They have to take their advantages, and they have to be able to play with it as much as they possibly can.
We've talked about it for Quadrnt. They're such a confidence team, and when things go against them, they really go against them. When it rains, it pours. Team War should not be able to do this with a team that has been together for so long. They've just been matched together, and they're giving Quadrnt, one of the best teams in Europe, a series.
And they're all putting up great individual performances, specifically Tony right now. Most kills, most objective time, tied for most assists, just across the board doing absolutely so much, and zero hesitation to grab that OBJ, as we saw previously when he had Sniper and decided to bring it back over towards tower and give him that second setup at the end of the first round.
Yeah, and I think what they realized is that one of their win conditions potentially to be able to rack up these points is just let Tony do his thing right now. Let someone else go ahead and pick up the slack, because Tony's got the hot hand. And if a player is performing like that right now, sure, just kind of let him be and let someone else pick up that slack.
It's all about Quadrnt stopping Tony from getting 2 turns. Keep him facing towards you.
Keep him facing towards you, but I was going to ask GB, during situations like that, when, you know, anyone on your team except yourself was going off, how would you help enable your teammate to perform in a situation like that?
Dave, we're commentating the game.
I've never seen GB go off. That's the problem. I'm trying to recent memory.
Look, I popped off once or twice. Remember when I won that championship? Speaking of championship, Tony trying to get one of his own here as he's got that sniper rifle. And again, this goes back to say, right? Like, you know what? It was a joke. Or maybe not wasn't, and it did hurt. Words hurt. But to kind of reflect on that, though, right? In those instances when you're not the player that has that, you know, the shot that's clicking, you really just want to try and enable anyone else to pick up that role. That is exactly what Tony Two-Turn is doing right now.
Yeah, and on top of that, though, Tony needs to step that up and toss the ball to somebody, saying, hey, I know we both have a battle rifle, but mine's hitting a little bit harder right now, so you take this ball, let me do some work. I am getting trades and extra damage across the map.
It was 3 dead for a moment, 2 down for Quadrnt, and doing exactly what Walshy's ordered. Ball played this time, making sure that he not let them get any more points. 88 now to 53, but Team War, they've got their hands on the ball now, but they need to get a decent setup here.
Yeah, they actually could potentially go for this garage setup, which would be quite fruitful for them, but they want to eventually bring that ball over to the green side if they need to, because if you let Quadrnt get possession of the ball inside of Here Dave, this could actually be really bad, and that's exactly what's happening. Rammy's by himself, he's got to try and stay alive, but he can't. His shot's going to be able to pick up the kill, and this could very well be the game, Dave.
You called it perfectly, GB. War put themselves in a position to say, we need to grab 31 seconds, or if we lose this setup, Quadrnt are going to get those 12 points and tie this game up, winning round number 2.
Quadrnt on the board then. They strike back, and they strike hard. As much as Tony Two-Turn could do, it wasn't enough, and I think for Quadrnt, they need to get their head back in the game, because they can ill afford now to lose this game. Their heads will drop, and all of a sudden they're onto a game 4 where they could be getting eliminated far earlier than they would have anticipated.
Well, let's see this opening strategy here now, as Quadrnt are going to play the B side of the map, just try and prioritize that. They also have body sent over there. That was a nice play! SLG was more than happy to receive that one with a fancy old back whack there, and that actually is going to open up a lot of the map here for Quadrnt for these 2 players.
I've seen weapons being passed to one another. I've never seen an enemy getting shot across to a teammate for a back launch.
I've maybe seen that like a Dragon Ball Z episode or something like that, where you send someone across the map and then smack them down. But yeah, like I said, I've never seen
I think Piccolo and Goku did that once or twice. You know,
it looked like a Dudley Boy special in 3D.
Yeah, it really was a 3D. It was a 3D. Oh man, I missed opportunity, and my wrestling fan card has been taken from me. Somewhere Acend's just mad at me. You know. Oh man, he's actually gonna hit me with a headlock there with those massive arms of his.
Don't try to get it back out.
I'd like personally like to see an armbar, honestly.
Really? Really? You two? I'm getting strings from everywhere. I can't just live up here.
Looking at the scoreboard then, 5 seconds and climbing for Team War. They've got a handle on the ball for now. Sniper rifle position, top tower, a couple of warning shots, although not going to connect with anybody's. And in fact, he's going to get dropped back down to half shields. The pressure's telling to go down for Team War. This time Envor gets the play ball.
Gets the play ball, but one thing also to be cautious of in Infinite, which didn't seem to hold this, the same truth in previous Halos, is that sometimes those play balls, if you're giving up too many free deaths, doesn't amount to much. Sometimes they just grab that free play ball and rotate to anywhere they want, especially here on live fire. So that's something that teams need to be cautious of, is getting the play ball and be able to turn and do some meaningful damage.
I think also communication comes into that, right? When is the time to play ball? Like, a lot of people kind of have pressure applied in certain situations, and they think, I have a chance to play ball. It might not be the right time.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, a lot, because the thing to keep in mind as well, right, is that, yes, you want to try and keep that objective away from your opponent, and that was, in that particular instance, the right call to make here. But you know that it really is just going to be something as a band-aid to the overall problem here. There's going to be another play ball as Tony's going to send that one sailing. Quadrnt right now, they are going to be down, but they have just regained position. It kind of goes right back to what we were talking about, right? You play that ball, you send it over, but you send it right back to your opponent.
What worries me here for Quadrnt is that with the way they're playing against this team that's just a ragtag bunch of boys put together, Acend is beyond this. So you need to get some form together, because if you continue to play this way, you might not even get to Acend, because Team War are really putting you against the wall here.
Yeah, they really are. It's actually quite impressive to see how fast this team has been, you know, kind of like how fast they've formed, how fast they've gelled. It reminds me a lot of what we've been seeing with FaZe, and how they've been able to just turn around in the most recent matches that they've had here, becoming a favorite in this competition here. But now we got Hysteria trying to take the ball away. It's going to be heading over to SLG though, so War's going to need to be mindful of this one. Hysteria is very low. There's the nade that I was talking about, Dave. SLG read that one.
Yeah, sometimes rotating that ball through. I think overall that was a good push by Hysteria, but at what cost? There's 3 down for Team War, and now Quadrnt have a chance to get a slight setup, but they have to decide, do they take over Garage or do they rotate this out towards green and get in position for a play ball?
Something so impressive looking at Tony 2 turns. That's 30 kills, 21 deaths, 101 ball time is what he has as well. He's really trying to do it all.
Yeah, if I'm someone that's looking to scout a player right now, Tony 2 turns performance right here has been damn impressive. Not to take anything away from the rest of the team here. Everyone's been playing the role. But when you look at the other side of Quadrnt, you got Chick with 24, Shad with 28, SLG with 23. Tony's really been the standout for War, and they've been competitive, Lottie, this entire time because of that.
They certainly have, and to go back to a point that you made earlier, Golden Boy, as well, Tony 2 turn, the fact that he's turning up in this way, but he's being so all-rounder in this, actually doesn't help. His teammates need to help him. There's 4 of you guys on a team. Somebody take some of the slack off this guy right here and right now, because he's getting some kills. Someone else pick up objective.
We're seeing it for that first time, as you called out, Lottie. Tony 2 turn, picked up the ball, passed over Hysteria. Unfortunately, gets taken out by Chick, and here comes the fight back in the mud. There's going to be kills traded back and forth. Oh, no! Envor ends up trading that out. Such a huge play by Envor, despite being down a couple shots and caught off guard.
I think Tony wants people to pick up the slack, but he might just settle for someone else picking up the ball. He's been absolutely murdering every single thing that moves. 2 teams down to 3 apiece. All 4 about to pop up here. Tony's starting to rotate that ball once more, milking it for all it's worth. 60 to closing on 50.
Yeah, this is just some great movement from Tony. Great awareness as well, dropping the ball, knowing when to pick it up again so he can soak up as much time as possible. He's got a teammate over there in mid-hall that's going to take out Shad there. Even though it's a trade out, it's fine, because he also has Hysteria Walshy to back him up here, but Nurex is going to get a little bit more of the edge in that fight.
The other thing that was super impressive to me is that perfect ball efficacy, as he didn't even drop it to finish up that player. He knew his teammate had enough shields to finish up that player top middle, and doesn't even threaten or drop that ball to get 2 extra, he gets 2 extra seconds because of being that efficient and understand the situation that well.
Hysteria, with all the years of experience, so he would love to push his team a little bit further. Chick's gonna go down, but play the ball in the meantime. What can he do now? Rami got a kill onto Nurex as well. Hysteria, he has also hit the respawn screen. Unborn, Tony 2 turned, the only 2 standing for the moment. On board with Hysteria. Gets Chick down to half shields, make it no shields whatsoever. He's evaporated from the equation. Nurex last man standing. It's very, very important that he stays alive here.
Yeah. And he does exactly, Nurex stays alive as well as Hysteria. Both of those guys, right, understanding what was at stake in that particular engagement. No one has really been able to jockey for position to get that ball, as well as the overshield coming up now, and it has been picked up, but I think Rami was the one who got it.
Hysteria got it. Hysteria got that OS, and so now War has the OS. They have the Oddball. They have Sandbag partially under control. They're in great position right now. I like this heads-up play. It's going to be decided by Slays here in just a moment. So Tony drops the ball.
Nurex.
Gets a trade there with Nurex. Great play by Nurex. Now we're going to see, can Quadrnt turn that into an advantage, or are they just going to let this ball time slip away?
3 went down for War. Quadrnt took a very long time to pick up the ball. Shad's trying to affect this now by bringing the top middle and back over towards Tower and 2. The on-rushing teammates who are trying to require and provide assistance. Hysteria gets 1. Tony 2 turned, gets another. 2 go down. And no play ball. Bottom middle here now. Tony looking to get his hands on it once more.
The ball rotation was just so telegraphed there. That was the problem there for Quadrnt. They had the spawns over towards Tower. They knew they were going towards there, but so did Team War. It was just too obvious they were heading that direction. In many cases, if you're going to rotate that ball, you need to create some semblance of doubt unless you know for sure your path is clear.
Yeah, and then you see Quadrnt static players all at Tower just kind of waiting for that, being like, don't worry, it's safe here, and suddenly you're getting pushed at 100 miles per hour. It would have honestly been a little bit better. We saw some Quadrnt players push up and try and defend a little deeper.
You're absolutely correct, Lottie, when you're rotating that ball. And before I get into that, look at this rotation. Shad from Quadrnt, push this over towards green, and just hold on to his last second. Doesn't even have to push all the way out. In fact, could hide in this garage door, gets his last 2 seconds, and that's going to be Quadrnt taking game number 3, pushing themselves up 2-1 in the series.
fantastic stuff from Quadrnt. I think, you know, despite a couple of the kind of hiccups, the mistakes from Quadrnt there, and I think it could have been a little bit cleaner, you know, great stuff to see them kind of close that one out, especially with the lead that we saw there from Team War at times. But there are things that they do need to clean up on.
Yeah, what I was going to highlight before we got into the very last seconds of the game, Lottie, was you were absolutely correct. If you're rotating that ball, you need to be pushing forward. You need to be creating brand new space. You can't just be sitting on like the other side of the highway like, yeah, cross over here, ball guy. You'll make it over. I'm sure it's fine if you get here.
Yeah.
But it's more like they're, yeah, like you said, they're being very static. They were just waiting for their ball carrier to get there instead of clearing out the area. They should have been checking mud. They should have been checking nest, making sure that's all clear for the ball carrier.
Yeah, indeed. Essentially, then they got pinched almost in a weird way. You don't expect to be pinched from back tower when you're having a full rotate in your favor happening. But hey, mistakes are made. You learn from them. Quadrnt, I'm sure, won't be doing that anytime soon again. But we're going to jump into some more action, folks. We are going to be pretty much getting everything out the way before we have all of our series on the main stage. So, boys, if you don't mind casting a little bit more.
G2 looking fairly strong, like you said, but you gotta harp on that again, as you spoke before. Coming into the biggest major prior to Worlds, they didn't get the exact practice that they wanted to get throughout that. So if they somehow pull this off against United, who, as we talked about at the very beginning of Infinite, they were the most practiced team. They talked about they're doing 2-a-days, multiple scrims every single time. So you're going against a roster that has every situation figured inside and out.
Well, let's see now. Yeah, I agree. You know, United, I did not expect this from United, right? And it's not to take anything away from them because, you know, you have 4 incredibly talented players on this team that have been through really ran the gamut when it comes to, you know, their histories in Halo. But it's a weird combination, right? And I think that was the thing that really threw me off. Seeing Ryan and seeing Snipe down together again, which is not something that I would have necessarily had expected. I mean, I don't even think I remember them playing together to begin with. Point is, it's a combo that they do kind of different things, but yet somehow they found a way to make this work in this combination.
Here we've all tied up now in this game, 2-2, 2-0 in the series, and all of a sudden G2, that lead that they got in themselves, that good position they put themselves in has all but gone away.
That's such a difficult spot to be in as well as you start to claw that back. You're like, all right, we got the momentum, let's bring this back squad. And you're like, all right, I guess we just got to close out one of these next couple hills and get this game back. But that's going to be really difficult for this more newly formed team in the form of G2 Esports.
That was a nice shot from Yoki, by the way. Just tucked away in the corner. Thought they had him dead to rights. Didn't quite work out in his favor, though. But yeah, and right now G2, they seem to just do a great job early on of getting control of the hill, but then as time goes on, it feels as if E United, they figure it out, right? And then they start to break those setups that G2 have. And that's part of the reason why they're in this position where it's 2-2. And you really got to give credit where credit is due to players like Ryan, who are just so good at creating that space. You just need to have your Slayers come in, your Suspectors and your Snipe Downs coming in to really handle that business.
Overshield up very, very soon. Both teams, though, eyes on the prize, trying to get the slays that they need to get control of top middle. It can be a bit of a slobber knocker, a bit of a Royal Rumble sitting top middle. Overshield about the pop Walsh.
And that tower battle is also incredibly important. It was huge that Barcode is able to secure that 1 kill, but tower is in the control of E United towards the end there. And that OS does not get activated. That's such a big swing for Straight Sick, but looks like Sab is going to try to pick that up. Punch in the chest, and OS now for G2. You know they're going to be pushing towards top side and getting that hill.
I've seen that time before. I've seen that movie. I've been in matchmaking. I've forgotten that I've had the repulsor in my hand, and I've jumped up to pick up the overshield, and all of a sudden, I'm blowing smoke. He's gone down. He's tried to get the overshield. Second time of asking, second bite of the cherry, but no, he loses the overshield. But how telling might that be, GB?
Yeah, the nerves are certainly going to be very high here, right? G2, you know, comes from a very prestigious organization, but also you have a lot of pressure because this is a team that since the formation of the lineup, Dave, have not really performed at the level that I'm sure that they hold themselves to. And this win against United would be massive if they pull it off.
It would be huge, but the concern right here is that G2 had an overshield. They had more bodies on the map, and they did not extend this hill lead. In fact, we're basically tied here with a slight edge for E United in the top center hill. So I am really concerned for them if they weren't able to push that hill over the limit with OS. How are they going to do it now with even footing?
On board with Spectre. The team about to eliminate 2 out of the hill. Clear out the riffraff. 2 members over towards tower, still looking to get a little bit frisky, trying to fight from bottom tower. Snipe Down's done enough for the moment, but this hill is so close to completion for both teams. Set up over towards Nest. They've both managed to clear G2, and they've got the optimal strategy now.
Yeah, and you know what? Take a look at this as well, right? You only got 25 seconds left on the clock. They get 3. This could be very dangerous for G2. This could very well be the series. They don't need to go after this hill if they don't want to because they have time on their side, Dave.
And such a smart play by Snipe Down there. Like you said, doesn't have to go for that hill, so he takes the long route through mud, realizes that somebody's not going to jump over there, and goes takes tower. And while that's going on, across the map, Brian Nuke grabs overshield.
All the goodies in the world to secure this game. Just needs to make sure G2 do not get their little tippy toes into the hill. They're in there for the moment. It's going to have to be a full eviction notice. Sabinit drops out for a moment. Barcode over towards Garage. Repulsor play will not do enough as he pushes him against the wall. We're seeing Barcode in a 1v1. Suspector comes out on top.
Suspector's been on fire. He's back in the hill. He doesn't need to stay there that long. He recognizes it. You only got 8 seconds remaining here. Is Gilkey going to be in a position to be able to break this hill? As you got Rhino meeting them up top. 3 seconds left. Straight 6 in no position. Sav is nowhere to be found. And E United get the 3-0 victory over G2 Esports.
My goodness me, United. If you didn't take them seriously before coming into Orlando, then you certainly need to now. And that's just purely based on what they've managed to accomplish. They took down Cloud9 yesterday, and they have gone on from strength to strength. We saw Cloud9 take down Sentinels. So when you kind of round everything all together, you do the math in your head, how strong up on this roster?
This bracket's wide open, baby. This is good to see. I was worried that it was going to be, Optic in the finals, the usual business. Hell no. I want carnage and chaos in Orlando.
I'm starting to figure out that Halo is just one giant game of rock, paper, scissors. Because one team can beat another, and it's topsy-turvy, and anybody can win on the day.
Well, this is Quadrnt's last chance to try and get into things here, going up against Acend. Elimination round 3 is where they have their eyes on here, but they're going to have to take down Team War to do it. We're into CTF Bazaar. I haven't seen this one in a while.
2 members down for Team War, making 3s. They try to get the return. They've done enough for now. 4 dead for Team War. And Quadrnt, all that good work they've done, all the effort they put in, they didn't get any rewards.
Flag returns.
It's 4-4, maps split. Even Stevens now. The game has only just started.
And
Shad goes down.
We can't understate how important that flag recovery was there for War. They had 3 members go down as their last desperate player jumped on and recovered it. that would have been a nice 1-0 lead here on Bazaar. As we know on Bazaar, especially in comparison to so many other flag maps out there, you really can trade out kills. You really can stall out the opposing team. You have to take so many risks and traverse so far across the map to make a flag cap happen on Bazaar.
See, so many games at Bazaar finish at 1-0. A cap can be so important. It can be vital. Hysteria trying to do some damage. 2 players in his trenches. He's trying to clear them out. SLG, double doors. As he exits, Overshield's about to pop. And he's shown up right in the nick of time. It's fresh out of the oven, ripe for the picking. Into his chest it goes. Could this be the difference maker?
And this is what they need to start a flag cap. I guess you can essentially use this OS as a means to take over Palm or to take over VR. It looks like he opts for VR, but then goes towards Bomb Center, which is a bit counterintuitive to me. Generally, you get one of those upper positions and you set for somebody else who's not already high up. Just sprint on through bottom center.
It turns out that GB gets paid by the word, so it was starting to cost us quite a lot of money, so we brought in Goofy instead. Welcome to the desk, Goof.
Thank you very much, Jersey. We got a good matchup on our hands. Quadrnt against Team War. 1 map away is Quadrnt, and they will play against the other EU boys here in Acend, so that'll be an impressive matchup to watch. But right now they have Rami, Hysteria, Onboard, and Tony 2 turn in their way, and I'm sure they want an opportunity to take down Acend themselves.
So much experience on that Team War roster. And for Quadrnt, they've got SLG. He's been there, he's done that in Europe. He's been competing for a very long time. How he would love to get his best ever land placement here, right before Worlds. But this tournament has not gone the way he would have liked. It has not gone the way Quadrnt would have liked. But Nurex has got his hands on the flag here, Walsh.
This, I think, is a mistake by Nurex. I mean, he had rockets, ends up trading that kill out, but it was just too dangerous of a position in the center of the map where War had control. In fact, I was expecting Hysteria to even push in for a counter pull and a counter cap, because they had 2 down, they knew a player was running flags, just so many things going in favor of War. So I would say breaking even in that position is a good thing for Quadrnt, but actually I felt like it's a mistake that went unpunished.
Tony, unfortunate time to go down there as the Overshield will be spawning any second now. Chick waiting around the Obi, trying to pick it up and make a play as Nurex already in the base of War. They need this Overshield to try to start this flag run.
Chick was waiting on the Overshield like a bus, and I tell you something, it wasn't coming. It's been dropped down, players down to no shields, bottom middle. It's a scramble once more. The trades are going in favor of Team War. Quadrnt were in prime position, but they've not been able to put it together. An Overshield will be gone. Flag will be sent home. We're back on ours even.
Flag return.
Every single time we've seen that flag across, though, it's been Quadrnt making moves. They've been the ones getting it across the map, over towards market, over towards double doors, over towards trees. We haven't really seen any successful pull yet from Team War. So it does look good still if you're a Quadrnt fan, but ultimately it would be such a dagger if you get that close that many times and War just makes one good pull themselves.
I was just about to say, all the effort you put in, if War somehow find themselves their first flag pull and they get a flag cap, how detrimental can that be to your confidence, Goof?
It could be a dagger, like you guys said. Very close game here in game number 4. Neither team really able to get an edge, but Quadrnt, as I say that, they're moving this flag so close to taking the lead here in game number 4, and it looks like this flag will be going in unless some miracle happens. On board here in the base of Quadrnt throws out the flag, tries to get a kill, not able to do so. 2 members for each side go down, make that 3 down for War, and this should be a flag cap for Quadrnt.
A little desperate, but Rami, the sole survivor of this engagement, tries to jump on, gets the recovery. Somehow War, every single time, gets their recoveries, and I don't know how they're doing it. Just even during a couple of those individual fights on the flag at the Quadrnt base, I felt like, you know, seeing Onboard not get the finish and trade that kill out, I was like, oh, this one's over. It's clearly a Quadrnt flag.
You know, we've seen Quadrnt pull flags now multiple times. I think they're just not getting that second round of slays in, and they're really slow off the mark. Yes, they were able to get the flag back to their base, but because they didn't get that solidified second round of slays, they found it very hard to cap, and unfortunately, Team War came back in their base.
It's War by name, War by nature here. They're not giving an inch. Every single time the flag gets back, it's getting sent home one way or another. And again, Quadrnt have pulled yet another flag, but Rami's there with the rockets.
Once again, Rami making the plays to get the return, and I'm still at a loss for words as Rami able to get the return, but on the other side, we have Team War putting in a flag cap of their own. Rami with the play to get the return, and now War have the lead in this game. That's back-to-back big plays out of Rami.
Yeah, we saw Quadrnt trying a run through the alley and sewer as some sort of counter pull measure, but War, one flag pulled, one flag captured essentially.
100% completion rate for Team War on flag pulls. That's efficiency. They've bided their time, they've been on the ropes, but they've been boxing clever, and when they came out, they made sure to make them pay. Quadrnt are in big trouble here after putting so much effort into this game. They've come out and somehow they find themselves down.
I still can't believe that flag, that those recent one that Quadrnt got to their base. Rami was able to get the return. I was commentating thinking that they got the cap, but Rami got to the return, and now War have the lead, and we may see a game number 5. Jersey, Dave, these open bracket teams are really showing us that they're the real deal. We see the Acend Esports got top 2 in their pool. We're seeing Team War here putting up a fight. All these open bracket teams are here to prove a point.
Not so surprising. I mean, such a large talent pool within Halo, and for any of these teams that can make it out of there, just forming their absolute best squad, they're going to come in and do some damage in pool play. I didn't expect some to make it as far as they did. You know, someone like Oxygen taking top 2 in their pool, but it is no surprise that they're going to chip away and take up a lot of sets amongst the bottom of the pool.
It just goes to show, if you're not playing the best you can, any team in the Open Championship, in the Open Bracket, can come out here and cause an upset. And we're seeing Team War really push the pace onto Quadrnt. And although they've been on the back foot, they've been playing defensive. When they've needed to attack, they've made sure to do it with success.
And here comes another pull here for Quadrnt. They get the flag to tree, but a death happens. To me, if that flag carrier dies too early, unpunished, I count that as a stopped flag. If I was Quadrnt, I would not have committed much further to that.
Desperation now. Desperation. It's all hope. It just seems like Quadrnt keep trying to throw Hail Marys every single time. They've got time on the clock, Walsh.
You're absolutely right. They're trying the same play, and they're like, all right, fool me 8 times. What about this 9th one?
Time.
You're looking over here towards sewer. I'm running towards market now. It's just like, all right, you're not gonna, you know, you can't stop us 9 times in a row, can you?
You know what? They're making desperate plays. They just don't have the numbers to pull flags, and they're wasting their own time by pulling flags that aren't going to make it anywhere near the base that they want to cap it in. And that's the big problem. Slay, get some numbers on your side. Wait for 3 dead at least, then pull a flag, and then get in position to get the rest of the Slays to get it over the board.
Small mistakes are making a big difference in this game, as Quadrnt will make the play 90% of the way. In that last 10%, they'll be a little bit lazy, and they're paying for it. And only 2 minutes and 45 seconds left in game time, and we will be going to a game 5. So time is against you if you're Quadrnt, and you need to get something going, and you need to get it going soon.
Quadrnt are absolutely rattled here. Chick and Urix have gone down, Rami and Envor on the other side. But it's Hysteria starting to pull that flag. Chick is now being forced, the resources are being split. He has to come back and play defense.
And look at that slight difference, even in the Team War flag pull there. Hysteria did not make an easy kill. Drew 2 people all the way back on the flag plat, about another 10 seconds or so. So by the time this push comes out to the courtyard from Quadrnt, Hysteria's probably going to be right back in the action. He's going to push on over towards Catwalk.
Urix has somehow managed to get a kill when he had no right to. Turning around on Tony and making sure he got the double melee. Envor picks up 2 in the feed though. All 4 members up for Team War. And is the call gonna come now? Just to play Slayer, have and hold what you have. Overshield just popped up.
This is a big opportunity for War to extend their lead. Great timing on the kills, allowing themselves to get the overshield. And again, they don't need to be overly aggressive, but what I don't want to see out of Team War is just absolute defense, right? Right, Dave? We've seen it time and time again. Teams will have the lead in the flat game and be playing a little bit too scared, a little bit too defensive, and end up paying for it dearly.
Classic mistake, but we aren't seeing that just yet out of War. The fact that they're already well across the 50-yard line, they're over in the opposing team closet, over in the BR or alley, they are definitely holding at least the center of the map, and that's a minimum is what you're expecting for a team to be at least somewhat aggressive when they're up in flag.
All this Halo is being played in the right part of the map. It's in Quadrnt's base. It's in over their 50-yard line. Tony 2 turns got the flag once more. That's going to pull resources back. It's 3 dead for Quadrnt. 1 minute on the clock. This flag can just stay out as far as they're concerned, but Quadrnt are making a move of their own.
And they've given away their position. that is also dangerous. Generally, if you're going this counter cap style, you want to make sure there's been kills straight across the map, or you want to do some damage and then pull that flag, but they are in such a difficult position. However, if you're wanting some sort of neutral scenario like this, like a counter cap scenario, you're hoping for that Quadrnt, but this is going to be the nail in the coffin here for game number 4. Being down 2 on Bazaar, and unless they can get another 23 flag attempts here in the next 30 seconds, I don't see Quadrnt getting 2 caps.
I can see them pulling 23 more flags, but still ending up with absolutely no flags captured. That's the way this game has gone. 2-0, 20 seconds left, and for Team War, the damage has been done. They've done enough. 3 dead for Quadrnt once more, Goof.
And really, I think the difference came down to the timing of the overshields, right? We saw War get the overshields the last few times and really capitalize on their opportunities. Quadrnt feels like they had 10 flag runs and weren't able to capture even one of them. Got so close, and there you have it, 3, 2, 1, and we're going to a game number 5.
Hopefully we can see the stat screen on there. I would love to actually see the number of flag pulls and conversions. One thing I'll say is that War will absolutely have more than 2 because they took a couple other pulls. You know, 1 to get a flag stop, 1 to just buy some time on the flag. But ultimately, you're going to see a story where it's going to be well over double-digit pulls here for Quadrnt. 0 caps on the board, and you'll see single-digit pulls from War.
A complete capitulation from Quadrnt. I don't think they've recovered from that oxygen wobble. It has to be said. They were expected to solidify themselves top 2 seeding, and all of a sudden they find themselves in an elimination bracket far earlier than they would have anticipated, and their ticket now for Worlds that was all but solidified is now looking a little bit shaky.
There you go, Walsh. There's the stats. What do you make of them?
Looking at the kills, not too surprising. I mean, we did see a lot of kills still coming out of Quadrnt. We just didn't see that conversion cap. So when we get to see those caps or those flag pull screen, I'll be able to make a better story out of that.
A better story out of it. I'll tell you what, though, I'm going to make a little bit of a story here, but I'm seeing SLG as the leader of KD in his lobby. Hold on, before I get back to that, have a little look. Are we seeing that yet? No, I thought we just saw the flags for a second.
Listen, I'm willing to anticipate that Quadrnt actually had more flag cap or flag grabs and kills at one point. They were just pulling flags all the live long day and nothing was coming for them.
I've never seen so many flag pulls in the entirety of me being in
Bazaar of all maps.
I know, right? I mean, absolutely insane. But what I was going to say about SLG was that he was leading the way in terms of KD. And actually, that's something we haven't seen from him for a long time. And that's because he took the leadership role. The fact that he's switched it up, do you think that has anything to do with maybe the lack of success we're finding here, Shozi?
It has to be. There's something fundamentally wrong here. You've seen SLG has 7,000 damage. He must be looking around at his teammates thinking, what's going on here? Why aren't we playing the way we usually play? They shouldn't even be in this situation. That's how good this roster is, but something is wrong there.
Yeah, indeed. And I also spoke to SLG heading into day 1. He actually told me about how they're actually pretty good at every map and mode. There isn't something that they're really, really strong at. Is that actually coming back to bite them? Do they need to have strengths and perhaps weaknesses? They need to have something that they're like, you know what, we're going to be able to take this. In this series layout, this is going to favor us.
Personally, I think it's a good answer to say if you're a Quadrnt, if you're SLG, that you feel confident on every map, every game type. And the team we saw yesterday, it looked different than the team we're seeing today, and we've seen that it work in some teams' favor and against others, and Quadrnt, unfortunately, not able to really get that same rhythm they had yesterday, and now is the time for them to flip a switch, because game number 5, backs against the wall, you really want to get an opportunity to play against Acend for a further spot in this bracket, and right now it's not looking good.
That's true. I mean, ultimately, though, what Live's breaking down there is, you know, strengths and weaknesses. I mean, you clearly want to be very self-aware. Like, right now, if they're saying they don't have any weaknesses, I'll say their weaknesses identifying weaknesses, because at this moment, they clearly are not able to self-assess if they're having some flaws here and there, and you want to really be self-aware. Like, all right, we have moments where we struggle on this. How do we fix that? And how do we improve on that?
Yeah, I agree. And I think if you honestly think that you don't have any strengths or weaknesses and it's kind of just an even playing field, then I think you're totally right, Walshy. You do need to self-assess a bit more. You surely do have strengths and weaknesses on given maps and modes. They're so different from one another that it's hard to kind of believe that that's the case. We're certainly seeing some weaknesses coming forward, like you mentioned, Walshy, there out of Quadrnt. And I've got to ask as well, Shurs, in terms of Acend potentially around the corner, if Quadrnt do manage to clutch up and win this game 5, that's a different beast altogether from Team War as well. And no disrespect to Team War, they're performing really well, but Acend are a roster that have been together for quite a while. With the addition of Respectful, that's going to be very difficult.
I think Acend are looking at this, rubbing their hands together, saying this is a shadow of the team that we played in Valencia. They'd be licking their lips saying, listen, we can get this job done in 3 games if they keep playing the way they are. I think Quadrnt are leaving a lot on the table here for Team War, and going to a game 5. Listen, all respect to those players. They've rallied through the open bracket, but a team like Quadrnt, their expectations are much higher than this, and Team War are putting them up against the wall.
They certainly are indeed. Well, I'm going to put some players up against the wall right now and look at the top KD leaderboard from the event so far, the past 2 days. We've got Royal 2 right at the top of this one with a 1.39. Then we're seeing Optic Gaming, and actually yesterday when we looked at this, it was all red. It was all FaZe, United, and Sentinel. So we didn't see any Optic up there, but it's great to see these guys pushing forward. And Trippy, I've got to say, I'm not surprised he's up there either, Goosey.
Trippy has been playing phenomenal all weekend long, just like the rest of the Optic Gaming roster. Obviously, I just casted the Sentinels versus Cloud9 match, and Royal 2 was putting up the stats that we're used to seeing. A 1.39 KD, so impressive. And at the bottom over there, Snipe Down, the newest addition to E United. He has been impressing the hell out of me on this team. It seems like he found his groove again, teaming with players like Ryan Ubin Rain, really giving him the freedom to play to his strengths.
Looking at that top 5, it's really the who's who of Halo, isn't it? It's the pinnacle of Halo, the top of the top, the tip of the top, and it's just in 6th place. You won't see it just out of the graphic. That's where I am.
You know what, are you a bit surprised to not see Lucid up there, though? Gents, are you surprised not to see Lucid up on that top KD leaderboard?
I actually am. Now that I am very surprised to not see Lucid
I think he was in
up there.
7th.
He was in 7th after Jersey.
Yeah, but still, 7th. I mean, that's kind of crazy. If I had to take a blind guess, he'd be at least top 3 up there, just in terms of what he's able to output on that stage. I see him always at the top, pretty much across the lobby. So I'm a little bit like, wow, okay, that's interesting. But I think that's also a representation of how insanely talented the entirety of the HCS is. I mean, just unbelievable.
And also how talented that Optic Gaming roster is, right? So Lucid, sure, we think of him as that player on the team that will get the most kills, but if you have APG, Formal, you have all these superstars on your team, sometimes the kills just get spread around and they don't necessarily fall into one player's lap every time. I am hearing in my ear that Lucid is currently around a 1.29, still very impressive stats for him, but when you're teaming with a bunch of superstars, sometimes the kills just get spread around.
You're playing with some of the best players in the game, and you go, oh, I'll have that. Oh, Formal got that one. I'll get the, oh, Trippy got that one. Like, leave some kills for me.
I know, it's true. Sharing is caring, though, right? Sharing is caring. And I'll tell you what, guys, I want to share some love right now. We actually had Blaze catch up with Gamers Outreach. They are here currently at the event. They have a booth. Let's find out what they're up to.
What's up, everybody? Blaze here, and I'm back at the Gamers Outreach booth. I'm with my main man, Zach. And Zach, we was talking earlier about, we got some of our favorite content creators out here. Who came through today?
Yeah, so we got our favorite HCS grassroots streamers joining us all weekend live, going live in support of Gamers Outreach. We got Real Life Spartan, Reclaimer, Echidna, Oath, all hanging out with us through the weekend. And we got some awesome prizes that will also be given away through the weekend.
Okay, so how will people be able to get some of these prizes, and what you guys got here?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you swing by the Gamers Outreach booth and you support Gamers Outreach with a donation, we'll be giving away some fun prizes. We got some Astro A40s and a bunch of other Halo goodies.
Okay, nice. Come by the booth if you're in the venue, learn more about Gamers Outreach, get qualified for some of these prizes. But if you're not in the venue and you're at home, don't worry, head on over towards these streamers and they'll get you the info that you need and get you connected.
Thank you so much, Blaze. He's just roaming around, just seeing what's going on in here. It's massive, the Orange County Convention Center. It is huge. This might be the biggest, I think, event space we've had all year. Is that right?
This place is
massive.
gigantic. The team booths are looking fantastic. The open bracket passion pit is popping. This Orlando event is absolutely excellent. I'm having a fantastic time.
Having an absolute blast. Well, as you said, this brings you back to maybe some of your heydays. That passion pit down there, it has been packed.
Absolutely, yeah. So many people out there. But yeah, wanted to also say thanks again for this Gamers Outreach booth that we have out here. I've been involved with Gamers Outreach for many years at this point. God, 16, 14 years, something like that.
Oh no, don't give away your age.
Oh no. Oh, sorry, I did the no-go. But no, please tune all those streamers. One other thing that I'll highlight is that Flamesword claimed that if Gamers Outreach booth raises over $10,000 this weekend, he's going to shave the beard.
Wow.
He's shaving the beard off. So,
highest stakes.
If you want to see what his chin looks like, I haven't seen it in now, God knows how long. You could make that a reality.
That would be absolutely crazy. So you heard the man, Walshy. You don't want to go against him, do you? But I tell you what, though, we're jumping back into things here because we are waiting for the winner of this matchup to be on the main stage versus Acend and Jersey Quadrnt. They're on the ropes.
Yeah, here's my concern. HCS Valencia Game 7. It was Slayer on streets, and already this has gotten off to a miserable start. I really hope these players don't have PTSD here, Walsh.
No, and look at that huge trade, at least by Chick there, but you don't want to get off to that slow start. These players on War have been in countless Game 5s, clutched countless Game 5s. we've talked about before, one of the Achilles heels of the EU scene is being pushed against the ropes, being in those really stressful situations, whereas that's just another series in NA.
And just to mention it as well, we saw the stat on the screen a moment ago, but Team War, they actually haven't lost a Slayer so far in the championship bracket. And I gotta say, Quadrnt, they've lost 3. So that's a bit of a difference maker.
Such a big advocate for this team that has the strong start off of a Street Slayer, ends up having success. And we're seeing that here. Team War, a great start, up 9-5 early. Rami leading the way with 5 kills already and a killing spree.
Quadrnt right now, they're on the ropes. And they look like headless chickens, deer in the headlights, other animals that can be bewildered, I don't know. Quadrnt are in big, big trouble here. 10-7, they're just starting to close the gap a little bit, but they need to start pulling together some sort of rhythm.
Yeah, just like a penguin in a pool, and just in that same moment, you know these players sliding around, slipping and sliding around, pushing on over towards this B side, but at least Quadrnt have been able to slow this around to a 5-kill lead. It can sometimes spiral out so fast, so at least they'll be able to trade out kills. But my fear right now is that Quadrnt are going to get in a position that they're too afraid to make a mistake. They're going to start playing passive, and that's not how they practiced.
Something telling here is rockets are up, and perhaps they are thinking about making mistakes because Chick has gone down. They didn't even contest the rockets. It's a matter of fact they gave them up. SLG in red room. He's up against Envor, and he's come up worse for wear as Tony Two-Turn is on hand. They're starting to get separated. They're getting isolated. And Goofy, that spells trouble to me.
Great teamwork out of Envor and Tony now choosing to be aggressive, but Envor opting to back up. Tony does go and push into Nurix, gets that kill. Chick trades it out with Rami. Now Tony not able to get that cleanup, but his teammate is there to pick it up. So 18-11, we're seeing some back and forth, but ultimately it looks like the lead just keeps extending.
Extending indeed. I mean, being down 8 kills on Streets this early in the game, you now need to rely on Quadrnt to get some sort of massive swing, 2 or 3 kills, and then go on a spawn trap. So they need to figure out how and when they're going to turn the aggressiveness, because right now they're just waiting for these neutral fights, and Team War is happy just to trade kill for kill.
And Dave, I really think that turn is going to be on the next Rockets. They're going to need to get some sort of power weapon to change their fortunes in this game, as it's slipping away. 11-kill lead for Team War in game number 5.
I'm somehow seeing so many members of Team War get taken down to no shields, but just get away with their lives, and then a teammate is on hand to get the kills. And every single time that kill gets away from a member of Quadrnt, you just know his head is down because he was supposed to get that kill. That should have been a +1 in the kill column. And looking at the score now, 23-12, Quadrnt are in big trouble.
Still another minute and a half until this next set of rockets, and so that's going to be, or sorry, 2.5 minutes. So this is going to be a difficult situation, or sorry, I got the time wrong, whatever. Either way, they're in a neutral game scenario here, still for a moment in time, and this is not favoring Quadrnt. They want to have those power weapons on the map to swing this, and so here we go, next 5 seconds, we got rockets finally coming up. Eventually, when I get done with the sentence, they'll eventually be up, and we're going to see if Quadrnt can grab these and turn this around. But even if they get it, it's just a couple rockets. It's not like it's going to be a full set of sniper and 5 to 10 kills.
Quadrnt can not afford to lose the rockets, and as I say that, Tony already got a kill with 1. SLG finally takes him down, but the damage has been done as the rockets got off spawn and were in the hands of War for a little bit too long, and now their lead is still 10 kills. SLG fortunately able to do a lot of damage here on the B stairs and having to back up with no help from his teammates.
10 kills difference. What can Quadrnt do? Backs to the wall. Gets 1 kill, but it's going to be traded out. And Team War will take that all the live long day.
Yeah, and SLG's kind of wondering, like, all right, where was my backup there? We had somebody stuck over at water cooler. We were prepared to fight someone else's driveway, and just somebody get hit by a grenade on his team, had to back down fully. So clearly not on the same page. It feels like as soon as Quadrnt member is taking 8 damage, they're hightailing it.
Yeah.
Or they're instantly committing to an engagement. They're not on the same page.
Disjointed, hanging each other out to dry, it would seem at times. 7 kills the difference now. Need to try and pull something together. Nurix is helping that with the Bulldog elsewhere. Tony Two-Turn goes down, but Chick has got 2 members to contend with. Shad's trying to offer any support that he possibly can. Now Chick's going to get close, picks up 1, looking to spin around for Rami. Will get eliminated. Trades come through with 2 for 2. That's not good enough.
Chick behind enemy lines, got some help, but it turns into trades. That could have been the swing that they needed, but this is just slowly getting closer and closer to the 50 kill mark. And on a map, especially like Streets, you can play some tight corners, you can go for those 2-shot melee trades, you can do so much to make it a difficult kill and get away in them.
And And that entire engagement in TD core was so crucial. We saw Quadrnt, cut the lead down to 6, and it looked like they could cut it down even more, but War came back and put the pressure on. But now 7-kill lead, make that, yeah, still now an 8-kill lead. So War really trying to break away and get this win.
Yeah, and those rockets that I called out 2.5 minutes ago, the second set of rockets, like I said, were going to be important, and there they just popped, but these teams are both going for them. This is still looking a little closer, so it hasn't been slowly slipping away from Quadrnt, but the fear is that as you get closer and closer to that 40-kill mark, like I said, that trading fear that War can enforce. But right here, we're looking at what Shad's going to do. I like this aggressive play. You can't just sit and wait for the kills to happen each time, but somewhere you need some help.
Quadrnt running out of lives to play with. At some point, damage control. They'll have to play a little bit slower. 7 kills the difference, and Goofy spoke about it at the start of the game. It was Team War who took an 8-4 lead, and they haven't looked back since. They've only every time Quadrnt starting to get a little bit closer, Team War step on the gas.
Look at this onboard, zero fear, pushing in the Tran behind enemy lines. Realize the team's up by 10 kills at that moment in time, and they are just pushing it. Look at this. This could be a moment for Quadrnt, but no, you gotta win those 1v1s. Not saying that you consistently win those, but if you want to keep your team in this tournament and secure that spot to Worlds eventually, you need to win those at this point.
Team War needs 6.
No more room for error if you are Quadrnt. Like you said, Jersey, only 6 kills left to go for War, and it's now or never for Quadrnt. You need to get a couple kills. Ideally, you can get 3 or 4 down and force the spawn of this Team War, but if they got anything to say about it, they're going to try to put their foot on the throat and close the door on Quadrnt and face Acend next. War was down 2-1 in this series, now looking at a Game 5 win, only 6 kills left to go.
8 kills the difference between the two teams. The long road back for Quadrnt, not out of the realms of possibility just yet, but they are running out of lives to play with. Rockets are going to pop very soon, 5 seconds to be exact, and Quadrnt need these now more than ever. But Tony Two-Turn, he's bottom middle, and he's stepping out, and they can afford to risk those lives to secure those rockets uncontested.
And that is not what you can afford here in a situation like this. Uncontested rockets, tournament life on the line. Team War are just going to chip this away and secure these last few kills. I think this is the end of the road here for Quadrnt.
On the ropes, and have not really thrown any punches since then. It's been miserable since the start of this game when they went down 46-39. Hysteria, back commando now. Starting to turtle up just a little bit. They know these next few kills are going to be so important. SLG's picked up 2, but he stepped into Hysteria's BR. 3 kills remaining. Nurix, big 1v1, he comes out on top.
That was a huge thrust and play, but is it too little too late? They know there's still someone over at Ivy, and they need to get this person out real quick, because as soon as this reinforcements from War come into play, they could be done for. And wisely picking up onboard, we have ourselves a game. Chick picking up the Bulldog. I love this play. At this point, you can't just slow it down fully. You have to be an aggressor. And Nurix and squad pushing in towards PD and A to see if they can stop this War roster.
Now all of a sudden our Team War's nerves, are they starting to wobble? Are they starting to tremble? Are they starting to wilt? Hysteria, back tower with Tony Two-Turn. Nurix will get the trade. Team War require 2, and Nurix has just gotten himself a killing spree. It has to come now. The game is going to slow down very shortly.
Rockets in 30, but I don't know if we'll even get that far. Look at this engagement over towards B-side. Rami secures one of the 2 final kills. Rami goes down. War needs to just get one more, and they are moving on.
Look at the passion out of War. Tony Two-Turn living up to his name, getting turned after the win. A miraculous comeback, down 2-1. The underdogs coming into this series, I would say, Jersey, but ultimately came out victorious on the other side, being down 2-1. A fantastic performance in game number 5. They got the lead and never looked back.
Miserable tournament for Quadrnt. Complete capitulation on the biggest stage. Tony Two-Turn stands over the counter, screams in their face, and And shout out to that one man who tried to give Envor a fist bump but got left hanging.
I tell you what, it really was a miserable tournament for Quadrnt. And I've got to say, yeah, you're right, Goofy. They were the underdogs for sure coming in. Team War, though, they didn't look like it. They put Quadrnt on blast in that series. And I've got to say, for Quadrnt, an underperformance. And I want to know from your perspective, Goofy, after watching them, after knowing and coming into the Orlando Major with so much expectation for Europe, and especially a team like Quadrnt, what changed, do you think, for you?
I don't know, because Quadrnt being that second best team right after Acend, like they had so much to live up to. And like I was mentioning Friday, they didn't play their absolute best, but they played really well and they were on track to have a good tournament. And sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles, and you have a slow start to a day two, and they weren't able to kind of hit the brakes and really regroup, reset. And unfortunately for them, they came up against a hot War team. And like I was mentioning earlier in the cast, Lottie, these open bracket teams are no slouch, right? We have some very stiff competition here at HCS Orlando, and Quadrnt just got the short end of the stick.
I think expectations were so high on Quadrnt just to finish second place, and they just completely distanced themselves from this riffraff in the elimination bracket. And what happens is, perhaps they were sleeping on oxygen, and then that ever since then has just been a domino effect. They find themselves here and now, and I think confidence is at an all-time low for this team.
It really is indeed. I've got to say, it's very, very upsetting way for Quadrnt to go out there, but for the lads on Team War, they're going to be very proud of this accomplishment. Going through the elimination bracket, looking strong, taking down Quadrnt 3-2, a really close game 5 there. Quadrnt trying to bounce back at the end, but they were way, way too good to do so. So they will move on to Acend on the main stage. And my goodness me, this elimination round 3 is going to be huge, because we got Worlds qualification on the line in this round. And Goofy, what are you making of Worlds qualification when that pressure is on the shoulders on a main stage? You've just come off the most incredible game 5 victory, and I've got to say, everything is kind of just rooting for you right now, right? As the underdog going up against Acend, they're gonna have to bring the heat.
This is what it's all about. Backs against the wall. You're playing for a spot for the Halo World Championships. Millions of dollars on the line. All the glory in the world. And Team War have an opportunity to make history here. They took down the #2 team in Europe in Quadrnt. Can they do it to the #1 team in Acend?
I mean, Walshy, you said there's nothing to lose. We've been kind of in this situation before where we've seen one Titan and then an underdog on the main stage. Again, same kind of advice coming through?
Same exact advice. I mean, these guys, they went through open bracket. They have their eyes set on Worlds, and they just took down second best EU team. They can take it. They can do it again. I mean, Acend is looking really strong, but let's be real. Like, these EU teams, when they start to falter, when they start to doubt themselves and play a little different, the NA teams just capitalize on that. They just put the pressure on and they close those games out. So unless Acend plays up to their standard and plays their game, this could be a great, great match, and War could do some real work.
Well, we'll have to find out. We're heading to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we will have Acend taking on Team War on that main stage. You won't want to miss it, and we'll be back for more of the Orlando Major.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where batteries run down and get charged up again. Because now, Lovesac Sactionals can be upgraded with Stealth Tech and immersive surround sound by Harman Kardon hidden inside. Upgradable, washable, and guaranteed for life. Don't just hear it, feel it at a Lovesac showroom near you.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
The lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. They're happy with this. Yes! Renegade applying pressure right to the spawners. Oh, this is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could just hold it. He misses the beat down, he snaps on. Oh my God! Wobbling them wings is an overkill. Normal gets the sword now. It's a
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Orlando Major. It is day number 2. We have already seen a bunch of meaningful matches, but I'll tell you something, this elimination round 3, I've been harping on it all day because it is a Worlds qualification match. If you go and win this one, you'll go to Worlds. If you don't, then unfortunately, no can do. You don't get the pass. That's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of both of our teams on the main stage. I'm joined by Clutch, Goofy, and Gaskin. Gents, lovely to see you. But I'm also very excited to see what Team War are going to be like against Acend. This is going to be quite the matchup. We do have the Titans from Europe on that main stage. Haven't seen them doing so well so far. I expected a little bit more out of Acend, I've got to say. So far this tournament, there was a lot of expectation on their shoulders. And Clutch, what do you make of Acend right now, based on what you've seen this weekend?
Yeah, I think they've had a tough draw in their pools, and I'm not going to hold it against them for losing to the likes of Optic Gaming and FaZe. But this is a series they need to win in order to get the job done, in order to accomplish some of their dreams, their hopes, their aspirations as far as going to Worlds. You got to win this series. Team War is a very solid team, though. A lot of individual skill on the other side, but I think this is where we could see the best of Acend and where they could build some momentum going into the future.
Now, Goofy, we saw them in Kansas City. Do you feel like Acend right now are holding the same amount of authority as they did in Kansas City, trying to make top 8, making some noise as they have done so far this weekend in Orlando?
Definitely. Coming into this event, Acend was in everyone's conversations for can this EU team, can Acend get top 6? Can they try to break into the top 4? This should be just the midway point for their journey at this tournament. They need to come out strong against a Team War that no one expected to be here, right? You got
got a good matchup to get into that top 12 to lock in Halo World Championships, but I say it's a good matchup, and we just saw War play absolutely phenomenal Halo against a really talented Quadrnt team, so it's not going to be an easy task, but I expect Acend to come out strong. I expect them to make a statement, and I expect them to continue moving forward in this elimination bracket.
I would argue that Acend will prefer this matchup than having to face up against Quadrnt. Quadrnt have played these guys time in, time out. They know them inside out. They played each other in grand finals in the European region, whereas Acend now don't have to worry about what they know. Instead, they can focus on how good they are as a team, going up against another slight unknown, where instead you can just use what you've had in practice. You don't have to worry about people knowing your strategies.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I do think that they would have favored this matchup for sure. And they're probably a little bit happy about the fact that Quadrnt have got knocked out already. This is now the European roster we are all staring at. This qualification for Worlds looming over their shoulders, but also pushing forward in this elimination bracket. This is absolutely huge. But on the other side of the stage, though, we do have Team War, who did make some noise earlier on against Quadrnt. And we see the likes of Tony Two-Turned, but also Oddball, though, as well, like really pushing forward as some serious individual skills. So talk to me about this squad, Clutch, because what do you see when you look at them? Is it all kind of around Tony Two-Turned and what he wants to do? How does this kind of picture unfold for you?
No, I think of Envoy when I think of this team. I think he's the main slayer for these guys. He's an absolute monster when he can find his rhythm. Tony Two-Turned is absolutely Two-Turned. The last time I saw that guy, he was saying some very disrespectful things around players and their families at Kansas City. I'd be shocked to see him acting that way once again, but you never know. The guy could be turning up. I hope it's in-game as well, because he has a ton of individual skill to pair with the loud mouth.
So much so I think the rulebook got changed because of Tony Two-Turned.
Oh, wow. I've been that guy before. I know what it's like to change the rulebook.
I will say, when I look at this roster, especially on paper, they could have named themselves like the Misfits or the Unwanted or something like that, because these were guys who got rejected by their teams, got dropped by their teams, weren't necessarily finding a home, but then suddenly you put these 4 names together and they're playing incredible through that open bracket. They've just knocked out Quadrnt, who came top 8 in Kansas City, and they will now have Acend in their targets. They genuinely will believe they can make Worlds now, and that's an amazing position for them to be in.
And sometimes that's the perfect recipe, right? Like, you don't force it. You're kind of, you put this group together and you just have that chemistry, and we're seeing it unfold here with Team War. And their house, I mean, we know these names. I mean, Hysteria, Rami, Envor, Tony Two-Turned kind of being that new young gun on the team, the newer name, but we know what these guys can do. But when you're going up against a team like Acend, just that established, consistent, confident team like Acend, who knows that they belong to be here, who expect to go a lot further in this bracket, it's tough. But this team can string together some kills, string together a win or two here early, and maybe we could see a game 5.
And you're right, they are established for sure, and that teamwork is going to come out in some of the objective games like CTF, King of the Hill, got Strongholds there. But the 2 Slayers are where I'm looking at for Team War, because they haven't dropped a Slayer so far in the championship bracket. That is huge, Clutch. So they're going to be weighing heavy on those Slayers, but where do you want to see them turn up in terms of the objective games?
Yeah, that CTF is going to be tough, because Catalyst, it plays a lot like a Halo 5 CTF map, where there's overextending, there's a lot of flagships going on where both teams are pulling flags. You got to really think on your feet. I give the advantage to Acend there because they have that history of being such a successful Halo 5 team. I think if Team War want to stay in this, they're going to have to be just as good at the Slayers as they have been all tournament long. Turn up in the Slayers, get that 50 kills, push the series further than it should be.
Well, unfortunately, folks, we're going to have to put a pause on this conversation. We're going to head into another match that's happening elsewhere in this arena, because unfortunately we're having some tech issues on the stage to make sure those are all sorted out for the players. We're jumping into the Chiefs versus Proton Gaming 2-2. This is Game 5, Recharge Slayer.
Well, this could be huge for Chiefs, by the way. Chiefs who have not been able to have a victory so far. It would do so much for their confidence, for the region. I mean, ANZ typically does struggle when we come to international competition, but we did see records broken by Chiefs at Kansas City, finding a victory against a European team, for example. Doing it against one of the open North American teams, I'm sure would be incredible for them as well, to put that down in history books.
And just to remind everyone as well that this actual Proton Gaming is the previous Oxygen roster. This is Rod the Turtle, Haynes, Common, and Posey. So just keep that one in mind when watching this one going up against the Chiefs. Very close game.
Big play there out of Posey, able to snag that camo. Fortunately, he was able to get that back-to-back, and now he's still alive with his camouflage, moving into Turban. All 4 members here top elevator for Chiefs, and Posey could be in a perfect position to make a big play.
A lot of information. Good trigger discipline. Post is going to get out of dodge there. They spot him, they knock him to no shield, force him to go by the middle, but a great job to stay alive still. And as long as camouflage is on the map, that's something the Chiefs have to think about. A great job by the Chiefs to negate that impact there, and 3 kills follow it, so a good job by the Chiefs to rebound here, keeping this game close.
And I believe this is an elimination bracket round 1 game, so this would be for top 20. And then there is, you know, a long way to go after this. But Proton Gaming, after battling so hard through that open bracket, if they can just, you know, pip on into the next round, at least they'll have that confidence booster. But it has not been easy for them. They probably thought it might be comfortable here against Chiefs. But I tell you what, Chiefs have put up a fight, but Madzi is currently showing what he's made of to put even more of a fight up here for the Chiefs.
Big double kill with that shock rifle now rotating from turbine into pipes. Haynes does go down. Madzi gonna run into Common here very soon with the shock rifle. Let's see if he can hit the body. Yes, he does. Looking for the cleanup. Nice shots there for Madzi. Still alive here. Top red, trying to scope out control. Good job there, staying alive. Unfortunately, grenade damage though, forcing him to back down.
Gotta play your life in this situation. A lot of responsibility. You're out of the shock. You're giving up a lot of space here. And unfortunately, when you get trapped in pipes so often, you do go down to grenades, and multiple players now knock to those grenades to no shield. Everyone goes down outside of Slice. He tries to get out. He's even taken down by a beautiful grenade, and that was a massive push from Proton as they took the map away. They forced him to be trapped in pipes, and so often do we see teams go full down there, and that's exactly how Proton regained a significant lead, 26-18.
Now the Chiefs really getting put on their back here, unfortunately, and have been pretty much all weekend, because I can tell you these are the only 2 maps all weekend they have actually won. So that doesn't tell you a story. Yeah, correct. If that doesn't tell you a story, then I don't know what will.
They went 0-4 in their pools. They got 0-3 in every single game. It's not been fun for them whatsoever. But we will see whether that one and how that one concludes later on when it does happen. But this is what happened in Kansas City. We saw Chiefs break records for ANZ. They got their first victory against the European team. They got maps against NA teams. It is a long way to go before that region really is going to be competing with some of the best of North America. But slowly and surely, they are trying to close that gap. And it is the Chiefs who have always been leading the way for the ANZ region.
They really have indeed. And yes, ways to go when it comes to the global stage here and competing against some of the best in the world. And speaking of regions, we do have Acend versus Team War to talk about. Let's bring it back to the table again. Again, a big matchup here for both of these teams. I'm going to say it one more time. World's qualifications on the line. This is big. I have said it. I've said it way more than 2 times. I've said it like probably 12.
Awareness was never Clutch's strong suit.
Top 12. Top 12. We need top 12, guys. By the way, World's qualifications happening this weekend. But yeah, a lot on the shoulders of these guys in terms of pressure. You know, when it comes down to it, you know, in terms of the map count here, what are you expecting to see, Clutch?
I'm expecting Acend to dominate this series. If Acend want to go on an elimination bracket round 1 or run, they're going to have to make slight work of Team War. This should not be a competitive series, in my opinion. Acend, I thought, would be pushing into the top 6 this event. I thought that this was going to be the event that they show up at their best.
Yeah.
They had a tough pull. You lose some games against some great teams. Let's see if their confidence is still what it should be, or if it has wavered, and if so, is that the opening Team War needs to make this a little bit more interesting than it should be?
Yeah, as a reminder, the only games Acend have lost are against Optic and FaZe.
Yeah.
Right? It's not like they have been playing against bad teams and losing, right? They played against
teams.
2 teams who are going to be fighting later to try and get top 3. Now they really need to show why they were top 8 in Kansas City and why they are a real threat for top 6 here at this tournament. And I agree with Clutch, it has to be in a dominant fashion, because if you give War an inch here, they're going to take a mile. War are going to be screaming at you across that stage. They did the same to Quadrnt, and they're going to try and bully you in this series.
Well,
It's Tony Two-Turn. He is a spark for that War team. He definitely gets up and gets hyped after even a game win, let alone a series. But I agree.
After a BR win.
Yeah, after a grenade kill for that matter. But I agree with Clutch. I agree with Dan. I think Ascend's going to make a statement here. We understand they've only lost to 2 of the arguably top 2 teams here in HCS Orlando. I expect them to make quick work of this series and win with a 3-0.
Indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, you've already given your prediction, Goofy. Clutch, Gaskin, I'm going to ask for yours. Wes.
3-0 Acend.
All right.
I agree, yeah, 3-0 Acend. Sorry, Team War.
I will also say 3-0 Acend. Well, it is about time to get into the main stage action. Thank goodness for that. We do have 2 exceptional casters ready to go on the mics. We have Onset and Bravo. Take us through this one. Acend, Team War.
through this game. And it's not often we get to say this, Andy, but not only is there qualification at stake here, but also elimination from Orlando. You lose here, you're out of the tournament.
That's it. A lot riding here, of course. Teams do not want to go home on Saturday night, right? You book a 3-day trip for a reason here at HCS Orlando, and to go home on Saturday night, it's tough. Neither of these teams planned on doing so, and you especially might say Acend, not a team that expected to go out Saturday night. They will find themselves up against Team War here in elimination round 3 for Worlds qualification as well.
Yeah, not only that, you've also got to see what Team War just did to the other powerhouse from Europe, right? Quadrnt. They get taken down in that game 5. Now it's up to Acend to kind of restore the pride of the region a little bit and see if they can take down Team War. But Team War are going to be feeling good after that win against Quadrnt. A massive result for them. Just a reminder to put it in context how big a win that was. When we were in Valencia at the EU Regional, the grand final, that first series went all the way to a game 7 between Acend and Quadrnt, and Team War just took Quadrnt out.
That's right, Acend was certainly expecting to play Quadrnt here for top 12. Instead, they find themselves against the North American side. This is officially North America versus Europe for Worlds qualification.
So this is what these players have been playing for all year long. One more step towards Worlds for both of these teams, and you're looking at some of the stats that Snipedrone's been putting up this event, just some standout statistics from one of the best players in Europe.
Absolutely there, 1.55. CTF and KD, huge numbers from him, and you heard the desk predicting 3-0 here for Acend for the Worlds qualification match, and of course to stay alive in losers round 3. However, on the other side, Tony, Envor, Hysteria, and Rami been across several different teams this season now. They would love to have Acend and steal that world spot.
I mean, look at the damage that Snipedrone's doing now. He's almost 2v1ing these two players. Great shots, picks up one, but still has to wait for that help to come in. Team War at the moment just kind of turtled up inside of the base. That's allowing the damage, and now the flood to come in.
That's 2 dead. Let's see if Acend can continue the push right now. This will result in a flag pull, it looks like. Nice shots continuing from Snipedrone. Look at another one. That's 3 dead. Hysteria, last player alive. Flag going to be ran straight at him.
So you had the information as well. He's involved with that battle with Hysteria now. Snipedrone knows he has to deal with him. A couple of good shots coming in. He's looking for the trade. The repulsor's there, but Hysteria wins that battle. A little bit of a look away there from Snipedrone. I think he was a little bit disappointed in that.
Hold the phone. You might have seen Best Man's tweet. He said 09 Hysteria's back. And guess what? Hysteria single-handedly winning that battle as the last player alive, and the flag will go back home. So not so soon, says Team War for Acend. Both flags will now be back at the base.
Looks like Team War are just trying to hold mid-map at the moment for that overshield, which is coming up in just a few moments' time. They win from Respectful a few moments ago as we jump on board with the young man from the north of England. As you can see, he's trying to fight out of his base at the moment. He knows that there's players on this Ivy side of the map. He knows that overshield is coming up as well, but great opening damage from Snipedrone. That power-up looks like it might be picked up by the man we just mentioned.
Gonna snag it, he grappled it. Looks like he was gonna go bridge, but instead just dropped. Oh, no. A little bit too much windmilling there is gonna cost him. That overshield will be burned.
Maybe he's seeing a little bit of nerves coming in here from Acend as well, because Snipedrone usually one of the most consistent and steady shots that you'll see not just in Europe, but also across the globe. Very well respected in those 1v1s by some of the best players. This time, a couple of wavy shots, maybe just expected to get that kill a little bit quicker than he did. But for now, Acend inside of this base, Oddball being a pain, but Respectful deals with him. That's just the 1 kill. Now he's going to stay alive.
Both flags going to be pulled here. Flag standoff, 2 dead for Acend, 2 dead for Team War. It's a 2v2 with both flags away.
Love this from Rami as well. Knowing that he's cleared out his base, he takes the quickest A to B route to get in position to help his teammate Tony, who was furthest across the map. Now he's putting so much pressure on. Rami picks up 1, turning into 2. A killing spree for him. Snipedrone, you've been missing a few shots. And Rami is not missing.
Triple kill. Flags coming in here, and that will be a flag return as well. Rami's going to start the run.
Gets it all the way through the hallway as well. He's got this one down Ivy side. A couple of grenades coming across. A little stutter step there. Accidental, you have to say. And the shields are getting shredded. Respectful picked up 1, and you can also see the Legend is inside of the base. So even though Hysteria's taken Snipedrone down, Rami's got to do some more work here.
Very nice from Rami so far. He's going to fly this right at Tony. They should get this cap 1 of the 2. Yes! Team War is the first team on the board. North America goes up 1-0.
North America looking strong once more. Team War showing that wasn't just a one-off performance against Quadrnt. They really want to add another victim to their list of teams that come from this European region. Seeker at the moment on the hunt, but can't find any targets to play with.
Look at Snipe Drone already. He's 11-6 in this game, yet his team already losing by 1 flag. And maybe if we see more of this through the series, Mark, could see Acend getting a little nervous. They did not expect to find themselves up against a team like this that's 3 dead. They're going to look to tie the game right here.
Legend running this flag as well. A little bit surprised to see the pace at which Acend have actually started this match off. There's almost a little bit of trepidation in the way that they're playing. A little bit kind of slower than we're used to seeing. Although this overshield might give them the opportunity to tie this game up now, but Snipe Drone knows he has to clear the way. He's got Rami in front of him, and Rami decimates that overshield once more.
Another double kill. Rami is full of multi-kills today. He's not done yet. Good damage there on the 3rd kill as well. That's 4 dead. Snipe Drone's your first spawner. This flag going to be run again here by Tony.
Yeah, something not just quite adding up here on this capture the flag game for Acend. You saw them get the overshield. They had 3 dead while they were running it. Just couldn't pick up the slays required to really give themselves the opportunity to convert that flag. And now you've got Oddball inside of the base, a man who gets fired up himself. And one thing I love about this team war lineup, right? They can get each other fired up. It doesn't take much to get Tony fired up, but when Oddball gets fired up, he starts to fire some big shots.
Let's see if he can get over there and help out with this flag return. Be a grab here coming in for Rami. Rami will continue the run with 2 dead. On paper, this flag should go home as well.
Should do. No one there really apart from Snipe Drone to try and stop this. It's not going to happen. And Team War up by 2 now. And Acend, some questions to answer. They're looking a little bit ragged at the moment. Maybe a little bit of fatigue starting to come in. The other side of the stage, Team Wall are ready to play all day.
They certainly do, and they are thriving off of the energy, like you said. I mean, look at the names on your screen. Rami, Hysteria, Envor, Tony. These guys love to play fast-paced Halo, high-intensity Halo. Get in your face, get in your base, and they have put the flags on the board as well. They lead 2-0 with about 6 minutes left to play.
You always see these kind of teams come together, right? It's always the leftovers team. They kind of come together as if they've got something to prove. And of course, they do have something to prove to the rosters, which they no longer find themselves a part of, excuse me. And at the moment, they're showing that this chemistry seems to be exactly what they were looking for, the teammates they were looking for, because everyone's working so well together. A 2-2 split, but most importantly, 6 minutes on the clock, the overshield's back on the map.
Yeah, great work here from Team War so far. You might have seen Tony last game popping off after that Quadrnt win with a 2-0 lead and the overshield up. Here, let's go to Astro listening with Team War.
Take behind you, right here. Okay, I'm done. Bottom sword. I'm playing in front of you. Playing back to you. Okay. There's one there, try to lift. Okay. Play base. Try, watch you, Jacob. I'm running. Yeah, one pushing to us. Yo, I'm making a gut player. Yeah, one sword. Jacob, I your help now. What's bottom on you? Watch it, top screw when I leave. The base of me, guys.
I got help on their base.
We're bottom. One shot. Where?
Two more here. I got one.
Nice.
That's the last one, right?
Okay.
Yes, at our base. Last one at our base.
Okay.
Split map.
I hear him grapple.
Hey, they didn't get it out of our base yet.
Yeah. Watch it cross.
Hiding our flag, maybe?
Yeah, back left. Shit on!
Right, no.
What's up here? Another one.
We're getting green. Run it in.
Shoot him, flying.
Got it.
One in.
Our left hallway.
I got shots. I'm moving.
I got naded. You were last one.
3 Envor last one. Yeah. Live here. Is he pushing me? Do you know? No. You're good. He's a fucking pussy. Bottom.
Dead. Our right hallway.
Let's go. Push me. He dropped green. I'm dead. I'm pushing low. I'm pushing low.
Our left. Two of them. Snipe Drone, one hit. Shit on them.
I'm moving here. Watch it. One more. Top sword. Take a half. Yeah. Go through. Yo, Jacob, hit me. Apples, one.
I'm just waiting.
Top sword. Door. I'm pushing through, Tony. I'm looking door. Door, one shot. And I'm bottom gold to you. Yeah, fuck behind me. And this guy pushing base.
I killed door.
One more.
Our flag, 2 of them. Our back flag, 1 hit.
Well, you can hear the intensity without a doubt coming in from Team War. They're 3-0 up now, and I tell you what, usually the term is used in England, excuse my French, when some colourful language gets used, and it's almost fitting there's 2 French players involved in this lobby.
Yeah, some very choice words coming in from the Team War side, and to be honest, they're just hyping themselves up. And you know, sometimes we say Tony is 2-turned. This game, he's definitely just 2-turned, but yeah, in a very good way. So far, they're up 3-0.
Tony's on the hunt for more at the moment. Snipe Drone trying to escape, a little bit of overshield to work with, but that's been stripped away. Just trying to bide the time for his teammates to come and help, but a couple of back nades are going to keep Seeker off of his case. Legend's going to be there, and finally, it looks like Acend have got a chance to put a flag in here. Rami and Oddball on that overextension, but again, it seems like at the moment the Team War players are just getting the better in these 1v1s, but Acend should be able to run this one home. They do. With 3 minutes 20 left on the clock, they have 2 more flags to get home.
They will get that flag in. Like you said, not a lot of time left though, and I think a lot of the intensity in that listening is once again due to the fact that this is a world qualification match. This really is go big or go home here, and maybe never been a truer sense of the word in the whole season, as you need to clutch up here to advance not only to tomorrow, but secure a spot at the Halo World Championship in just 3 weeks.
A little bit more aggression being shown here by Acend. However, the trades are coming in for Team War. They hold the line perfectly, and now Seeker just has to survive. Skewer back on the map as well. We've seen Rami really control that weapon extremely well. It's very difficult for Acend to hit some of these narrow hallways because Rami's just been hitting shots.
Been great stuff out of Rami the whole day. Finally, he'll get taken down, get punished on the 3rd zip. But now on board here with Hysteria, also been playing fantastic all day today on this run.
2 minutes 30, the clock's certainly going to be starting to become an issue for Acend in this series. Team War will be more than aware of this as well. They'll just want to hold things down. Don't have to overextend. Don't have to do anything too risky. Seeker, though, he's got a big job to do. And Rami's going to do it better. He'll get that flag return. He sends it home, and now you can see Oddball. He's got the flag in his hands.
Nice job there from both Hysteria and Rami to get the damage and also clean up those kills. Be able to pick up another one here. Look at Rami avoiding the melee damage as well. Very nice technical work with the repulsor.
The flag is still away as well. Tony just picked up 2. That's 3 dead, make it 4 dead. Acend all in the death screen. The flag already crossing the halfway mark here on Catalyst, and Tony's going to run this one home unless someone makes a hero play. It's now 4-1 to Team War, and Rami's got OS.
And Rami's also going to pop that overshield late as well, and this might just be a victory lap here for Team War in the final 90 seconds of the match.
With World's qualification on the line, it looks like one team is more focused on this than the other. It looks like they've got a little bit more fire than the other, and Acend really not having any answers to the questions that are being posed by Team War at the moment. Rami with another fantastic run, gets that one 2/3 of the way back home. Seeker inside of the base, trying to be a hero once more, but Hysteria just snapping onto heads at the moment. He finds one Frenchman, he's trying to seek out another.
Oh, he's back clean up here. He's going to pick up another one, get some help. 3 dead for Acend again.
60 seconds left on the clock. Not only is there not enough time here for Acend to get back into this game, there's not even enough time for them to hit that overextension. It's going to be 5-1, and Team War are up by 1.
What a game 1 for this squad. As we said, this was not the team that was expected to be here. Everyone expected Quadrnt to come through, make this an EU versus EU battle for the world spot. Instead, it's Team War, a team of North American powerhouses from different rosters who have come together. And you can tell why they're on such a tear today. That's a big 5-1 win in game number 1.
Sometimes momentum is all you need, right?
Yeah.
You go on one of those elimination bracket runs, you start finding yourself, finding a little bit of chemistry, a little bit of belief. A big game 5 win against a team which a lot of people were saying are gonna win that series pretty comfortably. This is Team War, they're here to play.
They really are. Rami, 25-14.
Wow.
In that game. The man is a turret. Of course, making a name for himself many years ago in free-for-all, and shows that he can still lay down the shots, do the damage in a big, big way here in 4v4. Speaking of, let's take a look at the damage.
Let's take a look at that damage as well, and surely Rami is going to be right up there at the top of those leaderboards too when we get the opportunity to flick across and have a look at that. And indeed, look at Rami, the standout performer. Without a doubt in that game number 1, 6.9k damage. I'm looking across here, and I think the next closest to him was Oddball and Tony by 5.7.
Yeah, I mean, big numbers, as we said, out of Rami, and it's performances like that that are going to power your team to a 5-1 victory. Let's go ahead and take a look at some highlights from that first game.
I mean, it was an interesting game for sure. It just seemed like Team War just had bad strategy, straight up. Every single time that they got a 3 or 4 dead, it was usually converted into a flag cap for them, and they just did a great job of cutting the map in half, and it's very easy to do when you've got a skewer in the hands of someone like Rami who's just locking down those hallways.
Also, one thing to notice, look at all the Team War caps. There's really no goal line stands. When they brought the flag home, they had great control across the entire map. It felt like every cap was comfortable, every cap was calculated. You could tell these guys are hyped up, but they're not popping out of their seats just yet. They got a lot more work to do. Game number 1 is in the books, 5-1. Catalyst CTF will go to Team War.
You could say this is probably the most important game of Ascend's tournament so far. Slayer Streets is where we find ourselves going, and Acend, if they go 2 down in this series, it looks like a long road for guaranteed Worlds qualification, let alone getting inside of the next round, let alone trying to look at what a lot of people were saying, maybe a best European performance. It seems like for Acend, this is a pivotal game, not just in this series, but potentially in this tournament as a whole.
Absolutely. I mean, you bring up a great point, right? Acend is not only favored to secure top 12 in Worlds. A lot of people talking about how they should place top 6 or higher here, but they've got their work cut out for them in this series. Starting things off here with Rami, your standout performer in the last game. He's taken down right away, though.
Usually we kind of sit back and see what happens in the opening strategy, right? But this game here, you can see how important it is. We can talk right through it. It's going to be actually Acend who get that first rocket in their hands. They get the majority of the kills as well. And most importantly, they get the space on the map. So Acend at least just quelling the fires ever so slightly of Team War. If Team War get out to a hot start there, the way they're playing and how hyped they're getting, it wouldn't surprise me to see them run away with it.
Let's see what Legend could do here. The Stalker Rifle, a lot of pressure coming in from the B arcade and the pillars. And Tony just being an absolute nuisance. They're a very difficult kill, but Legend is up to the task.
Yeah, Legend has been so impressive so far. We saw him against Optic Gaming. I think it was a live fire game that we saw him hit 3 perfects in a row to start that game off. But Envoy, I mean, look at his Slayer KD. That is extremely impressive so far.
That is absurd. Those are numbers you shouldn't even see, and it's for good reason that this team has been on such a run here with a KD like that in Slayer. Let's see what Envoy can do. They're down by a few kills here, though, early on.
Just the 3, though, and as we know, it's very easy to turn things around here.
Especially on streets, yeah.
Yeah, especially on streets. You see a lot of teams start to slow the game down and base their next move around when that rocket launcher's coming up, maybe when that Stalker's coming up, Bulldog. All about controlling those weapons, but Team War at the moment, they're just trying to control space. They're pushing, they're being aggressive, and I like this strategy, to be honest. Keep the pressure on Acend.
Ooh, very good baiting and switching coming in from Legend and Respectful. So far, it's a different looking Acend roster in this game number 2 as they lead 14-9. Let's get into an Astro listening here with Acend.
Okay, one shot, Remy. I got him.
Okay, stairs.
Guy pushing you.
He's
tires still.
Ink plants.
Rockets 10. Plants, one shot.
Got the plants. Nice. Yeah, as well.
Rockets 5.
They're in C.
I'm
Might need help here, boys.
C-Cells, one shot C-Cells, guys. One shot C-Cells.
Nice, rockets up.
I got the rocket.
I died with the
rocket. The witch. Back C,
Rocket launcher, guys. Rocket launcher.
Back commander weak.
Rocket launcher.
Yeah, hear that. Back commander, one shot.
Can you help me with Commander?
Rami was commando again, guys.
I'm gonna push him. Stay alive.
Okay, even, guys. Watch it, even. Watch it, cushion. Watch it, cushion. You guys, one shot plant.
Nice, guys.
Nice.
Man, I'm getting
again.
I think this may be PD.
Maybe gonna spawn C. Be careful. Yeah.
Maybe PD.
Let's push forward if someone is spawn here.
Yeah, PD.
Hello, mate.
PD. Lead.
Nice.
Boys, I'm weak. Bait me.
They're needing you, bro. Just hide here.
Going in PD.
I'm going cafe with these rockets. We're good. I'm just gonna watch purple.
They are alive now. You have the advantage.
Pillars, one shot.
Nice.
Arcade.
I'm one shot PD. I'm single live. I'm playing my life.
Tell me don't make cash.
Nice. There's a guy in B and driver.
They don't give any open kill.
I got one rocket. Back.
Yeah, pillars in the... Pillars weak, guys.
PG. Be careful, PG.
Pushing PD, so you can stay alive.
But what a difference a game can make, right? Look at the score here. Acend back in charge. 28-10. Team War have just been pinned against the wall here.
Let me remind you, this game was 10-7 when we started that listening or so. Maybe a few more kills on the board, but regardless, this has been an unbelievable swing. Let's look at the numbers. Snipe Drone on your screen is 13-2 here, and they're well past the midpoint of the game.
Snipe Drone is taking over. Rami's going to be challenging him. Snipe Drone finally has his bit of momentum stopped, but like we mentioned earlier, Streets is a map where even though you are seeing these kind of margins, you can see them overturned, and now you're seeing Team War start to pick away a little bit. It's important here for Acend to make sure they get those trades.
Absolutely, you have to wonder if Team War let this get a little bit out of hand too much. Still double the score their opponents have here, 30-15. They're gonna try to claw their way back in here, but it will not be easy. Great coordination during that listening from the side of Acend.
5 seconds till rockets come up as well, so Team War want to get back in this game. The kills that fall here are vital. 3 of them do fall into Team War's hands. That means they can get these rockets, and even though it looks like quite a difference in this lead, a couple of kills here with the rockets, the game can change, but again, Acend managed to bait one of those out, and Legend picks up a kill too.
2 dead actually here. Tony's gonna have to turn up for sure. Doesn't pick up the first one. Should connect. He does with a grenade, but you know that the entire side, of Team War would have wanted more out of that situation. It's 36-21. Acend looking good here on the home stretch in game number 2 as well.
37 now. Snipe Drone has 15 of those. He is just putting himself in so many good positions to capitalize on the damage that is being done by his teammates. with quite fine on ball though. This time he snaps onto him and gets the trade, and trades at this point for Acend are just taking them closer and closer to that finish line.
I was going to say the same thing. Acend loves trades. Right now, maybe more than ever, they love trades. It's 40-23, an absurd lead. At this point, they're almost just playing for the steak dinner on top of the game win. Only 10 more kills to go.
Theory has no idea that Respectful's decided to turn around here. He's going to be a microwave as he picks up that kill. Legend picks up 2 as well. That's 4 dead here for Team War with 6 kills to go. Acend completely and utterly dominating this game number 2. They are reminding Team War that this is not going to be an easy series.
Yeah, this is a dismantling there. Respectful cannot connect out of tires with the Sentinel beam. They'll have to reset just a bit here, 44-25. It feels like no matter what Team War might throw at Acend here in these final moments, it's a matter of time before they close this one out.
Snipe Drone adds his 17th kill. The man is positive 10. In what I described as one of Ascend's most important games of this year. If you need a player to stay calm and composed and put stats up like that, you're looking at Snipe Drone and you're thinking, that's the perfect way to go about it.
Nice work here as well. Just works his way around the corner against Hysteria. 48-29, 2 kills to go now.
Oddball gonna dare to challenge. Well, at this point, Rami's gonna challenge as well. Great shots again, stays alive, rockets popping up, and I think the Respectful's gonna make a move on them here. Rami's gonna be bottom middle. Snipe Drone's gonna for him as well. It's 19 for Snipe Drone.
1 more kill to go here.
Gotta be Snipe Drone, right? Gotta be
fly
Snipe
in.
Drone.
Let's see if they can pick it up. Not just yet. Last player alive was Legend, now 49-33.
Well, that was a momentary 3 dead there for Acend. Legend gonna be challenging Hysteria, but Respectful is there to get that 50th kill, and most importantly here, tie up this series at 1-1 and just seize that momentum back onto their side and stop that adrenaline that was flowing through Team War just a few moments ago.
It certainly was, and Team War looked like a force to be reckoned with out of that game number 1. If they brought that same speed and intensity to game number 2, it could have spelled disaster for Acend, but Acend comes back in a huge way. Keep in mind at one point that game was 23-10 in favor of Acend after only being a 10-7 game. That is an unbelievable run. That is a 13-3 run to get a lead like that. Absolutely enormous game from them. They'll close it out 50-33, and Snipe Drone will end the game 19-8.
Yeah, that was more like the Snipe Drone we expect to see, right? We saw a couple of wavy shots from him in that game number 1, but now he is locked back in. That BR was looking crispy, the headshots were being popped, and 19-8, like you say, in a game where you really need one of your best players to step up. That's exactly what Acend got. Looking across the board though, everyone doing their job there on Acend. You're looking at Legend, Seeker, Respectful, all of them doing the work that was required. Seeker usually that instigator, doing his job to just stay around that kind of 0 mark. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, let's take a look at damage as well here as we'll tab over, and some good damage, unsurprisingly, from Snipe Drone. 4,400 from him, and also we got to say during the listening, we got a great preview of just how they sound. I mean, this Acend team sounds really good, really confident, really dialed in on the kills that they needed to focus on during that game, and it paid off for them. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the highlights from game 2.
I mean, it was a fast start from both teams, and I like the idea from Team War to try and keep putting their opponents under pressure, especially after how that game 1 ended, right? But Acend almost played into their hands a little bit. Acend were playing some great angles, making sure they were in position to help each other, and almost baited that aggression into 2v1s a lot of the time.
I think so too, and they really did well to close down all the big threats. You saw how they really isolated the Rocket players whenever a player was a threat with either the Stalker or the Rockets there, and in the end, it's a comfortable win for Acend off of big numbers once again out of Snipe Drone, 19-8 to close out the game, and really, as you heard during the listening, a team effort for the side of Acend.
But now we go to King of the Hill Livefire, and we mentioned in the United Grunt Classic that Acend did not drop a King of the Hill game type across the entire tournament. So for Team War, they're going to have to work extremely hard here. Plus, I think it was the first game that we had at the event. Acend versus Optic Gaming, almost famously at this point, the game ended on that statue hill. That's how close it was.
Exactly. Whenever we see Acend play King of the Hill, it feels like they've got a few tricks up their sleeve. You have to think that might be the case here, and we talked about momentum earlier. Maybe Acend starting to pick up on some of that momentum themselves.
Yeah, 100%, and that first hill is always an interesting thing as well, because all of a sudden if you get that first one on the board, you know, you can play a little bit looser.
Yeah.
You can see if you can take a few 1v1s and really put the pressure on your opponents. If you lose it, especially with the series as well balanced as it is at the moment,
this is where the doubts start to come in, right? That's when you start thinking maybe elimination, maybe missing out on Worlds, all these things, even though it's so early in this series still in game number 3 with nothing decided, it's crazy how those kind of psychological things start playing on your mind.
It's true. It's awfully fitting. It feels like this match needs to go the distance, so it's awfully fitting that these two teams will be tied 1-1 here for a Worlds qualification match, and of course, a go big or go home elimination match as well this evening. These players are no stranger to the main stage on both sides of the stage. Most of them used to lasting until Sunday. You don't want to go home on Saturday night.
Yeah, like you say, you've got that hotel booked for the entire weekend. You don't want to be staring at the ceiling on a Sunday. You want to be here on that main stage and making sure that you're part of the story and part of the run towards what could be, you know, making history for your region or making some history just for your team, right?
Yeah, and especially when we talk about the pressure that's on this Acend roster right now, I think you really cannot overstate it. As we said, this is a team where everyone's already talking about, is this Acend going to be placing top 6, the highest in Infinite yet? Can they go higher than that? And here they are tied 1-1 in a top 12 match. I think it's a pretty different story for them because they were thinking well beyond this match when they maybe did a little bit of pre-tournament planning, right? This is not where they expected to find their speed bumps. However, right now, they need to find a way to dig deep and make sure that they secure Worlds and secure a trip to tomorrow as well.
Yeah, it's interesting for them to look at that bracket as well, because I think the way things are starting to pan out as well, they're probably obviously not looking too far ahead, and it'd be very, very silly to do so. And this is exactly the same, of course, when I talk about the bracket for Team War, but you look ahead in that bracket and you're thinking, winnable, winnable, winnable. You know, these are games which are going to be extremely close, but it's not like Optic sitting there or FaZe is sitting there. There's a couple of rounds for them to kind of just jump up that next placement, jump into that next tier of placement. It's a very good opportunity. Thank you very much, production, for showing us that elimination bracket, but you look at it and you think there's an opportunity here.
Oh, certainly. I mean, you take a look at exactly what they have to do. Of course, G2, a formidable opponent. They'll see if they win this series, or might be Team War if they get the better of Acend. But as you mentioned, there's a lot of matches before you get to the top 3 teams in the league, and they're going to be hoping to continue on in this elimination bracket. A lot of matches yet ahead, but right now they're focused on this match here and now. And after a game number 2 win, maybe ride that momentum. But on the other side, it's Team War, and they know exactly what they're playing for as well.
Yeah, I think everyone's back in position, as you can see, just doing the final little fist bumps, which is the official sign of we're ready to go, as we all know. Which means that game number 3 is live, everybody. It's time to get into the swing game of this best of 5. Whoever takes home Live Fire King of the Hill will be up 2-1 in the series, and just 1 map away from going through to that next round and qualifying for the Halo World Championships.
It's the go-ahead game in the series, and it might also secure a good night or a night of pretty bad dreams here if you get eliminated from the tournament in this series. Let's see what they can do here. King of the Hill, of course, first to capture 4 hills, will take the game. It's Acend versus Team War for the go-ahead game in the series. Starting things off here with Snipedrone, the man of the match last game.
The man who just dropped 19, the man who just carried his team on his back and said, we're going a little bit further here, boys. This series ain't done yet. We want to go to Worlds. Snipedrone gets his first kill of the game as Acend get the better once more of this opening strategy.
Snipedrone very wise to not challenge that, as there was a grenade waiting outside of the doorway, but he pays for it with his life as Team War was ready to close down on bottom middle, 2 dead at the moment.
Respectful versus Oddball. Oddball going to try to keep challenging, trying to keep the pressure on because that overshield is up. However, Legend should be there to scoop it up. And even though there's a little bit early time on the board here for Team War, I think that Acend let them have that just so they could secure that power up. And now they can make their play based off this.
Certainly prioritizing the overshield there. It's also going to be Legend with the sniper rifle as well. We know what this man can do with this weapon. Let's see if he can pop off.
Oddball gets taken down here by Legend, looking for more, but can't quite find those targets. Hysteria's going to be in front of him, a little quick scope.
Oh boy, wow.
And now he says nope to Hysteria, puts him on his back. Rami, a little haircut once more, but still alive on the map. But Acend now going into a slender lead.
Very good points on the board, and this is what they want to do, right? Just create the space, let Legend be an absolute maniac with the sniper rifle and the overshield that gives him the ability to just fly across the map, watch the angles. And now hitting a little bit of bodies as well. As you mentioned, they will now go into the lead.
That's the thing about body shots, right, on King of the Hill. One body shot completely slowed down a push. However, Team War have got no thoughts of slowing down here. They break through the Acend setup. 3 players fall. Seeker managed to get 1 as he was challenged up on that top tower, but now Rami has the snipe, and most importantly, Team War are just creeping closer and closer to getting that first kill on the board.
Yeah, it takes him an extra second to start scoring. However, Rami still with the sniper rifle, 2 shots left, making only 1 left, and he will actually spend that shot to make sure it can't be used against him.
Quadrnt has to get inside of this hill. He manages to do so for just a second, but it's Team War who answer back and get that first point on the board. It's 1-0 for them, and they snag that overshield too.
That is salt in the wounds there to pick up that overshield after capping the point. Acend needs to find a way to put up some resistance here on hill number 2.
Respectful manages to get 1, but there's Oddball with the OS, full of confidence, repulses up to top tower as well. As he tries to find some more targets. Snipe Drone did the cheeky little jump up there, and Seeker's there to help his buddy out. 2 dead here for Team War. Rami's still being in use at top tower though for Acend.
Big 2v2 moment here. Kills will be traded out, so it's just Seeker here on C flat, trying to see where the pressure's gonna come in from.
Looks like Acend have got the setup now. Hysteria's gonna get closed down on the cuts. You can see the Snipe Drone and Respectful both flooded. Now they have all of those spawns coming in simultaneously. Nice idea to spike things out. However, Seeker's seen that play before now. Slides behind these double boxes on the C flat. Make sure that he stays alive while his teammates give him that cover fire.
If you didn't catch Seeker at the European Regionals or any time this season, this man is so mechanically gifted. You can tell by the little movements, the way he's playing this, and his team is operating in a perfect way around him. They're about 80% of the way to close out hill number 2, but I think we just saw Team War escape with a sniper rifle. Yes, it's in the hand of Tony 2 turn. He might turn up right about now.
It is soon because the Ascend is very, very close to tying this up. There's Legend again with a big double. Oddball finds himself as last alive. Oddball finds himself as the last spawner as he's taken down all of Team War. Seeing Black right now in that death screen, all 4 fall, and that should be the first point on the board here for Acend. We should be tied up at 1-1.
That will be the point. Like we said, great composure, great hill management, map management coming in from Acend there to get that point with ease. They will tie the game 1-1.
You can really feel the trepidation and the nerves in these teams now and these players. Every round that goes past, just that intensity level gets lifted up even more. And there is Tony 2 turning on Snipe Drone.
Tony now still put on a show with the snipe if he can. Watching back tower, 2 dead here. Good points on the board for them after the game being tied up 1-1. Still good presence, and finally it's a late overshield pop. Great timing coming in from onboard.
So interesting this series, isn't it, right? Team War dominate that game number 1. It looks like maybe this is their series to take. Acend dominate game number 2. When you're thinking maybe it was just a blip, but now you're just seeing both teams going back and forth, blows being exchanged between Europe and North America, and at the moment it's looking like a complete lockdown of this house hill. Team War should go up 2-1. It looks like Acend have given this one up.
Just like you said, blows being exchanged back and forth with very dominant hill controls on those last 2 hills. Team War now will take the lead 2-1, 350 left on the overall game clock.
Love this play coming in from Team War as well. Flooding across top middle to make sure they clear out this tower. If you hold down this tower and that A platform while this hill is available on the map, then you're going to put yourself in great position to give that hill player cover fire, to make sure that all of those players from Acend, are going to be spawning in the back garage or towards green, essentially as far away from that hill as you can.
And now with a 2-1 lead here and about 25% of the way here on the second hill. Let's get into a listen in here with Team War.
Yeah, back in, yeah, and Hill's half, point cuts, 2-8. Yep. Hey, one every tower, if we push this. Nice, one more should be there, maybe around. Yeah. Might be.
Yeah, hit. It's a screens. Back in, one hit.
Yeah, I'm going cuts, guys.
Yeah, okay. Me too.
Up to this, one tower. There's a Huey down top mid. Keyword, won it, nice. One more tower one.
I'll play heal, Jacob, I'll play heal. Get out. I do need him.
That's fine.
I got one melee.
I'm ran, just watch somebody there. Two bottom mid, snipe drone is 1-8. Two,
top mid and screens.
Hey, in.
One's one hit.
Nice, good shit, good.
Nice, tunnel, rat tunnel to Keydor. Ovi.
I'm trying to watch it.
Use Keydor, probably baiting it. Someone, one of you charge at it.
One.
One of you charge Ovi. I have it. Fucking pop that shit, it's in there. They're at tower, I'm flanking it. They're at tower, I am flanking it.
I'm shooting tower.
Well, back into the game, and it looks like Team War are going to go up 3-1 in just a few moments' time, because that overshield secured for them, that is going to turn into a point, and Tony still has some OS to work with.
Really great in-game calls there as well. You heard them when there was a player there, key door pressure, also tower pressure, saying one of you fly at it, just make sure we get presence on it. It pays off in the end, gives them a big lead here. 3 minutes on the clock, 3-1 lead.
Problem here for Acend as well, as they're being outslayed. You're looking across the stats, and Envor, 17 kills for him and the 9 deaths. 41 to 35 in overall kills between the two teams. That is why you're seeing this difference.
Absolutely huge numbers there. At this point in the game, as another kill comes in here for Respectful, let's see what he might be able to do, and also tags up Rami on the sandbags. That will lead to 3 dead for Team War. An opportunity, a window for Acend.
The pace that this game is being played at, there's still plenty of time on that game clock as well. Team War just need one more hill. Respectful's trying to lock things down on this tower, but getting pressurized now by Hysteria. Decides to just play his line. Only 2 turns, not going to let him live for too long though. And now you've got Envor inside of the hill. You've got the sniper rifle turning back over into the hands of Team War. They might be able to lock this down.
2v2 here at the moment. Tony, of course, with the snipe, Envor in the hill here. That first shot's going to connect. Tony just walks right up to the middle. He's not afraid to hit those shots from the hill directly. Good presence there. That's going to net them even more time, but tied up essentially on this top mid hill.
Tied up on this hill, but these next kills could decide where this hill goes. And with Respectful picking up a double kill, they're inside of this hill. Snipe Drone is challenging on that OS as well. He knows that coming up. That's coming up. Acend not giving up on this yet. They're inside of that hill. The question is, do they turn their attention here, Team War, to the overshield? Do they turn it to the hill? It's the overshield. They get the Ovi, but they lose the point. We are back to that first hill once more, but Tony from Team War, he's got the OS.
Wow, absolute chaos on that overshield. Somehow Tony, as the last player alive, stays alive, gets the damage on the player going for it, and then in the end gets the overshield. As you said though, at great cost. Now it's within 2 minutes 30 left to play. Still a lot of time on the clock.
Last 2 players from Team War down on the dummies. However, they're going to survive because there's 2 of them and there's only 1 of Seeker. He stays alive for now. As Rami gets taken down by quite some shots coming in from Snipe Drone. That's not easy to do against a Heatwave player.
Not easy at all. Here's Hysteria right now, your team leader in the assist category as well. As Team War will put up about 30% of the way on that hill right now. Certainly if they get this one, you have to think that could be the game. Acend needs to answer back in the last 2 minutes.
So much to manage here for both teams though. They know this could be the last hill, it could be the tying hill, it could be the game-winning hill. But you've got the sniper rifle coming up in a few moments' time. You're going to have an overshield that becomes available in the next few moments as well. Really difficult for all players to focus on what they need to. Clear calls in this situation are going to be vital.
Return to sender, their attempt from Envor is well executed, but Sniper Drone is up to the task. He will win that battle from the nest boxes and he'll stay alive. Hysteria knows that pressure is coming in from multiple angles. 2 of his teammates have fallen. He will fall as well. A little bit of a spawn rotation coming in. That's going to lead to more time for Acend.
Finally, Acend managed to clear out the back of green. You can see how difficult it is sometimes to get a player out of there. There's so many little nooks and crannies that you can hide in, that you can rotate and slide off of, and then Sniper Drone spiking things out. Rami, there's one for you as well.
I think that one went all the way into Halo 6. As it's going to go flying across the map. However, if he hits this quick jump, might be able to catch off top tower off guard.
Snipe Drone is so consistent at that jump. It's absolutely ridiculous. And what it means is he can catch people off guard. He can also get some great shots onto Envor. He can win the melee battle. If your name's Envor, it's not going to be the hill going into the favor here of Team War, as Acend have tied this one up. Ovi in the hands of Hysteria though, but it gets shredded by those spike grenades.
Like you said, not easy to clear out back green, but when you do, it pays off huge dividends. As Acend is back in this game, tie game, still 2 minutes left on the clock because of so much uncontested time in the favor of Acend. Everything to play for here. Tied 3-3.
And you're wondering why all of a sudden Acend are getting back into this. The difference in slays between the 2 teams is just 2 kills now. The last few minutes have been dominated in the slay category by Acend. It's 3-3 now, a slight advantage on this hill for Team War.
Just like you said now, these teams only about 1 kill separating these 2. 62 slays for the side of Team War. Now make it tied up here. And everything is changing here in the late game. 1:40 left on the clock. Next hill wins.
Problem here for Acend is they just cannot flush these final players out from Team War. They're getting 1, they're getting 2, but they're getting traded. And that means the spawns are going to be close to where these last players are alive for Team War. And that means they're going to be around where that hill is, and at the moment it might be one more push. The situation for Acend, they need to be patient, but when the pressure is on in these situations, patience is a virtue.
2v2, Sika being brave here, pushing on C-boxes. It's a big push from Sika from the nest, but he has to drop down. 3 dead for Team War here. Legend steps in.
Legend steps in, but they haven't got any mistakes left here, Acend. They need to hold the line. They need to get the kills. And the problem is they've got that Ovi and that sniper coming up in 25 seconds as well. Sika picks up one. Legend's turning his attention towards the Ovi, but you can see, where do I play? What is the priority here?
Legend gonna go for a sandbag flank here. Take a look at this angle. He's gonna go in for top mid and also scoreboard.
Love this. It's brave. Going for that play. Oddball, 1v1 bottom middle. Legend, can you win it? Yes, you can. Rami trades it out though.
2v2 here on the map. Take a look at the overshield spawning right now. Everything to play for. The overshield will decide the game.
Rami somehow gets a double kill, and that means the Team War get the OS. Tony's running into these players. He's getting naded out. Respectful's going to challenge, but Tony wins the fight. And Team War are inside of that hill.
Snipe drone, last player alive. He goes down to 4 dead for Acend. This should be it.
This is going to be it, and Team War. They listen to that old Halo adage. The power-ups win you games. They get that overshield. They make the play. Pain on the face of Legends. A little shake of the head. They know they've got work to do here if they want to go to Worlds, but Team War, 1 game away.
A little bit of a grab of the brow there for Legend, knowing that if the last few seconds of that game went differently, it would be a different result on the board. Beautiful late game coordination and execution from Team War in the final moments around the final overshield. Look at Envoy, 25 and 17.
25 and 17 from Envoy. Kind of announced himself to all of us, right, at the NA regional over in Anaheim, and he was a standout player at that time on fnatic. Had a couple of pop-off series where he really did impress a lot of players and a lot of fans back home. Now he's doing it on the main stage once again. Quick look at the damage. Legend, you can see maybe while he was curling the brow, so to speak.
Exactly, just pinching the top of the bridge of the nose at the end, and that stat tells you everything you need to know. He's dealing 7,400 damage across the map, and the team cannot close it out. But how often do we say it? Halo Infinite so often comes down to those final moments. Single plays can win you games. Let's take a look at the highlights from that fantastic game number 3.
It's so crazy, isn't it? How the entire game unfolds in front of us, and it comes down to just one fight.
That's it.
It was won by Team War in these final moments. And the overshield control, you have to say the majority of the time always went to Team War. This is the moment though. Look how close it was.
You're seeing it time and time again, the overshield management from Team War. In the end, they came away with several of those overshields in the end and won them the game.
Tony makes that play towards back tower. Respectful doesn't get the trade. Tony wins the fight, and then you just see all of Team War flooding the hill. Snipe drone is last player alive. There's not much you can do in that situation. They lock it down. If Tony tries to make that play without OS, he doesn't even make it up the ramp.
The Chiefs are in the house. These boys are hype.
My favorite band. Let's take a look at the elimination round 3 series layout then. Strongholds recharge. Next game up now. If I was to pick a game type that I would say Acend are pretty damn good at, it would be this. They kind of laid a marker down in Europe about how to play this game type. Nobody could really touch them for quite some time. But everything is different now because this is their tournament lives on the line. For Team War, one more game, and these 4 boys are going to Worlds.
And you know they love nothing more here, starting things off with Envoy. A pop-off game from him, and he knows they are just 1 game away from securing a spot in the Halo World Championship.
I expect to see a couple of shaky BRs in this game. The nerves may be starting to kick in a little bit for both teams. Oddball being challenged on B. Respectful make sure that it isn't an early conversion for Team War. It looks like Acend are going to be changing B over to their hands, but AC has gone over to Team War, so early points on the board for them. little bit of an unconventional hold, but it looks like Legend already trying to make a play, but Hysteria sniffs him out.
Now we'll also see what is Acend made of. Backs against the wall for this team. They're the undisputed kings of Europe, as they will now find themselves against a triple cap early on in the game. What can they do here? It would be a huge disappointment for them to go home this evening.
Legend doesn't know that Tony's there. Surprise! Comes around that corner, cleans up the kill. While all this is going on though, the bleeding has been stemmed ever so slightly. They've managed to convert C back into their hands. And like I mentioned, history, records on certain maps. At this point, with this much pressure on, it really doesn't matter. It's all about who is playing in the moment.
One dead for each side at the moment. Rami tries to zip out. He's not able to, and maybe Acend going to be holding AC in just a moment. A snipe drone will pop up, so the first points will go on the board for Acend, and they don't let that triple cap get too out of hand.
Certainly don't, and snipe drone snaps onto a head as well to give them a 4 versus 2 advantage on the map momentarily. Tony 2 turns, going to be Tony death screen for just a few seconds as well. Legend a little bit quiet at the start of this one though, just looking across the statistics, yet to put his first kill on the board.
Still a man advantage here as Tony will still be in the respawn screen. Let's see if they can make this push out. Just going to hold. On board taking early damage as well, so that's going to let Acend hold for even longer.
I love how Acend are playing this as well. You can see they're about to go into a lead. It'll just about tie this game up. They're waiting for the mistakes to come in. Envoy taken down to no shields, but Rami on the other side of the map has picked up a double, and just in time for that camouflage as well. Rami with the double, Rami with the camo. This is a way for Team War to turn one of these strongholds back in their favor.
Team War now, camo in the hands of Rami. What can they do? Let's get to an Astrolist then here in this game number 4 with Team War.
I'm about to making sure you can't get up. Top it. Dead. I'm about to cross. I'm about to cross. I'm about to cross. Top it. Top it one time. Nice.
I'm so
much cross. I'm so much cross.
They already got C, just fucking hold it.
Yeah. Small pipes, guys.
Someone needs to watch camo jump. Someone needs to go like make their watch camo jump. Alright.
Are you long?
Yeah, long.
Hit my map. They might push up this.
Long hold weak. One's bottom mid, gonna go camo jump. They're pushing 100%. Gonna be camo jump.
Camo jump.
Catwalk now. Top cat.
Bottom right, one shot. Absolutely bottom right. On the boxes. Nice. We never kill Sniper. Make a place. Oh my god! Make a place. Sniper.
You might need to go to red, Rami. One shot on me. One shot A. Bottom A, one hit. Elevator, one hit.
I'm gonna help you.
Bottom hiding.
Well, the intensity is still there from Team War, and it's turned into a lead. However, Acend making their play onto B. They get the conversion. BC in the hands of Acend. They're scoring for now, but Rami still has his shock rifle.
Good shots from Rami. Let's see if he can convert. Killing spree for Rami as well. And Acend has done well to make sure this game has not gotten out of hand. However, Team War still with a sizable lead.
Rami backing up to keep control of the power weapon.
Strongholds
deciding to give up that position of A. Letting Acend score. However, Legend did a 2v1 here. He can't get anything done. Snipe Drone's trying to move in to clean up the damage, but Hysteria is there. Snipe Drone wins the 1v1, but Rami gets the conversion and the cleanup. And even after the hard work of Acend, they fall 3 dead. And once again, Rami has the camo. It's Cammy.
How about that? Rami scoops the camo before the Observer can even see it. It gets absolutely right in. He's going to grab that with the grapple. It's a nice play. They will continue scoring and now starting to really pull away in this game. As a reminder, they win this. They qualify for Worlds. Another kill with Rami. Gosh, looking good here.
Rami's playing this so smart as well, just playing his life. Knowing the shock rifle's the difference maker, right? Holding a 2-cap setup when you've got shock and you've got camo, so much more easier to do than if you don't. So even though you can see Acend making a flood play onto A, Rami might be in a position to cause some problems still.
Picks up another one, almost does it. Finally, he'll be taken down. 2 dead for Team War. Maybe an opening for Acend, but a team that has otherwise kept this game close is watching the game slip away.
Big win from Seeker though. He gets the reset onto A, and now they focus their attentions back to B. Acend on ball, trying to force some shots into those players on batteries from the long haul, but it's not going to happen for now. Tony 2 turns making a move though. He jumps into the needles, he causes the distraction, but Legend is there. Beatdown comes in onto Rami. Seeker can't get the kill, but the damage is done. That's going to stop Rami making that play.
Yeah, I really can't overstate how big that kill was from Seeker on top A, right? Just keeping this team in the game, but Rami just flies right in.
Rami just keeps going.
Once again, doesn't stop. He's 12-2 in this game right now. He knows what he's playing for.
135 to 71. At the moment, Team War have just had a complete chokehold on Acend for the majority of this game. They've really struggled to get out of that C cap, and even when they've got a 2 cap Acend, the first kill always seems to go to Team War.
Look at the stats on the rest of the board. And Rami is 13 and 3 by a huge margin. Most kills in the game and least deaths. He is commanding this game as Team War will take a 162 to 71 lead here.
One thing Acend needs to do is get a little hold of that camouflage. It's 2 in a row that they've lost. And now Hysteria with the Hysteria nades. We've been watching it for quite a few years, and they still hit just as hard.
He is looking too good right now. Also going to try to make this camo play if he can. Make sure to actually grab it first. He gets the help. And also another kill, the assist. 3 dead yet again. Now the damage on Legend. Beautiful stuff here from Hysteria and Team War as they cross the 190 mark.
There's been a story of power-ups in this series for both teams. Team War have been winning them. That's why they're in this lead. And this is starting to get a little bit of a scary lead for Acend. This is becoming almost an insurmountable lead. Hysteria, peekaboo! Picks up the back smack onto Legend and plays his life perfectly.
Look at this, gonna do a little bit of damage. Somehow stays alive throughout that as well. Still 2 dead for Acend. Hysteria is running laps around elevator here.
Seeker's going to be inside of A, gets the kill, the help comes in, 3 dead for Team War. If you are Acend, you have to step it up right here, right now. But inside of B, a big 1v1 being won by Tony 2turn. He gets the conversion of B. It looks like C is the priority now for Acend.
Let's see if they can get it. No, it gets reset for Team War. It's 209 to 71. Their tournament hopes, their world championship hopes are on the line here. They need to dig deep, and they need to do it now.
Acend feeling the pressure. Team War feeling another chance to send Europe back home. And with Envor and Tony picking up 2, Seeker's finding himself on an island. He's got to fight for his life. Hysteria's going to reach out, and Hysteria wins yet another fight.
That was 3 dead again for the side of Acend, but 4 dead right away on the side of Team War. So a little bit of a map reset at the moment. However, no room for error for the side of Acend. They're down 213 to 91.
They get that first pick in the team fight, though. Even though they have AC control, it hasn't been something they've been able to hold very convincingly at all throughout this game. All 4 players trapped inside of the pipes here for Team War. Acend should have good vision on these spawners, should be able to get the first shot, but Team War just say, I don't care. We're going to run at you. We're going to make you work for this.
And Rami's 16 and 8. He don't care. He's flying right in. He picks up the kill. And this Team War team is just on the same page. They're firing on all cylinders. That's a great push out of pipes. It's textbook. They pick up the kills, 3 dead, and Rami's 19 and 8. They will continue scoring at the 220 mark.
Keep your passport ready, Rami, because you might be going to Seattle, my friend. It might be time to jump on another plane pretty soon, taking your team forward. 19 and 8. And 228 make that 230 points on the board. Team War are closing in on the Halo World Championship.
And I tell you what, the only thing that Acend might need their passports for is the trip home. And right now, it looks like they might be eliminated here and now.
Big play on B, though. This might be a desperation play. Look at B and A being flipped over. Rami looking for more kills, looking to stop. Ways a final rally here from Acend. They had a momentary triple cap, but it's A and B that Acend will have to settle for.
235 to 124. It would need to be the perfect comeback from Acend as Team War is looking to pick up these final kills. They won't be traded out, though, so 2 dead for Team War. Not over just yet.
Here comes Tony, though. Once again, just cleaning up the damage. Hysteria's there to help him out. Seeker and Legend, the 2 Frenchmen challenging. But Tony's just going to sit inside of this hill, cause a distraction. But now Acend finally starting to find the pieces coming together. The kills are starting, the damage is done, but they're getting finished now.
Finally, but is it too little too late? 15 points to go before Team War sends them home and crushes their World Championship qualification dreams as well. Acend still holding AB.
Holding AB. And it looks like Team War is setting up for that camouflage. Seeker got the burn on it last time. But before that, Rami has taken over the game with that power-up in the previous game. It was Tony who took over the game with that power-up, the OS. Now Seeker's under pressure himself. He tries to survive. He just about manages to. He's trying to get out of dodge, but Hysteria with that heat-seeking nade again means that B is the play for Team War. They're inside of B and they flip it in their favor.
It's a long-distance Hail Mary grenade as well. Envor versus Respectful, 1v1 for just a moment.
But they need to get inside of this hill. Respectful challenging. Envor puts him on his back. The camo's up. Seeker needs to get inside of B. 247, 248. Team War surely going to Worlds. lineup remind us all of how good they are. Team War are going to the Halo World Championship.
And what a way to do it. Not the team that we expected to see at this stage in Elimination Round 3. Upset after upset, going up against the best team in Europe, the kings of the continent. And they send them home tonight and crush their World Championship qualification dreams on day 2.
Was there too much pressure on the shoulders of Acend coming into this tournament? Was there too much expectation? Did that get to them in those big moments? Because to me, I look at that Acend lineup and I think that's not the Acend I've been watching for 8 months, but you cannot understate how damn good Team War just played in that series. They took it to them and they sent them home.
I mean, fantastic performances. We've seen players on this team pop off at different times throughout their Halo careers, but it feels like they were truly a well-oiled machine in that game. Everyone on the same page, great damage, great coordination, and during the listen-ins, great communication as well. They will secure their spot in the Halo World Championships in Seattle.
I mean, what an achievement. What an achievement for that lineup. We'll take a look at the stats, but stats kind of secondary to the overriding story here, right? 250 to 171. But Rami, what a performance in a game number 4, and it sounds like there's some Rami fans here in Orlando as well. Why would you be a Rami fan?
How can you not be a Rami fan after what you saw in that last series? I mean, to be completely honest, I think he's even earned a few fans during that series as well.
Oh, 100%, and I'm just going to check behind me because, yeah, I was right. Rami's on the stage, everybody. We're going to go to Blaze with an interview of all of Team War. What a performance. Congratulations, gentlemen. The Halo World Championships is calling.
Coming to this event, they called them the leftovers. But Team War qualifying for Worlds. Give it up one more time, Orlando. I got the man, Tony Two-Turn, next to me. Tony, tell me about what your journey has been like making it to this point. I know you had a crazy season to get here, but how does this feel?
I mean, I really can't explain it. We came to this event yesterday. We lost in literally winners round 4, like literally playing like ass, to be honest. And then today we woke up and we were just like, yo, we're gonna do like the impossible. Like no one's ever done this. And now we've done it. Yeah, we've done it.
The Cinderella story. We don't see it too often, but they did it. Pass it on to your teammate. Amor, how do you feel right now after being dropped from your squad, coming out here with Team War, and now qualifying?
Feels pretty good. Not gonna lie. We sat there and put in the hard work for it, and sat there and did scrims. Sat there and make sure that we're having to sit there and tidy up on the little bit of like things. So it definitely feels great to sit there and come out here and sit there and play. And the work that we've sat there and put in is actually having to sit there and show.
Yep, there you go. Now tell me a little bit about this series, okay? When it came down to it, how was it going up against the CM? What was in your mind? How did y'all take them down?
We just told each other to stick to the game plan, sit there and stick to what we have to sit there and talked about. We already knew that we were having to play a little bit aggressive. We just needed to make sure we catch these guys off guard whenever they were starting to sit there and push, and that's exactly what we did.
And you did that. Now pass the mic on over to the man himself, Hysteria in the building. You didn't play in a lot of top Halo matches over your career, but what does it feel to make Worlds with this team?
I mean, all year, I haven't had the best placings. I ended up getting dropped from complexity, and we threw this team together, and we really came together the last few weeks. And shout out to Monster for dropping me. Honestly, I think we put in the work the last few weeks, and we saw a lot of change in our play style. I kind of introduced a little bit of a slower style for holding setups, and then got used to when we need to play aggressive, learning from them. So it really all came together today.
It truly did. It truly did. Now pass it on over towards your teammate. Now tell me, after your performance and everything that you've done, Rami, how you feeling right now?
I mean, I'm feeling fantastic. I got blindsided by fnatic, and we essentially just swap rosters, swap players. And, we threw this team together. Like 2.5 weeks, we knew, hey, we have to try every single scrim. We have to, do what we have to do. Like, there's not much times. A lot of these things are going to be more practice, and like Jacob was saying, we introduce the same play styles and make sure we're on the same page.
And y'all got it done. Now, lastly, hand it over to the man that helps you guys get on the same page, Coach Center. What do you want to say to these fans out there, and what does it mean to coach this team?
I just want to say I appreciate the opportunity. These guys hit me up like 2 weeks ago for the United Grunt Classic, and I coached them there. They liked how I coached them. So we came here, and I was pretty much just their hype man. Tony's hype man. I didn't want to overstep my boundaries because they've been playing together, had their own strats and everything. So I wasn't just going to come in and try to change everything. I just filled right in and kind of seamlessly, and this is where we made it.
All right, Orlando, one last time, give a warm congratulations to Team War. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And I gotta say, it is electric in here right now, and rightfully so, because that is the underdog story that you want, the Cinderella run happening before your very eyes. And my goodness me, Team War. It's not often I'm okay with being wrong, but I'll take it on the chin this time round, because what an epic storyline we have going into tomorrow. Clutch, Team War, essentially a pickup team, a team that really 2 weeks ago weren't anything at all. And my goodness, they're making magic happen on the main stage, taking down Europe's finest is what I've called them this weekend. In that fashion, what are your thoughts?
I mean, that's what this weekend's all about. This weekend's all about underdogs, upsets, and the opportunity to punch your ticket to Worlds. Team War played phenomenal. We talked about it a little bit. We said that team had talent. We kind of underplayed it. We thought Acend was for sure going to take this series, but Team War outright played them like a fiddle all series long. And I saw the best out of all four of these guys. That's something phenomenal. That was just a pleasure to watch. It's a big-time moment in these guys' career. They stepped up to the occasion. They made plays. And now we'll see them once again in Seattle not too long from now.
But what was the one thing we said cannot happen? You cannot give them game one. And what happened? War came out. They exploded out of the blocks. They got loud. They absolutely destroyed Acend's moral. And then Acend just absolutely fell apart from that point onwards. That result is nothing short but embarrassing for Acend, and they know it. You saw it on the faces of that roster. They are the best team in Europe, and they have failed to qualify for World Pools, and they will know that hurts, and they will come back stronger. But I tell you what an incredible performance that is from Team War, and fair enough for calling out all your ex-teammates and all your ex-teams as well, because you got to let them know.
Keep receipts.
Got to keep the receipts. An amazing, amazing performance.
You really do. And I got to say, momentum is a powerful thing. And like you said, that game one, you just can't give it to them because they will go on. They will continue to turn and burn. And Goofy, who were the big game changers, do you think, for Team War? Who really stood out?
Hands down for me, the MVP of the series was Rami. He was making plays in game number 3, that pivotal Strongholds, Strongholds game 3, and then that game 4, just dropping all the players on the Rami, absolutely making plays. MVP by far in my eyes.
Yeah, he really was. He was absolutely insane throughout the entirety of that season, along with the rest of the teammates. And that's really what made it work and working up to this point. Let's take a look at the brackets to see where we are at now with that incredible Cinderella run. That isn't over. The slipper isn't off. It hasn't gone down yet. But incredible in our elimination bracket, you can see Team War, they will be going up against G2 Esports, making it through elimination round 4. And more importantly, that qualification for Worlds is everything.
And I will say, it does still mean with the way things have worked, Acend will still get a spot at play-ins at Worlds. So it's not going to be the end of Acend. They will have the chance to come back and bite things, but they would have wanted to be in that pool. But for Team War, you heard it on the main stage. They dropped in winners bracket round 4 in open bracket, battled all the way through elimination into now the championship bracket elimination. They took down Quadrnt, they took down Acend, they took down Falling at Esports. They have constantly defied opposition that are arguably better than them, more practiced than them, but not anymore. Team War have to be respected, and if I'm G2, I'd be a little bit concerned about going up against these guys because they are hot right now.
They certainly are indeed. We have 2 open bracket beasts in the running in the elimination. But over on the winners bracket side of things, we have our semi-final set up. Optic versus E-United and Cloud9 versus FaZe Clan. Both going to be exceptional matches in their own right. Clutch, which one are you looking forward to the most?
Cloud9 FaZe, gotta be, right? With how good Cloud9 looked against Sentinels. Can they keep that ball rolling, and how far can Cloud9 take it? It's the big question for me. FaZe, They fell short against Optic, but I think they're going to give every single team in that top 4 a hard time as soon as they match up. So I expect that series to go much farther than 3 games, potentially 5.
Well, I've got to say, they're both good matchups, and you could have chosen either one, but for me, it's got to be Optic versus E United for many, many reasons. Obviously, Optic, how far can they go? Will this run continue? And E United, you know, they have been non-stop. They have been lights out. Huge plays, huge moments, and huge upsets. Many more to come as we keep pushing through day 2 here in the Orlando Major. Big matchup coming up next, right after this break.
The HCS Orlando Major is presented by AMD, Astro Gaming, Dolby, the Marines, and Zowie.
At Lovesac, we design furniture for life. Real life. Messy life. Life that changes and brings us together for movie night. A life where batteries run down and get charged up again. Because now, Lovesac Sactionals can be upgraded with Stealth Tech and immersive surround sound by Harman Kardon hidden inside. Upgradable, washable, and guaranteed for life. Don't just hear it, feel it at a Lovesac showroom near you.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well-earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis, always faithful, always Marine.
Splendid lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. Then can you finish the Renegade applying pressure right to the spawners. Oh, this is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could just lead everything. He misses the beat down, he snaps off. Wobbling them wigs is an overkill. Normal gets the sword now as a reward.
Welcome back to the HCS Orlando Major. Well, I tell you what, looks sunny there, but the sun is setting in Florida. But with it getting quieter outside, it only gets louder in here because we have a jam-packed room for the next series, including our VIP lounge. And Lovestack hooking us up with the cute and comfy furniture to sit back and enjoy the matches on. I gotta say, I wouldn't mind a couple of those up here on the desk.
Where have those been all weekend? Because my feet hurt so bad, I need a beanbag real bad.
Dude, I sank into one of those for like 30 minutes yesterday. I was like, I looked at my watch, I was like, I need to move. It was bad. I was like, I missed a lot of work.
For World Championships, beanbags up here. That's it.
Yes.
No
We
desks.
get real cozy. Real quick.
Stuff. Yeah,
We definitely need some of those for sure to get a little bit comfy as we watch all of the main stage action, of course. And look, speaking of Worlds as well, World Championships, it has been the name of the game pretty much today, yesterday, it will be tomorrow as well, as we of course get our top 12 qualifications happening for the World Championships coming up next. And you may have noticed that earlier on I had Tashi on the desk to talk us through a really, really cool collab that are actually being done with partner teams, excuse me, and it's our merch collab. You can see our United merch happening here as well, and our partner teams are collaborating to bring you guys some pretty sick merchandise, and this all will be available in person at Halo World Championships in Seattle, which is going to be amazing because we've got all of this stunning merch, which is bad news for your wallets and your pockets because all of that will probably be going into all of this on your body.
I'm just saying, save me some extra larges because I will be buying all of those. Like genuinely, they are the sickest designs. I think they look so cool. They're great. I'm picking them all up.
I love how you're making your claim. You're like, I'm an extra large, just like you know, for every single piece of product out there. Well, I'll tell you what, we have a match to set up, and it's going to be an absolute banger. Optic versus EU United. This is going to be wild, and it's going to be wild because obviously EU United have been on the come up. Optic Gaming have just been lights out. They haven't skipped a beat, and it's been absolutely amazing, along with the fact that they have gotten over that Game 5 curse. They've managed to actually do that early on in map number 5 with FaZe in game number 1 for them. Excuse me, it's been a long day. It's been a long day, but I'll tell you what, I'm here for Optic. That is for damn sure. We actually do have our keys to victory coming through as well here, and I want to discuss these with you guys. What do you think it takes for Optic to really bring this one across the line against a very hot United?
I know it's a very cliche thing to say, right, but you've got to keep doing what has brought you success so far in this tournament. They played against FaZe. We talked about that. That series was back and forth, but in those clutch final moments, that's where my eyes are always looking at Optic, right? Are they playing tight together? Is anyone trying to make that hero play? Because that's what they're trying to avoid. That's what they've been working so hard on as a squad, not just as individuals. If they can do that, then maybe they can take this series. But I think United are going to have a big say in this series as well.
I think they are as well. I mean, take a look at that second bullet point, right? Fast pace and Slayer force United to make mistakes. That's easier said than done in Slayers. That's the reason it's the key to victory. You know they're going to be ready in the Slayer department on the United side of the stage.
Yeah, they certainly are. Optic obviously having a great track record though in Slayer, 5-1 currently coming into this one. So huge stuff across the board for these guys. And I got to say, with that first bullet point, in terms of the balance, the fact that the KDs across the board for this team, and we mentioned it before, the lowest being a 1.23 and the highest a 1.36, it's really hard to stop these guys. When it comes to pacing though, up against the United do like to dictate it, right? They like to slow things down. Optic like to push things forward. This could be a little bit of like a counterbalance here. I'm curious to find out what United are going to have to say to try and slow down the Optic boys.
I think don't fall into the trap because United will be setting them, especially on those control-based game types. You're looking at a couple of players who love to play those control-based game types as well.
You got Ryan Oob, you know, the professor. He would have been in the lab tinkering about, thinking how we want to approach things. You've got Snipe down on the team now, who just seems to be completely revitalized here in Orlando from what we've seen before, and everybody else on that team. Rain, we've seen him pop off Suspector. Both of them, everyone here is just seemed to find a level of comfort we haven't seen from them so far.
Now we have the keys to victory on United here, and Goofy. United 5-0 in the first map of the series this weekend. What do you make of what they need to do to really start off hot?
For me, it's that first bullet point right there. Start off hot. I would consider United the underdog going up against the favorites here, Optic Gaming. They're going to need to come out strong, win game one, and really control the power weapons all series long. You have a bunch of absolute powerhouse slayers on the Optic side. You want to get the power weapons, the sniper rifles, the rockets in the hands of someone like Snipedown, who's been having a fantastic event on that top 5 KD leaderboard so far here in HCS Orlando. So really start off strong and control the power weapons if you're United.
Now we talk about series layout sometimes and how much that can impact a series in itself. But United, they're 4-0 in Oddball, and which is going to be on map 4. So not letting it go the distance is going to be really, really important. Where do you think the balance kind of comes into that one in terms of United and their mentality heading into the series?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think United does need to do it in 4, and it wasn't always the case that Optic was a good Game 5 team, but it seems like over the past few months, Optic has become a fantastic Game 5 team, so couldn't agree more. I think if they want to do it, they should try to do it before we get to that 5th Slayer.
Amazing stuff. Well, we're not going to waste any time up here, gentlemen. It's been short and sweet, and I'm very, very grateful for that, because we're heading over to our casters to get this series underway. It's going to be amazing. Optic versus United. We've got Shurzy and Gaskin on the mics.
Well, 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 winners semi-finals then. Optic Gaming up against E-United. Will the Optic Gaming war machine keep rolling on, or will it be ground to a halt by E-United?
I'll tell you what, if anyone could do it, I think maybe it could be E-United. I wouldn't have said that before this tournament started, but E-United have looked like a different team to what we saw online most recently in that Quadrnt Classic. They have changed everything. Their whole approach has changed. Onset was talking about it on the desk. Control game types have been perfect for them, but no King of the Hill featuring in this series layout. Is that going to prove to be difficult for United going up against an Optic Gaming roster who have looked unstoppable?
The green wall chants ring out already. We haven't even kicked off. Have United packed the sledgehammer?
You've got to come into this hot. You cannot afford to allow E-United to take game 1 here and just ruin that perfect record we've seen so far from Optic Gaming. Shut down Snipedown. Make sure that he doesn't grab this sniper rifle, because if you allow him, he is going to tear through you. Snipedown has looked ridiculous at this event.
Shields up, weapons hot. We're underway here.
And already, you can see these guys contesting this sniper rifle. They know the importance of it. Snipedown is there waiting, but what an important grenade that could prove to be. Make sure that Snipedown cannot escape with that sniper early.
A and C then. For both teams, B is appointing contested very soon. And Suspector pops up, takes the shield, takes the face over shield. It's just popped up now. And it's United making moves over towards it. But the anchor point and Suspector has been taken away. The flank comes through. Rain goes down. Ryan Noob eliminated. And Trippy's got the overshield.
First overshield. How vital could that be? And both these teams are undefeated in their map 1 so far this tournament as well. So this map 1 could be huge in terms of who will actually follow up and get a victory in this series. Strongholds very difficult to try and navigate at times, but A and B in control of E-United at the moment.
Ryan Noob desperately tried to stay alive. Trippy was in no mood to extend his life. Rain will also hit the respawn screen. 3 dead. Snipe down the last man standing.
Finally, Optic Gaming will wrestle back control. And one thing E-United have criticized themselves for is struggling to break setups. They're okay when they have the setup. They feel like they could get 250 points in one go. But can you break the green wall?
Green wall going to set up, and it's inside here. One goes down, but it's a trade. Repulsive play! Hits the body and finds the face. Killing spree, double kill. Luton's already cooking.
He says, if you're not going off the map, I'll finish you off myself. And now he pays his attentions over towards B. E-United during that did use it as a distraction technique, have been able to start scoring. That's one thing E-United are very good at, is some scrappy time. There's always going to be method behind that madness for this roster.
The scrappy time, though, will come to a halt. Optic Gaming secure B and C. Flirting with getting A as well, it would seem. Players down to no shields. It's going to be a backstab once more. Lucid behind enemy lines. They've got control of tower. All 4 dead for E United.
And now do we see Optic Gaming push into A, go for that trip gap? Well, I tell you what, if you've got an overshield, the answer is absolutely hell yes. And now we're going to see United just desperately, frantically trying to escape their spawn here, because Optic are going to surround them, try and pinch them, and try and keep us all on this trap.
Triple cap was locked in tight. It's finally been released. 59 points and still climbing. 26 for E United. 2 go down. Formal again is catching these E United players on the hop. Ryan Noob, last man standing. It's not for long. He's currently sitting at 0-5. You cannot be having that in the winner's semi-finals.
This is where Optic Gaming can punish E United, punish them for their weaknesses. Their inability to break setups at times could really prove to be a difficult time for them right now. Formal can be in a position to watch over spawners over towards B, but he also knows he has a big responsibility just to guard C right now.
He's got CCTV all around it. And E United are coming from Nest. Right into the path of Formal and indeed Lucid. Rain tries to get away. Formal in no mood for it though. Suspector gonna be a 1v1. And it's Formal who loses out, but it's not for long. A killing frenzy for Trippy!
Trippy has been insane this tournament and is looking to make a difference once more. Optic Gaming are on a tear. You called them a war machine. At the moment, they are herding E United like cattle.
What a special talent Trippy is. Sniper rifle and heat wave. What more could you want? Possibly the overshield, but it's not going to be up in time. He's turning his attentions now over towards B. Suspector will have a sniper rifle shot fired just over his dome. Snipe down, excuse me. Looks to get frisky over towards Sandbags. Overshield coming up imminently.
My eyes glance to the top right-hand side of the screen. Ryan still yet to find a kill. Does have 4 assists, but that's always going to weigh on your shoulders as a player when you know you haven't been involved in actually finishing a player off. Snipe down will at least take down Formal, but Trippy has still escaped with his sniper rifle, maneuvering his way around the map, constantly finding new angles, but not quite connecting with that shot.
Moving counterclockwise, keeping his team on a pivot, playing that anchor point. Information downloading all the time. Heatwave still in his hands to use as well to clear out A if he needs to. B in control of Optic Gaming. They're slowing this down for a moment.
But this is where E United say they have their strengths, right? They've wrestled back control. They can now find some structure. Can they keep Optic Gaming back? Or are we going to see Optic show why they are one of the best teams? Because they can break these setups, because they can break the structure that is trying to be assessed and assembled here by E United.
Ryan Noob has currently captured more strongholds than he's got kills. That needs to change. 2 kills go in favor though. Rain and FaZe snipe down. EW has been taken care of here. Trippy, sniper rifle still in his hands. He's gonna have to be wrestled out of it. Cold, dead, and clutching. Ryan Noob has been ninja'd possibly. I don't want to say it. Finds the body though of one more player of E United, and they're on the ropes and they're reeling.
They had a mild period of success there where they were at least able to get 15 to 20 points on the board. But now Optic Gaming regain control, and every single time Optic have had control, they're putting 50, 60 points on the board. E United are not getting back into this game if they keep allowing that to happen.
190 to 67. It's a full push, a full hit onto B. Rain and Ryan Noob go down though. APG on Nest. All alone for a moment, isolated, but it doesn't matter. Suspector has got 2 members of Optic Gaming to play with. And here comes the push, here comes the boom. Formal gets another kill.
Overshield's going to be popping as E United lose all 4 members, but they are going to spawn over towards dummies, so it's a perfect opportunity to get there. Ryan reeling though, has to back off at no shields. Overshield is just going to be gifted here to Formal. No! Big grenade from Suspector. Maybe they could get an OV. Maybe this could be the start for E United to do something.
An opportunity. Ryan Noob finally registers his first kill, but Optic Gaming have already got 224 points. Is it too little, too late? Half the overshield left to play with as well. Trippy's got the world in his hands. Heatwave to boot. They've got A and C, and they're waiting on E United to make the first move.
It's looking real easy for Optic Gaming right now. The fact they were able to still guarantee that overshield despite the big grenades. And Trippy now, players aren't even looking at him at this point, and he's still managing to just help out his teammates. 246, 248. It's going to tick over to 250. Optic Gaming look flawless so far in this tournament.
Well, well, well. don't have to go to Yard House to get a breadstick, because Ryan knew he was sitting on one nice and pretty, and that is going to do his confidence. It's going to shatter it to pieces.
Very difficult having those games as a player. You know full well it would have been in his mind throughout the entire game that he hadn't registered a kill. But Ryan Noob is a veteran. Ryan Noob has been here many a time before, and I'm sure he will be able to put that behind him. As we look at those statistics, we will see Lucid with 13 kills, Optic Formal with 12, and this is something Optic have been doing very impressively throughout this tournament, is sharing the load, sharing the kills. Everyone steps up when they need to.
On the other side of things, the Spectre, 12 and 9 with the 1 assist. He tried, he huffed and he puffed, but he couldn't blow the green wall down. And looking at the damage, it's going to be Lucid on 4,000 damage. Although the kills were distributed evenly, it was Lucid doing the most.
And if Lucid can run freely through the meadows like he did there in live fire, I think this is going to bode well for Optic Gaming fans. Remember, right at the start of this tournament, I said live fire has not looked like the home it once was for this roster. They've been changing that slowly but surely throughout this tournament, and as it's gone on, and they made that look like child's play. Remember, a killing frenzy from Trippy during that game. That's how comfortable it was for them.
Optic Gaming used to be full-time tenants at live fire. They stepped out for a little while, but they're starting to pay the rent once more. That one was commanding.
It's going to be a tough pill to swallow for Reunited because that was so one-sided. They never had an opportunity to get any sort of setup, any sort of structure. Can they change their fortunes though going into map number 2, Slayer on Recharge? Both teams have got a 1-0 record so far this tournament. Both teams look very successful on this map when they played it so far this tournament. But is it going to be one step too far now for United, even though they looked incredibly impressive earlier on in pool play? Optic Gaming have always looked that extra tier above everyone else so far. Now is when you really need to answer your critics if you're United. Now is when you need to step up.
An avenue, a road, a path back into the series for United. Optic Gaming, they struck first, they struck fast. They're looking to do the same thing here again. 2 down apiece, snipe down, he goes for the camouflage, unsuccessful. But so is Trippy. It's still a scrap, it's still a brawl, 4-4, all tied up.
In the most recent online tournament, the Grunt Classic, Optic's weakest game type was Slayer, but that has very much changed here in Orlando. 5-1 their record on Slayers at the moment, and I tell you what, they don't look like losing one right now, but as I say that, a couple of players will fall. Trippy goes down first, but they're managing to get the trades. I think that's what Optic do very well. When they lose one player, instantly someone else is there to try and respond, try and get that trade. Don't allow the other team to have the advantage.
That advantage currently sits with Optic Gaming. The 1-kill lead. Slender as it is, it can be the base, the foundation to build upon. Lucid putting down damage, Trippy on hand to clean up that damage he did put down. APG there. He will pick up the kill on the snipe down. A double kill make it as he locks into.
And the great escape there from Lucid as well. Somehow stays alive, gets his shield back, and will now kill Rain, who was the player that was behind him, chasing him. Lucid constantly evolving the meta, as it were, constantly finding new ways to escape enemies. He's been doing that since day one in Halo Infinite, and he is always impressing every single time he's on our screen.
The only Rain I'm seeing at the moment is that of gunfire. Fire and brimstone here. 10 kills to 7. It's Formal with the shock rifle. Lines up Suspector. Tags the body. Be enough for damage, but not enough to secure the kill. 2 kills is all that separates them now. 3 go down for Optic Gaming, but Formal will just even it up just a touch. Camo's about to pop. Formal knows exactly where Snipe down is. That prediction nade takes the shields. APG on hand to clean it up.
It's almost like he genuinely knew he was there and he was willing for his grenade to do the damage and his teammate to finish him off. Camouflage is going to be the reward here for Formal, but look at that passage of play. It's unorthodox at times from Optic Gaming. They are so patient despite the fact they are so dominant in these games because they know they bide their time and they can make it work. They can be rewarded with the camouflage.
The last time we've seen Formal in a winner's bracket on LAN, on this map, it didn't go according to plan for him. He's trying to right that wrong. He's got camouflage, he's got 4 kills and only 2 deaths with 2 assists. He's trying to put it right. Suspector down to no shields, bottom tower. One more to the kill column for Formal.
I believe in his words, he was checked out. I wouldn't say it, I'm not as cool as Formal, but sometimes that happens when you do go up against a player the caliber of Royal 2 when he hits shots like that. But in this tournament, remember, Sentinel's down in that elimination bracket. Optic do not have to worry about them right now until potentially a grand final, if that's where they end up. But there is still a long road for them. E United their first task, and it's looking good so far as Formal just watches over. Silence will surround Recharge here as no one wants to make that first move.
19 kills to 14 then. Stick to the shin. A killing spree. Snipe down goes down once more. Shock rifle and Formal tried to get away. Lucid's gonna join him though in the dirt nap.
A brilliant push though from E United. When you do see both of these teams slow things down, you know there is going to be a play being called by Ryanu, who by the way is having a far better game here in map number 2. They pushed together, Snipe down was the bait. He got that initial damage, and then Ryanu and the rest of the squad, they followed in as Ryanu gets a big double. And now E United starting to light up a little bit, only 4 kills behind.
Currently Suspector who's holding the breadstick. He must have got it off Ryanu. It's time to turn your fortunes around now. When you're playing against a team with the caliber of Optic Gaming, a team that's looking to go on a championship hunt here, you need all of your players moving in the same direction, pulling their own weight.
It's really crazy the speed at which this game is being played, how methodical this game is. I, for one, want to hear an Optic listening, so I guess we'll do so with an Astro listening right now.
I think I'm behind you, Matt.
Shotgun.
I'm going for it.
Yo, Gold Sears out in the open, Ryan. Going long haul really weak. Long haul. Two guys long.
Make sure elevator's
blocked. They're all running. They're all running. No, they're all running. They're all running long haul. Sneaky.
Sneaky weak.
Sneaky weak.
Elevator, guys.
There's 3 left. I'm looking for that guy.
Top tower.
Still top cat. Top tower.
Weak. We're going to see
top tower.
You guys see Plat?
Still Matt as well. Careful.
Still top tower, Matt.
I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Top glass. Glass we care.
Fight with me, Gold. Fight with me, Gold.
Yo, Eric's on batteries. He's L2. He's L2 right now.
I'm here.
L2.
On them immediately.
Battlers, free kill. He just went in.
Yeah, he's weak. Eric, watch out.
Another one. Two more. I have nades on it.
C-pot, Matt. C-pot.
I hear. Yo, 2 guys in gold door. Triangle one shot. Rain, absolute.
They're running.
They're running away. Is there still guys C-pot?
Tommy is in turbine, guys.
I'm backing up.
I'm gonna walk her post. I'm gonna come
Let me try and snipe for a second.
I'm gonna come C-pot.
Where's the guy around you guys? There was
I hear you.
around you.
I'm here.
Got bottom tower.
They might hunt you here.
Yo, they're going back to silo. I'm gonna go tower. I'm coming tower.
Right here. Behind them. They're all weak on Matt. Push Matt. See silo. 2 guys. There's 2 more. A little weak.
All here.
Very weak.
Absolute rain. Absolute on your rain. Back silo one shot. 2 silo absolute.
Last guy where?
Other one silo absolute. Back elbow. Elbow one shot. Elbow one shot. Going silo.
He's still here. He's running.
He might be C-plat. He might have got out.
Shot. I got him.
Nice, back. Tower weak. Tower weak. 2 tower weak. On the staircase. There. 2 on the staircase. Both sides. There's 3 tower. Run. 3 tower. Front tower. 3 tower.
No, he's watching C-plat.
I'm here. Top tower. Going K-Cat.
The phase is camo. Do not go for camo yet.
I'm behind these guys.
There's 2 tower.
Weak C-plat guys on top. Double to tower.
They have camo. Pulse back. Elbow weak. Eric.
Tommy's looking.
Really weak elbow.
You should die.
Double stack absolute camo. Camo's double stack absolute. Look at my screen.
I see that.
He's left side camo corner now. Left side camo corner.
Yep, he's down there, Brad.
Still down here.
The communication's so fast-paced. Formal always sounds like he's trying to sell you a storage unit.
There is so much going on, but what's impressive is they are still reacting to everything they hear. You almost need an extra ear to be able to even know what's going on, but Optic, even with all the craziness that I've just heard, are still putting the kills in the right places. They're still responding in the right ways. They're still pushing in the right areas. As I say, APG gets pushed off the map.
Navigating the carnage. We went to the listening. They had a lead. It started to slowly creep their way back into this game, did E United. But then Optic Gaming have stepped on the gas once more. They found the gear, and they're ahead by 5.
It does look like game 1 really brought Ryanu to life, though. 12 kills now. It looks like he wants to make up for that game number 1, wants to try and really propel E United into this series. But as you mentioned, Optic Gaming, they allowed E United to get back into it, but they just had to shift gears once more. They know full well that if they give E United a chance, E United will take it. So you have to take this lead, and you have to pummel them into the ground.
Keeping them at arm's length. Sniped down, stepped out, too much. Exposed himself to the Grim Reaper. Two go down. Ryan Noob could be about to join them. Formal trying to stay alive, trying to get the trade. It wasn't to be. 2 kills in favor. Ryan Noob goes down once more. It remains a 6-kill game. E United desperately trying to cling on to this game.
E United are throwing everything at Optic right now, but unfortunately there is an answer around every corner. It doesn't matter where you're turning, there is always an Optic player, but there is a nice threesome from E United. Rhino gets the kills, and that's what you need. You need to be holding hands at these points. You need to be cleaning up these one-shots.
Perfect kill for Ryan Noob. Shock rifle in the back pocket, not going to use it this time. Camouflage to boot. Has to be effective. APG will miss the headshot by just a pixel. Sends the grenade back to sender. It's 3 kills, all that separates them.
17 kills for Ryanu. Boy, is he making up for that map number 1. 3 kills the difference now, 40 to 37. It slows down ever so slightly, but Ryanu does have the camouflage, and he knows exactly where Formal is. That's an easy cleanup. Killing spree for him.
Smokes Formal out of his hole like a fox. Takes down one, but Trippy somehow has managed to get a double kill in the process. He's down there brawling bottom elevator. It's 42 to 39. And Ryan Noob's trying to scamper away with this shock rifle. He knows how important it can be.
Historically, E United have always been one of the best Slayer teams. You've got to prove it now here. It would be so huge. But unfortunately, Ryan Noob goes down, and it means it's another 4-kill gap, making a 5-kill gap. Formal's on a tear.
And just like that, no! Formal almost gets himself an overkill. As quickly as you can close the gap is how quickly it can be taken away from you. Optic Gaming need to.
They've done so well, and every single time E United think they're back in it, they rip it right away from them.
And Snipe Down's the final member of E United to hit the respawn. Optic Gaming double their series lead. The Green Wall need one more.
Optic Gaming have their sights on one thing and one thing only, and that is a championship. No matter who is in their way, no matter which player they have to face, they are taking every series as seriously as if it was a grand finals, and that means they will be destroying whoever is in their path.
Taking a look at the stats then. Lucid, 14, 11, 10 assists. And on the other side of things, Ryan Noob, he had a much better game too. 18 kills, 14 with the 3 assists. But unfortunately elsewhere, a member of his team started to slack. And Optic Gaming, they capitalize.
Fair play to Ryan Noob though. You were saying, how is he going to respond? Is that going to damage him for the rest of the series? But he is a veteran. He's been up there for countless years, countless times, and he does manage to put on a show. However, it's going to be so draining, the fact that that does not even get them a win here against Optic Gaming. And I tell you what, look at that wonderful dog. Do you know whose dog that is, Richie?
A pure doggo.
That is APG's dog, and boy, does he look like one good pup, and a pup who's very happy that APG and Optic Gaming are 2-0 up. But look at that focus. There is only one thing on that brain. It's championships, as I say.
A good boy looking on as Daddy tries to win himself a championship. And he's 2-0 up here in this series. Confirmation 250 to 67 and 50 to 41 Slayer recharge. And as we now head into CTF Bazaar, our Optic Gaming about to send E United to the elimination bracket.
We have seen some famous Ryan Noob plays on Bazaar games, and it's still tough to count this E United roster out. Despite how good Optic are playing, you always feel like there's still something in the tank from E United. We saw that in pool play. They were incredibly impressive. But now can they actually do something here in Bazaar Capture the Flag to make us believe that they can get back into this series? They have to get this first flag, Richie.
Optic Gaming then, 1 game away. E United, they have to spring to life here, or it will be the taste of the elimination bracket. 5 flags to win here on Bazaar CTF. It's all to do for E United and the War Machine. It's been chewing up and spitting out all day long.
It is another one of those maps that can be played very slow. It's going to be a tactical battle between these two teams. When do you push? When do you set up? When do you go on to defense and make sure your flag cannot be taken?
We're underway then. Lucid to kick us off. Snipe Down trying to bob and weave. Trying to hide behind that west side. Wow. Not even the Wicked Witch could save him. Lucid now clambers his way, scooches his way over to the Rockets, picks up the boomsticks, the boom box over the shoulder, and he's already having his way here. The freedom of the map, taking up so much space. Flag out and on the move already.
It's already Rockets, it's already Overshield, it's already a flag from Optic Gaming. How do United respond? Lucid doubles back, will check to see if anyone is going to be flanking. He does find Ryan Noob on his famous flank, and now it's a 4 versus 3 with this flag run.
They've handled Ryan Noob. Snipe down could be about to fall too. He's gotten a trade. Trippy goes down. 3 go down for the green wall, and Lucid has got to desperately try and keep this flag alive, perhaps recognizing that it's about to go, and all of a sudden United could get a counter cap opportunity.
Always one of the dangers of running it low side is you are very vulnerable to a counter cap, you're very vulnerable to the overextension, but look at Optic, all sprint and flip this map on its head. 3 of them are in United's base right now.
They're gonna have to slay them on the way home. Formal's already got himself dug in deep on the enemy flag. APG down to no shields. 2 kills have gone in favor though, 3 dead for United. Rain, the only player that can have an influence now, and he's trying to head this flag off at the pass, and Formal's juggling it straight to him, but Lucid's trying to get close.
It's another return, it's another overextension that comes out. This time Optic Gaming now will get the opportunity of a counter cap, but United bust the doors down and say, I tell you what, this flag is not going to be easy whatsoever.
Down in the sewers, trying to clear out the rats, but Lucid goes down. Ryan Noob and Snipe down combined to eliminate 2 players of Optic, and that flag opportunity is all but dissipated.
So finally we get a moment of rest between these 2 teams. They're not dashing into each other's bases. Instead, they're going to be setting up for this next set of rockets, this next overshield. As I say that, it's United, who do get that overshield, and because of it, they get aggressive, they push in.
Signs of life then. United, although they're not really being the aggressor, and there is some last-ditch efforts to stop the flags, they're still in this game. They're still in this series. They're not going out without a fight, but 2 members do go down. The map's going to reset for a moment.
All you need is one flag cap, and that will just propel the confidence of United, and you start to break down the morale ever so slightly of Optic Gaming, but Assault Rifle does not beat Battle Rifle. I'm sure there's a lot of people happy to see that one.
APG spinning up like a Ninja Death Star into the sky, into the clouds, and away he goes. 4v4 on the map. Stalled for a moment. A few shots echo in the distance. And the rockets for Trippy. He's gonna have to take the trade. The Suspector got a little bit too close for comfort.
Now with the United saying they're not great at breaking setups, do you try and play in a way where you encourage a flag pull so you can then go on a counter cap? Maybe you can catch Optic Gaming a little bit weak in certain areas. Wouldn't surprise me if Ryan Noob and United had something like that up their sleeves, but in the early stages it was very back and forth. Flags were being pulled left, right and center. But now things have slowed down ever so slightly. The second set of rockets goes in favor of the United, so they did do better at getting both rockets and overshield second time asking.
2 down for United. Trippy coming off the respawn, watching his teammates battle it out here for map control. They're in the ascendancy so far. And United have had to contend with just playing defense for the most part. Trades come through once more. Snipe down, Ryan Noob in the respawn screen. Overshield's gonna be so important. It gets grappled into the hands of Trippy. That's teamwork.
That is one of the best assists of a grapple overshield I've seen in quite some time, and Trippy now can use it to full advantage, but he's got to be careful of these nades. Look how defensive United have got, and they're all throwing 3 nades because they know Trippy's going to be waiting around a corner, but unfortunately he walks into bar where 3 members of United are all waiting.
He's walked into a flat with 3 heavies waiting for him. Brass Knuckles ready for a brawl. The riffraff, they come out on top, but Rain desperately trying to stay alive. Back flag here. That sizzle sticks to teammates, and they're coming in almost doing more damage to Formal, but the cavalry's arrived.
It's how much information Formal is relaying, but now they're playing sardines at the moment, both hiding together, and they're going to be caught out by Suspector. So Optic's push gets sought out and gets closed very quickly. And it means that United can force Optic to go back to the drawing board here, as Suspector gets another.
Suspector got 3. Throwing off the gaming out of his base like a bouncer. Not tonight. You will not be securing that flag over my dead body, and now looks to apply the pressure elsewhere. Shots come through. He has to back down. Contemplating peeking out once more off the ledge. Those grenades are doing a lot of damage. Ryan Noob says, see you later, pal, I'm out of here. And APG is going to bite onto that bait. Trippy gets one on the range. Suspector answers back. But it's United starting to apply the pressure. They're starting to turn the screw.
This passage of play from Suspector has been nothing short but incredible. But unfortunately, it might end in a whimper. No, he still stays alive. That's what he's been doing so well. Not only has he been cleaning up the kills, listening to those call-outs, but also the survivability, how he's been escaping these fights. But he just seems to be running at the moment. He needs a little bit of support from the rest of the team.
6 minutes and change left on the clock. We're at deadlock. Overshield about to pop up. Rockets 2. This could be it. This could be the moment to make inroads onto a flag.
The 6th minute is always the most important. Both the goodies on the map. You can often get a pull if you can get both. It's Ryan Noob who gets the rockets and the overshield. Now you have to make this count, but unfortunately, all of his teammates are down, so it's a matter of just playing defense here. That's a whiff, does finally get it, but at what cost? He's lost everything.
All his friends were dead. They pushed him to the edge. He goes down as well, too. Eliminate. Trippy and APG have to look on. As Formal and Lucid play defense. The trades have gone their way. Snipe down into the air vent. Desperately trying to stay alive. Bulldog to boot. Can he start to do some damage? Can he have an influence here with that weapon?
Needs to stay alive with that Bulldog. It's been so influential so far. Both of them have been timing it successfully. Has played such a big part in a lot of these kills, but it has been absolute carnage so far here on Bazaar. No flags to speak of, but a constant battle in the middle of the map, especially after the flips we had in the first couple of minutes.
It's a slobber knocker, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Snipe down with the Bulldog. He gets one. APG has his dog looking on. Snipe down's got it in his hands. He's also got the flag. Pulls it out. APG wants a bite, wants a scrap. When he comes out on top. 2 kills though. Now in favor of United. They've got a flag on the move. Can Trippy and Lucid stop it in its tracks? He's picked up a couple of sizzle sticks on the way home. He passes through the double doors. Can United escort this one? Ryan Noob clambers up. Can he slide it home? Yes, he can! United draw first blood.
Finally a flag is captured, and finally a flag is run through the middle of the map, not down low through the Bulldog area, through those sewers. It means as long as you're getting the slays, you are far more in an advantageous position and more likely to get that capture. Now Optic have to get aggressive. Now Optic need to be the ones pushing into the base and getting flags.
Optic Gaming thus far. They've been dropping down low, Dan. They've been picking it up slow. And unfortunately, they find themselves down 1-0 in the game. And Suspector with the overshield brawling again. And they're in the right side of the map as far as they're concerned. Will time start to play its part. 3 minutes 30 on the clock.
I will say, in the early stages, it looked like Optic were going to be on top of Rockets, on top of Overshield, but ever since then, they've been all E-United every single time. The most recents have constantly gone in their favor. They haven't necessarily put them to work, but they are still 1-up, so they're going to be more than happy. As long as you keep Rocket and Overshield out of Optic's hands, it's going to be very difficult for them to break in and get that flag.
Ryan Noob made himself a very difficult kill, but you can see exactly why Formula has positioned himself here. Rockets are going to pop up any second, and Optic Gaming need them to help their cause, to tie up this game, but Snipe Down descends, fires one, picks up a 2-for-1 meal deal.
It's another set of Rockets, and again it's for United. It's 3 dead for Optic Gaming, and Snipe Down says, you know what, screw it. We need to push in, we can get another flag, we can finish this game. But he does turn back on himself. He is smartly just backing away from that one and waiting for the rest of the team.
Snipe Down walked in through the double doors. He wasn't invited and said, whoa, I'm sorry boys, wrong house. Turned around, thought better of it. Ryan Noob though, the call must come. Are they going to try and play slow, eat up the clock, and make this a really difficult game?
Well, I've seen United win a King of the Hill 1-0 this tournament, so I'm sure they can make it work in a Bazaar, capture the flag of all places. Overshield coming up in 10 seconds. Ryan Noob knows that. He's communicated that. 2 are dead on Optic's side. This could be another Overshield going in favor of EU.
And the impetus is well and truly on Optic Gaming to make moves. But it's Ryan Noob who's dragging his team forward, using that grapple that we've seen already before. Overshield secure. And could that be the difference maker? Could that secure map number 3.
Well, that's arguably going to be another 30 seconds here where Optic Gaming can't really lead the charge, can't really push, because they're going to be going up against an overshield. They have to wait for it to be depleted, either deplete it yourself, or at least wait that time, and then you've got to go for a push.
There is a lot of members of Optic Gaming trapped in the sewers. Ryan Noob marshals them well. Snipe down, picks up one onto Trippy. And with 1:25 left, E United have Optic Gaming right where they want them.
They really do, and they're outslaying them so heavily as well. Look at those stats. Snipe down with 24 kills at the moment. It's a bit of a struggle bus on the other side for Optic Gaming. It won't be the first time we've seen them drop maps this tournament, but it will be such a confidence builder for E United if they can get hold of it. Just 1 minute left to defend this one flag lead.
Snipe down. He was doubted. He was criticized. He was underrated, undervalued perhaps on FaZe. And look at the performance he's putting in here against arguably the best team in the land. Double kill for Ryan Noob, and that only increases the pressure now. Optic Gaming are running out of time.
40 more seconds of defense. Ryan Noob's got all the goodies to try and work with. He'll communicate that to the rest of the team of where these players are, but this is smart. Go back even further. Pull back that line. Make sure that line of defense is as far back as possible so that if we see a couple of kills go in favor of Optic Gaming, it's still going to be difficult for them to pick up that flag.
Killing spree for Ryan Noob. He's been instrumental in everything that's been going right for E United in this latter stages of the game. And only 10 seconds remain. He's not interested in setting up in his own base. He wants to bring the fight. He takes down Lucid. He scampers away. Time is going to run out, and E United are going to get on the board. It's 2-1 here.
And E United fans quite rightly celebrating in the audience because they know we now have a series on our hands. Optic could not get through E United's defense throughout that entire game. A masterclass on Bazaar. Perfectly set up in the middle of the map, but the fact they were still able to get that cap when Optic were at their weakest. The overshields, the rockets constantly going in favor of E United. Pure perfection.
And Formal spoke about it in the interview, how much he appreciates and how it helps when you have the green wall on your side and all of a sudden you can hear a pin drop in here. Is the possibility, is the opportunity here for E United to cause the upset and perhaps the reverse sweep.
If E United can silence the green wall, then that would be a very tall task, but at the moment, it looks like they at least have the opportunity to do so after that game 3. Look at that damage though from Snipe Down, 6.9k, almost toppling 7,000 damage. He had absolutely everything in that game. Now for Optic, they have to respond, and it has to be on Oddball Streets. It's another setup-heavy game type where this is really going to be a clash of heads once more.
And Snipe Down. No amount of vaccines is going to stop the Rona. I'll tell you one thing, he sparked himself into life. Chip on his shoulder. The series 2-1 now. And all of a sudden, it's a different conversation. It's not the steamroll that Optic Gaming were hoping for.
Yeah, this was looking like a guaranteed 3-0 at one point.
Yeah.
And United needed that first flag, and maybe a Bazaar cap to the flag was the perfect game type for them because it's so slow, it's so tactical, it's so methodical. And Ryan Noob and the rest of the team were really able to pick apart Optic's weaknesses. Now you've got to do exactly the same thing. How is your homework? How is your research? Where is the weakness here for Optic Gaming on Oddball Streets?
The starting strats are going to be so important for E United. Can they create something? Make Optic Gaming a little bit uncomfortable. This is the exact same situation that Optic Gaming found themselves in against Sentinels at Kansas City. And we all know how that story ended.
E United have yet to lose an Oddball game so far this tournament. They are 4-0. They found so much success with this game type. That being said, Optic have also looked good in Streets Oddball. So it's going to be one of those cases of who's going to be stronger, who has more weaknesses though on the other side. In the early stages, Trippy is going to have that ball. Optic are going to be able to set up. So it's a matter of E United needing to break first here.
Optic Gaming just settling the pace then, settling the nerves. 23 seconds, already amount. They're already a quarter of the way there to round 1. But Rain and Ryan have come into PD and trying to open the jail cells. Rain over towards Cafe. Got a teammate in support. And Formal now, front tram, getting himself into a spot of bother. Two members could be about to hit the respawn screen for E United, but no, somehow the Wiggles for Suspector gets one. It's 2v2. Snipedown's got ball, and the call has come to rotate, but he's taking a hell of a lot of damage.
A lot of damage, but he is running in the right way. Look at the cover coming from Ryanoob and Rain now. Formal's going to get aggressive. He hears the call, but where is Snipedown? He finds him! Double kill, get the ball, get the Bulldog. And it is a fantastic break from Optic Gaming.
All four dead. The setup was made of glass, and it's been smashed to pieces. Two members of E United in arcade. Suspector tries to get to his teammates, taken down to no shield. That will stop the push for just a moment.
The green wall sings out through the arena here in Orlando once more. They start to believe. The confidence is flowing back through their veins, just as it is for their players. Lucid picks up a double. Formal has watch over this, but Rockets are about to pop, so these next kills are massive.
The green wall has found their voice, and the team is starting to put it together. 47-19. And for E United, they have to fight uphill. Spawns have been favorable though, over towards PD. Suspector back tower, Formal's in a bit of a pinch. A spot of bother, and Ryanoob picks up a double kill.
Considering E United have said themselves they struggle to break setups, that has not been apparent so far in this game. Two successful breaks right at the start and just now. And not only did they get their setup break, they also have rockets.
Snipe down. Laser focus. Ensures APG will be the first victim of the rocket. But all of a sudden, the Sentinel beam comes through. Trippy's got ball, and he's trying to bring it all the way home. But E United still want to play. They want to touch, they want to kick about. Ryanoob top tower, unaware that Lucid with the ball is trouncing towards him. 3 dead for E United.
The rotations have been on point from Optic Gaming. Trippy maneuvering his way around the map so successfully as Lucid elsewhere is frying with a Sentinel beam. Trying to dance around this wall at the moment, eventually will go down, but he's bought so much time here. 75 seconds now on the clock here for Optic Gaming.
E United have to fight uphill. They've got the man advantage for a moment, but not for long. As Lucid gets involved once more. BR shots ring out all over the streets. Formal in a 1v1, hits 4 perfect shots on the snipe down. Not interested in getting the ball just yet. He knows 2 members of E United are around them. Lucid's in a 1v1, Suspector down to no shields. He'll be handled. Rockets in 12 seconds or so. Rain, bottom middle on the ATM. But he's forgotten his bank card. He will go down.
It's just all the micro decisions from Formal at the moment. It's placing shields, it's suddenly watching angles, it's the grenades that he's throwing. Excellent play in the moment, and he's rewarded with rockets as well. Maybe slightly overexposing himself, but it won't matter because look where the ball is. 99 ticks to 100. Optic take round number 1.
Round 1 in the bag. But much like Sentinels, they secured round 1. They need to get through this. No more hiccups. And Ryanoob has somehow whisked away with his life down bottom middle. Suspector's in trouble though. Rockets for snipe down. One's gonna shoot a flare. Nothing but marshmallows. Not going to connect, not going to do the damage. Ryanoob gets a kill elsewhere. It's a 3v3 in the map, but APG ensures 3 dead for E United. Snipe down, desperately trying to keep them off the ball, but has to give it up.
It is often evident of 2 very good teams when you see a round finish that quickly, but with significant amount of ball time scored on both sides. There was big chunks, there was good setups, but unfortunately the setup just became too strong for Optic Gaming. And E United were unable to break it right at the end. Now, they need to be more successful with their breaks. They need pushes like that, working in tandem and using as much damage as possible to break down the barriers so they can get hold of this ball.
Is this a step too far? A step too soon for E United? Are they putting something together? Something special? But is it going to take time? Will they look a better outfit in a few weeks? They're still in this series, they're still in this game. But Optic Gaming are just starting to take control now.
Oh, I think United will be delighted they're even in the conversation for top 4 after the disappointment they had coming into this tournament. And yes, they will get better and better, but it is not over yet. You break this setup, you put yourself in a position where you can get a significant amount of ball time and you can still get back into this round. You can still take this to a game 5. Snipe down a little bit, lost on benches, but gets a trade.
Gets a trade when he had no right to. Down in the fight. 44 seconds to 0 though. United yet to register a single point. Rockets about to pop very, very shortly. And it's the Spectre over in the cafe. Has to give it up as the pressure's coming. Lucid at the bus station, trying to stay alive, gets the trade. It's all he can settle for. All 4 dead now for Optic Gaming.
Finally, all 4 dead. Every single time before it was 3 dead, it was 2 dead. There was always a straggler staying alive. United couldn't find him. Now you've got all 4 dead. Now you've got the rockets. Now you've got the ball. Now you have to make it count.
Confident in their setups.
Ball carrier kill.
Can they hold on? Can they stop the push? 2 members have gone down very quickly. Formal scampers up the stairs and into tram. He hasn't even bought a ticket. And once more, that setup wasn't worth anything.
Rain will want those rockets back. Unfortunately, his second one just not connecting the way he would have wanted to. Oh, how different it could have been. And now APG takes the battles, knows the ball is gathering time, and unfortunately for Ryanoob, APG has his head on a swivel and will finish that kill.
APG, a special, special talent. And that man on your screens, Formal, multiple FPS champion, one of the best to ever do it. Trying to guide, trying to lead this team to its first ever LAN championship. They require 41 more seconds to punch their ticket to winners finals.
I can't see Formal retiring until he gets yet another championship under his belt in Halo Infinite. I tell you what, I can't even see him retiring with how successful he has been from game to game. Every iteration of Halo we've seen him in, he's been phenomenal. 3 go dead though for Optic Gaming. Life still left in this one from United.
Lucid with the commando, doing a lot of damage, somehow still manages to pick up the trade. Snipe down, currently sitting at 8 and 13, a bit of a slower game, a bit of a slower round for E United, it must be said.
Ball taken.
And Optic Gaming are in the ascendancy. Rockets doing the damage, punching a hole in E United now.
Ball taken.
And all of a sudden APG's got his hands on the ball, he's back tram. And I've seen this picture before.
Frame it, because it might be the last picture you see. This could be the final setup of this series if the United aren't careful. But I tell you what, that's a good grenade. That's one way to open this setup.
73 to 19. Formal trying to clean up the kill, but have to settle once more for the trade. 3 went down though for Optic Gaming in the process. And here's Snipe down. Form is temporary, class is permanent. And he has had a huge tournament. Still a lot left to play for as well. Now he would love to put Optic Gaming in the elimination bracket. But right now, Optic are looking sturdy.
Unfortunately, every single time United have control, they're always giving away that first death. They cannot afford for that to be happening time and time again. Optic just pick that one player apart, and then they have the player advantage, then they can push in. However, United have done the same. Trippy goes down, Lucid is under bombardment from grenades. It's not going to be the game over just yet. United are going to have one last chance here.
You might be able to dodge a wrench. A grenade is a different story entirely. Trippy drops the shield, and he's looking to fight it out, bottom middle. Rockets in 20, will we even need them? Will they be called upon to settle this squabble on streets? 11 seconds is all that's required. But Optic Gaming have all the time in the world.
The winners finals is starting to loom here now for Optic Gaming. It's becoming increasingly more likely. Ball resets, and that's going to be an easy grab for Trippy if he wants it. But no, he wants blood right now.
Opts to slay instead. Takes down the first point of contact in rain. Formal's eyes trained on those rockets. Stalker rifle overlooking them. Not too comfortable in his surroundings. Has to get rid of those spiker grenades. Rockets though, Suspector's whisked them up and taken them away, but has he let straight onto the lap of Formal? Somehow, some way, Formal comes out on top and scoops up the Rockets.
And Optic comes flying in, but sniped down with a big double. A much needed double to keep them alive here. But you've got to do more. 4 dead for Optic Gaming. And E United get their last chance. They get their last opportunity to get back into this game.
Last chance saloon then. Because 45 seconds is all that's on the clock. Optic can just make them drop the ball. Make them fight. This will do. Snipedown has got to drop the ball to fight. Get himself out of a jam. He's thrown it bottom middle. But is that to be a mistake? Because the pressure's coming. Formal a 1v1. Snipedown makes no mistake with those shots. Gets himself 2.
It's another big double. Brian Noob though against Lucid. Lucid last remaining player. 28 seconds left on the clock. Optic Gaming just need to watch the ball. And now E United off spawn. They are going to be so frantic to try and get a touch on this. This should be a victory here.
Have Optic Gaming learned from their mistakes of the past? 10 seconds is all that remains. The ball has been reset. 3 members of E United are over in position. They scooped up the ball, but it's food and drink for the green wall. And Suspector's in big trouble. 4 dead. 3-1 the series score. And Optic Gaming are in the winners finals.
And you wouldn't have predicted it any other way with how Optic have been playing this tournament. But E United gave it a damn good try, taking 1 map off them, but just couldn't get close enough on Oddball streets. Couldn't break those setups quick enough either. As for Optic, their eyes now get set on that winners final and a clash with either Cloud9 or FaZe, which is sure going to be a juicy matchup.
They managed to avoid the Kryptonite and Sentinels. Although last time didn't go so well against Cloud9. But is this the moment on the road to Worlds? Are Optic Gaming set for their first chip? Looking at the stats. Formal with 19 kills, but Lucid 23. Big game player, big moments.
And not only was he getting 23 kills, but the kills at the times he was getting them increasingly more impressive every single time. He was often the last alive, just hiding round corners, waiting for that moment. 7.3k damage as well. Lucid putting on a show. You can just feel it with Optic Gaming at this tournament. They want this championship. They need this championship. If they're to go into the World Championships as potential winners, they have to win Orlando.
The green wall is desperate and hungry for success. 3-1 the final series score. Bizarre was a war, but ultimately it's Optic Gaming. The war machine has indeed rolled on.
We will say that E United, though, still looking very impressive and are still going to make absolute hell in that elimination bracket. I know for sure I wouldn't want to go up against them. As for Optic Gaming, they have just become better and better every single time we see them on our screens. Right from Rally up to now, the constant improvements, the changes, the tweaks. They've been waiting for that moment to get a championship, and it just feels like there's something in the air here in Orlando.
And with 7,300 damage in Game 4, Lucid was the man of the moment, and Blaze has got an interview with him on the stage. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Sherzy and Gasket. It is definitely something in the air as Optic Gaming once again comes away with another dub. And we got the Lucid chants up here in the building. My man, as we talk about this series, I guess my first question for you, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much pressure did you feel in this matchup? How difficult was it, and what was the toughest moment that you had?
Pressure I don't think was too high. I think that's one thing that we've been making sure is just like the case for us, that no matter who we're playing, we're treating them the same. We've been kind of, I would say, leading up to these matches. That was probably, I mean, alongside FaZe was one of our tougher matches, but we're treating them all the exact same way. We're talking the same. We're not trying to get too just out of our play style that we've been curating right now. But I will say, of course, that Bizarre flag was a tough one. That entire match was just a slugfest. I think, I think we honestly played it fine. They just played the stops on our flag pulls really well. Because I mean, it was like 0-0 for nearly 9 minutes of that game. So I mean, it was a tough match.
It was a lot of back and forth in that.
And we had 2 pulls that I would say we should be able to close out on, but we didn't. They know how to play that map fairly well. I'll definitely give them credit for that.
Okay.
So that's why I think you know, that was definitely our toughest match, but it was still a good one.
And then you talk a lot about the composure you need to have, not getting ahead of yourselves. Talk to me a little bit more about that, because you can be so dominant and get big wins like this, but it's all about getting that last win. How do you pace yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that we've been talking about it, that we've been preaching to each other, it's like whether we're losing, whether we're winning, it's all the same pace.
Okay.
It's not about like now's the time to rev up, now's the time to slow down, or more so we do talk about that actively. It's very conscious. That's the nature of it for us right now, is we put a lot of effort into what we're doing and why we're doing it. So
I love that. I love that. And so you already said that, you know, FaZe was one of your tougher matchups before. Coming up next, in the winners finals, is it going to be FaZe or Cloud9? Who would you have more fun playing up against?
More fun playing up against? I don't know. It's pretty close. Maybe a FaZe rematch though would be pretty solid, I think.
All right.
I think that'll be probably the more fun of the 2.
Okay.
I like them both.
Nice. And lastly, this crowd has been wild. I know your family's out there. Anything you want to say to these guys?
I mean, just shout out to everybody. Like I think Joe even mentioned it the other day. Got the family, got the girlfriends, the moms, the dads. Everybody's out here.
Yep.
The Optic crew as well. So. Shout out to everybody being here. Obviously, it is a whole different feeling having a whole crew run deep, and then there's no making up for the green wall, especially you guys all here in the front row.
They've been here every day.
They've been here every
I've watched them when I come in. This front row has been lit.
Same group.
Same group.
And you can hear it already. You can hear it all the time, and you love to see it.
You love to, right?
The green wall is different.
All right, that's going to do it for me and Lucid on the stage. Lottie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. They are edging ever closer to that dream this season. The first chip for Optic Gaming, and that is honestly lights out gameplay once again from the green wall on that main stage against, honestly, an E-United roster that fancied it, right? You know, they were feeling super, super confident, especially going up against Cloud9 yesterday. What they managed to do to that team was absolutely insane, but it talks more about Optic right now. That was lights out. What are your thoughts heading out of that series?
Extremely impressive. I think going into that series, a lot of eyes were not just on Optic, but E-United as well, because they've been playing so well this tournament. They surprised a lot of us with those performances, right? You mentioned that Cloud9 matchup. I don't think many people saw that coming, but Optic have just shown that they've risen their game another level. The thing for me for Optic now, they will go away, they will have a little kind of powwow about how today's gone, but tomorrow is the biggest series of their season. That winners bracket final, whoever they play against, is massive, arguably bigger than the final. They win that winners bracket final, you get the advantage in the final as well. The opponent has to reset the bracket, and that will be in the back of their minds. The job not done for Optic, all smiles today, but tomorrow it's all about business.
Now, Goofy, looking back at some of the highlights from that series, we talked a lot about the pacing, the difference between these two teams. Did that dictate the outcome for you, or was it something else?
Definitely, Lottie. I think Optic just put E-United out of their playstyle, out of their comfort zone, and that's what they had going for them so well this tournament, that they were really able to play their game. But going up against an absolute juggernaut like Optic, the pressure was on from the start to finish. They kept Ryan Noob to 1 kill, for God's sake. Yeah. On game number 1 live fight, I don't think I've ever seen Ryan Noob have a game like that. Of course, I genuinely think he rebutted. He had a bunch of really good games later on in the series, but that breadstick game 1 was surprising to me, and Optic really showing us, like Gaskin said, something is in the air here in Orlando, and it feels like this is Optic's event to lose, and the way they're playing, it doesn't look like they're going to lose.
Indeed, it does not. I gotta say though, map 3, E-United taking that again, pacing. I feel like Bizarre CTF requires some patience. E-United had that. Was there anything else that kind of added to the pressure Optic were feeling against E-United there?
Now, I think, to be honest, they always, as you heard Lucid say, just coming down to being on the same page. They know what they need to work on coming into this event. There's specific things that they've been working on, and I think that shows in their series so far, and I think that series was an example of that as well.
It was indeed. I've got to ask as well though, winners finals is up next for Optic, and a lot of fans are going to be happy about this. This is the run they had hoped for coming out of all of these incredible online tournaments, and how they've been winning them pretty much, you know, with ease, to be perfectly honest with you. Optic now converting that to LAN, and again, it seems like with ease on the main stage. Onset, how far do you think this team can go? Will this winners finals be a very small hurdle for hopefully the bigger picture in the grand final?
I think it's the biggest hurdle of the entire event for Optic Gaming. I think that this is the series that they would have focused on most in the build-up to this event, because they know, you listen to any pro, any team that gets into that winners final, they know it's arguably the most important series of the entire event, because you get that advantage in the final. It means you can make a mistake in the final. It means you can come out a little bit slow and still have the opportunity to call yourself a champion. For Optic, tomorrow, if they win that winners bracket final, I believe they can win this tournament. If they fall down though, and it goes to another crazy game 5 where they don't get the result, then all those questions flood back.
Yep.
So it's such a massive, massive game. Arguably the biggest one of the year so far, especially because Optic is sat in it.
Well, let's take a look at their journey. Let's have a look at the winners bracket, see what is coming up next for the Green Wall, because they do have still a ways to go. They are going to have to take down a Titan coming in from the next semi-final, Cloud9 versus FaZe Clan. And both these teams have really stepped up to the plate, Goofy. When you look at both of them, in terms of that matchup that actually we'll be seeing on a different screen, on a different stream, where are your thoughts and feelings going up against the likes of Cloud9, who took down Sentinels, and FaZe Clan, who surprised us all?
Coming into today, Lottie, this morning, I would have said if FaZe and Cloud9 are playing in the semifinals, that FaZe is going to be taking that series, maybe in 4, right? Maybe in 5, but I was feeling really good about the way FaZe are playing. But Cloud9, after what we saw today, the performance, knocking Sentinels down into the elimination bracket, that is a very impressive feat. And Mark, to your point, if this Optic Gaming roster can make it all the way to the grand finals to winners, that's great. But there's still some sharks looming in this bracket, right? Looking down at the elimination bracket, we have Sentinels taking on Native Red, of course. We have United, they're really far along in the bracket, but just a bunch of great teams still in this tournament. So Optic, they're not there just yet, but they're close.
I mean, G1 sat there as well. We haven't even mentioned G1 down in that elimination bracket. You can see they're just 3-0ing everyone in their way. So there you've got something to say about things as well. On the upper side of the bracket, you've got some teams that have caught fire today. But, you know, this is Friday and Saturday we've talked about, right? To find ourselves in this position, we know that Sunday is a different proposition altogether. You can play the best Halo you've ever played on Friday and Saturday to get to Sunday. But on Sundays where it matters, that's where you make your money. That's where we see teams make the difference, and that is where Optic will want to be. I want to be with APG right now, and I want to be that dog, though, to be honest with you.
This.
Look, that is APG love. That dog is summing up how the Halo community feels right now.
That might be even sweeter than the win itself.
Honestly, it could be. It could be. That is one good pup, watching his daddy do what he does best on the main stage. Absolutely incredible. Something else that is happening just around the corner tomorrow, in fact, is going to be our throwback throwdown. And my man Bravo, he's going to be on the main stage once again, bro.
God, am I ever ready. It's going to be good to have a Triggers Down jersey on once again. The boys are ready. We're feeling good about the roster, and we can't wait to go. It's going to be a good one.
I'm so glad you said that, because I had Walshy up here at one point, and he literally just totally took me off instinct. I was like, no way. There's no way. He told me he was rusty, he wasn't prepared.
I was about to say something, by the way, because Walsh everyone kind of left the green room backstage a little bit earlier. And I was sat there, and Walsh just stood up and picked up a controller and went, I'll see you guys in a bit. And Walsh has been grinding. I'm just saying, like in the background there, he's ready, Andy.
Right,
just saying, don't take him lightly.
None of the Triggers Down players are grinding because they actually play the game. So I think we'll be all right.
The drama's happening. The drama's happening,
Andy,
folks.
You should know better than to go for a war of words with Walsh, to be fair. Come on.
Gosh, I'm not scared at all. Let's do it, maybe.
I love this.
The drama will continue, though, first thing tomorrow, 12 p.m. It will be absolutely amazing. Gentlemen, with that being said, it is time to go. Day 2 has been a roller coaster. 3-0s, open bracket Cinderella runs, European nightmares, and grudge matches we all love to see. Day 3 is Championship Sunday, and boy, oh boy, it only gets better from here. We guys are going to see you tomorrow bright and early for more HCS Orlando, and of course, the throwback throwdown. We'll see you then.